Like your typical undercover main character, this dude balances boring high school with a literal part-time assassin gig. Kai spent all of last night grinding his murder quota. Now, he is dragging his exhausted butt to early classes. Kai drags himself into class. The resident golden boy, Midutsuji, greets him with annoying cheerfulness. Student number 35, the soccer team's ace, and our oh-so-perfect class president. Kai mumbles a whatever, slumps into his chair, and instantly faceplants on the desk. Zero energy for socializing. Midutsuji stands there looking utterly rejected. Then, another girl barges into the conversation. Enter Naga, student number 22, the ultimate stuck-up trendsetter of the class. She rolls her eyes and tells Midutsuji not to waste breath on a rude loser like Kai. Midutsuji awkwardly laughs it off. He says Kai is just dead tired. Bang, the classroom door slams open. In walks Arashi Satsuke, student number 1, the local notorious gang leader and the absolute king of toxic behavior. His goons bow instantly. Arashi Satsuke scans the room, spots Kai catching Z's in the back, and decides to pick a fight. He stomps over. But Kai, homie is just snoring away, completely unbothered. Arashi Satsuke gets pissed. Hey, you little punk, are you ignoring me? He reaches out to grab Kai by the collar. Smack! Kai catches his wrist midair, letting out a massive, lazy yawn. Kai stares him down. What the heck do you want? Arashi Satsuke totally loses his mind. He screams at Kai to let go, but an invisible, crushing pressure locks him in place. He cannot move an inch. Kai finally wakes up enough to drop his hand. Arashi Satsuke clicks his tongue, snatches his arm back, and mutters curses about weirdos. Suddenly, a new voice tells Arashi Satsuke to shut his trap. It is Kanzaki Rina, student number 8, the untouchable ice queen. Top-tier beauty, brains, and martial arts skills. Arashi Satsuke immediately shifts his aggro, yelling at her to mind her own freaking business. Another challenger enters the chat, Hashimoto Mirei, student number 29, the insanely strict hall monitor type who lives for rules. She sternly orders Arashi Satsuke to stop causing drama. A dude with flashy hair lazily warns Mirei to drop it before Arashi Satsuke punches her. Meet Narumi Yoshida, student number 23, just as shallow and basic as his cheap dye job suggests. Meanwhile, Kai is already back in dreamland. Seeing all the eyeballs on him, Arashi Satsuke grunts, kicks back in his chair, and throws his feet on the desk. The whole squad is finally here. Welcome to Shinzo High, Year 1, Class 2. Just another messy morning with these clowns. But then, snoozing Kai suddenly feels a weird shift in the air. A glowing magic circle pops up right under Midutsuji's sneakers. It expands like crazy, swallowing the entire classroom. Panic mode activated. Midutsuji yells at everyone to sprint for the door right now. But with Kai's assassin instincts, he knows they are completely screwed. The blinding blue light sucks everyone into a massive void. Next thing they know, they wake up somewhere completely wild. Kai instantly scopes out the zone. Giant stone pillars. One exit. Classic dungeon aesthetic. As crazy as it sounds, that freaky light totally abducted them. The whole class got dumped into another dimension. The normies start waking up. Everyone is freaking out, completely clueless. Class Pres Midutsuji goes into full damage control. Hey guys, chill out. Let us take a deep breath and figure this out. First, check if anyone is hurt. Kai silently gives him props. Not bad for a high schooler. Midutsuji is keeping the mob from losing it. But Arashi Satsuke? He is not about sitting around. He orders his 2 lackeys to scout the place. Kai instantly tells him to freeze. Footsteps are approaching from the other side of that giant door. Heavy and light. One dude, one chick. Everyone stares at the heavy doors. Creak! Just like Kai predicted, a duo steps out. An old dude and a weirdly dressed lady. She flashes a huge smile, hyping up the terrified teenagers. The class completely loses it over the girl. She is drop-dead gorgeous. Is this a cosplay convention? They look straight out of a fantasy game. Hiding behind a pillar, Kai silently zeroes in on the old man's lethal swordsman stance. That old guy is no actor. He is dangerously strong. The white-haired chick has some toned muscles, but otherwise seems like a regular, non-playable character. She steps forward to drop some massive exposition. She claims to be Leonora, the high priestess of the Holy Kingdom of Diggereth. The geezer is Gus, her loyal knight. Arashi Satsuke instantly gets up in her face, practically barking. You looking for a fight, lady? He has never heard of this bogus kingdom in his life. Leonora just keeps her cool, angelic smile. She totally gets why they are acting wild. Midutsuji steps up as the brave leader. What on earth is happening to us? Time for the classic lore dump, Leonora explains. She summoned the entire class to a parallel dimension. Apparently, these random teens are humanity's last hope to crush the demon lord. Yep, hero candidates. The class is just standing there, buffering. Did she just spit out straight-up anime nonsense? Gus glares daggers at Arashi Satsuke, warning the punk to watch his filthy mouth in front of royalty. Leonora is literally their holy maiden. Like Arashi, Satsuke gives a crap. This dude is ready to throw hands with anyone. He tells the grandpa to shut it before he gets wrecked. Gus flexes his absolute unit of an aura. The knight draws his blade, hungry for blood. Leonora begs him to chill, but Gus ignores her. He is hell-bent on teaching this brat some manners. Arashi Satsuki chuckles, completely ditching respect for his elders, and charges in blind. Kai watches from the shadows, sipping on the invisible tea. You gotta hand it to Arashi Satsuki. Homeboy has zero fear, rushing a beefed-up knight holding a giant freaking sword. Arashi Satsuki is cocky because he has brawled with armed thugs back home. His strat? Dodge the first swing, close the gap, and pummel the geezer with his bare fists. Easy peasy. Great plan, terrible execution. Before Arashi Satsuki can even blink, Gus's blade flashes right past his skull. A thin red line splits Arashi Satsuki's forehead. Blood drips down. Arashi Satsuki freezes, drenched in cold sweat. He did not even see the blade move. Gus snipped a lock of his hair to send a brutal message to the whole class. Mess around and find out. Leonora snaps at Gus to sheath his weapon. The scare tactic is over. She bows, apologizing for her guards' zero-chill behavior. They totally do not want to hurt anyone. Leonora restarts her speech, explaining the brutal reality of their new world and why they got kidnapped. She slowly opens her eyes. A terrifying, cold gaze sweeps over the class, silently telling them to zip it. Then, her mask slips right back into place, apologizing again for the old man's violent outburst. Time for the grim reality check. Thanks to the Demon Lord's endless invasion, humanity is practically on the brink of extinction. The Holy Kingdom of Diggorath has been fighting back with everything they have, but their power levels are just too weak. The final, desperate cheat code for human survival? The student hero candidate standing right here. It finally clicks in their heads. This crazy lady wants them to kill a demon god. Hard pass. The class goes into full meltdown mode. Getting reincarnated with overpowered skills is one thing, but they are just stressed out teenagers who have never thrown a real punch in their lives. Several girls are already bawling their eyes out, begging to go back home. Gus drops the ultimate reality check. There is no return ticket unless the Demon Lord is dead. The entire classroom goes dead silent in pure horror. Kai stays glued to his pillar, analyzing the vibe. Even if the old guy is just bluffing to force their hands, one thing is certain. Pampered high school kids are not going to magically turn into cold-blooded killers overnight. They need hard experience. And more importantly, crazy talent. Meanwhile, getting sliced in the face definitely did not humble Arashi Satsuki one bit. He glares at the fantasy duo, straight up calling them scumbags. You kidnap us out of nowhere and expect us to just sit like good little dogs? Screw that. Arashi Satsuki practically spits venom at them. He is not playing their twisted game. Gus squints at the angry delinquent, sizing him up. The kid's fighting spirit is seriously off the charts. He could totally be a beast on the battlefield. Or, he could just be a massive pain in the butt. The knight rests his hand on his sword, ready to send Arashi Satsuki to the afterlife. But Leonora suddenly steps in. Golden light radiates from her hands as she gently heals his bleeding face, acting totally heartbroken over Gus's cruelty. The gash on Arashi Satsuki's forehead vanishes like magic. The whole squad's jaws hit the floor. Leonora flashes a mysterious smile. She explains this cheat code is called the System, divine power, gifted directly by their god. Diggorath basically spawned a whole new global trend. In simple terms, magic. A thought clicked in Kai's head. This Leonora lady totally knew their modern culture. No cap. She had definitely kidnapped people from other dimensions before. Leonora creeped up to Midutsuji, tapping his forehead like some weird guru. Flash. His hand glowed, and boom, a whole sword spawned in his grip. She gave the classic tutorial speech. Hero candidates can farm this power and awaken their divine guard's innate talent. Then she squeezed her hands, putting on this totally fake, shaking sob story about dragging them here with zero return tickets. Oh, she knew it was a totally selfish move. She bowed, begging for their superpowered help. Even Midutsuji, the newly minted sword guy, was sweating bullets. Like, no matter how much overpowered juice she pumped into them, no one was ready to throw down instantly. To be fair, the old lady knew that too. She promised a training arc, swearing the kingdom would play sugar daddy and cover all their living expenses. Midutsuji bought it. He spun around, going full class president mode. Yeah, everyone was freaking out, but to not die in this tutorial zone, they needed intel and royal protection. He hyped up their new divine guards as the ultimate survival tool, urging everyone to just vibe with Leonora and Gus for now. The sheep of the class totally ate up his pep talk. Leonora bowed again, but you could totally catch her sneaky smirk. She started handing out divine guards like free candy. Try-hard hall monitor Mirai scored a remote control type. Arashi, the resident edgelord, got an explosion quirk. Everyone else snagged their own shiny toys. Leonora scanned the room, asking if anyone was still unequipped. Enter Kai, dragging his feet and lazily raising a hand. Leonora tapped him to pass the buff. Instantly, a weird jolt hit his brain, and his whole vision practically glitched out. Staring at her, a floating stat screen popped up over her head. Kai's eyes glowed crimson red. Leonora gasped, realizing he rolled the ultra-rare appraisal skill. Basically, he could hack into anyone's personal data. Hearing that, Kai immediately checked his own specs. Yup, his personal character sheet popped right up. He was already cracking the code on this divine guard. It was literally a video game status window, but dummy-proof. Suddenly, Kai practically breakdanced out of the way. Surprise attack from Arashi. The clown got his boom boom powers and instantly decided to use Kai as target practice. Arashi and the normies openly trashed Kai's power, calling it a cheap parlor trick that just made his eyes red. Kai gave exactly 0 cares. Honestly, why were these noobs acting so cocky? They lacked the brain cells to even know what was meta. Besides, these powers were just loners. The system could nerf or ban them anytime. Not that Kai was sweating it. He already knew 100 ways to end a life. With the power handouts done, Leonora told the squad to crash for the night. The real grind starts tomorrow. Later that night, the hero candidates got tossed into their private dorms. Kai waited till midnight and casually snuck out the window. Time for some late-night data mining. He ghosted up behind 2 patrolling guards to eavesdrop. That was the 3rd patrol he had spotted. Sounds like they were cranking up the base security. Kai switched on his appraisal eyes. He snooped at their skill trees, but these scrubs only had basic swordsmanship. He half expected them to flex some crazy magic and bust his stealth run. Guess not everyone in this server gets exclusive powers. Waiting for them to pass, Kai zoomed out of there. He had already downloaded the castle's layout into his brain. It was basically a giant, heavily walled fortress city. He strolled right up to the main keep. The loot inside definitely had him curious, but the security was too tight and the walls too thick. Getting in was a big nope for tonight. Whatever, he would come back and raid this place later. Heading back, he tripped over some classmates chilling on the grass. 3 girls, sneaking out to test drive their new powers. Kai camped in the bushes to watch the show. He was pretty curious about these so-called holy buffs anyway. Guess he would spectate their amateur hour. Suddenly, his danger sense spiked hard. Rustling echoed from the far side of the field. The girls finally noticed the ugly monster spawning in. While they completely lost their minds, Kai stayed frosty in stealth mode. Never seen a glitch like this before. It looked like a scuffed lizard. He fired up appraisal. Giant lizard, huh? Its stat block absolutely dunked on those 3 girls. Not even close. The overgrown gecko took a breath and let out a nasty roar. The girls instantly hit sprint, running for their lives. The monster was right on their heels. Kai parkoured onto a rock to analyze it. Totally aggressive, and definitely had a taste for humans. It was fast on 4 legs, but its pathing was strictly linear. Big shocker, 0 brain cells. Its scales looked tanky as hell, so a basic knife attack might just bounce off. Kai slipped a blade from his sleeve and chucked it for a test run. The beast growled, flinching hard. In a flash, Kai had already ghosted behind a tree. Nice. The throwing knife actually did some chip damage. The 3 girls were still playing Temple Run. Suddenly, a girl named Rena tripped over a rock and absolutely ate dirt. By the time she scrambled up, the mini-boss was already breathing down her neck. It raised a claw to flatten her. But out of nowhere, a knife sniped it straight in the skull. Instant one-shot kill. The other 2 dragged Rena to her feet, and they practically teleported out of there, totally terrified. Hiding behind the tree, Kai let out a sigh. Finally, the newbies logged off. He had 0 reason to play White Knight, but letting them get eaten felt a bit too toxic, even for him. He walked up to the dead lizard and yanked his weapon back. So, wild monsters like this were just free-roaming the map? Guess this world was set to hard mode. Suddenly, his radar pinged again. He hopped off the carcass, eyes darting around. Someone was definitely camping nearby. Time to hit the eject button. Kai instantly shadow-stepped back to base. Meanwhile, the stalker he sensed was chilling behind a massive boulder. Rocking a sketchy full-body cloak, the guy strolled up to the dead lizard. He casually crushed its head into mush with his foot. Gore splattered all over his edgy dark robes. He was super disappointed that the hero squad was full of weakling newbies. But that kid, he was clearly built different. The cloaked creep licked the monster blood off his face, getting a totally psychotic thrill out of it. Next day, the server woke up to the lizard's corpse. The whole class was shook. Some girls were literally crying their eyes out. Steady, the resident mage, rolled up to inspect the body. After a quick scan, she diagnosed it. Traces of cursed magic. Definitely the work of a mid-tier demon or higher. Probably scouting to see if the heroes were overpowered or trash. Kai chilled in the back, soaking up the lore. Were curses and magic even from the same skill tree? Midutsuji raised a hand, asking if some demon was literally using a controller on this monster. Steady praised him for not being a total blockhead. High-level demons could basically mind control lower-tier trash mobs. Steady totally went into full lore dump mode. Basically, monsters are just animals hopped up on mana until they go fully feral. And mana? That is the toxic energy spawned by the demon lord. In short, it is the bad guy's signature power, which is why demons can easily wipe the floor with normal humans. Gus was getting a massive headache just listening to her. He told her to shut up and practically dragged her away. Kai ran the numbers. He could definitely milk Steady for more game info later. The bigger issue? That monster was just a puppet. which meant the creeper he sensed last night was 100% a demon. It had to be seriously overpowered, considering Kai's radar barely picked it up for a split second. If it was camping near them right now, they probably would not even know. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Kai felt a heavy, invisible pressure drop. Someone was hard staring at them. Meanwhile, Arashi stepped up, picking a fight with Gus. They could not log out and go home without dropping the Demon Lord, and that edgelord had zero plans to rot in this trash-tier world. Kanzaki Jin actually backed Arashi up. Shocking. It was the first time she heard him speak actual facts. Midu Tsuji was on the same wavelength. If they wanted their old lives back, their only option was to clear the monster raids. Right on cue, some of the girls broke down crying, completely traumatized. Kai glanced at the waterworks. Guess the reality check finally hit them. This was not some virtual reality game. Fights out here meant fighting until it is game over for real. Dimensions did not matter. They needed to master their powers fast or end up as dead weight. Leonora tried playing Peacemaker, telling them to chill. They just needed to learn their skill combos. Time to grind, I guess? Us lucky students got dragged from our world just to play hero candidates. We level up way faster than the locals here. A week into boot camp, and our main character Kai, bro, is literally rotting in the library, flipping dusty pages. He actually cracked the local alphabet. Weird how we could magically understand Leonora and Gus since day one, right? Kai peeked outside. The tryhards were sweating buckets. They benched him because his appraisal skill totally sucks for combat. Library duty it is. Kai stretched his legs. He had already binge-read this world's entire history, but found zero spoilers about demons. He strolled out to watch the show. Gotta hand it to Leonora. These kids were leveling up like crazy. The top 5 meatheads were Narumi, Arashi, Kanzaki, Hashimoto, and Nagas. But Midu Tsuji? That dude's growth was actually cracked. His sword skills already totally styled on the instructor. Kai scanned Midu Tsuji's stats. Literally a week ago, bro was sitting at trash tier D and F ranks. What a ridiculous glow-up. Genius or not, the gods definitely buffed their hidden stats. Training wrapped up and the sweaty mob headed out, walking straight past our boy Kai. They pointed and snickered like total clowns. Kai did not even flinch. Still the same brain-dead bullies, just way more toxic now since they got a taste of power. Some wannabe thug tried to grab Kai's hair, but magically ate dirt instead. Kai just played dumb. Bro, did you forget how to walk or something? The idiot lay there, totally confused. Arashi cringed so hard. Knock it off, man, the boss is here. Leonora and Gus marched right onto the scene. Leonora looked super smug. Since everyone was grinding levels way faster than expected, she decided to speedrun the syllabus. Next up, live monster combat. Cue the massive collective panic attack. The squad followed the teachers into the creepy woods for their first real raid. It was way too risky to just clump together in one massive party. Gus barked out orders to split into duos or trios. Cue the awkward team-picking phase. Nagas, Midu Tsuji, and some blonde chick instantly grouped up. Arashi stuck with his fanboys. Narumi and Hashimoto paired off. Everyone found a buddy, leaving only Kanzaki and Kai standing there like total losers. Guess they were stuck together. Literally nobody wanted to team with Kanzaki. She was way too cocky, completely ice-cold, and had this massive superiority complex. Total step-on-you energy. With the squad set, Leonora dropped a hype announcement. The team with the highest kill count scores a mystery prize. And just like that, the survival games began. Kai and his Ice Queen partner hit the woods. Kanzaki immediately flashed her attitude. Do not do anything. Just do not be dead weight. She bragged. Her skill was way more broken than the rest. Kai was perfectly fine being a slacker. He literally told her to hard carry him. Kanzaki just flipped her hair, clicking her tongue at his absolute zero pride. Kai decided to just spectate her combat skills, but his radar pinged 4 targets closing in. A gnarly little goblin jumped out, swinging a massive club. Kanzaki just flexed her skill, ordering the ugly mob to hit the dirt. The monster instantly belly flopped. Kanzaki's power was literal domination, absolute mind control. Kai casually glanced around. Hate to break it to you, but we have got more company. Kanzaki commanded the goblin to drop its weapon and cuff its own hands. But just 2 commands in, she was already sweating buckets. That mind control hack was draining her mana dry. Kai noticed her stamina crashing. Just finish the mob already, the rest are attacking. Kanzaki literally started shaking. She had never taken a life before, and this thing looked way too human. Kai gave her a deadpan glare. So what if it looks human? It literally just tried to smash our skulls in. Enemies are enemies. No mercy. Kanzaki stuttered out a weak agreement. Kai gripped a rock tight. Broken powers or not, she was still just a sheltered teenager from a peaceful world. The real test was if she could actually pull the trigger when things got messy. The rest of the goblin squad crashed the party, growling and swinging their massive clubs. Kanzaki hit them with another forced sleep command. Kai raised an eyebrow. Okay, what is your master plan now? Kanzaki was panting like crazy. Stop standing around like a noob and help me. Kai just smirked. Did you not literally order me to stay out of your way? Choking on her own pride, Kanzaki had to solo it. She screamed a brutal order. Snap your own necks. The mind-controlled goblins instantly ended themselves, right there in the dirt. Wow, so she could command self-destruction. But the more extreme the order, the lower the success rate. Kanzaki looked totally sick. Actually, seeing dead bodies was way too hardcore for her. She definitely thought this fantasy life would be a breeze. Kai? He could not care less. They swung first, so they had to go. Monster or human? If you want to survive this messed up game, you eliminate the hostile targets. Simple as that. Kanzaki was totally mind-blown. How was the zero power guy so chilled out? Kai casually looted the goblins for info. Then he looked back at her. So, what is the next move, boss? We can push forward or retreat if you are too freaked out. Kanzaki planted her hands on her hips, flipping her hair. We are advancing, obviously. She was totally faking her bravado, and Kai saw right through it. Honestly, she was not entirely unbearable. They could actually make this duo work. Meanwhile, Narumi's squad was literally running for their lives. They tried to show off on an easy target, but ended up pulling a massive boss monster instead. Realizing they could not just run forever, Narumi and Hashimoto stopped. Time to combine their skills and fight back. Their epic wind and flying rock combo literally did 0 damage to the giant bear. Total flop. Elsewhere, Kanzaki silently swore she would survive this nightmare. She had to return home to pay back her grandpa for raising her. She just wanted to make the old man proud. Midimo thoughts, Kai suddenly ruined the vibe. You are not scared of getting lost? Kanzaki rolled her eyes. We are literally walking in a straight line, idiot. But Kai was not convinced. If you actually believe that, you are completely underestimating this map. Getting constantly corrected by Kai was destroying her last nerve. Just shut your mouth. Why are you so self-righteous? They kept trekking. Suddenly, a massive scream echoed through the trees. Wait, that is Hashimoto, Kanzaki gasped. Kai just looked at her. Your call. What now? Without missing a beat, she sprinted to help. Kai was honestly impressed by her guts. Cut to the disaster duo. Hashimoto was bleeding out on the dirt after eating a heavy hit from the bear. Just save yourself, she cried out. But Narumi was not total trash. No way he was ditching his teammate. While they were having their dramatic moment, the bear wound up for a fatal strike. Kanzaki burst onto the scene. Freeze, she screamed, slapping her mind control on the boss. The beast fiercely resisted. I cannot hold it. Run! Kai sauntered in right behind her. Just as he guessed, her broken skill got heavily nerfed against higher-level monsters. You guys still breathing over there? He asked. Narumi looked shaken but alive. Grab Hashimoto and get out of the combat zone, now, Kai ordered. Narumi wanted to play the hero and stay, but with Hashimoto practically half dead, he had to grab her and bail. With those two out of the way, Kai finally booted up his appraisal skill on the boss. Armored bear, stats, absolutely cracked. Its defense was off the charts, and that fur was basically pure titanium. Kai knew his weak punches would literally just tickle this thing. Kanzaki was dripping with sweat, totally redlining her mana. Good enough, drop the spell and let us run, Kai yelled. She wanted to run, but her legs were completely paralyzed. Her stamina was completely wiped out. She was just trembling like a broken machine. The bear broke free, roaring as it charged. Out of options, Kai gritted his teeth, yanked a smoke bomb from his pocket, and threw it right at the beast's face. Our boy grabbed Kanzaki and dipped. Hiding behind a massive tree, Kai shushed her so the beast wouldn't hear. Kanzaki finally snapped back to reality. She asked about that crazy smoke. Smoke bomb, he casually replied, claiming he made it while the others were training. Total cap. Honestly, he already had his assassin gear before getting Isekai'd. Stash is running low, so no spamming it. Just basic assassin tools. Kanzaki suddenly felt mad guilty. She tried to play hero but only dragged everyone into a hot mess. Kai wasn't having her apologies. He wanted a thank you. Blushing, she awkwardly thanked him. Kai immediately hit her with a reality check, roasting her overly sweet, people-pleasing vibe. Kanzaki flared up like a stepped-on cat. Kai just shushed her again before the bear caught on. Finally reading the room, she whispered, So what is the play? Do we run? Nah, no need. Midu-Suji's trio just pulled up to the function. Midu-Suji fired up his demon blade, ready to one-on-one the bear. He swung hard, slashing straight into the beast's massive arm. But that armor was thick. Midu-Suji's strike barely left a scratch. Nagas told him to step back and blasted the bear with scorching flames. The beast roared in pain while Nagas smirked. Easy tutorial, boss, right? Nope. She celebrated way too early. The bear just swatted the flames away like a pesky fly, completely unharmed. It actually looked even more pissed off. Nagas started panicking. Midutsuji told her to chill out. Her attack definitely did some damage. The giant furball was moving way slower now. He hyped up his squad, telling them to stay cool and take it down. The girls locked in, and the trio jumped the bear together. Meanwhile, creeping in the shadows was a shady dude in a black cloak. Former demon assassin Delphus was watching the whole show. Looks like the armored bear could not wipe out the noobs. Their fast leveling and ice-cold nerves were honestly impressive. Delphus totally respected Midutsuji's skills. Dude was built different for his age. This was just a scouting mission, but plans change. He decided to pack up Midutsuji's squad right then and there. Meanwhile, our trio's combo attacks left the bear heavily wounded. Delphus drew his blade for a dirty sneak attack, but suddenly felt a cold chill. He turned around, only to find Kai's dagger pressed against his throat. Kai's killing intent flared. "Shut your mouth. Did nobody teach you the worst time to attack is when you are aiming at someone else?" Delphus dropped his weapon, sweating bullets with his hands up. He had no clue how Kai ghosted him. Delphus was already scheming a quick getaway. But before he could even blink, Kai ruthlessly slashed both his legs. He face-planted into the dirt as Kai held the blade tight, whispering not to scream. Neither of them wanted Midutsuji's squad crashing this party. Kai started the interrogation, promising to let the demon go if he spilled the beans. But Delphus was acting tough and stubbornly refused to cooperate. Kai kept negotiating, dropping hints about his dark, otherworldly origins. He wondered if the creepy vibe he felt yesterday was actually from this clown in front of him. Honestly, he wasn't quite sure. Glaring fiercely, Kai pressed him. He knew these creeps had been spying on the class for a minute, despite their decent stealth, so he simply used Midutsuji's squad as bait until the rats popped out. Delphus was stunned. He never realized everything was Kai's master plan from the start. Being new to this isekai world, Kai's info was super low, so he demanded Delphus spill every single demon's secret immediately. Delphus just smirked, acting like a tough guy. Without hesitation, Kai chopped off both his arms. Spitting blood and agonizing pain, Delphus felt totally humiliated. Getting absolutely played by some punk kid was driving him insane. Gritting his teeth, dark blood suddenly poured from his face. Delphus straight up took the poison pill, Kai just sighed. Bringing suicide capsules to a scouting gig? These guys were ridiculously hardcore. The demon army was more complex than expected. Suddenly, a rustling noise hit. It was Kanzaki, trembling while staring at the corpse. Kai smoothly asked how long she had been watching. Stuttering, Kanzaki admitted she saw everything since Delphus hit the dirt. Kai laid it out clearly. That guy was a high-tier demon assassin, and that massive bear was just his brainless pawn all along. He orchestrated the monster attack on Nagas and the others. The demon army was totally hunting the hero candidates. Catching on, Kanzaki asked the golden question. How did Kai spot the assassin when nobody else did? Kai figured there was zero point in hiding it anymore. He decided to drop his lore on Kanzaki. His whole family runs an assassin business, so sniffing out another hitman was absolute child's play. Kanzaki was shook to her core, completely mind-blown. Kai just shrugged it off. Believe it or not, the corpse on the ground was raw proof. He gave her a chilling warning to keep her mouth shut entirely. The class was already panicking over Hashimoto, so causing more drama was a hard no. Kanzaki nodded. Honestly surprised our edgy boy was acting so decently. She never pegged him as the type to care about his classmates. Turning his back, Kai muttered that the noobs lacked combat experience. Her healing powers would definitely be a cheat code later. The duo sneaked back to the class huddle. Student number 34, Honjo Shiori, was burning her holy magic to heal Hashimoto. The divine aura worked miracles, making his nasty wounds vanish into thin air. Narumi was stressed out of his mind. He finally exhaled, hearing Hashimoto would be solid in 30 minutes. Then he totally fanboyed over Midutsuji, hyping him up for dropping that absolute unit of a bear. Midutsuji stayed humble, crediting the squad for the epic assist. Meanwhile, Kai went back to cosplaying a wallflower. But this time, Kanzaki kept staring at him like a total mystery. Right on cue, Leonora and Gus pulled up. They had been eating popcorn while the kids fought for their lives. Narumi angrily demanded why they didn't help. Gus coldly fired back. Saving you babies ruins the whole grind. Pushing fate to death's door is how you level up. Gus glared at the class, dropping a hard truth bomb. This was their new reality, so stop crying about it. Midutsuji stepped up, demanding answers. Why the heck did a boss-level monster spawn here? Didn't the instructors claim this zone only had trash mobs? Leonora rudely interrupted with a theory. It was probably a demon assassin's fault, since armored bears don't even spawn here. The guy was likely scouting to measure the hero candidate's combat power. If so, that creep might still be camping nearby. Defenses needed a major upgrade. Leonora smirked, announcing a massive difficulty spike for training. With their current trash skills, they would all get wiped out in a heartbeat. The class lost their minds, morale hitting rock bottom. Midutsuji played the hero again, flat out rejecting that absolute nonsense. Everyone was already traumatized by their first real fight, so cranking the difficulty was pure insanity. Leonora flashed a toxic smile at Midutsuji. Play by her rules, or get packed up. Midutsuji was left completely speechless. Hot-headed Arashi Satsuki stormed forward. First, Leonora kidnapped them into this mess, and now she is acting like a dictator? What a garbage attitude. But before he could pop off, Gus shut him down hard. Blocking his path, Gus gave him a death glare. Every single student here was just Leonora's pawn, so talking back was a total death wish. The whole class stood there, jaws dropping to the floor. Arashi Satsuke was absolutely boiling with rage. If Midotsuji hadn't held him back, he would have thrown hands with Gus right then. He furiously asked how Midotsuji could stay so incredibly chill. Midotsuji dropped some hard logic. Think about it. If they rebelled now, the entire country would turn hostile. They literally had zero chance of winning that fight. Gus slowly clapped for Midotsuji. Highly impressive, reading the room perfectly. He turned away, reminding them they were valuable pieces, safe as long as they obeyed. But that warning only made Arashi Satsuke's blood boil hotter. The whole country is their enemy? Bring it on! Say less. I will fight the whole server. Arashi Satsuke ignited his aura, unleashing a brutal punch at Gus. Catching him off guard, the hit connected. Arashi Satsuke smirked, thinking he secured the bag. Plot twist, Gus didn't even take a scratch! The man retaliated with a devastating hook straight to Arashi Satsuke's face, sending him flying into the dirt. Gus just stared down at the trash, radiating absolute disgust. With these trash power levels, they stood zero chance. Leonora and Gus dipped, casually dropping that tomorrow's hell training gets even worse. Arashi Satsuke's lackeys scraped him off the floor, blood leaking from his face. Dude was absolutely seething. He was cursing Gus's entire bloodline. Total rage quit vibes. Fast forward one day, post-trauma, our sorry class huddled up again. Today's substitute teacher, that creepy monster nerd Steady, she gave a half-baked check-in on yesterday's casualties. Hashimoto raised her hand. Completely fine now. Ano's healing hacks literally saved her life. Steady clapped like a proud psycho. A healer is totally overpowered, she cheered, before dropping today's twisted syllabus. She dragged us into her shady lab. Plot twist. We were on monster fighting duty today, right inside her creepy basement. The heavy doors creaked open. We dragged our feet inside. Total freak show. Cages stacked everywhere, packed with nightmares. From bottom-tier trash like goblins to absolute beefcakes like orcs. You name it, she caged it. These freaks were her personal guinea pigs. Her twisted science fair was basically the ultimate tutorial zone for our survival training. Steady was practically drooling over her own setup. Free combat data from traumatized teens? Huge win for her. And just like that, the sparring session kicked off. I chilled in the back, watching the show. Surprisingly, no one was throwing a tantrum, despite the sudden boss fights. Guess yesterday's near-death experience forced them to level up mentally, even if they were secretly terrified. Across the room, Nagas got completely flattened by a massive brute. Midotsuji started screeching, begging Steady to pull the plug. The level gap was way too huge. Steady did not even blink. Leonora ordered her to play hardcore mode, no hand-holding allowed. Besides, she thought the beast was mid at best. Hero candidates with divine buffs should not be getting clapped by a basic mob. Meanwhile, Nagas picked herself up. She was officially pissed. Pure fiery rage exploded around her as she roasted that ugly orc with a blazing inferno. Combat is 90% mindset. Honestly, this should have been an easy farm for us. The only thing nerfing their stats was their own annoying hesitation. Steady was still giving Midotsuji a hardcore lore dump. Level up your divine spirit, and boom, you unlock sick new skill trees. I had been eavesdropping the whole time. I strolled over and tapped his shoulder. My hunch was right. My system interface flared up. Midotsuji had actually unlocked a brand new spirit, a level 1 kamikaze monster slayer. Not bad at all. Midotsuji hyped up and asked Steady for a live test drive. He strutted into the arena. He popped his new skill, sinking it with his anti-monster blade. The orc stared at the glowing sword, its ugly jaw dropping in pure panic. Midotsuji did not hesitate. He lunged like a missile. The orc threw up its arms, but a clean slice deleted its limb. One more slash and the head went flying. The whole class lost their minds, screaming like hardcore fanboys. I stayed quiet, just enjoying the view. Analyzing his new specs, I figured Midotsuji could easily crack that armored bear's annoying defense now. It made me wonder, could I cheese the system and roll a new spirit for myself? Scanning the room, I noticed others got buffs too. Even that annoying edgelord Arashi Satsuke. No way I was giving that jerk any free hints though. The math was simple. Spirits could be totally expanded. I could not just spam my old world assassin combos anymore. Time to actually get good. Midnight hit. Arashi Satsuke's discount villain squad held a secret strategy meeting. The master plan? Shiv Gus first, tie up Leonora, and force her to drop the fast travel code back home. His lackeys were completely hyped, escaping this trash world and zero chance of getting resummoned if they flat out delete Leonora. Arashi Satsuke turned his creepy charisma on, trying to drag Narumi into their mess. Narumi was sweating bullets. Their win rate looked like pure garbage. He gritted his teeth. Sure, it was a ticket home, but straight-up murder was still a massive red flag. Then he remembered Hashimoto, almost becoming bear chow. That dark memory pushed him over the edge. He was in. Next day, the grind continued. I strolled up to Midotsuji, asking why he was sweating like a tryhard. He looked at me dead serious, said he was still bottom-tier trash and needed to grind harder. Honestly, Dude could probably solo half the Royal Knights already, but to him, it was not enough. I still cannot scratch Gus, he muttered. Not strong enough to carry the whole team yet. So I dropped the big question. What is your take on our lovely wardens, Leonora and Gus? He scoffed. He knew they treated us like disposable, non-playable characters in their sick little war. But he figured they were not lying about one thing. Play the good little soldiers, and they will not execute us. So you are really betting your entire life to go punch the Demon Lord? I asked. Midutsuji nodded, completely serious. But plot twist, he planned to solo the entire boss raid, become the ultimate hero, all by himself. That was his master plan. Play nice, make a deal, and keep the class out of the respawn screen. I mean, cute script, bro, but good luck getting that wicked witch Leonora to sign off on it. Midutsuji practically radiated main character energy. My sword will force her to agree. Just as training wrapped up, the two boomer bosses showed up. Steady literally bolted toward them, wagging her invisible tail like a total simp. Nagas demanded to know their away-from-keyboard status. Leonora just gave an icy smile, said they were logging out for a few days, left her favorite lapdog, Steady, in charge of babysitting us. Announcement over, the dynamic duo dipped. Steady flashed the most villainous smirk ever. Out by their fancy carriage, Gus looked stressed. Was this a massive mistake? He asked. Leonora just played dumb. Gus dropped the polite act. He knew Arashi Satsuke was plotting a server wipe. Leonora casually sipped her tea, totally unbothered. She already knew about the mutiny. Honestly, she was just eager to see what hilarious trap they would set. To her, we were literal bugs. Gus was not buying her chill vibe, though. Our stats were shooting up daily. We might be rookies, but we were still freaking hero candidates. A successful mutiny was a super rare drop, but if it happened, the whole system would crash. Leonora literally laughed it off. Her ego was through the roof. 0% chance these kids could touch her. She was using this pathetic rebellion as an excuse to enforce absolute dominance. Let them riot, crush their little uprising, and shatter their fangs for the rest of eternity. Brutal. The whole setup smelled like a trap, but whatever. Come nightfall, I snuck out for some solo grinding. Mobs were dropping left and right. 13 seconds flat to delete a lizard freak. I pulled up my appraisal menu to check my own specs. Swore I leveled up after turning that demon assassin Delphish into dust. Still, this appraisal spirit was tricky. Had to figure out its hidden mechanics. I spun out of the way just as an orc threw a massive haymaker. Sidestepping smoothly, I flicked 3 throwing knives at its ugly mug. Clink, 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 deflected by its stupidly thick armor. Another dodge. Perfect time to test my new hack. I triggered my weakness detection spirit. My vision shifted. A glowing red target locked right onto the back of its neck. Zero hesitation. I launched myself up and sank a blade right into the bullseye. It pierced deep. A geyser of blood erupted as the beast crashed hard. System notification, my spirit leveled up. Now I could scan giant hitboxes for critical weak points. Weakness detection was officially online. It was not a garbage skill, but honestly, still not enough to carry me. To survive this nightmare server, I needed way more firepower. Time to get seriously overpowered. I spammed the new skill to test its limits. A flurry of blades deleted a goblin squad in seconds. Their weak spots? Brain and heart. Kind of useless since basic mobs die easily anyway. Total overkill for low-tier trash. I needed a real boss fight. Just as I was about to hunt for a mini-boss, a sound caught my ear. Crunching leaves, human footsteps. Someone was crashing my grinding spot. I spun around, blades ready. It was just Kanzaki. What the hell are you doing out here? I muttered. She mumbled about me missing from the dorms and took a wild guess I would be in the death forest. I let out a massive sigh. Are you crazy? I warned her. This zone is hardcore mode at night. Go back to base. I had the dark vision advantage, but she did not. Fighting blind against night spawns is a fast way to get a game over. Kanzaki snapped at Kai to shut it, asking what he was doing creeping around. Kai just smirked, saying he was test driving a new guardian. Steady literally told them leveling up might drop some sick new guardians. Kanzaki paused, asking what his shiny new skill actually did, but this edgelord just turned his back, totally ignoring her. Kanzaki lost it. She came all this way because she was worried. And he acts like this? Kai suddenly hit her with the ultimate UNO reverse. You? Worried about me? Classic tsundere moment. Kanzaki's face turned tomato red as she stumbled over her words. Kai tuned her out, telling her to go home so he could grind his new skills. She was about to invite herself along, but suddenly, a massive cloud of smoke totally crashed the party. A whole mob of monsters just gate-crashed the student dorms. Midutsuji and Nagas were forced to throw down, completely clueless about what the heck was happening. Kai and Kanzaki booked it back at top speed. Their dorm was literally going up in flames. Kai grabbed a random student, demanding some answers. The dude was totally clueless, saying he just woke up to a raging fire and ugly monsters swarming everywhere. Kai instantly realized this wasn't an accident. Somebody lit this match. The mastermind was definitely hiding nearby, and they had to catch them. Suddenly, a slow clap echoed out, praising Kai's big brain deduction. It was steady, chilling like a villain on top of the wall. Kai had been scratching his head over how these freaks bypassed security, but now the math was mathing. Every single one of these ugly mobs came straight out of Steady's creepy little laboratory. Steady totally owned it, bragging that these monsters were her adorable little guinea pigs. Plus, she pumped them full of some sketchy steroids to buff their stats, since they were absolute trash tier before. Kai demanded to know her endgame. What exactly was the point of griefing the hero candidates? Steady just shrugged it off, dropping the bomb that this was an order from the big boss. She was literally hired to wipe them out, even if it meant flushing her cushy job down the toilet. She didn't even hate the students, but she was still gonna pack them up. Kanzaki started sweating bullets. An order from the higher-ups? Was that old bat Leonora pulling the strings? Steady stood up, scoffing that she didn't give a crap about that old hag. This hit was ordered by the Demon Lord himself. Yup, she was actually playing double agent for the dark side all along. And if she pulled off this massacre, she'd score a sweet head researcher gig in the demon army. Kai's face went completely dark. Was this psycho seriously so obsessed with her monster experiments that she'd sell out humanity? Steady just pushed up her glasses like a true nerd. She went totally unhinged, ranting that basic humans were too stupid to understand the true beauty of these monsters. While the dorm was literally roasting in the background, Steady stood there posing on the wall like she was the main character. She ordered her entire mob to rush them. Kanzaki instantly cast a binding spell to freeze the monster army, leaving Steady for Kai to deal with. But plot twist, Kanzaki's magic totally bounced off this crazy chick like it was nothing. The monsters totally shattered the crowd control spell, leaving Kanzaki shook. Steady laughed like an absolute maniac, bragging that as a genius scientist, she obviously knew how to counter some basic debuffs. Then the smaller mobs just swarmed in all at once. Kai told Kanzaki to fall back, gripping his knife before literally walking through the enemy line. Every single step he took, another monster got brutally sliced into polygons. But those were just the appetizers, and the spawn rate was insane. Whoever jumped out, Kai immediately sent them to sleep. Even a massive orc caught a straight kick to the face and got totally folded on the ground. The surviving monsters actually started backing up, intimidated by Kai's crazy aura. Steady lost her mind, yelling at them to push forward since Kai didn't even have a strong guardian. Meanwhile, Kai casually activated his appraisal skill. Name: Steady, rank A. Age 28. Wait, hold up. Everyone thought Steady was a chick, but bro was literally just a cross-dresser. Attack, defense, agility, stamina, and mana were all absolute trash tier F. Status: half-demon. Domination magic capability, level 1. Now, it all clicked. Kanzaki's binding spell was totally useless because these mobs were aggroed to someone with a higher level command. High-tier demons could actually spam domination magic to hijack the monster's brains. Steady blew his whistle to command the beasts, smirking that he'd end this whole run right now. Without warning, a massive, blazing fireball rained down from the sky like an absolute nuke. Kai looked up to see a freaking dragon spitting straight up hellfire. This was the Fire Dragon, Steady's ultimate trump card. He totally didn't want to blow his ultimate move so early, but this absolute chaos forced his hand. The Fire Dragon whipped its massive tail into a chimney, sending huge chunks of debris raining down on the squad. Kanzaki was frozen like a deer in headlights, totally unable to dodge. Thank God Kai swooped in and literally saved her life. That scaly beast was already charging its next hit. Kai yelled at Narumi to carry Kanzaki out of the danger zone. The Fire Dragon flapped its giant wings and dive-bombed straight for Kai. Thanks to his broken skill, Kai easily spotted its critical hit zone, a reverse scale on its neck. He instantly went for a heavy slash, but its armor was way too tanky. Kai's current attack stats just weren't high enough to pierce it. Things were looking super grim. Suddenly, Arashi spawned on the roof looking like an absolute boss, shouting, "Check out the perfect size of my new prey!" With that insane battle cry, he dive-kicked straight into the dragon's kneecap. But it literally did 0 damage. The Fire Dragon just got super triggered and blasted him with a gigantic flamethrower attack. Arashi ended up doing the stop, drop, and roll to put himself out. Kai just facepalmed, sighing at this total noob mistake. Still, you gotta admit that beast was overpowered. Kai stepped up, realizing the only way to beat this raid boss was if the two of them actually partied up and jumped it together. Arashi acted all stuck up, claiming he didn't need any backups. But Kai shut that down, explaining he could see the boss's weak point, but totally lacked the DPS to crack it. Arashi smirked at the co-op invite, asking, "So you're begging for a carry?" "I don't party with filthy casuals," Arashi snapped. But they had 0 time to roast each other because the Fire Dragon started spamming its tail sweep. Both dudes had to jump simultaneously to dodge getting clapped by that massive tail. Then the lizard started breathing fire again, targeting Arashi with absolute rage. Arashi realized he was totally out of his depth. His solo stats just weren't enough to secure the kill. Swallowing his pride, he finally accepted Kai's team-up request. Kai dropped the strat. The weak spot was that reverse scale right on its neck. He'd grab all the aggro while Arashi charged up an explosive strike straight to that scale. For a hothead like him, pulling that off was basically a cakewalk. Up top, Steady was losing it, screaming at his pet. "Why are you just standing there? Erase them, Fire Dragon!" Taking orders from its master, the fiery beast completely raged out, dropping a roar so wild it practically blew everything away. Kai instantly pulled aggro, kiting the beast to make it chase him around. He was dodging left and right, totally juking the dragon to break its defense while trying not to get completely vaporized. This was the golden window. Arashi dashed toward that reverse scale and unleashed a brutal punch fueled by pure gamer rage. Catching a critical hit right on its weak point, the dragon's defense completely broke as it let out an agonizing screech. And just like that, the almighty fire dragon was totally dusted, leaving Steady completely shook. Meanwhile, Arashi started flexing hard, acting super smug after taking down such an epic raid boss. Kai calmly looked up at Steady, dropping cold reality. "You just lost your ultimate. Do you really want to keep going?" Even though Steady was totally panicking, he kept yapping about having a ton of other monster backups. But joke's on him, every single one of his mobs was already knocked out flat on the ground. The other students had completely wiped the floor with them, sending them straight back to the lobby. Steady tried to dip in absolute terror, but Narumi blocked his exit. In his panic, he slipped and hilariously plummeted straight down. Obviously, they weren't going to let him just respawn. Kai pressed his knife right in the guy's face, glaring down. "It's literally past midnight, and we've wasted way too much energy cleaning up your trash. But I need some answers first." Steady was literally crapping his pants, frantically begging for mercy. He swore he'd spill every single piece of intel he had. But some crazy dark force wasn't about to let him talk, brutally game-overing, Steady in a split second. It was definitely some kind of vicious death curse. Kai remembered reading about this messed up magic in the library lore. Basically, his bosses planted a silence curse on him, and the second he tried to snitch, his account got permanently deleted. Kai went totally silent. It was crazy clear that the Demon Lord's army was still a massive, looming threat. The very next day, after the whole Steady disaster, Leonora acted super heartbroken over the news. She played dumb, pretending she couldn't believe this happened while she was away. Narumi totally called her out, snapping, "You're the one who hired Steady. Aren't you going to apologize?" Slowly, a totally sinister smirk crept onto the old bat's face. "My bad. I totally apologize for the misunderstanding," she sneered. "Let me rephrase that. I just never expected such a trash-tier monster tamer to actually cause this much crazy damage. That's what I really meant." The whole squad was absolutely shook by her savage words. She practically admitted they knew Steady was a demon spy, but just let him run wild for the lulz. Meanwhile, Leonora just kept chuckling like the whole thing was some hilarious joke. "I warned you guys. The training only gets worse from here. That little stunt was just a taste. Naturally, one dude was absolutely losing his mind, since we literally almost died. That psycho literally set everything on fire while we were sleeping. But Gias totally shut him down. "Stop whining like babies," he scoffed. "It's your own fault for sleeping like logs." That shut everyone up real quick. Honestly, Kai kind of agreed with the jerk. They didn't spot the monsters until it was too late. Still, expecting normal high schoolers to be elite guards? Total garbage logic. Anyway, on to the main event. Next up, the student field trip to the royal capital. The real goal? Showing off the shiny new hero candidates to the masses. They're throwing a massive public parade. And yep, the students are the main star monkeys on stage. As night fell, Gaius ordered the guards to crash and get some sleep until the sun came up. Chilling by the campfire, Arashi Satsuki did the math. Only about 30 guards were escorting them, and honestly, they looked like total weakling NPCs. His lackey hyped him up, saying the boss could one-shot them all. But Arashi Satsuki had a bigger brain play. Golden opportunity, baby. Usually there's a whole army around, but now, just 30 dudes. The students heavily outnumbered the guards now. Plus, those armor-wearing clowns totally underestimated Arashi Satsuki's crew. They'd never in a million years expect a bunch of clueless teenagers to stage a full-blown mutiny. Arashi Satsuki declared tonight was the perfect time to strike, signaling Narumi's gang to gather up. Eavesdropping from the shadows, Kai silently agreed. The guard count was super low, and they definitely weren't top-tier elites. But hold up, Leonora and Gus were insanely confident. They could keep all these super-powered teens in check. Kai needed more time to figure out what kind of broken cheat skill they were hiding. Kai pulled Midutsuji aside for a secret chat. Once all the off-duty guards were snoring in their tents, Arashi Satsuki and Narumi's squad finally made their move. But plot twist. Midutsuji's crew stepped right in their way. Word on the street is you're plotting to pack up Leonora and Gus. When asked who the snitch was, Midutsuji just played it cool. Just overheard it while taking a stroll, bro. Nagas thought this was absolute madness. Sure, those two were totally obnoxious, but straight-up murder was taking it too far. Arashi Satsuki snapped back, "You're the crazy ones! How long are we gonna play good little lapdogs? Midu Suji totally got their frustration, but starting a bloodbath was crossing the line. There had to be a less unhinged way to handle this. Arashi Satsuke just scoffed, calling it all cheap talk. Midu Tsuji's big brain plan? Play along as Leonora's pawn and smash the Demon Lord. In exchange, he'd force her to guarantee everyone's safety. Arashi Satsuke wasn't buying it. You seriously think that witch will listen to you? Midu Tsuji didn't flinch. Once I level up, I'll have the raw power to negotiate, but the edgy meathead just laughed in his face. It was pure fantasy. And besides, he didn't need some weakling playing hero for him. So much for diplomacy. Arashi Satsuke wasn't about to take orders from scrubs. He just wanted a ticket back to Earth. Midu Tsuji locked eyes with him. If you're really doing this, we're taking you down. And just like that, the brawl kicked off. Arashi Satsuke's speed was straight up glitchy. Midu Tsuji got blasted backward. Arashi Satsuke, high on his own stats, was actually shocked the nerd managed to block his epic strike. Suddenly, two random guards strolled by on patrol. Midu Tsuji sweated bullets, quickly lying that they were just having a heated debate. The clueless guards bought it, just telling them to hit the hay early for tomorrow's grind. Boom, mutiny cancelled. Arashi Satsuke ground his teeth in pure rage. Freaking annoying, he hissed. I'm so done with these pathetic losers. Talking to them is a total waste of breath. Next day, boom, welcome to the Eris Holy Temple in the royal capital. The students finally arrived. The place was bustling and loud, but honestly, still nowhere near as packed as a random Tuesday in Tokyo. The locals stared like total weirdos at the massive carriage and the squad of teens trailing behind. Gus went full drill sergeant, screaming, "Move it, peasants! Make way for Archbishop Leonora and the glorious hero candidates." The curious mob practically parted like magic. To these guys, hero candidates were basically VIPs chosen by God himself. The crowd went absolutely feral, cheering for the students like they were A-list pop idols. Midu Tsuji actually waved back like a dork, while Arashi Satsuke's gang looked like they'd stepped in dog crap. Kai figured it out quickly. These locals were hyping them up way too much, desperately believing these teens would save their sorry lives. The whole vibe gave Kanzaki some serious secondhand cringe. Suddenly, this dude with curly blonde hair stepped up. Turns out, he was a holy knight, and apparently the designated hype man for today's speech. Welcome to the royal capital, O chosen ones. Grab some rest and recharge after that brutal trek. Finally, the squad got to crash on actual, soft beds, instead of sleeping on dirt like stray dogs. The girls even scored a hot spring trip, basically feeling like they'd respawned with full HP. The rest of the gang ate like literal cavemen. The poor maids couldn't even spawn food fast enough to keep up. Meanwhile, Midu Tsuji was grinding his stats like a tryhard, while Kai casually snooped around for intel. But damn, this place was crawling with guards. Roaming the castle like he owned the place was a fast track to getting shanked. Suddenly, he spotted their tour guide knight, chatting up two random grunts. "Where did the hero candidates go, Sir Janus?" one asked. "Probably snoring in their fancy rooms by now," the knight replied casually. The guard kept pressing. "Are those brats really chosen by the creator god?" Well, considering these kids had stats way more cracked than normal teens, you could definitely say they were built different. The other guard shivered. He was super paranoid about the Demon Lord's followers. Stashing the heroes in the capital was basically a massive neon target sign. His buddy nodded along, completely sweating it. "Things have been crazy lately. We gotta stay on guard." Janice just laughed it off like a clueless NPC. "Chill out. The heroes will protect the city, right? Anyway, training time. Let's roll." That just loaded Kai's brain with even more question marks. Time for a little undercover town trip. That night, looking like a shady rogue in a hood, Kai hit up a local tavern and demanded the bartender's best booze and snacks. At a nearby table, some chubby red-haired dude and a blonde guy were violently gossiping about the hero candidates. The redhead mocked the heroes as nothing but bratty kids, but the blonde guy was a total church fanboy. Kai connected the dots. In this messed up country, the church held all the power. People were honestly more terrified of the priest than the actual king. The bartender slammed his beer down. Perfect timing to squeeze him for lore. The guy nodded, ready to spill. "Look, I'm a newbie in this kingdom," Kai started. "What is the deal with these Demon Lord's followers everyone is crying about? Who even are they?" The old bartender scratched his head. "You know we're in a survival game against the demon army, right? Well, their big boss is the absolute worst monster to ever exist. Rumor has it some humans actually get seduced by his insane cheat-level power. Those sickos are his followers. They're running wild out here. Just days ago, they literally blew a noble's mansion sky high. So basically, an undercover terrorist cult. Got it." Strolling back through the dark alleys, Kai put it together. Since the hero's whole quest is packing up the Demon Lord, flexing the students in the capital was guaranteed to bait those crazy cultists out. No wonder everyone was sweating buckets. Out of nowhere, Kanzaki came sprinting up like a maniac. "Finally found you. Where the heck did you vanish to?" Kai casually replied he was out farming for intel, since they were stuck in this freaky unknown server. Kanzaki knew that, but she was stressing out. Roaming solo in this world was basically a death wish. She even went full overachiever, practically begging to be his sidekick. Kai shut her down instantly. I'm good, bro. Just zip it and stick with the herd. But Kanzaki wasn't about to take that brutal rejection lying down. You should be kissing my feet for offering to help, she huffed. Kai let out a massive sigh. Fine, maybe she could be slightly useful. I need dirt on this royal capital. Go socialize with the town NPCs and see what drops. Kanzaki's face lit up like a total dork. She accepted instantly, skipping off to do her little side quest, but lurking nearby. A shady, hooded figure was tracking their every single move. A wicked, psychotic grin spread across his hidden face. After his whole pointless night walk, Kai honestly didn't score any legendary info, but at least he unlocked one vital detail. There was a brand new boss hiding in the shadows. Boom! A massive crash shattered the dead of night. Seriously, who the heck is making that much racket inside this room at this hour? Kai strolled in, finding the whole squad crowded together like sardines. What's the panic about? A girl chimed in. Kanzaki vanished into thin air. Her roommate, Onya, was the first to freak out. Everyone was running around like headless chickens searching for her. Kai just let out a heavy sigh. Hilariously, nobody even noticed he had been missing too. Perks of riding solo in a single room, I guess. Keeping his mouth totally shut about Kanzaki hitting the town, Kai played dumb. I was snoozing the whole time, guys. Buying his lie, Midutsuji suddenly spun around to address the mob. Listen up, she is definitely not in this castle. Dawn is breaking, let us head out and search. Nagas originally wanted to give Kanzaki some space, but right now, Midutsuji was calling the shots. It was pitch black outside. The whole town was still dead to the world. Kai kicked off his solo stealth mission, betting Kanzaki was wandering somewhere close by. Suddenly, something glinted in the dirt. Bingo Kanzaki's student ID card. But while he was playing detective, a squad of creepy, cloaked guys with drawn swords ambushed him from the shadows. Kai dodged like a freaking ninja. Grabbing one dude's wrist, he masterfully forced the assassins to skewer each other. Pure carnage. The last scrub standing watched his crew get wrecked and started violently shaking in his boots. Kai locked eyes with him, radiating pure killer intent. Your skills are absolute garbage, man. You look like an NPC, so what is your endgame here? Terrified out of his mind, the guy still refused to spill a single word. Oh, that just pissed Kai off even more. He coldly swore he would drag every single secret out of this loser. Meanwhile, Kanzaki was locked up tight in some sketchy underground dungeon. Both her arms were chained to the wall. The guard dogs just kept mocking her, spitting pure venom. She snapped that even if they asked a million times, her answer would not change. She had nothing to say to absolute trash. These clowns were just desperate for any juicy intel on the hero candidates. Pissed at her fierce rebellion, the two scumbags forcefully ripped off her outer jacket. Kanzaki's face turned cherry red, utterly helpless in those chains. Yet, despite the humiliation, she refused to snitch on her squad. Plot twist: Kai had been chilling in the shadows all along. With a smirk, he instantly activated his appraisal skill. These fools were literally just regular humans. Seriously, how did Kanzaki get kidnapped by these pathetic mobs? Without hesitating, Kai flicked his wrists. Two daggers instantly pierced their temples. Absolute bullseye. Stepping out of the darkness, he casually shattered Kanzaki's chains. She looked super embarrassed, feeling like a total burden. Kai just waved it off. Keep your mouth shut and do not make a sound. We will chat later. Top priority, getting the heck out of Dodge. But before they could even move, heavy footsteps echoed from the abyss. Suddenly, a massive figure charged them, slamming a heavy blade violently into the ground. Thank goodness for Kai's insane reflexes. He dashed backward just in time. The ambusher was none other than Genis, the so-called Holy Knight. This fanatic was on a sick mission to butcher every single hero candidate. But wait, plot twist. His true identity was a general of the Demon Lord's army. Doing the math, Kai realized this entire capital was already surrounded by demonic forces. Yeah, this kingdom was basically speedrunning toward total destruction. Genis arrogantly declared he would speed up the apocalypse by exterminating the heroes right now. The tension exploded. Both warriors dropped into their battle stances. A deadly dance of daggers against a monstrous broadsword. System check. Kai instantly scanned Genis Walter. Age 28, male. Attack, defense, agility, stamina, and mana were all a solid rank B. Level 3 in both swordsmanship and fire magic. An annoying all-rounder. Underestimating this guy would be completely suicidal. Genis fiercely charged forward first. Kai instantly leaped backward, dodging the deadly slash. A glowing crimson magic circle erupted from the knight's palm. Burn to ashes, he roared. A massive barrage of scorching fireballs blasted out from the sigil. Classic, overpowered fire magic. With zero ground options, Kai was forced to leap high into the air. Smirking, Genis seized the perfect opening to deliver a fatal mid-air slash. Kai desperately chucked a dagger at him, but it totally pinged off. Useless. The general's broadsword suddenly ignited into a blazing inferno. It looked like a total game over for our boy Kai. But right as the villain started his arrogant monologue, bam! He caught a literal bullet straight to the forehead, and just like that, the trash was taken out in record time. Kai stared at his smoking gun. He hated wasting his super limited ammo, but the dead guy was actually right. Jumping midair was a total rookie mistake. If he wanted to survive in this insane fantasy world, Kai seriously needed to start brawling his enemies head-on. Peeking timidly from behind a wall, Kanzaki gasped. Wait, is that a freaking gun? Standard assassin loadout, obviously. She was low-key terrified her classmate was packing heat this whole time, but honestly, she was just super thankful he saved her life. Playing it cool, Kai awkwardly rubbed his neck, claiming it was just pure coincidence. Meanwhile, Kanzaki was still frustrated about her sealed powers. She had zero clue why, but those sketchy cuffs had completely jammed her magic. The second they shattered, her mana flowed normally again. Those binding chains were definitely some high-tier anti-magic artifacts. Being a total gentleman, Kai tossed an enemy's cloak over Kanzaki to cover her torn clothes. Time to bounce. In a panic, Kanzaki warned him that those cultists were hunting their entire class. Kai just smirked, he already knew. One of the goons he interrogated on his way here had spilled all the tea. Yep, that single cowardly survivor from the alleyway ambush sang like a canary. Pale as a ghost, the loser begged for his life, knowing his survival totally depended on his cooperation. Dropping to his knees, he cried about just following orders. His bosses ordered an absolute massacre on the hero candidates to protect their demon lord. When Kai aggressively interrogated him about Kanzaki, the rat swore she was still breathing. Their grand, evil master plan? Keep her as live bait to trap the rest of the squad. And that is exactly how our boy got the VIP coordinates to Kanzaki's dungeon. Surprisingly though, that squealer did not explode from a death curse like Steady did. Because of that detail, Kai heavily doubted pure demons were pulling the strings. Kanzaki looked totally crushed, realizing human cultists actually existed here. She genuinely believed everyone in this fantasy world was on their side. Big yikes. Kai sighed deeply, warning this painfully naive girl to stop being so gullible. This is exactly why you ended up chained to a dungeon wall, you know? Pouting, Kanzaki defended herself, claiming literally anyone would have fallen for it since they acted so helpful. Kai just rolled his eyes. The harsh reality? Their enemies were not just some ugly monsters, but greedy humans too. Kanzaki just angrily huffed and turned away. Ugh, I totally regret it, okay? My bad, she grumbled. Right on cue, Midutsuji came sprinting over, panting heavily. Thank heavens you are safe. Did Kai actually track you down? Playing it incredibly cool, our stealthy main character kept quiet. Kai cut the fluff. They needed a serious war council, right now. Seeing his deadly serious expression, Midutsuji instantly knew the situation was completely messed up. Kai quickly spilled the tea on the underground demonic cult. They were dealing with crazy human fanatics worshipping the demon lord and betraying mankind, and their main target, the hero candidates. Midutsuji frowned in heavy silence. Seriously? Our own kind? The scariest part? Unlike ugly monsters, these traitors blended right in with normal people. The squad absolutely needed to stay frosty. Midutsuji suggested snitching to Leonora immediately, hoping the boss lady would crank up the castle's defenses. Kanzaki totally shot that idea down. Knowing Leonora, that lazy commander would just tell them to deal with it themselves. Step 1 was obviously rounding up the class and brainstorming a solid battle plan. But right now, everyone was hopelessly scattered. Suddenly, a massive explosion violently shook the building. From the thick smoke, an absolute swarm of brainwashed cultists emerged, completely surrounding them. Gripping their weapons tightly, these lunatics looked ready to devour the trio alive. All doubts vanished into thin air. This was a calculated, deadly ambush designed to slaughter the heroes. Aura blazing, the trio dropped into combat stances. The other students were definitely getting jumped too. A quick scan confirmed the worst 6 enemies total, and every single one was terrifyingly human. Let's go. Sure, their stats totally sucked compared to Zenus. But these bozos were still seasoned fighters. One yell from their boss, and the whole mob rushed us like crazy. Kanzaki spammed her domination magic, freezing them solid. Then Kai started tossing, throwing knives right between their eyes. But softy Midutsuji freaked out. They are human, not demons. We cannot just waste them. Kai did not care about that human or demon nonsense. Enemies are enemies, period. While they were arguing, some scrub tried a sneaky backstab. Midutsuji instantly spun around, blocking the strike with his blade. The guy still could not stomach killing, trying to talk the cultist out of it. As if the fanatic did not care about his own life, screaming about doing it all for his master. Kanzaki almost jumped in, but Kai blocked her. Midutsuji had to save his own skin this time. In a flash, Midutsuji snapped the dude's sword clean in half. His absolute final warning. Surrender and you get to live! Drop the weapon! Yeah, right, the psycho just screamed louder. Are you mocking me? You totally pathetic hero candidate. The maniac charged, scoring a tiny scratch on Midutsuji's arm. He laughed like he just won the lottery. That was the absolute last straw. One clean slash, and Midutsuji sliced the guy wide open. The creep twitched in a pool of his own blood, still acting tough. Finish him, Kai ordered flatly, but Midutsuji just wanted to ditch the trash and let him bleed out. But for Kai, leaving loose ends was a rookie mistake. Midutsuji was totally shook by his friend's icy logic. He is still human. Kai just shrugged. Midutsuji, that is your call, bro. While we are busy arguing, the whole class is getting wrecked. Are you not going to help them? You are literally our strongest guy. Midutsuji choked on his words, so Kai kept spitting facts. What matters more, the life of this scumbag enemy or our actual classmates? Boom, reality check. Midutsuji finally figured out what actually mattered to him. Without blinking, he ended the cultist and rushed off to play hero. Meanwhile, Arashi's squad had already wiped the floor with their ambushers. Arashi literally choked out the last dude midair, then punched him straight to the afterlife. Savage move, but totally on brand for him. The other students were sweating buckets, throwing fireballs everywhere, but there were just way too many freaking enemies. Nagase kept shouting for everyone to man up and start taking them down, but the rest of the class was too soft. They just could not handle killing other humans. The creepy cultist totally milked that hesitation, targeting the girls. Nagase could only watch in pure frustration. Suddenly, Leonora popped up. Should I give you kids a passing grade? The cultists completely lost their minds seeing her. You witch! You are the saintess! Duh. And you know these hero candidates are my adorable little minions. Obviously, I would crash the party to save them, right? The bozo still tried to talk tough. You did not even bring your precious knights. You think we are a freaking joke? To Leonora, these guys were just brainwashed losers, simping for the demon lord. Honestly, she did not even see them as a real threat. Triggered by the disrespect, the mob swarmed her. But bam! A blinding golden light hit, freezing every single one of them in their tracks. Wait, that looked exactly like Kanzaki's magic. But Leonora totally scoffed. Do not compare my ultimate power to that cheap trick. Her range and absolute control were on a terrifyingly different level. Nagase nervously asked why the heck she bothered saving them. Did I not just mention grading your little exam? Though I would totally prefer if you handled your own messes. Consider this upper management taking care of the interns. Suddenly, a bleeding cultist crawled over and grabbed her dress. Do not abandon us! What are you doing? Oops, my bad. Are you actually still breathing? Everyone, massacre them all. The entire class froze in total horror. Then, their bodies started moving completely on their own. Gripping their swords like freaking puppets, they plunged the blades into the dying enemies. The girls were screaming in pure terror, but their hands kept stabbing. Up on the roof, Kai and Kanzaki binge-watched the whole messed up show. Kai instantly recognized it. Tier 3 domination magic. It made Kanzaki's skill look like a total joke. This crazy lady was mass-controlling the entire squad. The sheer raw power was just absolutely busted. They desperately needed a counter to this toxic ability. Fast forward 12 hours later, the traumatized class huddled together in the dark. The girls were literally traumatized wrecks, utterly shell-shocked. Narumi hissed that she would never forgive that witch. Mind-controlling kids to commit murder? Unbelievably messed up. Nagase got brainwashed too, but she was mostly just super annoyed. She knew the others were completely breaking down though, so she totally took the blame for the whole disaster. Midutsuji was busy guilt-tripping himself for not playing the hero fast enough. The crew tried hyping him up since he did save a bunch of them. Kanzaki was also kicking herself, wishing she arrived sooner. Leave it to Kai to drop the ice-cold truth. Arriving early would not have changed a damn thing. None of them had the stats to fight Leonora anyway. Before this mess, their trio had split up. The strategy was to rescue as many classmates as physically possible. They definitely saved a few squads, but totally missed the timing to save Nagase's group from the trauma, the stupid demon lord cult. Kai knew this absolutely was not their final boss fight, but after watching their top-tier General Zenus get clapped, they would probably hide in their basements for a while. Plus, there was way spicier drama to deal with right now. Kai casually turned to Kanzaki. Hey, come with me for a sec. He dragged her into an empty room and slammed the door shut. Cue Kanzaki blushing like a massive tomato. But Kai totally ruined the mood with his deadpan voice. To hack Leonora's domination magic, I need a guinea pig with the exact same power. That is you. Kanzaki instantly chucked her romantic delusions out the window. So, what is the grand master plan? Simple, Kai smirked. First, dominate me. Just one day after surviving that cultist freak show, the kingdom threw a massive parade, celebrating their shiny new hero candidates. After watching them completely wreck the bad guys, the royal capital citizens were practically throwing themselves at their feet. But standing in this insanely hyped crowd, Kai's paranoia was totally going off. Was this massive party just another script written by that manipulative saintess? If so, she was 100 times more toxic than he thought. The crew gathered outside the massive gates. Looks like the whole gang is here, Leonora announced. Perfect. I want you all packing up for the Alpha Sanctuary, the exact same place they got magically kidnapped to. Basically the heart of Leonora's creepy home turf. But plot twist, she was not tagging along, claimed she had to clean up the ridiculous mess from yesterday, so Gus got stuck babysitting the hero squad instead. Nagase totally sassed her. We can go back, but our dorms are literally ashes right now. You know that, right? Suddenly, she spotted Narumi shivering like a leaf. She checked on her, but Narumi played the I am totally fine card. Yeah, right. Her pale face completely exposed the lie. Is there a problem? Leonora suddenly chimed in. Just her wicked voice made Narumi stumble in pure panic. Thank God Nagase caught her mid-fall. Acting all innocent, the crazy saintess excused herself. Narumi was basically hallucinating, begging her friend to stop. Leonora just walked away, flashing the most incredibly sketchy smile ever. Glad to hear that. Catch you kids later. The rest of the class was low-key fuming at her attitude. But whatever, they were completely powerless anyway. Night finally dropped and everyone huddled around the boring campfires again. Arashi's toxic squad was absolutely still plotting their shady little scheme. Kai read them like an open book. With Leonora gone and only 30 pathetic guards around, those guards were absolute fodder compared to the hero candidates. It was the perfect golden opportunity to assassinate Gus. Honestly, Kai had zero reason to stop them. Time to grab some popcorn and enjoy the absolute chaos. Narumi played the perfect bait. He lured Gus to the middle of nowhere with some fake news about a dragon. But when they arrived, total confusion. Super suspicious, right? I swear I saw it right here. This was the main route to the royal capital. A real dragon here? Big yikes. Gus bought it completely. He planned to run back, sound the alarm, and bring the hunting squad. Suddenly, Narumi pointed dead ahead. Look! The old man took the bait. Hook, line, and sinker. That was Arashi Satsuke's cue. Boom. A devastating sneak attack from behind, packed with explosive firepower. Point-blank range. Narumi barely dodged his own teammate's blast. As the smoke cleared, Gus was bleeding heavily down his face. Arashi Satsuke casually dusted his jacket off. Wow, my max tier fire did not instantly delete you? You are like a freaking cockroach, old man, but crushing stubborn bugs, that is my specialty. Arashi Satsuke smirked, ruthlessly flexing on the heavily injured veteran. You realized we set you up, right? Welcome to the kill zone. We prepped this trap just for you. What, draining your aura just to stay alive? That blast definitely scrambled your insides, did it not? Gus was fuming. Ambushed by a bunch of cheap shot teens? Unbelievable. But Arashi Satsuke gave 0 points for style. He only cared about the kill. Call it dirty, call it whatever. Arashi Satsuke literally could not care less. Realizing the squad had him totally boxed in, Gus gritted his teeth. He gripped his sword, shifting into a desperate battle stance. Arashi Satsuke snapped his fingers, signaling the crew to jump him. No holding back, guys. Make sure this boomer takes a permanent dirt nap right here. Gus knew reasoning with edgy teenagers was useless. His only play? A distress flare shot straight into the sky. Miles away, Kai saw the bright flash. Well, things just got spicy, he muttered. Arashi Satsuke's grand plan was cracking. The Royal Guard spotted the emergency flare immediately. Panic set in. Wait. Commander Gus has been missing in action for a while. The guards realized, suspecting a high-level ambush, the guards rushed toward the flare's location. Big mistake. Emerging from the shadows, Kai intercepted the scout, ending him with a single, brutal knife swipe. Nothing personal, honestly. Kai did not even hate the guy, but if you are a random mob guard in this world, your plot armor is 0. The other guards charged in blind rage, only to meet the exact same bloody fate. One by one, they dropped like flies. The survivors were sweating bullets, completely terrified. Why was a hero candidate slaughtering them? Kai blurred forward, pressing his cold blade against a guard's throat. Did I say you could ask questions? Slice. A fountain of strawberry syrup painted the grass. Meanwhile, back at the boss fight, Gus was still holding off the teenage hit squad. 2 guys rushed him, but the old man parried perfectly. Narumi summoned a massive wind spear. Another student spammed support buffs, maxing out their stats. Gus was internally screaming, but his reflexes kicked in. He wildly dodged the lethal arrow strike. A third kid lunged forward, moving in slow motion compared to Gus. The veteran slashed his blade with deadly precision. Clang, 0 damage. The kid's iron body skill made him literal concrete. That overpowered cheat skill shattered Gus's sword completely. Then came Arashi Satsuke's flaming right hook. Smash! Gus was sent flying, losing an entire arm in a geyser of blood. And he was still breathing? Talk about insane health points. Narumi finally realized the flare's purpose. He is stalling, waiting for the royal guards to crash our party. But Gus just coughed up blood and laughed. No need for that anymore. Leonora materialized out of thin air behind him. Cornered like a rat, aren't we? Cut to the other side of the forest, where jaws were dropping. Kanzaki was literally mind-controlling the enemy guards into tying themselves up. Just following orders, she said blankly. Wait, what? The squad was mind-blown. Kanzaki was usually a lone wolf who ignored everyone. Who on earth was commanding her? Right on cue, Kai stepped from the shadows. My bad, Mirutsuji. She is taking orders from me. Kanzaki had already captured 7 guards without breaking a sweat. A few tried to run, but Kai had already permanently silenced them. Midutsuji stared in horror. His friend had blood on his hands again. Kai just shrugged like it was nothing. Yep, wiped them out. No survivors left, except these tied-up losers. Midutsuji demanded to know what the heck was going on. Well, obviously. Arashi Satsuke's crew is busy raiding Commander Gus right now. Figured I would clean up the trash mob so they would not get interrupted. So that was the missing puzzle piece. That explained Arashi Satsuke's disappearance. Nagas gasped. The rebellion plan. They actually went through with it. Midutsuji felt totally betrayed. He thought Kai was on their side, but this guy was secretly backing Arashi Satsuke's rogue faction. But Kai just did whatever seemed fun to him. Stop whining, he sighed. If you care so much, you should probably go crash Arashi Satsuke's boss fight instead of lecturing me here. Midutsuji instantly rallied the squad. Move out! We have to stop Arashi Satsuke before things go nuclear. Back at the bloody battlefield, Gus chuckled bitterly. How embarrassing. Guess you cannot defeat old age after all. Leonora had officially entered the chat. The atmosphere instantly dropped to sub-zero. The students froze in pure dread. But for a hothead like Arashi Satsuke, backing down was never an option. After orchestrating this massive trap, he absolutely refused to tuck his tail and run. The crew realized this woman was the true mastermind behind the scenes. Leonora smiled gracefully. Every game has its rules, kids. If you had pure energy to resist me, you might survive. But you? You rely entirely on your flashy divine guards. Without your little cheat codes, you are practically pathetic weaklings. And that is exactly why my mind control works flawlessly on you. Arashi Satsuke glared at her, completely disgusted by her cheap tricks. I bet you would fold in a second, if we actually threw hands. Leonora laughed softly at his teenage angst. Such a cheap provocation. Very well. Come at me, little boy. I will gladly shatter those cute fangs of yours. Gus felt a cold sweat drop. Was she going to enslave these brats into mindless puppets? That was way too dark. But Leonora felt zero guilt. She was the holy maiden. In her twisted mind, Heaven's VIP pass belonged to her alone. Boom! The clash began. Leonora unleashed heavenly wood. Massive stone pillars erupted from the earth, slamming right into Arashi Satsuke's gut. Then came heavenly wind. A terrifying tornado of razor-sharp air sent him flying like a rag doll. He was basically out cold. But she was not done. Heavenly fire scorched him, followed by heavenly water that drowned his lungs. Completely brutalized, fading in and out of consciousness, Arashi Satsuke still coughed blood and kept trash-talking. You think. You won. You crazy witch. Suddenly, Midutsuji's squad crashed the scene, interrupting the execution. Arashi Satsuke scoffed. He knew, mister. Pacifist wanted to stop the bloodshed, but words would not work here. Only fists could. Arashi Satsuke absolutely despised Midutsuji's peaceful attitude. It was naive garbage. Even Arashi Satsuke's crew glared down at the newcomers, completely refusing to trust them. But surprisingly, Nagas actually agreed with Narumi's logic. Hey, going solo is stupid. Would it not be way more epic if we all partied up for this raid? The anti-violence squad was hesitating, and Midutsuji's resolve was shaking. Leonora slowly clapped, shattering the teenage drama. Arguing? Now? How cute. You stepped onto the battlefield. You are all guilty of treason. Did you really think I would spare you, just because someone tried to play the noble hero? Pathetic. Her eyes glowed with killing intent. Mercy was completely off the table. She unleashed heavenly wind, intending to wipe the map. Narumi tried to block it, but his wind magic was absolute trash compared to her divine storm. The cyclone sucked everyone in, dealing massive area damage to the entire squad. Midutsuji was freaking out. Relax, nobody is dead yet. Arashi Satsuke barked, spitting out blood. He glared intensely at Midutsuji. If you actually want to protect anyone, stop being a wimp and change yourself right now. Your hesitation is going to get us all killed. The truth hit Midutsuji like a freight train. There was no running away. Face rigid with newfound determination, Midutsuji finally drew his blade. Time to fight. Nagase ignited her flames, completely abandoning her chill vibe. One by one, the other students braced their weapons, accepting this suicidal boss fight. It was officially on. The Holy Maiden versus the hero candidates. She smirked arrogantly, ready to show these brats the terrifying gap in their power levels. Meanwhile, watching from the sidelines, Kanzaki turned to Kai. So, what is our next move? Kai was chilling like an absolute psycho. The second that crazy witch Leonora drops her slavery spell, he's crashing the party. Until then, just gotta trust the squad. Meanwhile, Midutsuji's crew was squaring up for a massive hero beatdown. Old man Gius looked like half-chewed meat, but still played human shield for his precious saint. Weak or not, the boomer was still her loyal guard dog. Seeing this, Leonora literally hit the reset button on his HP. Boom, chopped arm, grown right back. Homeboy Gus was not only fully patched up, but completely overpowered. Talk about a broken cheat code. Narumi's squad had busted their butts trying to take this fossil down. Now, total waste of sweat. But Nasa wasn't having a pity party. He hyped the crew up, swearing their current levels could still trash these villains. Leonora just smirked like she owned the place. She was practically drooling for this fight. "Come at me whenever, kids," she bragged. To her, this bloodbath was just a glorified pop quiz for the newbies. But hey, if you can't scratch me, you ain't hero material. Before she could even finish her villain monologue, Midutsuji bolted forward like a madman. The rest of the class hung back to cover his six. Midutsuji's blade had the old geezer sweating bullets. The kid literally sliced right through his defense, but Leonora wasn't playing fair. She morphed solid rock into razor-sharp daggers, launching them straight at our boy. Those stony missiles zoomed right for Midutsuji's face. Bam! Nagas blasted them into ash with a sick wave of melting flames. Leonora just rolled her eyes. Seriously? Is this weak sauce all you losers got? Midutsuji danced around like a ninja, but those jagged rocks still managed to chip away at his HP. Seeing her squad leader bleeding, Mirai absolutely lost her chill. She instantly snapped and triggered her crazy teleportation skills. Narumi jumped in too, whipping up some massive wind blades. They smashed their powers together for a sick combo attack, but bruh, it completely dissolved before even touching Leonora's shiny shoes. Total buzzkill. The crazy lady flexed that the big boss upstairs loved her too much. Divine skills were basically trash against her. Meanwhile, chilling behind a rock, our guy silently booted up his ultimate appraisal system. Target acquired. Leonora Digeris. Attack rank A. Defense and speed, big fat D. Stamina, a pathetic E. But mana, rank S. Level 5 summoning, level 4 elemental magic, and level 3 sub-skills. Absolute monster stats. Her defense was literally garbage, but she didn't even need it. One solid punch could break her, sure, but her guard dog Gyus was totally blocking the way. Now, Arashi Satsuki was stuck throwing hands with the old man. My dude was already panting, spamming regular kicks instead of dropping his ultimate nuke. But Arashi Satsuki was way too cocky. He figured he didn't need to waste a super move to stomp some washed-up boomer. He hyped himself up, promising to send Gus straight to a retirement home. Midutsuji was put on witch-hunting duty. Cool plan, but without his divine buff, Midutsuji's current sword was about as useful as a butter knife. Catch! A buddy tossed him a fresh hardcore blade. Midutsuji snagged it midair and dropped into a sick combat stance. Finally time for a real brawl. The whole squad was betting their lives on him. He had to wipe that smug smile off Leonora's face. Leonora just stood there, leaking an insane amount of bloodlust. But Midutsuji didn't care. He went full berserker, slashing and hacking like an absolute madman. Since divine magic was totally nerfed, the squad was officially benched. They couldn't even back up Arashi Satsuki without getting in the crossfire. Everyone was itching for a fight, frustrated as hell, but they had zero choice but to eat popcorn and spectate. Jumping in now would just make them massive dead weights. The brawl was brutal. Giyu swung a nasty sword strike. Bam! Arashi Satsuki instantly clapped back with a skull-rattling punch. The kid's attack speed was so cracked, the old knight actually stumbled backward in shock. Cue the trash talk. Haha, what's wrong, Grandpa? Need a walker? Your HP might be full, but your stats are totally lagging, huh? But the boomer wasn't taking that disrespect. Oh yeah? Look who's completely locked out of their divine skills, kid. Meanwhile, Midutsuji was fighting for his actual life. Leonora was spamming massive, terrifying fireballs like a glitchy boss. Midutsuji barely dodged the blasts, but things were looking seriously grim. If he kept playing tag, she'd turn him into burnt toast from across the map. Come on, there had to be some wild exploit to take this witch down. Leonora actually clapped for him. Barely anyone in this trash server could dodge her hits. But Midutsuji knew the bitter truth. Sweating through his shirt, he realized this insane range advantage made it a totally rigged, one-sided beatdown. He needed a crazy long-range counter. Or better yet, find a way to totally close the gap and get up in her face. The squad's magic was useless, making them basically spectator NPCs. Plus, this witch was the undisputed queen of zoning. Midutsuji had zero options left. He had to brute force his way into melee range, moving faster than humanly possible. His sudden speed boost actually made Leonora flinch. To keep him away, she literally collapsed the ground beneath his feet. The second he lost his balance, a brutal pillar of fire completely engulfed him. Even while burning, this crazy kid was desperately pulling together every last drop of his aura. He was charging up for a literal do-or-die strike. Honestly, even Leonora had to admit the kid's raw talent was terrifyingly edgy. But reality check. A high-level saint is always gonna stomp a rookie hero. Midutsuji took the hit and instantly blacked out. Meanwhile, Arashi Satsuki was still sweating it out in a brutal slugfest against Grandpa Gyus. Arashi Satsuki's mana pool was completely drained. His signature nuke attack was totally locked out. Without it, taking down this zombie knight felt like a totally impossible boss fight with zero save points. Sensing the kid's panic, the old man pounced like a rabid dog. Slash. Arashi Satsuki caught a nasty blade right in the gut. Big yikes for the stubborn hothead. Gus casually rested his bloody sword on Arashi Satsuke's shoulder. "You're nothing but a total noob," he sneered. "See what happens when your precious magic gets turned off?" But those words just triggered Arashi Satsuke's awakening. He didn't need some flashy explosion gimmick. He was about to show this boomer what real, raw, physical violence looked like. Ignoring his bleeding gut, Arashi Satsuke forcefully stood back up. Gus's jaw basically dropped. Bam! Arashi Satsuke delivered the mother of all right hooks, packing pure rage. The old knight launched backwards, puking blood before hitting the dirt, completely KO'd. Arashi Satsuke secured the epic W. Back to the main stage! Midutsuji's eyes violently snapped open. Flashbacks of his bruised squad hit him right in the feels. He swore to himself, no way in hell is he letting his friends get hurt anymore. The protective rage was so real. Midutsuji, pulling a literal zombie move, made Leonora scowl hard. How was this stubborn brat still breathing? Whatever, she mentally scoffed, feeling super cocky. Try all you want, kid. You'll never breach my ultimate defense. Psych. In a fraction of a second, Midutsuji was right up in her personal space. Slash. He viciously carved right into her arm. Crimson blood hit the floor. The arrogant witch had totally forgotten to keep her guard up. While she was busy tripping out, Midutsuji literally vanished and spawned right behind her. Panicking like crazy, Leonora frantically spammed her rock shields. Too slow. He landed another brutal slice. Suddenly, the witch realized something felt massively glitched. It wasn't just a sneaky attack. Midutsuji was literally warping space to close the gap. The legendary earth-shrinking skill had awakened, getting the exact insane buff you desperately needed. Clearly, the big guy upstairs was playing favorites with him. But for Midutsuji, he didn't care about looking cool. He just desperately wanted the stats to shield his squad. Yet, despite this insane power spike, he couldn't finish the job. His lethal blade violently halted, just 1 inch away from her throat. Leonora's nasty submission magic completely paralyzed him. She originally wanted to win without using her dirty cheat codes, but this stubborn teen pushed her to the absolute edge, leaving her with zero choices. Lurking in the shadows, Kai watched the whole messy drama unfold. The enemy's ultimate trap card was finally played. He smirked at Kanzaki. Let's crash this party. Meanwhile, Leonora was absolutely fuming that a mere kid forced her into activating the slavery spell. Midutsuji was completely frozen, stiff as a board, and totally helpless. Bam! The rest of his squad immediately got hit by the same brutal suppression debuff. Leonora gave a twisted, satisfied grin. They actually put up a surprisingly decent fight. Congrats, losers. You all passed the exam, she mocked. Losing was literally never in her vocabulary. Her loyal knight could easily be replaced like a broken toy. As long as she successfully brainwashed these overpowered hero rookies, she was chilling. Narumi angrily gritted her teeth. They knew this was a rigged game from the start, but without a solid counterspell, they were totally screwed. Leonora laughed, bragging that the Empire let her summon heroes purely because she could easily mind control them into perfect pets. Otherwise, these edgy teens would be a massive threat to the Empire's whole operation. Swoosh. Suddenly, 3 lethal daggers shot out of nowhere. Shocked, Leonora desperately whipped up her heavenly wood magic just in time to block the ambush. She instantly knew the culprit. It was Kai, the annoying little rat who had slaughtered her precious monster pets earlier. Stepping out of the shadows with an arrogant smirk, Kai just shrugged. Color me surprised, lady. Never thought you would notice a total nobody like me. Leonora thought Kai was sketchy from day one. Bro had the most trash-tier divine protection, but stayed chilling like an absolute boss. Definitely not amateur hour. Honestly, Leonora was totally let down by our guy. She could not believe he would crash an unwinnable boss fight. But Kai just glared at her with straight-up killer eyes. Win or lose. That was entirely his call to make. Leonora just smirked, amused by his massive ego. Show me what you got, kid. Boom. She hit him with her busted enslavement magic. This lady was way too confident in her hacks. It was her ultimate cheat code for instant wins. But before she could even monologue, a literal bullet ripped right through her shoulder. Yup, it was our boy Kai. How the heck did he dodge that absolute mind control? It made 0 sense. Without missing a beat, Kai casually fired another shot. Leonora was absolutely freaking out. What kind of cheat weapon just ignored her defenses? Kai smirked and dropped the mic. This right here? It is the ultimate life deleter back in my world. Ammo was getting low, so he really did not want to spam it. Leonora took a deep breath to stop her inner meltdown. Since the mind control glitched out, she decided to just nuke him with heavenly fire instead. Her brilliant plan? Roast him alive while he was distracted? Epic fail. It only singed his totally sick cloak. Suddenly, Kai teleported behind her like a ghost, aiming the piece straight at her head. Just watching Midutsuji fight told him one thing. This lady completely sucked at close combat, and her broken enslavement magic, total dud against Kai. Leonora's brain was basically blue screening right now. Like, how is this even happening? That spell was supposed to be completely unblockable. Honestly, Kai was just risking it all for the biscuit, betting his life on a crazy theory. Spoiler alert, our boy won the gamble. Flashback to the other night. Kai had been pulling all-nighters studying magic like a total nerd, but he literally found zero data on her enslavement skill. But he did find a massive loophole. First come, first served. The first spell cast gets absolute priority. So if Kanzaki hit him with domination magic first, Leonora's stupid mind control would just bounce right off. It was a totally wild theory. Plus, divine skills hit way harder than regular magic anyway. But Kanzaki was sweating bullets, knowing her level was complete trash compared to the Saintess. But mechanically speaking, it all came down to raw skill levels. Pitting Kanzaki's noob Tier 1 domination against Leonora's busted Tier 3 enslavement, Kanzaki was still freaking out. Even if she cast it first, the level gap might just override her control anyway. But honestly, the chances of that glitching out were super low. Remember when Steady's domination completely flexed on Kanzaki's? Kai thought the demons would totally listen to her back then. Huge mistake, bro. Long story short, Steady just spammed his spell way before she did. So, to absolutely counter Leonora's cheap enslavement trick, copy-pasting that exact same logic should totally work. It was a massive gamble, no cap. Even Kai did not know if he could throw hands while brainwashed. By now, Leonora finally connected the dots. Kanzaki had already hacked Kai's brain. The Saintess was grinding her teeth in straight-up rage. Half from the wound, half because these punks outplayed her so hard. Game over, boomer. The almighty Saintess was completely nerfed by some sketchy handcuffs. Kai literally looted them from the Demon Lord's cultists. Turns out, they cancel holy magic perfectly, Leonora glared, asking what his twisted plan was. Send us back home, and I will let you walk. Easy trade, right? Big yikes, though. That was literally impossible. Her skill was basically a one-way Uber. Sending them back required a totally different cheat code. Kai could tell this psycho was not capping. Plus, her stat sheet mentioned 0 return spells. So why the fake promises about going home after the boss fight? Honestly, cross-world summoning takes an insane amount of mana. Leonora literally begged the big guy upstairs to pull this off. In other words, getting dragged into this mess was straight up God's will. And supposedly, beating the game means getting a free ticket home. Kai locked eyes with her. Are you absolutely sure we can bounce back? Leonora smirked with pure arrogance. Totally. I have summoned tons of newbie heroes before you brats, but none even made it to the final boss. Wait, hold up. Kai never heard a single word about these beta testers. What the heck happened to them? Oh, just casual slaughter by the demon army. A few rats survived and went off the grid, hiding like cowards. Talk about a massive morale killer. No wonder this toxic lady kept her mouth completely shut until now. So, you losers just want to rot here forever? Because sooner or later the bad guys are crashing the server, and you brats will be forced to throw hands anyway. Basically, 0 choices left on the menu. Want to actually survive the final wave? You absolutely need the kingdom's heavy backing. The Saintess scoffed, offering to forget this entire glitch if they just let her walk away unharmed. Kai was like, yeah, nice try, lady. He was about to permanently log her out, but Midutsuji suddenly jumped in to block. Seriously, bro? Kai thought Midutsuji had finally grown a spine, but dude was still holding on to his cringe, naive ideals. Midutsuji whined that he only played along because he thought she had the exit code. Obviously, that was straight up trash now. But this simp still wanted to keep his shiny hero candidate title. Newsflash, buddy. You guys just started a literal rebellion. No taking that back now. Leonora saw her opening and totally milked it. The kid is right. My bad. I got a little toxic. Let us just hit the reset button. Sounds like a sweet deal, right? Wrong. This psycho was way too dangerous to let loose. Catching her a second time would be absolute hell. If she just sniped Kanzaki first, she would become literally untouchable. So yeah, releasing her was basically a death wish. But Midutsuji was terrified of getting the Saintess Killer achievement. His galaxy brain idea? Make her pinky promise to be nice and let her go. Talk about delusional. Meyer totally backed up Midutsuji's cringe take. Hello, not all of us are overpowered fighters here. Plus, getting labeled as server criminals means 0 chance of raiding the Demon Lord. Naga's chimed in too. Can we not just find a cheat code to make her keep her word? But Narumi was actually riding with Kai on this one. Trusting this snake? Absolute garbage idea. They were already in way too deep. Better to just speedrun her demise right now. Honestly, Midutsuji knew she was trash too, but deleting her here meant 0 spawn points left. Kai totally got why the dude was sweating. Protecting the entire class was his whole main character complex. Sure, Kai had the skills to solo survive out there, but he could not just troll the whole team with a reckless move. The squad was totally split down the middle. Half screaming slay, half screaming retreat. So after all that useless debating, Kai just casually put a bullet right between the Saintess's eyes. The whole squad was left absolutely shook. Then, bro just dropped a smoke bomb and dipped like a ninja. The class completely lost their minds. How dare he solo the boss before they took a group vote? Totally unforgivable, they raged, calling him a selfish edgelord. Meanwhile, Narumi and Kanzaki were just glitching out, frozen in shock. She literally could not process that he just flatlined the Saintess. But honestly, it all went exactly according to his sick script. Kai had mapped it out. Step 1, kidnap the boss. Step 2, force out the logout code to the real world. But if she was completely useless, Kai was never going to let that snake keep breathing. The plot twist? Kai already knew Madutsuji was a total softie. Even without a ticket home, that simp would definitely try to shield her. So the plan was always to just pull the trigger and ghost them. Our absolute madman of an MC was fully ready to solo the entire Saintess killer bounty himself. That is exactly why he let a couple of guard NPCs run away. Let them spread the rumor that Kai went totally rogue. If all the aggro was locked onto him, the rest of the class could just walk free. Kanzaki, though, was low-key freaking out. She was terrified his insane plan would totally crash and burn, but Kai just flashed a cocky grin. That was where her busted skill came in. If things hit the fan, just spam domination and force the kingdom into a peace treaty. As for our boy, he was totally fine soloing the wild, and just like that, the crazy heist was a massive success, with Kai disappearing into the shadows. Meanwhile, cut to a massive, dark fortress. Some edgy boss mob with a horn was chilling on the throne. Rumors reached him about those so-called hero candidates, world-hopping freaks blessed by some god. His lackeys tried wiping them out multiple times, but totally choked. The horn dude just smirked. Relax. Our turf in enemy lands is pretty tight anyway. Let them roam. They'll pop up eventually. Plus, this whole game is getting way more fun. Meet the Demon Lord's absolute top dog, Winbach, the Wind King, and Heavenly General. Anyway, 2 boring days passed since that massive mess. Kai was still dragging his feet through the endless woods. His map showed a city nearby. Time for a better view, so he scaled a massive tree. Jackpot, civilization at last. Though walking there would take another agonizing half day. Night dropped and Kai finally hit the city walls. But a wanted criminal who offed the Holy Maiden walking through the front door? Yeah, right. He busted out a rope for some classic breaking and entering. Sneak mission accomplished. Step 1 in the big city? Get some cold hard cash. He looted some loose change from those dead guards earlier. But honestly, it wasn't nearly enough to survive. A shady little tavern caught his eye. Perfect spot to hustle some gold. Kai strolled in, ordering a pint and some grub. Some wasted dude leaned over, slurring. Never seen your mug around here, kid. You drifting through? Yeah, got kicked out of my hometown just looking for work. Oh, running from the Demon Lord's nasty army? Man, that sucks, my bad for bringing it up. Total misunderstanding, but hey, he would gladly take the free pity. Kai casually asked about under-the-table jobs. The bartender slammed down his drink. No ID? Then you better sign up as an adventurer, kid. The guild hands out whatever jobs they have, usually hunting gross magic beasts. But fair warning, if your fighting sucks, you'll instantly become Monster Chow. Still, the boss smirked, sensing this kid wasn't exactly a rookie. Magic beasts? I can smash those, Kai bragged. So, how do I join? The bartender laughed. It's brain dead easy. Just waltz into the main guild downtown and sign your life away. They're super desperate for fresh meat. Nobody actually cares about your real name or your shady past. The boss knew the drill because he used to be one himself. Until he blew out his knee, obviously. That night, Kai crashed at a cheap inn. Guess this dump is home for now. The desk lady barely even glanced at his face. Plus, cameras don't exist in this backwards fantasy world anyway. So honestly, keeping a low profile was going to be a total breeze. Next day, Kai hit the bustling adventurer guild. The place was loud, smelly, and packed with weirdos. He strolled right up to the front desk. Hey, I want to register as an adventurer. That'll be 1 silver coin, the guild girl chirped. Kai tossed the shiny coin down without blinking. Name, age, hometown? Time to pull a fake identity straight out of thin air. Let's go with Siren, 17 years old. Tragic backstory? The Demon Lord trashed my village, so I'm a drifter. He cringed internally. Using his edgy old gamer tag in real life felt super weird. She scribbled down his tragic lie and slammed a shiny stamp on it. Boom, officially an adventurer. Then she started rambling about how their whole ranking system actually worked. You climb the ladder from trash tier rank F up to elite rank A. Better rank equals fatter paychecks. And obviously, the big shot adventurers get all the insanely dangerous cool quests. Since you're fresh meat, you start at rock bottom rank F. Grind quests to level up your status. Just grab whatever garbage jobs are pinned to that giant messy board over there. She told him to stick to baby rank F quests for now. Kai swaggered over to the board. Let's see. Picking stupid weeds or smashing up some pathetic magic goblins. Never stomped a magic goblin before, so that sounded way more fun. Suddenly, a one-eyed thug and his ugly crew blocked his path. Never seen you around, twerp. Thinking about playing hero with those goblins? Back off, kid. You'll just get yourself chewed up and spit out. Kai rolled his eyes internally. Who are these try-hard clowns? Are they actually tired of breathing today? Not wanting a messy scene, Kai played it cool. Thanks for the life advice, dudes. Now kindly get out of my face. The gangsters flipped out, totally triggered by epic disrespect. Guess hazing the noob was their favorite hobby. Some blonde loser threw a punch, trying to act tough. Kai caught his grimy fist without even sweating. The punk instantly panicked, screaming for backup. The outcome was brutally hilarious. 10 seconds later, the whole squad was dreaming on the dirty floor. Kai just snatched his quest paper and casually strolled out. Wow, average adventurers are seriously pathetic. Compared to the hero candidates, these guys were a total joke. Anyway, time to speedrun this stupid quest. According to the flyer, the ugly little goblins were lurking somewhere out in the woods. Bingo! Kai spotted some super fresh footprints stamped into the mud. He went full tracker mode and followed the trail. Looked like wild animal tracks, but who knows? His instincts suddenly flared up. He wasn't alone, and these creeps were sneaky as hell. Are these the goblins? Out of nowhere, a freaky two-legged wolf swiped at him from behind. Kai smoothly dodged it. It probably looted that rusty blade off some dead guy. A second wolf freak swung a giant wooden club at his head. Kai didn't play fair, tossing a handful of pocket sand right into its dumb eyes. He brutally kicked the sword out of the first beast's grip. Snatching it midair, he plunged the steel straight through its hairy chest. A quick throwing knife finished off the blinded one. Trash mobs cleared. Dusting his hands, Kai popped his evaluation skill. Wait, these mutts actually were the magic goblins. Stats were absolute garbage. Attack D, Agility C, and totally pathetic magic. Time to farm these weaklings for easy gold. He dumped a massive bloody pile of goblin ears right on the counter. The desk girl totally freaked out. No way a total noob farmed this insane amount all by himself. It was completely absurd. Honestly, smashing the goblins was literally child's play. Tracking those sneaky little rats was the only annoying part. His combat stats were god tier, but his tracking skills seriously sucked. Guess the adventurer gig takes actual brain power. Whispers erupted across the room. He farmed them that fast? Is this kid secretly a high-rank veteran? But he's totally wearing noob gear, they gossiped. The payout was so massive, the poor receptionist needed extra time just to count it. Kai walked away, tossing a ridiculously heavy bag of coins. He couldn't believe farming low-level trash mobs paid this incredibly well. At least his basic survival and junk food funds were completely secured for now. Kai decided to chill in this city for a bit. Playing the adventurer game wasn't too bad. Plus, cozying up to the guild meant he could spy and gather juicy intel way faster. Suddenly, a massive, foul-smelling meathead blocked his path. Kai gave him a quick scan. This hulking dude was definitely giving off a way more dangerous vibe than the usual guild trash. The dude with the awful bowl cut swaggered up. "I'm Lai, rank B elite," he bragged loudly. "Just so you know, I run the streets around this branch." Ah, so this was the angry boss of those punks Kai trashed earlier. Those crybabies definitely twisted the story, claiming some mysterious psycho jumped them for no reason. Cracking his giant knuckles, Lai proudly announced it was time to school this cocky little brat. The big guy threw wild, furious haymakers in every direction. Swoosh, swoosh! Every single punch hit pure air. Frustrated, Lai tried a flashy jumping kick, but Kai casually tripped him, sending the elite face-planting into the dirt. Sure, the brute was fast, but his technique was absolute garbage. Way too many sloppy openings. Getting clowned by a teenager drove Lai completely insane, but Kai effortlessly pinned the giant down within mere minutes. Clearly, this guy only fought brainless monsters, not actual skilled humans. Spitting dirt, Lai groaned. "With this kind of freakish power, why did you even bother bullying my weak little bros?" Kai just sighed. "Bro, it was a massive misunderstanding. Grab a seat, let's get some snacks, and I'll explain everything." Cut to them totally chilling at a table, chugging beer and aggressively devouring roast chicken together. After hearing the truth, Lai straight up smacked his lackeys for scamming him. He took the blame for trusting these three clowns, then forced them to apologize. The trio practically smashed their heads bowing to Kai. Since the beef was officially squashed, Kai let it slide. But honestly, our boy had some burning questions. Lai might look like a total street thug, but the dude was actually super reasonable. "Sorry for being so rude earlier. If you have any questions, I am all ears," Lai offered. Kai smirked. "Look, I am just a traveler. I only registered as an adventurer to make some quick cash. But I have another goal." Lai could not believe a dude with such insane, overpowered stats was actually struggling. Even though he had zero clue what the problem was, he still wanted to help out. Kai casually dropped the bomb. He was looking for a way to hop dimensions. Everyone's jaws literally hit the floor. Like, seriously? How the heck is hopping to another world even possible? But wait, the hero candidates came from another world too, right? Kai was totally talking about how the heroes could travel back home. Lai scratched his head. That sounded like high-level magic, which they completely sucked at. Kai knew this top-tier intel would not be cheap. He just hoped they had a tiny clue. Lai ruthlessly scratched his head. There is only one person who knows about that stuff, the great sage Elbana, an elf who basically hard-carried this kingdom with their elite advice. That name totally rang a bell for Kai. An elven sage. He definitely read about that legendary figure in some old dusty book. Rumor has it that elves chill deep in the forest. Only a handful survived, making their whole existence sound like a total myth. They basically never touch grass outside their forest. But among the rare few who actually went out, one was called the Great Sage. This dude has been alive for over 100 years, packing an insanely massive brain. Word on the street is he is a legendary mage with maxed out spell knowledge. Plus, elves are totally besties with elemental spirits, giving them a crazy magic buff. Even if there was no normal way back home, a legendary spell could totally do the trick. But honestly, no one even knew if this old sage was still kicking. Zero rumors, zero sightings, literally ghosted from the server. Lai let out an awkward laugh. He had no clue about this nerd stuff, apologizing for being practically useless to Kai's main quest. But for our main character, that crumb of lore was a massive win. It was all he needed. Kai chugged the rest of his beer and headed back to the inn to recharge. Before he dipped, Lai asked what he would do once he found the portal. Kai just threw them a cheeky smirk. I will let you guys imagine that. Today, Kai was back at the guild to claim rewards. Fast forward 1 week, and our boy had saved up a decent stash of gold. Lai and his squad got super buddy-buddy with him, begging him to go drinking, but Kai totally rejected them. He finally farmed some top-tier intel on the sage. His name was Elbana Karet. About 10 years ago, he was the kingdom's advisor, but now he is retired, chilling near the western border. Oh, you mean the exact same border where the kingdom is fighting the Demon Lord's army? Typical. Having zero reasons to stay, Kai packed up, ready to meet this so-called wise guy. Meanwhile, back in Alpha, the Holy City, it had been a whole month since Captain Herrick from the 8th Night Order took over babysitting the hero candidates, replacing the dead Saintess. Surprisingly, nobody was complaining because Herrick was actually carrying the team well. The dude was super hyped to hear that. To him, these teens were the kingdom's most overpowered assets, so he was just showing basic respect. Everyone totally vibed with their new manager. He was the complete opposite of Leonora, though honestly, still a bit sus. But enough chit-chat. Time to drop the main quest details. Yesterday's meeting made it official. The hero candidates were getting deployed to the front lines. The western border was still a complete war zone, and the squad was heading straight to a frontline fortress. Harik promised to tank for the weak ones who could not fight. That gave Midutsuji and the rest a massive sigh of relief. But hey, there are no free meals here. They still had to grind some tasks. It was a total rush job, meaning deployment was set for tomorrow morning. Midutsuji and Mirai hurried back to drop this massive lore bomb on the rest of the squad. Mirai was hyped that the higher-ups actually listened to their demands. At first, Midutsuji was sweating, thinking he was asking for way too much. Without Leonora around, they honestly felt zero confidence leading this chaotic group. That is exactly why they were playing it humble. With Leonora permanently logged out, they had to stay on high alert. Suddenly, Mirai thought of Kai. Where in the world was that reckless dude right now? After Leonora got wiped out, Kai literally rage quit and vanished. When the bishop heard the news, he was absolutely shook. Nagas straight up pointed the finger at Kai, one of their own hero candidates. But now he was on the run, pulling a fast one like a total traitor. The guards were whispering non-stop. If this insane rumor was true, they needed to dispatch a search party as soon as possible, but some random dude suggested they double-check if the Saintess was actually dead. The old bishop realized this whole drama was super convenient for the teens standing right there. That completely ticked Arashi Satsuke off. He claimed he was not calling them liars, but maybe the whole squad teamed up to gank Leonora. Right then, a panicking soldier jumped in. No way, Lord Bishop. I was literally there and saw everything. These hero candidates tried their absolute hardest to guard the Saintess, but Shindo Kai totally overpowered them, and boom, the Saintess lost her life. Another guard quickly chimed in to back him up. He is spitting facts. I saw the whole crazy boss fight too. Yeah, same here. So, with 3 of Leonora's personal knights acting as witnesses, the boomer bishop totally bought it without a doubt. But he had to ask, was this Kai dude seriously that busted? Midutsuji swore on it. The guy was hiding his true overpowered stats all along. Hearing that, the bishop dragged a few of them into his room. All while Kai was secretly in the background, casting absolute domination magic to help them survive this complete nightmare. Deep down, Midutsuji was still sweating bullets worrying about his friend. Still, Midutsuji knew Kai totally sacrificed his own reputation to save their skins. Stealing his resolve to protect the squad, he burst into the room. Guys, the higher-ups are deploying us straight to the front lines. Anyone with decent combat stats needs to gear up. We roll out tomorrow morning. The squad started low-key panicking at the thought of a real bloody war. But honestly, way too late to chicken out now. They were officially assigned to party up with the 8th Night Order and Captain Herrick. Looking completely worried, Kazaki asked if there were any updates on Kai. Midutsuji shook his head. They slapped a massive bounty on his head and sent a whole raid party to hunt him down. Still nothing. Kazaki turned away, crushed. Meanwhile, Naga swore to literally roast Kai to ash. Kazaki was drowning in her lonely feels, secretly whining that Kai should have just kidnapped her too. The next morning, the whole squad logged out of the city and marched toward the war zone. The girls were absolutely exhausted since it was their first major cross-country trek. But spoiler alert, they had to keep walking until dark. For 2 straight days, it was literally just a brutal walking simulator. Everyone was getting insanely bored, silently praying for a random encounter. Suddenly, Arashi Satsuki threw his hand up, signaling a hard stop. His radar pinged a beast lurking in the bushes, but their arrogant NPC commander aggressively turned around. Midu Tsuji backed him up, saying his danger sense was tingling with monster vibes, but the stuck-up convoy leader just scoffed, claiming it was literally nothing. Regardless, this trash commander demanded total obedience. No orders meant absolutely zero action. That toxic attitude totally snapped Arashi Satsuki's patience, and he straight up grabbed the guy by the throat. The squad freaked out, begging him to chill. But Arashi Satsuki was like, why the heck should we listen to this absolute garbage? Suddenly, a terrifying bloodlust spiked, forcing him to let go. It was a mob of horned rabbits. Everyone instantly snapped into battle formation. The horned rabbits launched a wild blitz attack, literally disarming the knights by knocking their swords away. Without missing a beat, Arashi Satsuki blasted a monster with explosive magic and ruthlessly stomped it. Bro literally soloed the whole Iron Rabbit squad. Everyone had to admit, Arashi's power level was absolutely insane right now. It felt way more broken than his last little flex. But to him, it still wasn't enough. This flashy upgrade was straight garbage compared to that one massive jerk, and we all know exactly who that jerk is. The one and only Kai. He always had this sick gut feeling about Kai. That dude literally never sweated. To be totally real, Kai basically treated Arashi like a walking NPC, and the punchline? Kai was actually ridiculously overpowered. Even with Arashi's brand new explosive buff, his whole main character complex crashed and burned. Kai basically splashed freezing water right on his face, brutally waking him up from that little delusion. Midutsuji noticed Arashi acting super moody lately, but the edgelord denied it, claiming he just hated taking orders from absolute trash. After a painfully long hike, the hero candidates finally dragged themselves straight to the front lines. Welcome to the western borders of the Daijure Holy Kingdom. Basically a massive fortress setup. A ton of grumpy guards were already holding down the fort here. This short-haired girl is Captain Elia, repping the 4th Holy Knight Legion, playing the greeting committee for our heroes. She just got this fancy promotion too, mostly because the last supervisor literally kicked the bucket just a week ago. Suddenly, a totally panicked knight sprinting over, screaming that the Demon Lord's army was crashing the party. So much for a chill break. Now the entire borderline is banking on these rookie heroes to not mess this up. Everyone instantly locked into full tryhard battle mode to wreck the demon minions. The cavalry dudes started violently ringing the alarms, signaling the ultimate boss wave was literally at their doorstep. From a distance, a totally ridiculous rainbow of monsters was swarming the gates. The spawn rate was actually insane. Herrick yelled for the archers to spam their arrows, desperately trying to thin out the mob before things got ugly. The mage squad also grouped up to join the chaotic raid. Heavenly Fire, heed our edgy call and vaporize these evil scrubs. Instantly, a massive barrage of fire magic and arrows rained absolute hell on them. Even after tanking all those hits, the mob didn't even flinch. They just got way more triggered. Basic attacks like that weren't nearly enough to actually wipe out this wave. Amelia told everyone to stop underestimating these monsters' crazy health bars. Compared to them, humans were totally squishy. She ordered the crew to stick to Herrick's game plan, while she personally jumped down into the absolute meat grinder to fight with the 4th Night Squad. Fun fact, a few of our missing guys already completely YOLO dropped down there to violently brawl with the monsters. Obviously, it was the reckless Arashi, along with his completely unhinged squad. The mob literally could not believe their eyes. Was this kid totally brain dead? Who did he think he was, diving in solo? But Arashi didn't care if these creeps were demi-humans or whatever absolute garbage they were. He just wanted to permanently delete these ugly freaks from existence. Meanwhile, another monster gang breached the wall, storming the fortress and casually yeeting several knights into the air with a single smack. One poor knight was a second away from eating a massive monster blade, but Midutsuji clutched the save just in time. He popped his heavenly sword skill, making the blade ridiculously huge, clearing out a massive chunk of the mob with just one sick slash. Midutsuji could literally feel his own stats, getting incredibly buffed right now. He turned to the squad and hyped them up. Look at this, guys. We can actually win this insanely chaotic boss fight. Stop acting like cowards and fight! The whole crew instantly locked in. Midutsuji knew he couldn't afford to choke here. If he hesitated even for a second, his classmates would totally panic since he was the guy running this raid. Kai already taught Midutsuji the heavy price of being a clueless noob. Mireille also started screaming, "Quit spectating, you guys, we actually have to throw hands." Her psychic guardian started aggressively chucking boulders, followed by Negas dropping a blazing fire strike that roasted everything. Kanzaki's domination magic straight up paralyzed any monster dumb enough to rush them. The veteran cavalry guys watching from the stands were totally mind-blown by how ridiculously broken these hero candidates actually were. They were completely speedrunning the Demon Lord's forces. Herrick furiously barked orders for all soldiers to guard the hero candidates, screaming to push back these demonic freaks at absolutely any cost. The soldiers instantly followed the ping and charged like crazy. After a super messy brawl, the entire mob was left eating dirt. Their army actually clapped the Demon Lord's squad. Honestly, a pretty massive win for the team. The sun started dipping down. Midotsuji was just quietly zoning out, staring at the sunset. Harik casually strolled up and asked, "Was this your first real battle raid? How's the adrenaline rush?" It's pretty gnarly trying to process not all that crazy action at once. A massive guild war like this definitely requires some serious big brain strats. Midotsuji admitted his field of vision was tiny, so making snap decisions was absolute garbage. Harik just patted the kid's shoulder, basically giving him props for actually carrying his own weight. "We totally secured the bag today, all thanks to you crazy candidates. But don't start slacking off yet. The enemies we literally just styled on were basically just low-level fodder and mid-tier scrubs. Even if there aren't many, high-ranking demons are built completely differently." Midotsuji nodded, storing that scary piece of lore. Later that epic night, the surviving demon scrubs were crying at their base camp. The commander had to embarrassingly report that their whole operation completely flopped today. This massively furious, crusty old monster throwing a tantrum is none other than Stone Gaia, top-tier executive of the demon forces, and basically the Earth's heavenly king boss. The next morning, out west in the Dijere Holy Kingdom's Great Forest, Kai was literally inches away from finally ditching these cursed woods and wrapping up his absurdly long quest to hunt down that elusive sage. Suddenly, some weird red blur rocketed straight at him with absolute godspeed. Squinting at it, he realized it was a freaking tongue belonging to 3 massive, ugly monkeys. Kai instantly popped his appraise skill to check their nasty stats. Tongue monkey monsters, age 33, male, offense B tier, defense C tier, agility B, strength C, magic totally F tier trash, current status, starving and aggressively hyper. Level 3 tongue strike ability. Kai casually dropped his heavy loot bag and locked into battle stance, ready to totally body these hideous apes. Looks like their actual stats were super mid, mostly just relying on an intimidating skin. One of them whipped out its absurdly long noodle tongue for a cheap distraction, then completely rushed him. Kai smoothly jump dodged the basic attack. Then another monkey shot its tongue out, but this time, Kai violently sliced it clean open. Even I felt that brutal hit, let alone the stupid monkey. A second later, its whole head got totally decapitated. The other 2 literally froze like statues, absolutely stun-locked and shook to their very core. 90 seconds flat, and he just served up some pan-fried monkey steaks. Not his best speedrun, but way tougher beasts kept continually spawning. Probably because he was trespassing, dangerously close to the Demon Lord's turf, or just because this remote zone seriously lacked knights and sweaty adventurers. The deeper he pushed into this creepy area, the higher the spawn rate for weird, undocumented monsters became. Well, whatever. Kai could still casually expose the age of these chaotic beasts, using his completely broken appraise hack. Right now, he definitely needed to seriously buff his radar. Before long, Kai casually rolled up to the Uragano mountain range, basically a massive natural firewall, slowing down the Demon Lord's edgy invasion. The absolute peak of that massive ridge is known as the Deathwolf Mountain. Rumors constantly hyped up, the great Sage Albana camping at the very top. If Kai's memory wasn't completely lagging, there was definitely a tiny NPC village, chilling at the bottom. But the crazy plot twist he totally didn't see coming, that whole village was completely burned to a crisp. Just as predicted, it was a totally ruthless raid from the Demon Lord's army. Being this insanely far from the actual front lines meant Kai had to play it super safe now, no more reckless newbie mistakes. After literally turning the village to ashes, these weird purple demons looked like typical low-level henchmen. They immediately asked their mob boss, Hector, what the next toxic move was. These creeps literally wanted to massacre everyone. This blonde dude, their superior named Hector, coldly told them to cut the violence and just enslave any surviving villagers instead. Besides that highly illegal stuff, he was also digging for some leaked lore on Albana. His underling instantly reported the drop, confirming the legendary sage was absolutely hiding at the peak of Deathwolf Mountain. So their sketchy intel was totally spot on. Right now, their absolute biggest priority was bagging Albana, also famously known as the Sage. After camping out for just one night, they were planning to violently scale the mountain. But here's the crazy catch. That mountain is heavily guarded by the totally untamable death wolves. Wolf monsters are literally uncharmable, which totally meant these demonic creeps couldn't clear the quest without massacring every single death wolf standing in their way. Because when you're fighting high IQ beasts, domination magic is basically useless garbage. One of these scrubs heard a rumor about the Heavenly Kings taming a literal dragon before, but pulling that off now? Absolutely mathematically impossible for these clowns. Even that guy Hor sucked at magic. No point crying over stats you don't have, right? Their big brain play? Slaughter the untamable beasts. Kai eavesdropped from the roof like a ninja. These goons were super obedient. That flashy blonde dude? Definitely a high-tier demon. Plus, this Hector guy's stats were absolutely cracked. Hector Wise, age 25, high-tier demon, male, attack B, defense B, agility A, strength B, magic B, status, normal, level 1, domination, level 5, swordsmanship, a rare high ranker in the Demon Lord's fan club. Going head-to-head with him? Yeah, that sounded like a massive headache. Suddenly, Mr. Blonde Bossman sensed a stalker. He barked at his minions to sweep the area for peeping toms. Gotta admit, the dude's radar was seriously on point. Too bad for them, Kai was a literal god at hide-and-seek. While chilling in the shadows, he noticed a bunch of villagers tied up like demonic takeout. Kai paused for a sec, then just dipped. Not his monkeys, not his circus. Just like those horned freaks, his only main quest here was meeting the sage. He had to beat the Demon Lord squad to the summit. Finally, Kai hit the peak of the Yugen Range. Welcome to the danger zone. A Death Wolf Mountain. Rumor said there was a trial route, so he tracked the monster footprints. Visibility was absolute trash, and the ground was sketchy as hell. Even rushing, he had to play it smart. Kai's spidey senses tingled. Something was creeping nearby. Vague, but definitely hostile. Probably those legendary phantom wolves everyone kept hyping up. The aggro meter was skyrocketing. They were playing stealth, but the killer intent was suffocating. Then, the alpha let out a dramatic howl. Cue the entire pack rushing him like rabid fanboys. Reflexes on point, Kai vaulted into a tree. These were the notorious murder mutts of Death Wolf Mountain, all right. No wonder tourists kept disappearing. Mystery solved. Kai flipped on his appraisal skill. Phantom Wolf, age 20, male, attack C, defense C, agility B, strength B, magic D, status, normal. Level 3, teamwork. One beefy doggo headbutted the trunk, snapping it in half. Kai's VIP seat was officially canceled. Mid-freefall, he grabbed a random leaf, juiced it up with mana, and flicked it like a ninja star, slicing the mutt's throat wide open. First blood secured, but the rest were swarming. Spooky? Sure, but to Kai, they were just overgrown puppies. Still, there were way too many of them. That mana body buff trick? If he could spam that on command, he'd be totally broken. Flashback to Leonora's trash talk. Everyone relied too much on divine guards, making their mana control complete garbage. You kids are glued to your guards, totally clueless about actual mana. Honestly, you're all just a bunch of pathetic noobs. That's exactly why mind controlling you is child's play. And boom, that's why every single candidate got wrecked by her enslavement spell. Kai was dead set on grinding his stats to patch up that massive skill issue. Leveling up his mana control meant permanent physical buffs and hardcore magic resistance. Might not beat a divine guard yet, but in this messed up world, he had to get good. Learning that skill was mandatory. Kai locked onto the alpha. The boss tried to flex with a dramatic roar, but Kai just casually gave it a fatal throat piercing. Once the boss logs out, the minions always rage quit. Logic dictated the alpha carried the squad. Delete the carry, and the scrubs lose all their nerve. A 10 out of 10 tactical life lesson. Kai sprinted straight into the furry mob. Wait, their animations looked glitchy. He was literally reading their attack patterns. Ghostly after images bled out of the death wolves. Holy crap, he was seeing their exact moves 1 whole second in the future. Thanks to this built-in wall hack, Kai countered every single cheap shot without taking a scratch. This was almost too easy. 1 second of future sight is massively overpowered. The remaining mutts tucked their tails, suddenly terrified. But mercy wasn't in Kai's vocabulary today. Come on, boys! Let's get some target practice in. A few flashy dagger combos later, the entire death pack was completely wiped out. Time for a quick stats check. Name, Shinji Dukai. Age, 20. Male. Attack A, Defense B, Agility A, Strength B, Magic C. Status, normal. Divine Guard skill. Appraisal level 3. Weakness detection level 1. Foresight level 1. Assassination level 5. Dagger arts level 5. Throwing level 5. Stealth level 5. So that foresight skill was his very own personal crystal ball. Bagging that weakness detection buffed his appraisal up, basically turning it into an overpowered premium version. It literally let his eyes scan every hidden detail in the game. Between the brutal mountain hiking, lugging around a mammoth backpack, and speedrunning a wolf boss fight, His stamina bar was flashing red. The summit was right there, so he voted for a quick away from keyboard break. But the universe loves trolling him. No rest for the wicked. Suspicious noises echoed nearby. Probably the Demon Lord's fan club crashing the party. Yeah, nap time was officially canceled. Kai got his lazy butt moving. Meanwhile, just below the peak of Death Wolf Mountain, a gang of ugly monsters was busy ganging up on a lone girl. Plot twist. This chick was actually the sage's disciple. The half-elf shorty was fighting her heart out to protect her master's base, but it was looking super grim. Hector, the smug boss, ordered his goons to gang strike the poor girl. Her HP was completely zeroed out. She just froze, waiting for the game over screen. But enter our boy Kai, dropping in with a perfectly timed, cliched hero saves the babe entrance. The elf stared at him like he was an alien. A human? Here? The mob of monsters started barking for his ID, but Kai just gave them the ultimate death glare and kept his mouth shut. 10 grunt-level mobs and 1 high-tier demon boss. Noted, the girl stammered, asking why he saved her. Kai totally ignored her question with his own. You're Albana the Sage's apprentice, right? She nervously nodded. Bingo, quest objective found. Kai casually mentioned he needed an audience with her boss. A quick appraisal scan confirmed her race. Definitely a half-elf. Plus, her stat sheet showed she packed some serious spellcasting skills. Hector, however, couldn't care less about the new kid. Anyone crashing his party was getting labeled an enemy. To them, adding 1 scrawny human didn't change the math. The beastly goons charged, fully expecting a double kill. To bag this escort quest and make the sage owe him big time, Kai had to trash these demonic scrubs. He was instantly boxed in from all sides. One overly eager goblin dude leaped into the air, bringing his sword down for a heavy smash. Thanks to his foresight cheat code, Kai read the move effortlessly and just casually sidestepped right. Whoosh! Totally missed. Then, a sneaky backstabber tried his luck. Kai smoothly pivoted, catching the dude's wrist barehanded. The rest of the mob's jaws collectively dropped. Gotta admit, that sword was ridiculously massive, but bringing that clunky chunk of iron against a pro, total overkill and insanely slow. Swish! Slash! A flurry of dagger strikes turned the battlefield into a horror show. Arms, legs, and heads went flying. As long as his foresight stayed active in close quarters, he was practically invincible. Only catch? His skill cooldown timer was dangerously close to 0. The demon boss finally snapped, yelling at his brainless minions to stop feeding and use magic instead. They immediately obeyed, popping open glowing magic circles and unleashing an absolute bullet hell of mana blasts. Real, legendary magic incoming. But suddenly the half-elf girl chanted out loud, "Blow them away, spirit of the wind." Boom! A massive, roaring hurricane shield erupted around them, completely tanking every single magic bullet like it was nothing. So Kai figured out that sparkly magic was spirit power. Basically, it is an exclusive VIP cheat code just for elves. The elf girl cheered. Thanks to you, the spirits can finally take a nap. But Hector was getting totally salty. Realizing his squad was trash, the big boss finally stepped up. Finally, the final boss enters the chat. Kai told the elf, "Keep those annoying mobs off my back. I'm going to solo their leader." The girl pouted. "I can do that, but stop calling me elf. The name is Maya, bro." Kai dropped his heavy backpack and launched at the dude like an absolute missile. He left the grunt work to Maya, the supposed sage apprentice. But hey, Hector was not called a high-level monster for nothing. The jerk casually blocked Kai's insanely fast knife strike. Kai stomped right on his blade and backflipped away. The brawl got ridiculously intense, steel clashing in a dead tie. Hector was sweating, shocked this random kid was totally reading his mind. But Hector still managed to slice a nasty gash across Kai's stomach. Yikes. So this is high demon strength. If our boy did not have his foresight hack, it would literally be game over. Hector was secretly thrilled to fight someone decent. If Kai was not a fragile human, he might have actually won. Bleeding like crazy, Kai quickly activated his appraisal skill to check the stats. The name is Hector Wise, age 25, high demon bro, male. All stats are solidly rank B. Status is normal. Bro flexes level 1 domination magic and level 5 sword mastery. What a tryhard. Beside his crazy demon reflexes, this guy had level 5 sword skills. Even with future sight activated, Kai was definitely losing this sweaty match. Knowing he was boxed in, Kai decided to switch up his whole strategy. Seeing our hero just standing there like a laggy NPC, Hector smirked and rushed in for the first strike. The dude charged like a rabid beast. Thanks to future sight, Kai smoothly dodged the opening attack. Slash, dodge, but Hector still managed to nick Kai's poor bicep. Wall hack vision means nothing if your physical ping is too high to counterattack. The stat difference was insane. Seeing this, Hector got super cocky. Are you going to just run away forever, little rat? Bro barely finished his villain monologue before eating 3 literal bullets. His crazy reflexes let him block slightly, matching actual bullet speed. But hey, those rounds still totally wrecked his arm and leg. Hector screamed in pain, completely clueless about modern firearms. Ignoring the lead inside him, the idiot blindly charged forward again. Kai calmly raised his piece and aimed right for a headshot. but thinking it would be that easy is majorly disrespecting a high demon. Hector literally read the bullet trajectories. Kai dumped the entire magazine, but could not land a single critical hit. Switching weapons, Kai chucked 3 daggers straight at him. The demon swatted them like flies, but Joke was on him. That was just a distraction. Kai casually pulled a grenade pin and tossed it over. Before Hector could even blink, boom! The guy was completely blasted into oblivion. His pathetic little demon minions absolutely lost their minds watching their precious boss go up in smoke. Maya watched from the sidelines, totally shook. What is this absurd power? How is a normal human completely destroying a high demon? Her brain was doing serious gymnastics trying to process this guy. Bad news. Kai was completely out of emergency ammo, and that was his last spicy pineapple. Just as expected, basic modern weapons were not enough to drop a high demon. Honestly, it just made Hector violently angry. Hector charged like an enraged bull on energy drinks. He randomly teleported, launching a totally busted flash attack. Backed into a corner, Kai decided it was time to activate his ultimate move. He analyzed the crazy movement patterns, then hit the weakness detection button. The glowing red target, the demon's throat. In one slick move, Kai dashed in and sliced his neck cleanly open. Combining Future Sight with weakness detection is insanely overpowered, but it chugs mana like crazy. The exact second Hector bit the dust, Kai's mana bar hit absolute 0. Talk about cutting it close. Seeing our guy completely drained, the coward minions decided to jump him. Maya was equally useless right now, her spirits totally tapped out. She desperately wanted to repay him, until suddenly, a massive incantation echoed out. Incinerate my enemies, come forth, fire, salamander spirit. In an instant, those ugly monsters got totally roasted into crispy bacon. Compared to Naga's, this firepower was literally off the charts. Their surprise savior was none other than Maya's master, the legendary Sage Albana. Forget those lame rumors about some dusty old grandpa. The Grand Sage was actually a ridiculously gorgeous elf girl. She strolled over, thanking our main character Kai, clearly noticing he had been carrying her useless apprentice. Kai shrugged it off as just a random side quest. He smoothly asked, "Are you the famous Albana?" She nodded, joking that she was just a washed-up fossil these days. Naturally, Kai tried to scan her, but his energy was way too low to pull off an appraisal skill. But even without stats, his gamer instinct screamed she was insanely overpowered. His current level 0 self would get instantly folded. Deciding to stop playing dumb, Kai stood up and declared he specifically came looking for her. Albana knew damn well no random teen wanders into her territory for funsies. Super grateful that he saved her pupil, she promised to drop some major lore and answer all his burning questions. Maya loudly interrupted, telling them to touch grass and go home because the blood stench was getting nasty. The wolves are totally going to spawn soon, so Kai scored a free stay at the sage's crib. Things were finally looking up. Risking his neck for the apprentice definitely earned him VIP points. Albana's cozy little cabin was literally in the middle of nowhere. When Kai asked why, she just sighed heavily. There were tons of reasons, but basically, she just wanted to vibe with nature. She complained she was officially retired, but humans kept trying to exploit her skills, so she built her base off the grid. Still, tryhards with wild skills like Kai occasionally managed to track her down. Albana was not a total monster, so she usually did not kick them out. The two of them sat down for a serious chat. Kai cut right to the chase. No cap. He was aggressively looking for a cheat code to get back to his home world. Albana instantly clicked that this edgy kid was an isekai protagonist. "You are one of those hero candidates drafted to cancel the Demon Lord, right?" She had heard the spicy rumors, but was totally shocked. The Shady Empire actually forced a third summoning wave. That sketchy girl Leonora totally mentioned they had pulled gacha for heroes before. Most of those poor souls got instantly wiped by the Demon Lord's forces. Any lucky survivors had completely ghosted off the map. Like 4 years ago, a batch of heroes got dumped here. That was the sequel. The original batch was a whole decade ago. Both generations rushed the final boss and got absolutely permanently deleted. After that massive fail, the summoning ritual was heavily banned. But that crazy Saint Leonora decided to break server rules to spawn a third generation. Albana had aggressively protested that toxic idea. She did not care if the local gods supposedly greenlit it. Dumping an entire empire's survival onto some random teenagers from another dimension was just astronomically stupid and reckless. Kai casually dropped the bomb that he had already stabbed Saint Leonora, meaning no more forced isekai trips. Albana was low-key stunned. This punk managed to assassinate the saint. Sure, killing regular non-playable characters is easy, but taking out a holy figure requires some serious god-tier exploits. Albana could tell this kid was not capping. That crazy woman actually got eliminated by her own pawn. And Albana totally got his vibe. Everyone just wants to log off and go home. Not one to sugarcoat things, the sage bluntly dropped the ultimate bad news. There was absolutely zero magic spell to send him back. That harsh reality hit our boy Kai like a massive critical strike. Kai was instantly gutted. Even if there was no fast travel back, he desperately wanted a glitch or a hint. Dragging people here with magic was easy, but sending them back? Totally impossible because the developer code for that got deleted ages ago. Honestly, nobody even bothered researching a return ticket anyway. That psycho Leonora literally said the exact same trash before she died. So, basically, the hero candidates were completely screwed unless they beat the Demon Lord or found some crazy magic loophole. Kai figured he would dig into the magic route himself. Elbana felt super bad for being practically useless. She still owed him big time for saving her disciple's neck. She swore to hit him up if she found any clues. Honestly though, Elbana totally believed this edgy kid could actually pack up the Demon Lord. Too bad our guy wanted zero part in that massive headache. But hey, if push came to shove, he might just have to slice that boss to pieces. Elbana was seriously blown away by this absolute weirdo. Unlike those shiny wannabe heroes, he gave off major raised-in-the-dark vibes. Kai stood up, ready to bail. He threw her a quick thanks and told her to drop a line to Siren at the Adventurer Guild if anything popped up. Right then, Elbana realized, maybe she could actually trust this punk. Meanwhile, Maya just finished her bath, looking fresh and feeling amazing. She blinked at Kai. Dude, aren't you gonna wash up? We have been fighting and climbing all day. Realizing he smelled like absolute trash, our boy decided to finally hit the showers and get his handsome on. Out of nowhere, Elbana dropped a bomb. Hey kid, how about you take my disciple with you? Maya's jaw practically hit the floor. The master knew exactly what Maya was aiming for, but Kai just flat out hit them with a massive nope. He straight up said he didn't need a loudmouth tag-along. Cut to the next day, right between the Eastern Demon Kingdom Veldora and the Holy Nation Daiger's front lines. Yeah, Mr. Iwork alone totally dragged Maya along anyway. What a hypocrite. The weather here was actually chilling, but rumors said the Demon Lands were straight up brutal. Crazy to think this place belonged to the Holy Nation just a minute ago. Veldora's climate was guaranteed to be a total nightmare. Out west by the Urugano Mountains sat a massive city called Nuras, surrounded by a bunch of tiny, run-down villages. Now, that city was completely hijacked by the Demon Lord's army, serving as their frontline base. That was their target, a brutal 2-day hike on foot. Fun times. Kai hated being nosy, but he couldn't stop wondering what happened to the locals. Maya dropped the dark truth. Half were wiped out and the rest dragged off as slaves by those demon scumbags. Only a lucky few managed to dip over the mountains. Just as he thought, this girl was a walking encyclopedia. Bringing her wasn't the worst idea after all. Even though she was low-key fuming when he rejected her earlier, her master had just giggled it off. Come on, kid, you are still a total noob in this world. Maya is a living cheat code. I shoved all my elite knowledge right into her brain. Kai demanded to know what was in it for him. Elbana kept it real. She is clueless about how the real world works. All that brain power, but absolutely zero street smarts. Elbana had been dying to send her out on an adventure, but let her cute little student wander alone. Heck no. So, she dumped all her trust, and the girl, right onto Kai. Sure, Elbana could have chaperoned her back in the day, but her adventuring days were toast. She looked like a fresh-faced youth, but her physical limits were totally hitting rock bottom. Then boom, this random punk showed up and saved her disciple. Kai fully admitted he was about to crash the demon territory. Talk about a massive suicide mission. He made it crystal clear. If she drags me down, I am ditching her. Elbana just looked at Maya. You heard the edgy boy. Your life, your call. Maya's eyes locked in. She was totally riding out with Kai. Fast forward one day, and she was already whining like crazy. But hey, what do you expect from a squishy mage build? Maya had been grinding her magical stats, not her stamina, all this time. The sun finally dipped out. They called it quits for the day, crashing at a makeshift camp. Maya gave Kai the biggest puppy dog eyes. Didn't you say you would ditch me if I sucked at this? What kind of dumb trash is that? He scoffed. It is just a little hike. I am not leaving you behind. Now hurry up and pitch the tent. Maya scrambled to work. Later, they were just chilling by the fire, munching on stale bread. Kai was still low-key stressing, reminding her that this trip was insanely dangerous, but his mind was made up. He wasn't hitting the brakes for anything, no matter how crazy things got. Kai just wanted a one-way ticket back to his own world. But Maya, she had zero business risking her neck like this. He knew Elbana wasn't capping, so Maya definitely had some hidden agenda. Maya clammed up. She totally knew this guy had already read her like an open book. Flashback to her old life. Her elf village got absolutely flattened by the demon army. Word on the street was that this war was only supposed to be humans versus demons. What a joke. Demons didn't give a damn. They would wreck any race in their path. Her mom, her dad, even her little bro, all slaughtered. The only reason she was breathing? Her dad pulled an epic decoy move to draw their aggro. Back then, she was just completely useless. When the demon army finally rolled out, she was left totally alone in the ashes. That is when her master swooped in and saved her, turning her into an overpowered disciple. Honestly, Kai couldn't care less about her tragic backstory. He just wanted her actual motive. Turns out the whole mage training arc, it was all just to grind enough power to wipe every last demon off the map. 10 grueling years of hardcore training and soaking up her master's knowledge. All of it was fueled by pure, unadulterated revenge. She was going to rip that bastard apart with her own hands. Her target? Winbex, one of the elite 4 heavenly kings, the absolute boss of the wind element, and one of the highest-ranking scumbags in the demon army. The only reason she tagged along with our edgy boy? Free VIP access to track that monster down. Her master used to ban her from solo leveling. But the second Kai showed up, it was an instant green light. She had no clue what kind of vibe her master got from this punk. Even as the star pupil, Maya couldn't read her master's mind at all. So for now, she was perfectly fine playing by his rules. Elbana literally dumped this revenge-driven elf onto Kai's lap, fully believing he was tough enough to handle her crazy. If the sage had let her fly solo, this girl would have definitely gotten herself unalived over pure rage. Maya threw him a bright, reckless smile. Chill out, dude. I am not dragging you into my personal boss fight. She clearly wanted to solo that bastard. Deep talk over. Time to hit the hay and recharge for tomorrow's chaotic trek. Maya immediately curled up, out like a light. She even set up spirit guards just in case some random mobs tried to gank them. But Kai, the dude, was wide awake. His brain was on overdrive, totally fixated on the 4 heavenly kings. He just barely survived a high-tier demon, and now he was looking at an even crazier power level. To win, he seriously needed a massive power-up. But wait, he suddenly realized that wasn't even the biggest problem right now. Next morning, cut to the western fortresses of the holy nation Daiger. The big shot commanders were having a super tense war council. And yeah, Midutsuji was sitting right in the mix. The bald geezer was hyped, yelling that with the hero candidates here, it was the perfect time to strike. The white-haired commander got the vibe, but where the heck do they even start? Amelia slammed her finger on the map. Arlis Fortress. That is our playground. It used to belong to us anyway. Time for a massive payback. Right now, it was the enemy's frontline base. If they hit them hard right there, those demon punks would totally scramble. Herrick wasn't buying it. To him, this plan was straight up suicidal. They were playing pure defense, and suddenly going full offense? That was basically begging for the enemy's attention. The bald dude snapped back. What is wrong? The big, bad captain of the 8th Night Corps getting cold feet. You literally have hero candidates in your squad. Amelia knew Harik wasn't wrong, but right now, the enemy thought they were absolute trash. They would never see a blitz attack coming. She turned to Midutsuji, asking if his health was back to max. He was fully healed up. Just give the word, and he was ready to swing his blade like a total badass. Meeting adjourned. The epic raid was locked in for tomorrow. Harik let out a massive sigh. It was super rare to see everyone acting so brutally reckless. It was the ultimate opening while the enemy was busy grouping up. Midutsuji was totally convinced this wasn't a screw-up. But Herrick knew the dark truth. They were hard carrying themselves on Midutsuji's stats, and that arrogance was going to bite them. Even though the candidates were supposed to just buff up the defenses, you can't exactly dodge orders from the big bosses. Obviously, Herrick's crew would still back up the candidates with everything they had. But this time, Midutsuji was the ultimate hard carry. He told the squad to grab some sleep. Suddenly, his spider senses started tingling with pure dread. But backing out was not an option. Bright and painfully early the next morning, the hero candidates launched their raid on Arlis Fortress. Nagas was seriously questioning his life choices. Like, who even fights at the crack of dawn? Wouldn't a sneak attack make more sense at midnight? Yeah, except these demons basically have built-in night vision. Fighting in the dark would just be asking for a game over. Midutsuji double-checked the game plan. Their mission? Snipe the enemy commander while the main army played decoy. Since the boss was definitely a high-tier demon, Midutsuji was calling the shots the second the raid started. If he got separated, the rule was simple. Stall for time or run for your lives. Everyone nodded, fully understanding the assignment. Right then, a knight relayed the signal from the main squad. It was time to crash the party. On cue, the squad blitzed the fortress, catching those clueless demons completely off guard. Outside, Ilya was on crowd control duty against the mob spawns. Meanwhile, Midutsuji and Harik exploited the chaos to breach the gates. Sweeping up the low-level trash guards was a total breeze. Those losers were literally shook to their core that anyone actually had the guts to storm their front yard. But sweeping trash did not mean they could slack off. The final boss could be chilling right in the main hall. Suddenly, Midutsuji and his squad found themselves totally boxed in. A massive horde of monsters had just blocked every exit. Harik and the 8th Night Brigade took the rear guard duty to mop up the flankers. The hero candidates just kept bulldozing straight toward the objective. Naga summoned his divine guardian, roasting the freaks to absolute ash. The crew totally styled on the rest of those ugly mobs, successfully smashing their way through the main gate. But a super high-tier demon was already waiting for them. It was Sonya, literally one of the Demon Lord's 4 heavenly kings. Everyone thought that title was just an edgy flex, but Midutsuji could feel the insane pressure radiating off this guy. The boomer demon slammed his massive shield into the dirt, throwing down an epic challenge. Let us see how tough you little hero wannabes really are, Midutsuji barked orders, getting everyone into battle formation. He mentally slapped himself to stay cool. If they wiped here, the main army's sacrifice was totally pointless. Sonia slammed his palm onto the earth. Sick magic circles lit up the ground, exploding to spawn a literal army of disgusting mud golems. He ordered his filthy minions to rush in and spill some blood. Narumi played defense, slicing those mud freaks in half with sick wind blades. Arashi Satsuki charged in, flexing his signature explosive attacks. He was getting cocky, figuring these slow-motion mud blobs were total jokes. But oh boy, the nightmare was just logging on. The monsters that literally just got blasted to pieces? Yeah, they were already regenerating like a massive cheat code. Even worse, their muddy punches were packing way more damage now. The squad went all out, but they were completely outscaled. Every time they scored a kill, the freaks just respawned. Kazaki totally clutched up, stunning a monster just in time to save his bro. Everyone was sweating bullets, stabbing and slashing with everything they had. But these unkillable blobs just kept hitting back. Even the psychic guardian of Mireille could not lay a scratch on this mud squad. Grinding like this was just going to lead to a wipeout. Narumi yelled that he literally saw this exact trope in a manga once. In garbage situations like this, you have to target the summoner. Narumi pulled the mud mobs away, freeing up Arashi Satsuki and Midutsuji to snipe the boomer boss. But taking down a high-tier demon was not going to be a walk in the park. A dozen magic circles popped up on the ground, launching an absolute barrage of boulders straight at Midutsuji. He tried to block the spam attack, but his stamina bar was basically flashing red. Turns out, that was the ultimate bait. Midutsuji was just playing the squishy decoy, setting up Arashi Satsuki for a nasty sneak attack from behind with a max power explosion. A savage blast rocked the zone. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see if the boss was finally deleted. Plot twist, he was not. A thick mud shield had shot up from the dirt, entirely tanking the epic explosion. Then, the shield literally punched Arashi Satsuki right in the gut, knocking him out cold in one hit. The old freak just smirked. Is this seriously all you wannabe heroes can do? While Midutsuji and his crew were getting trashed by Stoner, Shinju finally rolled up to the fallen city. Down in a creepy, drippy void, a tiny magical flame sparked to life on a staff. Kai and Mayer were sneaking through the city underground sewers. The stench was absolutely radioactive. Mayer pinched her nose, whining hardcore. Wow, infiltrating through a literal toilet system. 10 out of 10 idea, it smells like absolute death in here. Kai just shrugged, totally unfazed. Chill out. We will hit the city underground pulse soon enough. He dropped some quick logic on her. These freaks have insane night vision, and frontline security is no joke. Strolling through the front door was suicide. They finally hit a rusty iron ladder. Kai glanced up and grabbed the rungs. This is our premium exit. A few minutes later, the duo crawled out of the gross sewers, straight into a sketchy city alleyway. While Kai went full stealth mode behind a wall, Mayer just stood out in the open, wringing out her dress and whining. Finally, out of that dump, Kai instantly picked up a threat, dragging her behind a dumpster. Someone is coming? Zip it and hide. Two grunt demons swaggered past their spot. The purple one stretched, crying about being tired. The green one snapped back, totally annoyed. Stop whining, bro. Guarding the witch is a literal honor. The purple demon rolled his eyes. Getting assigned to the witch has nothing to do with skill, right? My motivation is absolutely zero right now. The green one just scoffed, throwing major shade. I mean, you got the skills, but your vibe is trash. Purple cut him off. Still, she did not have to scream at me like that. The clueless guards marched right past their hiding spot. A second later, Mayer exhaled loudly. Are those losers gone yet? Processing the eavesdropped intel, the gears of Kai started turning. The witch, huh? So the demon princess really is the boss running this whole city? Mayer nodded. Yep, the infamous space witch. Sounds like she is your main target right now. Kai had a flashback to a pro tip from Sage Albana. A space-bending witch ruled the frontline city, and this crazy lady was the cheat code to granting his wish. Kai frowned. The million-dollar question is how we actually get close. If we just blindly rush our way in there, it will turn into an absolute bloodbath. They crept out of hiding. Mayer tagged along, asking, So what is the master plan? Kai fired back. First, we do some sneaky recon. Just follow my lead, and do not do anything stupid. She nodded like a good little sidekick. Got it, boss. Down in the city center, the demon mob density was insane. Just like humans, they were chilling in little cliques, or straight up chugging beers in the corner. The duo camped out in some random abandoned room, spying on the demon goons through a busted window, Mayer muttered. Honestly, they just look like normies living regular lives. Kind of a massive letdown, honestly. Kai shot back. Bro, they can talk and actually use their brains. Acting human is basic logic. He pointed down at the street, and Mayer totally froze. Down below, captive human slaves were breaking their backs, hauling cargo. The demons were savagely whipping them, barking orders. Stop slacking off, you useless meatbags. Keep moving. Seeing the twisted scene, Mayer gasped out loud. Actual slaves? Kai looked confused. Why are you acting so shocked? You already knew demons used humans for cheap labor. Mayer clenched her fists behind the door. You are right, but seeing it in real life is totally sickening. After brutally thrashing the humans, the demons just stood there laughing like complete psychos, while their victims cried in agony. Mayor darkened real quick. She was practically radiating pure, murderous rage. Kai glanced over and noticed her deadly vibe. It was his first time seeing her look so ready to throw hands, and honestly, he was a bit shook. Suddenly, the spatial energy around them violently glitched. A voice echoed out. "You guys are not demons, are you?" Right behind them, a horned girl popped up with an insanely creepy aura. Kai snapped his head back, absolutely panicked. Since when was she camping there? He instantly whipped out his dagger, ready to brawl. My radar completely missed her. The weird girl waved her hands, trying to chill him out. "Put the toy away, boy. I am not looking for a player versus player match." Kai tightened his grip, sweating bullets. "Then what the heck do you want? How did she find our spot?" Kai freaked out at her totally chill vibe. "This is insane. Nobody sneaks up on me like that. She is definitely hacking with magic." The mysterious girl finally spoke. "I have been tracking you since you tripped my radar." Mayor blinked, totally lost. "Wait, what radar? I did not sense a single drop of mana." Her crimson eyes glowed with a weird intensity. She smirked. "My spatial magic sees absolutely everything, kids." Kai flinched. He suddenly remembered the crazy rumors from this morning. Spatial magic? Do not tell me it is her. He instantly popped his assessment skill. The system window flashed. Isabel Verdora, age 15. Female. Attack S. Defense A. Agility A. Strength A. Magic SS. Status normal. Evil God Guardian skill, rank S. Spatial magic, rank S. All magic elements, rank S. Seriously, what a total monster. Stepping up, she finally dropped her name. "I am Isabel, the 5th princess of the Verdora demon realm." She glared, dropping a heavy threat. "Speak, or I call the guards." "A human and an elf? You guys suck at looking like spies." Kai's brain went into overdrive. "Starting a brawl in the enemy base? Hard pass. Time for some smooth talking. I will spill the tea," he said, "but grab a snack. It is a really long story." Isabel hopped onto a nearby crate and sat down. "Whatever, I am bored anyway." After dumping all the crazy lore on her, she raised an eyebrow. "Ah, so you just want to go back home?" Kai locked eyes with her, totally serious. "They say spatial magic can pull it off. Is it true?" She nodded. "Whoever told you that was not capping. You can definitely go home." "Wait, seriously?" Kai gasped, his heart doing a backflip. A massive wave of relief washed over him. Thank goodness. He finally scored a chat with a spatial witch. She did not give off that typical psycho-demon vibe. Zero human-hating energy from her. Isabel sighed. "But there is a major catch. I need the exact coordinates of your original world. I have literally zero clue where or what your world is." That reality check completely crushed his hype. Her face turned dead serious. "The magic works, but without coordinates, you are stuck here, buddy." Awkward silence instantly filled the room. They just stared at each other. One dude desperate for his own bed, and one girl holding the ultimate VIP ticket home. But the most crucial puzzle piece was missing. The coordinates, Kai begged. "Is there any hack to find them?" She shook her head. "The multiverse is huge, bro. Finding your exact server is nearly impossible." He had been scanning her with his system the whole time. Even the Eye of Truth confirmed it. No lies detected. His upgraded skills were actually coming in clutch right now. Isabel crossed her arms. "Plus, your body has hard limits. You got dragged here by a guardian skill. Messing with that is basically a bug in the system. My demon arts cannot hack past your guardian firewall." Through her mystic eyes, Kai was wrapped in a thick, smoky white aura. Kai gave it to her straight. "Guess the big boss upstairs locked us here until we slay the demon lord?" Isabel just shrugged. "Maybe. That is above my pay grade." Kai sighed heavily. Just his luck. No cheat codes allowed. "All right, cool." At least he knew his absolute only option now. A fierce fire ignited in his eyes. He had to body the demon lord. Isabel smirked. "Looks like you made up your mind, kid." Kai scoffed. "Getting an Uber home from a demon is great, but the fare is insane." Mayor squinted at the princess. "Hold up, why are you even helping us out? You are literally the demon princess?" With a snap, a swirling spatial rift tore open. She stepped toward it. "Newsflash, elf. Demons have dirty politics too. I just have my own hidden agenda." Weapons instantly flashed as Kai and Mayor went into full defensive mode. Isabel just strolled into the cosmic rift. "Watch your backs, newbies," she teased. "Sneaking out of this zone is playing on extreme difficulty." And just like that, her figure faded into the void. Blink, and she was gone. The portal snapped shut. Mayor clutched her chest, gasping for air. "Holy crap! I thought it was game over!" Kai sheathed his dagger with a click. "She is the Demon Lord's bloodline. Total overkill. We stood zero chance there." Mayor exhaled, tension leaving her body. Thank heavens she did not want to murder us. Kai nodded grimly. "Yeah, but in this genre, plot armor always comes with a massive trap." Mayor instantly panicked. "Dude, do not jinx us!" Suddenly, demonic roars echoed from the streets below. Mayor peeked out the window while Kai frowned. What is the ruckus? A demon captain screamed. Hunt them down! The spies are inside the walls! Mayor freaked out. Did we just get caught? Kai gritted his teeth. The timing of that witch vanishing was way too suspicious. Mayor's eyes went wide. Wait, did she snitch on us on her way out? Why? I do not get it. He spun toward the exit. Who knows what goes on in a crazy demon's head? We need to bounce right now. Moments later, Kai and Mayor were doing hardcore parkour across the rooftops. Down below, the demon squad was frantically sweeping the area. A grunt yelled, "Still no sign of those rats? They have to be here." Kai's brain analyzed the chaos. They are locking down the grid. They definitely know we are trespassing. Stealth mode is blown. Time to dash. Plus, these mobs have insanely high stats. Mid-sprint, Kai slammed the brakes. Mayor crashed right into his back. Hey, watch the lag, she complained. Kai aggressively shoved her head down into stealth. She gasped in shock. What the heck? Get down and freeze, Kai hissed. His senses were screaming. This aura felt exactly like that psycho princess, maybe even worse. Down on the street, an elite boss monster stood among the grunts. A massive horn pierced his forehead, leaking a toxic green aura. This was one of the 4 heavenly kings. Mayor froze in absolute horror. It was the monster who wiped out her entire village. Windbox, she whispered. Kai glanced back. What did you just say? Mayor trembled, her eyes burning with raw fury. Fate finally brought us together. Teaming up with you was the ultimate winning move. Kai raised an eyebrow. Is that your revenge target? 100%, Mayor growled. The Wind Heavenly King. The Demon Lord's loyal dog, Windbox. Kai peeked over the ledge, firing up his system scan. Target Windbox. Age 40. Race Demon. Skills Wind Attribute. Demon Magic level 5. Hawkeye level 5. Sword Mastery level 5. His stats were completely broken. Kai gripped Mayor's shoulder tight. Chill out. Fighting that raid boss right now is pure suicide. Mayor gritted her teeth and relaxed. She wanted blood, but she was not dumb enough to throw. Kai slid lower into the shadows. A Wind Heavenly King? Wind magic is literally an aimbot for tracking. We need to move like ghosts. Now. Mayor sat completely frozen. Windbox's heavy aura was literally blending into the breeze. He marched down the street with a massive demon escort. He barked at his troops. All right, are there really uninvited guests in my zone? No doubt, my lord, a minion swore. Windbox snorted arrogantly. Just a gut feeling, so whatever. But if some low-level bugs really snuck in here, we are going to crush them into pixel dust. He took a second to lecture his mob. Do not forget, humanity's ultimate trump cards, those so-called hero candidates, have spawned at the front lines. Times like these, we must secure the base. It is basic strategy, idiots. A purple demon dared to interrupt. Sorry to be that guy, sir, but are you okay just chilling in the back lines? I thought a beast like you would want all the frontline XP, Windbox smirked lazily. This VIP spot suits me perfectly. Let the trash mobs do the heavy lifting. Suddenly, his invisible wind trackers triggered a ping. A twisted grin stretched across Windbox's face. Well, well, the rats are definitely here, the purple demon gasped. Did your radar catch them, sir? Windbox laughed. The breeze is whispering their exact location. Violent gusts of wind swirled around his clawed hand. They are playing stealth mode, but nobody escapes my absolute radar. Game on, little bugs. The demon grunt totally fanboyed. Sir, your wind radar is insane. Tracking anything is just mind-blowing. Windbox scoffed, rolling his eyes. Save the kissing up for later. Get the hunting squad moving. The grunt scrambled to obey. Windbox stood there, smirking like a total creep. Cannot believe that witch let humans waltz right past her. How hilariously pathetic. This little freak show should be fun. Down a nasty alley, Kai and Mayor were booking it. Dodging demon patrols and Windbox's creepy stalking, Kai's eyes were practically glowing with serious edge. Getting busted right now? 0% chance. Suddenly, Kai threw out his hand. Hold up, he hissed. Out on the main street, the ugly squad was going crazy. Find those losers, one yelled. They cannot hide forever. Kai peeked around the sketchy corner. They are onto our route, but they do not have our exact zip code yet. Mayor squinted at the sky. Something felt totally gross, so she nudged him. The wind was acting completely psycho. Even the wind spirits were throwing a massive tantrum. Kai followed her gaze. Wind-based search magic, he muttered. Yeah, that is a huge red flag. I can totally scramble this funky wind, Mayor whispered, but it is basically shooting off a flare. Kai kept moving, looking chill. Hard pass on that. We are not fully busted yet. Stay cool. Keep moving. If they jump us here, we are getting stomped by sheer numbers. Time ticked by like molasses. Meanwhile, Windbox's ugly squad kept turning the city upside down. The duo stuck to the grossest back alleys, moving like pure shadows to dodge the radar. But then, a totally annoying demon voice screeched. Found you, little rats. Kai glanced back. A whole mob of ugly was tailing them. Mayor was panting like she just ran a tragic marathon. Kai clicked his tongue. Seriously? He thought, as they sprinted harder. My bad, totally my fault, Mayor wheezed. Whatever, Kai brushed it off. We can just use their blind spots to wreck them. He shot her a smirk. Plus, you are going to be my shiny bait. Wait, bait? Mayor gasped, eyes going wide. Before her brain could even compute that, Kai stomped hard, exploding off the ground. He hit the walls, parkouring in 6 zigzags straight to the roof. Mayor practically cried, "Time out! I am not a freaking ninja monkey!" Kai stared down, totally unimpressed. Thought you wanted revenge? Whining like a baby does not fix anything, dude. Ditching her like yesterday's trash. Kai kept leaping. Just hide! He dropped casually. Feeling completely betrayed, Mayor stared in shock. But survival instincts kicked in, and she bolted down the alley like a maniac. The demon mob raged behind them, waving cheap weapons. The idiots are splitting up. Hitting a fork, the squad divided. Half chased the ninja boy, while the rest zoomed straight after poor Mayor. Suddenly, she slammed the brakes and spun around. Aiming her staff like a boss, she grumbled. Geez, I just need to blast them, right? Squaring off, her staff erupted with raging fire salamander magic. The goons froze, eyes popping out. What the heck is that? Boom! The entire alley got cooked in a massive inferno. The spicy explosion instantly made every other demon turn around. Following their bosses screaming, the mindless grunts rushed the barbecue. Over there, move your pathetic legs! But right behind their totally clueless squad, a creepy shadow touched down without a peep. A wicked slash kissed a demon's neck. Blood sprayed before the idiot even blinked. The dead weight hit the dirt with a thud as the shadow blitzed forward. Kai's next victims? The 2 clueless goons ahead. In a flash, only 6 slicing sounds echoed. 0 screams, just pure ninja execution. The head honcho felt the weird vibes and flinched. Spinning his ugly mug around, he grunted, "What is that annoying noise?" Surprise! His entire posse was snapping permanently on the floor. What the absolute heck? He stuttered, freaking out. In a microsecond, a cold blade hugged his throat. The demon was too terrified to squeak. Kai sneered. Absolute coward. The second those words dropped, blood painted the walls. Meanwhile, in another trashy alley, desperate, heavy breathing echoed endlessly. Mayor was struggling hardcore, running for her life. Spamming spells to stall the ugly parade. Summoning the water god, she dropped a literal flash flood. The alley turned into a messy slip and slide. But these brainless goons kept wading through the surf. Mayor's face twitched with pure stress. At least they are moving like grandmas, she thought. But honestly, at this rate, the endless mob would crush her. Wait a sec. Something was totally off. She squinted at the back of the pack. A random water pillar kept rocketing into the air, and every single time it splashed, one ugly grunt got permanently deleted. Are their numbers actually dropping? Mayor wondered. Then, the water totally turned into a creepy red soup. The frontrunners finally noticed their missing bros. Whipping around, they screeched, "What the heck are you?" Before the freak could even process life, a dagger parked itself right between its eyes. Blood gazered everywhere. Kai's epic little throwing stunt? He totally named it the Shinigami Death Strike. Kai's glare was absolute ice. Demon blood smeared on his cheek like total edgelord war paint. He casually yanked his dagger out. Not bad for bait, he smirked. You made my job super easy. They kept strolling through the nasty alley. I literally almost died back there, Mayor complained. Cut to the main street. Windbox was pacing fiercely. Still have not caught those little rats? He barked. A panicked grunt scrambled over. Sorry, sir. We will spam more troops right now. Windbox raised a hand, shutting him up. Cancel that. Sending more garbage just means more dead bodies. Windbox smirked with absolute toxic confidence. I will squash these bugs myself. Back to our dynamic duo, things felt extremely weird ahead. A massive blast of wind suddenly slammed down toward them. It ruined their hair and totally killed their momentum. Holy cow, Mayor thought, sweating. This wind is radiating some seriously insane boss energy. They were definitely in the crosshairs now. Wind energy morphed into deadly magic missiles dive-bombing them. Sensing the massive red flag, Mayor screamed, "Spirits of the wind!" She whipped up a magic tornado, swatting those edgy blades. The crazy attacks fizzled out, and the vibe got dead silent. Kai stared up with a total edgelord glare. Finally, the big boss shows up. Floating up there was Windbox, playing God with the wind. He crossed his arms, smirking like a supervillain. Guess you little rats have some bite, invaders. Seeing his stupid face, Mayor went completely feral. Pure hatred flashing in her eyes, she shrieked, "Windbox!" Kai nudged her, practically fueling the fire. Here is your epic revenge moment. You ready to wreck him, Mayor? She gripped her staff until her knuckles turned white, eyes locked onto the freak with pure determination. I have been ready for 10 freaking years. Kai whispered some fast tactical advice. If this drags out, we are completely screwed. He is no tutorial boss. We need to go absolutely plus ultra right away. Got it? Mayor nodded fiercely. Got it. She glared at Windbox like she wanted to delete him. Slamming her staff down, she began her sick chant. Spirits of the wind. Razor-sharp wind blades instantly rocketed at his smug face. The magic blades sliced the air like a blender, aimed right at the floating weirdo. But Windbox just chilled there. His smug expression never even twitched. Flexing hard, Windbox spawned a gigantic magic circle. Spamming wind attacks against me? One of the 4 freaking Wind Kings? You are insanely stupid. The circle amplified his sick aura. Massive wind energy swallowed him completely. Mayer's attacks hit his tornado shield and totally flopped. Completely instantly nullified. The insane vortex just chewed up her blades, spitting them right back out into the sky like absolute garbage. Kai abused his agility, zooming across the dirt. He is blocking his own vision, he realized, staring up. But out of literally nowhere, brutal wind spears dive-bombed straight for his head. Thanks to his crazy edgelord reflexes, Kai sidestepped the spears like a total pro. But looking up, his jaw almost dropped in pure shock. Windbox laughed. Thought you could rush me while my eyes were covered? He twirled a finger, playing with the air currents, smiling like a total psycho. You get it now, right? My absolute wind magic, wind sweep. It will literally never let you escape my radar. Kai started sweating bullets. This is complete garbage, he cursed internally. Even in his blind spots, this magic totally wall hacks me. It is the ultimate toxic counter to my entire stealth build. Mayer flexed her glowing staff with a confident smirk. Chill out, I got this. Boom! A blinding green flash erupted, and a massive roaring hurricane totally wiped out Windbox's pathetic windshield. What the hell? The dude gasped, totally mind-blown. Mayer smirked at Kai. His wind magic relies on perfect flow control. If I just spam my own spells to wreck his rhythm, I can completely shut him down. Windbox started sweating bullets, looking seriously stressed. This little brat. She literally chanted my barrier away. Does she already know my entire combat style? Kai kept his eyes deadlocked on the target. Typical, this girl's been breathing nothing but pure revenge her whole life. Using the walls like a parkour pro, he vaulted up to the rooftops to crash Windbox's aerial party. The boss looked down, laughing like a total creep. Think getting close changes anything? Kai launched a sick, razor-sharp slash, but Windbox just floated up on his wind magic like a total coward. Kai blinked, completely unamused by this nonsense. Too bad for you. I own the sky, the jerk sneered from above. Kai clicked his tongue. Great. Another annoying flying freak just like Narumia. Jump! Mayer yelled from below. Suddenly, a slick, magical breeze wrapped around Kai's kicks, launching him straight into the air. With her wind magic boosting him from behind, he was homing in on the target like a missile. How the heck? Windbox shrieked, totally losing his mind. Kai narrowed his cold eyes, gripping his daggers. Time to end this clown while he's panicking, perfectly syncing his clairvoyance and weak point detection skills to strike. Thanks to that busted skill, Kai could practically read the guy's dodge patterns and fatal spots like an open book. But wait, the glowing red target on Windbox was actually starting to fade out? Kai raised an eyebrow, genuinely caught off guard. Windbox reached for his hip and slowly pulled out a brand new toy. A ridiculously long, razor-sharp wind sword materialized right in his grip. You absolute trashes actually made me draw my blade, Windbox growled, instantly dive-bombing straight at Kai's face. The strike was insanely fast and heavy, forcing Kai to desperately block with his twin daggers as he skidded backward. Still, a brutal shockwave sliced right past his guard, leaving a bloody scratch on his cheek. Crap, Kai thought. Even with future sight, this dude's speed is totally busted. Pressing the advantage, Windbox rushed in like an absolute madman, giving Kai zero room to breathe. He smirked wickedly. Fun fact, kid, I'm the one who taught Hor how to swing a sword. Suddenly, the psycho's confident smile completely vanished. A massive freaking boulder came crashing toward his face, forcing him to desperately bail. Kai took the free save, landing smoothly right next to Mayer. The massive boulder smashed into a building, while Windbox hovered above, looking seriously stressed. Kai and Mayer stood ready, weapons locked and loaded. Deflecting a rock that huge with just wind magic wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Windbox glared at Mayer with pure venom. That little elf actually spams earth elemental magic. Okay, maybe I shouldn't treat her like total garbage. He locked eyes on her, totally confused. Weren't all those pathetic elf villages wiped off the map? Then it clicked, and he shouted, Oh, I get it now. You're the little punk who clipped Hor, aren't you? Before Kai could even drop a sarcastic reply, Mayer snapped back. Bingo! High time you freaks learned how it feels to lose someone. Windbox chuckled darkly. So, you're the pesky survivor from that trash town. Mayer's murderous aura was literally off the charts right now. I've grinded my magic for 10 straight years just to put you in the ground. Windbox just burst out laughing. Aw, so nostalgic. You're bringing back all my best memories. That day was an absolute blast, he sneered, his horns pulsing with gross veins as Mayer stared in sheer disgust. Listening to your pathetic people cry and beg, absolute music to my ears. They actually threw their lives away for each other. How lame is that? Only one idiot begged for mercy. He licked his lips, oozing a sickening demonic aura. It was so delightfully tragic, I almost shed a tear. Seeing that pure, pathetic despair was just chef's kiss. That pushed Mayer right over the absolute edge. Screaming her lungs out, she aimed her glowing staff straight at his stupid face. Kai stepped in smoothly, blocking her path. Whoa, don't let this edgelord bait you, Mayer. He glanced back, dropping the attitude. I seriously need your magic right now, okay? That snapped her straight back to reality. She shoved her raging anger down and nodded. Got it. Kai refocused, locking into gamer mode. Gotta stay chill, read the field, and absolutely wreck this boss. His area of effect is insane, spamming both melee and ranged attacks, making it super easy to get tagged. Up above, Winbox told himself to stay frosty too. These two brats are a massive pain. That kid actually tanked my hit and stood back up. Despite being a measly human, he called out, "You some kind of hero candidate?" Kai shot him a deadly glare. Wow, you're quite the fanboy, aren't you? Winbox raised his wicked blade. I keep tabs on the enemy's top-tier threats, and you're not even on the leaderboards. Only logical answer? You're just a random glitch in the system. Looking down at them, he scoffed mentally. Whatever, they're the ones losing. No need to rush when my stats literally dwarf theirs in every single category. Meanwhile, Kai was doing the frantic mental math. His clairvoyance buff would expire in exactly 3 minutes. If they didn't speedrun this boss, it was game over. Mayer suddenly whispered, "Hey, lean in. I've got a crazy strategy." The tiny elf leaned in, whispering her secret master plan. Hearing it, Kai smirked. "Roger that. Just try not to drag me down." Mayer's eyes bugged out before she shot back. Excuse me? That's my line, idiot." Winbox glared down, completely impatient. "Are you losers done chatting?" Ignoring him, Kai locked onto the boss with literal killer instinct. "All right, let's rock," he told Mayer. The demon laughed coldly, his eyes practically begging them to try something stupid. Phase 1 of the master plan, initiated. Kai surfed upwards on Mayer's magical wind current, rocketing straight toward the boss. Then, she slammed her staff into the dirt and started chanting, "Earth spirits, wake up!" Instead of one massive boulder, a huge swarm of smaller, jagged rocks levitated into the air around her. Throwing her hand up, she screamed, "Light him up!" The rocks launched like heat-seeking missiles straight into the sky. Winbox just floated there lazily, his massive magic circle glowing right behind him. Just as the rocky barrage closed in, Winbox casually swiped his hand, summoning a massive gale. The wind effortlessly swatted Mayer's earth magic away like they were just annoying flies. But before he could even gloat, his eyes went wide. Kai was already in his face, wind boosted and bringing his dagger down for a brutal strike. Moving at crazy speeds, Winbox barely got his sword up to parry. Giving him zero time to chill, Mayer yelled, "We're not done yet!" Like a total boss. She redirected the scattered earth spirits, sending them looping back to ambush him right from behind. "Those rocks are remote-controlled? Gotta dodge," Winbox thought, zipping away. But then he got cocky. Instead of dodging, he decided to flex by casting a wind wall. That was exactly the fatal mistake Mayer wanted. "Now! Wind spirits!" she roared. A violent tornado erupted straight from her staff, totally scrambling Winbox's magic and shattering his precious wind wall into literal pixels. "Say what?" he shrieked in absolute panic. With his defenses completely nuked, the earth rock smashed right through his magic circle. Kai's eyes locked onto the target. Finally, the ultimate opening. Blood splattered from Winbox's hand as he dropped his weapon, looking absolutely horrified. "They didn't aim for my heart. They aimed for my sword." Seizing the moment, Kai snatched the falling wind blade midair, backflipped like a ninja, and landed on a floating boulder. But the brutal combo wasn't over yet. Weaponless in front and totally exposed, he whipped around, his face screaming pure panic. Boom! The earth spirits slammed directly into him. No shield, he ate the whole combo. Furious, he roared, "Cute trick breaking my guard. But I'm a high-tier demon. You think some pebbles are gonna scratch me?" He glared down, practically foaming at the mouth with rage over being outplayed by two weaklings. Mayer stared up, totally stunned. The guy didn't have a single scratch on him. But Kai just stood there, icy cool, holding the stolen wind sword. Everything was going exactly according to his master plan. He smirked, remembering Mayer's whisper. His demonic wind magic was overpowered, sure, but it had one massive fatal glitch. Her eyes were dead serious. Sure, this magic was pretty weak against heavy hitters, especially earth types. I mean, trying to move a boulder with a breeze? Total nightmare. Watching that flying freak, Mayer did the math. Even if his defense was still up, she could totally spam her own wind magic. Messing up his airflow would totally nerf his stats. Kai realized she had been cooking up this revenge plot forever. She needed a flawless strategy to pack this demon up, but honestly, it still was not enough. Kai had told her, "Your plan is not half bad, but leave some room for my grand entrance. I am going to swipe his oversized toothpick." Yup, stealing the sword was totally his big brain idea. Back in reality, their crazy combo actually worked. Mess up the wind, throw earth spirits at his face, and yoink the sword. But the guy did not even flinch. Mayor stared at Kai like, bro, what is your endgame here? The demon's main gig is wind magic, and you just stole his fancy prop? Winbok stood there, licking his own blood like an absolute creep. Not even a real swordsman, hero boy? He sneered. You actually think taking my toy means you can beat me? Kai deadpanned. Pretty much, but something weird was happening. The hijacked sword started vibrating like crazy. Up above, Winbok spammed his wind arrows right at our boy. Kai coldly swatted them away with his dual-wield setup. Suddenly, the boss closed the gap. Winbok caught the wind blade barehanded, but man, you could totally see him sweating bullets. His eyes twitched, cold sweat dripping. I cannot even read this kid's moves anymore. Having that long sword made Kai's close combat game absolutely unfair. A sick horizontal slash sent the demon stumbling. He was blocking for his life, absolutely shook. What the hell? I am losing ground? Mayor seized the opening. Wind spirits, go make his life miserable! A massive updraft blasted him off balance. He fell backward, screaming, no freaking way! He glared at Kai, panicking. This punk is perfectly mirroring my flight patterns. Kai teleported right into his face, raising the blade for the finisher. Game over, man. Winbok flexed so hard, the ugly veins on his horn looked ready to pop. Stop trolling me! You are just a trash human, he screeched. Immediately, a deadly aura blasted from his horn straight at Kai. The epic clash triggered a blinding blue explosion. Kai stuck the landing flawlessly, while Winbok's head literally rolled away. Our boy exhaled hard. My mana bar is completely empty. Creepily, that severed head was still in the chat. I never thought I would actually get clapped, the head grumbled. How did your movement completely change? Plot twist, Kai had the Divine Guardian imitation skill. With these eyes, I can pirate any technique. He flexed on the demon. Mid-fight, I completely downloaded your sword skills. Honestly, my swordplay was garbage before, which is exactly why I hit it. Blood pooled around the talking melon. A Divine Guardian? The hero candidate. So you are humanity's ultimate cheat code, Winbok wheezed. Kai stared him down ruthlessly. I unlocked this perk after turning your lackey, Hector, into dust. His status popped up. Shinjukai, 17, male, guardian, skill, level 4. Weakness detection Z rank, clairvoyance level 1, imitation level 1, assassination level 5. Finally grasping his totally unfair defeat, Winbok closed his eyes, cursing Hector. What an absolute noob, buffing the enemy before dying. Having wrecked one of the 4 heavenly kings, Kai sat chilling. He took a breather, recovering HP while scanning the mess. Even with the bleeding head rolling around like a bowling ball, Kai was running on fumes. So, this is the insane scaling of a heavenly king, he thought. 3 more ridiculously overpowered bosses left, plus the demon lord who is obviously broken. Worse, if just one daughter like Isabel is that cracked, we are in big trouble. Kai let out a massive sigh. My current level is absolute garbage. Mid-existential crisis, a sudden movement made him flinch. Mayor walked up quietly, her brain probably a chaotic mess. 10 years of grinding just to end this guy. She stared at the loot drop. He is dead, right? Kai nodded. Yeah, permanently offline. So, how does completing your 10-year revenge quest feel? Kai asked. Surprisingly chill now, Mayor shrugged. Honestly, it is weird, but I feel absolutely nothing. I threw my whole life into this vendetta, and now the credits are rolling. Under the blazing sun, she sighed. Still, packing him up will not bring my village back to life. Mayor watched the sky. I finally dropped my tragic backstory. Kai nodded honestly. Seriously glad you tagged along. If you did not mess with his wind barrier, I would be totally lost. Mayor smirked back. Hey, I should be saying that. The wrecked walls perfectly framed their boss fight. 10 years of hardcore prep to gank this guy, she added, and I still would have wiped without your carry. She finally smiled, looking like a massive weight just vanished. Thanks for helping me clear my quest. Kai rubbed his neck, acting totally tsundere. Just a side mission, bro. No big deal. Whatever. They were a legit duo now. She spoke softly. It is fine. I'm just glad I chose this party. She smiled. Staying back there, I would have lost my mind. Might have just died like a total non-playable character. Master definitely knew that. So, what is your next move? Mayor looked away. Honestly, no clue. Just feeling a bit mapless. He stood up, walking over. Take your time finding a new main quest. Elves have ridiculous lifespans anyway, right? Mayor gave him a cheeky smirk. I am actually a half-blood. Probably will not outlive Master by much. But hey, we will see. She stepped right beside Kai. For now, I am crashing your party. He gave her a side eye. You sure about this? My endgame is literally the Demon Lord. Mayor shrugged. Taking him out means fewer tragic backstories. Sounds like a solid trade. Before he could even object, she strolled ahead with a grin. Even if you try to kick me, I am selfishly staying. Deal with it, loser. Kai scratched his head. Totally awkward. Extra intel is good, especially when enemy backup drops in. His silence meant the party invite was officially accepted. Mayor was low-key thrilled. She jogged after him, her mood doing an absolute 180. After finishing her revenge arc, she was ready to carry others out of doom. Two tiny figures forged ahead, an otherworldly assassin wearing the hero title and a half-elf packing insane magic damage. The most overpowered duo officially hit the road. Plot twist, high above, a shadowy figure oozing dark energy had been spectating the whole match. It was Isabel. She watched the boss fight without lifting a single finger. She muttered, "They are way more try-hard than I thought. Letting them survive is actually a massive buff." Isabel smirked wickedly. "My next phase is going perfectly." The journey back was a total grind, just like breaking into the demon zone. Shinjukai and Mayor finally rolled back into Elbana. Master and student were stupidly hyped for the reunion, sipping some high-tier tea. Elbana chuckled. "So glad you two did not get wiped out." She eyed the duo. "I really did not expect you to speedrun the trip back." Mayor panicked slightly, unsure if she was getting praised or completely roasted. She stuttered. "Master, the wise sage simply patted her messy head. "I know, kiddo." Elbana snapped her fingers with a cheeky wink. "You totally want to tag along with that kid, right? Give it your all for another goal, too." Kai got super awkward, aggressively sipping his tea like he was suddenly deaf. Mayor glanced at him, her cheeks blushing hard as she whispered, "Yes, master." The sage then side-eyed Kai. "Hey, kid, you got any clue what is going down at the front lines lately?" Kai whipped his head around, totally lost. "Did something happen, senior?" She dropped the bad news. His so-called hero buddies just got absolutely wrecked. Midu actually lost? Kai thought, mind blown. He quickly asked, "Who exactly beat them?" Elbana dropped the bomb. The Demon Lord's top boss, one of the 4 heavenly kings, stoner of the earth. Mayor instantly chimed in. "So he is basically like Winbex? Dude must be insanely overpowered." Kai actually started sweating. Fighting a heavenly king? He had brawled with one before, so he knew those freaks were no joke. He nervously turned back. "Wait, did they get wiped out?" The sage shook his head. "No, they survived. But mentally, they are completely shattered right now." Kai slammed his teacup down. "Got it." He jumped straight to his feet. "Let us go check out this glorious mess." His brain was already calculating. "My master plan is to slay the Demon Lord, so I have to chip away their forces. Best move? Use those hero losers as bait to crush the heavenly kings." Mayor blinked innocently. "Are those hero candidates as busted as you?" Kai just shrugged. "No clue, man. But honestly, raw power means absolute trash if you do not know how to actually use it." Cut to the Night Fortress, a massive defensive wall standing tall. Inside was a total hospital zone. Dozens of heavily injured troops were groaning, including our supposedly elite hero candidates. Non-stop whining echoed everywhere. One guy's arm was bandaged up, but blood kept leaking through like a broken faucet. Shiori rushed over to Midu. "Are you surviving? Let me heal that up." He forced a pathetic smile. "Do not sweat it, Shiori. You are going to burn yourself out. You cannot just spam your healing skill forever, right?" The sweet-faced girl just bit her lip. "I know, but playing medic is literally all I can do." Firing up her holy mana, Shiori pumped her healing energy straight into Midu's battered body. Flashbacks hit him hard. If Herrick's squad had not tanked the hits, his retreat would have been a graveyard trip. Midu scanned the room. Everyone was absolutely wrecked, sporting both busted bones and totally crushed egos. Loudmouth Rena was hugging her knees, staring at nothing like a zombie. Even the macho Arashi was lying down, covering his face in pure defeat. Midu clenched his own fists, violently refusing to accept this massive fail. Guilt was eating him alive. "This is all my fault. I should have crushed that guy." Scene changed to Fort List. The demon base camped out by Stoner himself. The dude was chilling solo on a watchtower, eyes shut, meditating like a creepy monk, while the wind howled around him. Zoom out to the woods. His gnarly fortress sat right on top of a jagged cliff. Kai's voice broke the silence. "So that is our ugly target." His overpowered magic eyes were locked on. Mayor's jaw practically dropped. "Wait, you can actually spy on him from miles away? Are you using cheat codes?" Kai smirked. "My appraisal skill leveled up, so I keep unlocking crazy buff effects. Long-range surveillance is just another basic perk of this hack ability." She giggled. "Your skills are ridiculously convenient, as always." Kai ignored the praise. He just wanted the enemy data. Know your enemy, win the game, right? Suddenly, the boss stats flashed like a neon sign. Name, Stoner. Age, 75. Race, Demon. Sex, Male. Attack, Rank B. Defense, Rank S. Agility, Rank B. Power, Rank S. Magic, Rank S. Status, Normal. Earth Demon Magic, Level 5. Swordsmanship, Level 3. Iron Defense, Level 5. Kai pushed his magic eyes to the absolute limit. He ripped into that iron defense detail. It literally multiplied the user's base defense stat to insane levels. The math clicked in his head. Since his appraisal hit level 4, he could casually scan hidden mechanics. Knowing the enemy's exact broken skills gave him a totally unfair advantage. Plus, he had the ultimate hack, weakness detection. Time ticked by, but Stoner just kept meditating like a rock. He He looked annoyingly chill after sweeping the hero squad into the trash. Kai ran the weakness scan, but got straight-up error messages. 0 results? Seriously? He grumbled. Guess I'm still too weak to crack his firewall. Mayor peeked over. Find anything juicy? He sighed. It would be a cakewalk if he had a weak spot, Kai continued. All I know is this boomer spams Earth Demon magic, and his sword game is not entirely garbage. He also packs a crazy buff for his defense stat. That is my limit. Mayor snapped her fingers. Just as expected from the Earth King, Earth element usually gets totally wrecked by water magic. Kai raised an eyebrow. So elemental matchups are a real thing here? She shook her head. Do not get cocky, bro. It heavily depends on the actual skill tier being thrown around. Mayor got analytical. Even if he spams a mountain of earth spells, he can only master a few core moves. If I figure out his main rotation, I can totally expose his weak point. Kai nodded. We should probably crash their pity party first. What is your bet anyway? Boom. Back to the loser fortress. Midu was leaning on the wall, staring tragically into the void. Still covered in bandages, his eyes screamed anxiety. Midu suddenly pictured Kai's smug face. If only Shinjo was here. He quickly slapped his cheeks. Nope. No relying on the overpowered guy. Stop whining, Midutsuji. I will. Before he could finish his anime protagonist's speech, his squad ninja stepped right behind him. Rina smirked. Plotting your next solo hero move? She waved it off. Look, you always try to play the lone wolf. It is annoying. Midu jumped, completely busted. Guys? Narumi winked at him like a rock star. Wipe that pathetic look off your face. It is not game over yet, man, Meyer chimed in. Exactly, Midu. You are not fighting this raid alone. He stared at them, voice cracking. You guys, still trust me? Rina stepped up and roasted him. Are you saying you do not trust us? She shoved past him, calling him a total idiot. Narumi grabbed Midu in a tight headlock, laughing. She means you need to let us carry you sometimes. Right, Rina? Midu watched her walk away, while Rina just stood there, playing cool. A genuine smile finally broke through. Relying on you guys? Never really crossed my mind. Narumi grinned. Newsflash, buddy. We are all grinding levels and getting stronger every single day. Solo carrying the whole team is just going to break your back. While the squad was having their wholesome bonding moment, a familiar grumpy voice crashed the party. So this is where you hid, Midu. Enter Arashi and his edgy crew. They were looking just as battered and bruised. Arashi pointed a finger, scowling hard. What is with that pathetic, miserable face? Are you giving up on smashing that stoner freak? Midu blinked, totally shocked. Whoa, never expected you to crawl over here. Arashi clicked his tongue aggressively. It pisses me off, but my squad alone cannot beat that monster. He stomped forward, dropping his ego. Give us the orders, Midu. We are crushing Stoner together. Narumi practically cheered. No way. Arashi is actually teaming up with Tsuji? Mir chuckled softly. Hell must have frozen over today. Arashi blushed from pure embarrassment and snapped, Shut up before I murder you! Midu's confidence finally skyrocketed back to 100. All right, everyone. Let us combine our skills and wreck that demon. Arashi smirked. Now that is a face I can work with. Meanwhile, Jin was lurking in the shadows, playing double agent for Kai. She mentally sighed in relief, seeing the class teaming up. But the reality check hit. We still have 0 strategies to actually kill Stoner. Suddenly, a whisper spooked the absolute life out of her. Long time no see, Kanzaki. She whipped her head around, but Kai immediately shushed her. Keep it down. I am not trying to attract fanboys right now. Jin slapped both hands over her mouth, sweating but playing it cool. Kai went straight to business. You guys got clapped by the Earth King, right? Jin nodded shamefully. Yeah. Spill the details, Kai demanded. What demon magic did he use? Jin looked down, dumping the entire tragic raid replay so Kai could analyze it. He stroked his chin, gears turning. I see. So he spawned mud monsters and played Puppet Master? Jin nodded firmly. Exactly! His whole gimmick revolves around that mud trash, Kai muttered without thinking, just like Mayor predicted. Hearing that, Jin snapped her head back, eyes blazing with sudden jealousy. Wait, Mayor? Who the heck is that? Is it a girl? Kai totally dodged the question. No biggie, thanks for the intel. Jane raised an eyebrow. Not gonna lend a hand, Shinjo? Kai smirked at the hyped-up squad. I would, but they look pretty fired up. Me joining would just crash their party. Giving Jane those classic, earnest eyes, he added. I'll just play Shadow Ninja as usual. Meanwhile, up in the clouds, the massive Lys fortress was looking all gloomy, with try-hard demon guards taking their patrol way too seriously. Down in the spooky woods, the hero squad huddled up for round 2. Carrie was totally hyped. With Zumi on board, we're basically a 100-man army right now. Rina chimed in with a massive grin. Preach! So glad you're in one piece. Zumi awkwardly poked her own cheek. Thanks, guys. I'll try not to mess this up. Meet candidate number 9, Kinoshita Zumi. She just leveled up from bench warmer to frontline fighter. Rina tilted her head. So what made you suddenly want to join the Suicide Squad? Zumi totally panicked for a second. Flashing a fake smile, she blurted out, I heard you guys were getting wrecked. Kari laughed out loud. Such a hero. But Rina just gave her the silent side-eye. Zumi kept the polite grin glued on, thinking, did I nail that, Shinjo? Flashback to 5 days ago. Zumi was rocking a maid outfit, totally slumped against a door. Ugh, today absolutely sucked, she groaned. Out of nowhere, Kai dropped a casual greeting. Long time no see, Kinoshita. Brain-dead Zumi just nodded. Yeah, it's been a minute. Then it clicked. She started pointing like a maniac. Wait, what the heck? What are you doing here? Are you picking locks now? A second later, she chilled out a bit. Wait, is that really you, Shinjo? Kai gave 0 flips. Glad to see your brain finally logged on. Blushing like a tomato, she shrieked. Why are you sneaking into my room? Kai totally ignored the drama and cut to the chase. Midu's crew is getting absolutely clapped on the front lines right now. To flip this bad run, we need your specs, the Water Guardian power. That's why I'm here, Kinoshita. Zumi froze up, aggressively pointing at herself. Dude, I'm literally on the bench. Kai just brushed it off like dust. Chill. Your stats are totally cracked for combat. Get in there and carry Midu's squad. But Zumi was highly skeptical. How are you so sure, huh? Kai looked at her deadpan. You actually want to fight, don't you? Then he casually dropped a massive bomb. Oh, and Leonora? That creepy chick who traumatized you? I totally deleted her. He added with a smirk. Nobody's holding you back anymore. It's been a while, so your emotional damage should be patched up, right? Cue the mental montage of Zumi being a total klutz. Time to stop cosplaying as a waitress and smashing everyone's plates to bits. Zumi went full tomato again. You saw that? It was just lag. Kai went straight for the critical hit. Deep down, you've been itching to back up Nagase and Chanami, haven't you? Zumi just stared at him in dead silence. Finally, she let out a total fail of a laugh. Guess my secret's out, huh? Color me shocked. Who knew the class edgelord actually paid attention to me? Kai shut that down real quick. Don't flatter yourself. I just need a chess piece that doesn't suck. Zumi blinked, suddenly remembering a tiny detail. Hold up, Shinjo. Aren't you literally a wanted criminal? Are you seriously tagging along with the combat squad? He didn't even blink. A wanted fugitive rolling with the Holy Nation's army? Big nope. Zumi rubbed her neck awkwardly. Yeah. Rina would absolutely throw a fit anyway. Yanking his hood up to leave, Kai tossed a look over his shoulder. I'll be your shadow ninja, just here to unlock your character, honestly. Snap back to reality. Zumi clenched her fists, hyping herself up. I gotta show them I'm not just dead weight. Meanwhile, Jane was straight up eavesdropping from behind a tree, taking mental notes like a spy. Rewind a few minutes to the fortress wall. Kai gave Jane the rundown. That's the strat. Any dumb questions? She hit him with the skepticism. I get we need Kinoshita to punch a hole in their defense. But is her hydro pump really gonna cut it? Kai stayed totally chill. I'm not soloing that demon boss, you know. Pretty sure your squad's got some secret sauce too. Just adapt and try not to die. His eyes went ice cold for a second. I just want to see if you noobs actually leveled up while I was gone. Pass that message to Midu. Jane finally dropped the interrogation. Turning on her heel, she threw back. Fine, bossy. Cut back to the creepy woods outside Lys Fortress. Someone yelled out, Carry. The dude sounded completely locked in. It was Midu, stepping up like a true raid leader. All right, gang, final ready check for the strat. He rallied the squad, dropping the serious hero line. We absolutely cannot throw this match. Jane nodded hard. Facts. In the middle of nowhere, the squad huddled up for their tactical briefing. Out of nowhere, a skeptical voice chimed in. Are they seriously going with that? Chilling in the bushes with a half-eaten sandwich, Mayor glanced over. You've got a way better cheat code for this, right? Kai just shrugged. If I hand them the walkthrough, they'll never level up. We've got to take down the Demon Lord eventually, so my classmates need a brutal reality check. Kai's glare turned super sharp. They've got cracked stats but 0 game sense. Watching his oblivious squad, he made the call. Guess I'm playing the tutorial guide today. Dropping some breadcrumbs was step 1, but Kai knew the golden rule of survival. If you want to survive the boss fight, you gotta make your own big brain plays. Right outside the hardcore iron gates of Lys Fortress, the demon mobs were camping the walls like tryhards. But boom, the Empire's massive army just rolled up, totally ready to crash the server. Elia was up front on horseback, looking insanely cool. Showtime, baby! She whipped out her sword, pointing it dead ahead. All right, squad, let's rush them. The troops went absolutely feral and charged. Up on the walls, the demons were laughing their ugly heads off. Oh look, the noobs are back. Too dumb to rage quit. They're actually asking for a respawn. Aminia was totally screaming her lungs out. Hold the line! We gotta pave the way for the VIP squad. The demons weren't messing around either, swarming down to bite back. And just like that, absolute chaos erupted. Midu's elite squad was literally speed-running through the chaos, punching a straight hole into enemy territory. Midu locked his eyes on the prize. Still salty about their last epic fail, he was out for blood. Looming dead ahead was a massive, spooky tower. Peeking out the window, a very familiar, very ugly shadow. Yep, it was the big bad stone Geyer. Flashing a crusty yellow grin, he was practically trolling Midu from up high. Midu scowled hard. Is this creep literally spawn camping us? Stone Geyer threw his arms wide like a lunatic. Come at me, hero wannabes. Make it entertaining. A totally blinged out golden door stood in their way. Boom, not anymore. Debris rained down like confetti. Arashi and the boys strutted in, absolutely dripping with boss energy. They were not playing games today. The tension in the room just went through the roof. Waiting for them was a whole mob of dirty golems. Stone Geyer was flexing in the center, sword and shield ready. Execute the strat, Midu hollered. Suddenly, a weird shuffle echoed from a crack in the ceiling. Surprise, surprise, Kai and Mayor were just chilling up there like gargoyles. Kai watched the show like it was a movie. All right, noobs, impress me. Down below, the squad snapped into battle formations. The ultimate payback strat was officially a go. The dirt mobs started glitching to life. Midu aimed his sword like an absolute boss. Operation Wreck, everything is a go. On cue, the whole squad just full sent it. Rina threw a worried glance. You good, Zumi? Zumi was sweating bullets but played it tough. I'm totally fine. Literally her first time not being on the bench. Without wasting a second, Zumi activated her magic hack. Pure water exploded from her hands. She sniped the enemy mobs with insane hydroblasts. Stone Geyer's smug grin instantly vanished. His entire golem squad totally froze up, completely short-circuited by Zumi's icy splash. Arashi wound up a massive punch and boom, the golems just crumbled into dusty little pixels. Midu swept in, casually slicing a monster clean in half. Kenta hit a sick jump trick, burying his dagger into another mob's skull. Eat dirt, losers! Atsushi unloaded his ultimate right into their guts. Akira popped a massive shield buff for the squad. Ku was just styling on them up close, while Satoshi and Daiki went full beast mode, sweeping the trash mobs like it was nothing. Next second, those rock freaks crumbled to dust. But wait, some sketchy magic aura hugged the pieces. Boom! The ugly dirtbags glued themselves back together perfectly. But plot twist, weird signs popped up on their bodies. They started melting like cheap ice cream, flopping down into pathetic mud puddles. Rina, totally hyped up, yelled, "Hell yeah, we did it!" Rockbrain Stone Geyer rubbed his chin, freaking out. Water magic? That chick was not here last time. Did they actually level up their squad? The battlefield was a total sandbox, but this cowardly dude still hoarded some dirt goons for his own guard. Kai flexed his sniper view from above, totally admitting Mayer's big brain prediction was spot on. Even Mayer was shook by her own genius right now. My master plan? Wet the rock joints so this clown loses his connection to his mud pets. Worked like an absolute charm. Mirutsuji caught the vibe and roared, "Look alive, squad! Soggy mud freaks cannot respawn, so smash them into next Tuesday." Jumi was totally on board with that violent vibe. Riding the hype train, she spammed her water magic hard. 1 second later, a massive tsunami slammed straight into the monster squad. The epic wave literally flushed them away. The squad went full savage mode, rushing in to turn every single dirtbag into absolute paste. But Stone Geyer did not even flinch, just flashed a super crusty, evil grin. Trying to delete my minions, huh? Guess the noobs actually brought a brain cell this time. Instantly, Stone Geyer slammed his hands into the dirt, spawning these super intense, glowing red magic circles. Mud erupted from the circles, but these goons? I will sacrifice them like cheap pawns. Chunks of monster trash floated mid-air. Stone Geyer smirked like a total villain. Time to show these wannabe heroes the raw, unfiltered terror of the earth element. Boom! A barrage of deadly mud missiles shot straight at our squad. But Mireille just popped out her hand, casually blocking the whole counterattack with her sick telekinesis. Mireille's psychic powers basically said, "Look at me, I am the captain now." She hijacked every single flying rock. Stone Geyer dropped his jaw. Wait, what? Are my own rocks ghosting my control right now? Jin did not sleep on that opening, whipping out his absolute dominance power. Stone Geyer got stun-locked instantly. Nasty lightning bolts wrapped him up like a spicy burrito, twisting his ugly face into a total meme. Stone Geyer's hands literally froze mid-air. A crowd control skill? What a cheat! Arashi Satsuki took the leap to deliver a brutal beatdown. The rock dude panicked internally, desperately spawning a massive dirt wall right under him. An insane, wide-range explosion popped off from Arashi Satsuki's explosive fist, but that rocky coward barely blocked it with his wall. He laughed like a complete maniac. That weak trash is not enough to crack my ultimate defense. Arashi Satsuki's fist was still jammed in the wall. Enter player 3. Teleportation unlocked. Midutsuji glitched right behind Stone Geyer, swinging his shiny sword in a brutally sharp, ninja-style slash. Stone Geyer flexed his muscles, gripping his massive blade to casually parry Midutsuji's strike. He sneered like a toxic gamer, even with lag and crowd control. Is this garbage damage the best you got? Mireille went full savage with her psychic powers, yeeting the rocks right back at Stone Geyer. Return to sender, dirtbag. Right on cue, Narumi booted up her hardcore wind magic. A literal spear of wind tore through the air. Stone Geyer jump-scared hard. He was getting completely boxed in by a non-stop barrage of combos. He He growled furiously. These little rats are ganking me from every single angle. Then he screamed, but all this spam will not break my godly shield. The stone wall mutated, spawning a massive drill that straight up yeeted Midutsuji and Arashi Satsuki across the arena. Jumi was low-key sweating, but spat a crazy water blast. Eat this, bozo! A furious hydro pump slammed directly into his ridiculous rock drill. Stone Geyer freaked out when his precious wall started getting totally drenched. Big yikes! He panicked. If it gets wet, my hardness goes to 0. Just then, Mirei's hijacked boulders smashed in. Midutsuji screamed like a total madman. Game over! Arashi Satsuki followed up with a rage-fueled punch. Go to hell! Literally 2 seconds later, his try-hard wall exploded into a million pieces. Stone Geyer finally tasted pure panic, making weird, embarrassing squeaks. Fumbling around like a headless chicken, he still coped, I can still tank this, I swear. Dude was taking a nasty combo, skidding backwards like he slipped on a banana peel. If this keeps up, my defense is cooked. Suddenly, a super unhinged, bloodthirsty glint lit up Stone Geyer's eyes. I am going all in, switching defense specs to full offense. A crazy amount of magic circles popped off for his final nuke. But before he could click the ultimate button, Kai's hawk-like eyes spotted the critical weak point. Bam! In a flash, a dagger straight up deleted the gap and planted itself right in the middle of his forehead. Blood splattered everywhere. One of the elite 4 heavenly kings? Yeah, he was totally cooked right then and there. Stone Geyer screamed a gnarly scream, shaking like a glitching non-playable character. His eyes rolled back to pure white as his health points hit 0, and his giant body crashed face first into the dirt. Everyone was absolutely stunned, but the hype was unreal. The whole squad lost their minds cheering. Holy crap, we actually won! Standing over the boss's corpse, the crowd chanted Midutsuji and Arashi Satsuki's names, like total rock stars. They took down Stone Geyer, but low-key, Midutsuji knew the real truth of this crazy carry. Asterisk. They're dead wrong. Asterisk, he thought. Arashi totally knew it too, his eyes glued to the monster's corpse. Asterisk. We didn't finish this guy off. Something else crashed the party at the last second. Asterisk. Then, Arashi spotted the actual weapon that smoked the boss. Picking up the blade, he squinted at it and muttered, Bro, don't tell me this dagger belongs to... Seeing him choke on his words, Midutsuji followed his gaze straight to where the weapon came flying from. There was a massive crack in the ceiling. Midutsuji let it slip. Oh snap, it was Shinjo Kai. Arashi scowled and cursed. Damn, that sneaky punk. Meanwhile, Narumi stretched out, smirking. Well, our master plan totally worked. Midutsuji was grinning from ear to ear. Heck yeah, we crushed it. Deep down, he was hyped that their setup actually went off without a hitch. He glanced at the girls. Major props to Kinoshita for carrying us this far. But right at the climax, Stone Geyer practically went nuclear with his energy. That's when reality hit. Their big brain strat was just kid stuff. Shinjo Kai had definitely been babysitting them from the shadows just to save their butts at the last second. Mirei strolled up to Midutsuji with a cheeky grin. No idea why you look so spooked, but it's totally party time now, right? He stammered. Well, actually, but she straight up cut him off. Save the lore dump for later, dude. Glancing at the gross monster corpse, Mirei added, We just clapped one of the 4 heavenly kings. Let's take the W for today. Without warning, she shoved Midutsuji right into the mosh pit of cheering teammates. People were hyping him up non-stop. Dude, you carried us. Absolute legend. Squad goals for real. Midutsuji completely blue-screened for a second before plastering on a fake-it-till-you-make-it smile to vibe with the crew. Arashi saw right through the act, his own brain doing mental gymnastics over the whole mess. His squad rolled up too. Atsushi was all, mad respect, Arashi, while Kenta was practically fanboying. My heart was totally in my throat back there. I'm officially your disciple for life, bro. Arashi just groaned. Zip it, idiots. I didn't even land the final blow. The 2 goons instantly went quiet, muttering awkward apologies. KO crossed his arms and smirked. I know exactly why you're being so salty right now, Arashi. Gripping the mysterious dagger like it owed him money, he snapped. You caught that too, huh? KO nodded. Yup, front row seat. But chill out. He only kill-stealed the very end. Arashi just squeezed the handle harder, super triggered. Look, KO continued. You and Midutsuji did the heavy lifting and cornered the boss. Take the win. That actually talked Arashi off the ledge a bit, so he shut his mouth. A little while later, Midutsuji was off to the side, huffing and puffing. Homeboy climbed up the fortress wall and screamed down at the mobs. We just dusted your precious Earth King, Stone Geyer. Flexing the boss's severed head, he yelled, Drop your weapons or you're next, losers. The demon grunts absolutely lost their minds, dropping their gear and shaking like leaves. Lord Stone got clapped. Amelia thrust her sword into the air, screaming, Good game, we win. The human troops went completely feral with cheers. Harik gave a smug smile. About time they pulled it off. The whole stone fortress was basically a giant frat party of screaming soldiers now. Watching the chaos from a high window, Kai exhaled hard. Thank God that's over. Mayor looked mega confused, but the player counts for both armies are still basically tied. Kai spun around to drop some knowledge. The demon squad relies entirely on having a big shot boss to carry them. Once their main guy gets deleted, the rest just rage quit. It finally clicked for Mayor. Oh dang, you're right. Same exact vibe when we trashed Winbox. Not a single mob even tried to chase us down. Pouring himself some hot tea, Kai casually added, yeah, their army's got massive design flaws. She gave him a weird look. Okay, but is pulling a stunt like that actually cool? Mayor kept grilling him. You totally stole that kill on Stone Geyer. Weren't you supposed to be letting your buddies farm the XP? Kai didn't flinch. Dude, that rock freak was leaking straight up murder vibes when he leveled up. I'm not letting my squad get wiped before they even hit max level. Taking a loud slurp of tea, he shrugged. Besides, kill stealing from the shadows is literally an assassin's whole brand. They better not be crying about it. Mayor just giggled. You're acting like an overprotective soccer mom. You know that? Kai slammed his teacup down and fired back. Look, I've been wondering for days. Are you ever gonna use my actual name? It's Shinjo Kai, by the way. She instantly turned tomato red and panicked. Wait, no! I just totally forgot what to call you. Fast forward 1 week after stomping the Earth King, and the kingdom's vibe was immaculate thanks to the military's huge winning streak. The locals were eating up the news, basically throwing a massive block party. The knights were completely riding the hype train from the wind, too. The troops chilled out with insane banquets, stuffing their faces and belting out songs, making the hero newbies look like absolute rock stars. They were basically humanity's new idols, getting mobbed by fanboys every time they hit the streets. Up in the fancy throne room, the king gave his big speech. Since you actually managed to dunk on one of the Demon Lord's top 4 guys, you have my ultimate respect, kid. Down on the floor, Midutsuji was doing the whole awkward kneeling routine. The king kept going, Midutsuji, I'm upgrading your account to Lord Knight status. Midutsuji muttered a weak, yes sir, but looked like he wanted to be literally anywhere else. After surviving the snooze fest of royal protocols and flex sessions in the Grand Hall, dragging themselves back to the lounge was just one collective groan. Huddled around the tea table, Midutsuji whined, Brew, my social battery is at 0%. Mirai smirked at him. Wait, the great Midutsuji actually gets tired? He rolled his eyes hard. Dude, what do you think I am? A robot? Elia sipped her tea like a snob. Gassing out this fast? Honestly, giving major boomer energy right now. Hey, he's literally the big boss of the 4th Night Brigade. Herrick jumped in to save him. Cut him some slack. He didn't grow up doing posh rich kid manners like we did. Elia, we literally crammed basic table manners into his brain the night before the ceremony. All-nighter style. Honestly, you nailed it for a noob. Midutsuji gave a goofy grin. Bro, the anxiety was real up there. If I accidentally told the king to shove it, we'd totally get cancelled and lose our VIP status. Eric threw him a wink. Honestly, getting cancelled beats doing all this boring kingdom paperwork any day of the week? Amelia side-eyed Herrick. You literally just got your knighthood too, genius. You're next on the chopping block for boring chores. Midutsuji hit them with the sarcasm. Wow, the rich kid lifestyle is just so tough, huh? Chilling with his tea, Herrick flexed. Not to sound full of myself, but my schedule is totally chill. Amelia slouched back and chimed in. Yeah, well, the church practically runs half this kingdom's servers anyway. Us holy knights are basically the church's pets. Fact, that shiny new title you got was actually forced on the king by the Pope himself. Herrick dropped the lore. So congrats, you're officially stuck in the Empire's military as the captain of the 11th Brigade, aka the Hero Squad. You're running the ultimate try-hard raid team filled with all the OP newbies. Midutsuji looked incredibly confused. Hold up, if the church holds the leash on the knights, what's the point of even giving me this fancy badge? Harik deadpanned. Want to sit through a 3-hour lecture on government bureaucracy and political red tape? Midutsuji's brain instantly logged off. Nope, I'm good. Harik sighed. Fine. Just remember you're stuck in the same sinking ship as the rest of us now. With OP stats comes crazy responsibilities, so don't throw. Next morning, the weather was crisp outside the castle woods. Kai was chilling there, asking Jane, wait, Midutsuji actually got the captain promotion? She nodded. Yep, the crazy dude actually asked for a top-tier admin role in the government himself. Mayor gave a goofy smile. I'm totally lost on the politics, but a promotion is a W, right? Kai wasn't buying it. The kingdom is just turning him into their poster boy. Slapping a badge on him is their way of flexing. They totally own us hero kids. Mayor scratched her head, totally lost. Long story short, isn't that a flex? Kai broke it down. Once we nuke the Demon Lord, we get a free ticket home. The royals are milking us for that exact reason, so don't drink their Kool-Aid. Thinking back to Leonora, Kai spat. At the end of the day, these elites are just running Leonora's trashy playbook. We're literally just basic NPCs they'd sacrifice without blinking. Jane nodded hard. Big time. We gotta stay toxic aware. Then her face turned slightly pink. Hold up. Who's the new girl glued to your side? Caught off guard, Kai pointed. Oh, this is Mayor. Half monster, full mage. Mayor flashed a huge grin and frantically waved. Sup, nice to meet ya. Jane gave a stiff, polite wave back. Hey. Then she immediately pointed an accusing finger at Kai. Yo, are you two secretly dating or what? Mayor just shrugged it off, totally chill. I'm just tagging along for the ride. What's your deal with Kai anyway? Jin low-key panicked hearing her drop Kai's first name like that. We're friends, she mumbled, super awkward. Kai immediately cut in. Wow, Jin, rude much? Friends with who? Then he turned to Mayor. Meet Kanzaki Jin, my partner in crime. Jin turned straight up tomato red at the word partner. Mayor winked, totally stirring the pot. Were you guys this cozy back in our world too? Kai deadpanned, literally never spoke a word to her before. Jin nodded hard. Facts. Kai waved it off. Whatever, moving on. You said your whole squad's gig is to take down the Demon Lord, right? Jin gave a tiny nod. Kai kept going. Just like that messy Stone Geyer brawl, I'm gonna play the stealthy shadow ninja. Kanzaki, I need you to be my inside guy, bridging me and the rest of the class. Jin totally cut him off. Hold up, can I tag along? Kai raised an eyebrow. You seriously want to roll with me? He glanced between the two girls, the gears turning in his head. Ah, gotcha. Makes sense. Jin was literally buzzing with hype, while Mayor just looked completely clueless. Kai shook his head. Nah, hard pass. If you bail on them, I completely lose my group chat with the class. He locked eyes with Jin, dead serious. The class hates my guts. I actually need you right where you are. Talk about a weirdly backwards way to confess you need someone. Jin's face heated up. She fake coughed into her fist. Guess I'm stuck doing it then, huh? Thinking about Narumi and Midu, she chimed in. Hey, some guys actually respect your hustle, especially Midu. Kai closed his eyes, ducking his head a bit. Midu's probably racking his brain trying to figure out how to win without relying on my carry, which is totally fine. He needs that character development if he's gonna body the Demon Lord. I can't solo the entire demon army, bro. Mayor and I clapped one of the 4 heavenly kings, but we barely made it out alive. Things got ridiculously sketchy. Jin's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, you guys took down another king? Just the 2 of you? Are you insane? Mayor smirked. Yeah, it was sketchy as hell, but we totally wiped the floor with Winberg, the Wind King. Jin stared at Kai, her brain short-circuiting. Her whole squad had to sweat just to tie with Stone Geyer, yet these two just duo-queued it? She glanced at Mayor. Yeah, this chick Kai trusted was clearly built different. Jin squeezed her fists. Compared to her, Jin felt like total dead weight during the Stone Geyer boss fight. Kai flashed back to Cena's warning about demon mobs that made the Heavenly Kings look like absolute jokes. He looked at Jin. Real talk, with our current stats, we're not clearing this game. He brushed past her, dropping a quick order. Kanzaki, keep your eyes peeled. Spy on the class and whatever the royal VIPs are up to. I'll slide into your messages on the regular. Jin spun around. Got it, loud and clear. Kai started walking off, tossing one last message over his shoulder. Tell Midu I'm doing my own side quests to wreck the Demon Lord. Then he yelled, Yo Mayor, let's roll! The girl practically sprinted after him, flashing a quick peace sign goodbye. Fast forward past the Stone Geyer boss fight, one of the top 4 big bads, the Holy Kingdom's army decided to go full aggro and launch a massive raid. With the 11th Night Squad and the hero team teaming up, the army's hype was off the charts. They totally rode that crazy momentum to shove the front lines back into enemy territory. End result? The Holy Kingdom straight up hijacked a bunch of forts around the Uragano Mountains, and Enra City was finally free. Midu was basically hard carrying the entire offensive line. Sure, packing up Stone Geyer, the local demon boss, was huge. But the Holy Kingdom's military had zero clue about the actual MVP. Kai was out there doing ghost ops completely off the radar. Post-raid, the royals and fancy ministers threw these insane VIP after-parties. Narumi was out here chugging a massive mug of beer like a frat boy. He busted out laughing. Dude, these victory ragers are absolutely lit! Mirai facepalmed so hard. Bro, why are you chugging booze like it's tap water? Narumi just winked. Hey, in this crazy world, 15 makes you a full adult. Long story short, I'm totally legal now. Mirai instantly smacked the back of his head. Idiot, we're going back to our world soon. She totally swiped his mug and stormed off. Narumi whined like a kicked puppy. Yo, what the heck? My sweet, sweet nectar. Everyone watching this clown show was cracking up. Rina bumped Midu's shoulder. Dude, stop stressing. Just for tonight, let's totally go wild and party hard. Mirai locked eyes on Rina's glass and aggressively pointed at her. Don't tell me you're sneaking wine too? Rina took a nonchalant sip. Chill. It's literally just juice, bestie. Midu stood there squinting. Yeah, I totally doubt that. Honestly though, I never expected this raid to be a cakewalk. Some chatter behind Midu caught his ear. Daiki was gossiping with Satoshi. Bro, their command chain is literally in shambles. Did losing one boss really nerf them this badly? That totally snapped Midu to reality. Now that they mentioned it, his spider sense had been tingling too. The bad guys folded way too easily. He spun around to face them. Loki, I was convinced they were baiting us into a massive trap. Amelia and the crew were paranoid too, but nope, zero trap. Rena rolled her eyes. Aren't you guys overthinking it? Let's be real. The demon army is just a bunch of brain-dead nobodies, right? Miru shook his head. I bet Shinjo is doing some crazy shadow ninja stuff for us. Rena cringed, totally waving it off, as if that loser could actually beat anyone. Jin, eavesdropping nearby, slammed her glass down. Actually, Midu's right on the money. She looked dead serious at the squad. While we were out there goofing around, Shinjo literally wiped out their entire defense squad. The whole group looked like their brains just blue-screened. Wait, what the heck? Are you capping? Jin just smirked. Nope, zero cap. He even bragged about soloing another Heavenly King parked nearby. The only reason this zone's defense was trash is all thanks to him going goblin mode. Daiki was shook. Hold up, Shinjo bodied one of the top 4 bosses completely by himself? Midu just smiled like a proud fanboy. Classic Shinjo, man. What an absolute legend. A very tipsy Narumi stumbled into the chat. So he's like, our edgy shadow protector? Nah, scratch that. Dude's a straight up mutant. Rena snapped back instantly. Why are you guys buying this fake news? She is 100% capping, she yelled over at Arashi, who was chilling further away. Back me up here, Arashi. The guy, mid-bite into a massive chicken leg, just blinked. Huh? Flashing back to that terrifying dagger incident, he honestly had 0 words. He went back to aggressively attacking his chicken wing. Literally do not care. Rena cringed. What is your damage? Mireille slammed her cup onto the table. Look, even if he did all that, I'm still not letting him off the hook. Rena practically cheered. Finally, someone gets it. Meanwhile, Midu leaned in and whispered to Jin, Yo, where is Shinjo chilling right now? She hesitated, totally unsure. I don't have his live location, but he's off doing his rogue solo project to crush the Demon Lord. Out in the western Badlands near Enrus, deep in demon turf. Kai was currently getting jumped in the woods by some nasty green demon grunts. Faced like a smashed potato, one of them shrieked and swung a massive axe right at him. He effortlessly sidestepped that garbage attack. Instant aggro from another grunt trying to leap in. But before the freak could land a hit, Kai threw a fat handful of pocket dirt right in its face. The dirt absolutely blinded the ugly dude. Not missing a beat, Kai stretched out his hand and yelled his edgy spell. Yo, lightning! Fry this absolute clown! Sparks legit crackled in his palm on cue. Then, out of nowhere, a giant demon fist came swinging at his head. Wait, what the heck? Kai yelped. The mob had basically glitch teleported to his blind spot and was milliseconds from flattening him. Then a voice screamed, Fire Salamander! A literal wall of flames blasted the demon grunts to absolute crisps. They hit the floor like burnt toast all around him. Kai just sighed. Bro, stop kill stealing. I totally had that. Mayor dropped down from a branch, totally unfazed. If your magic wasn't straight up glitching, I wouldn't have had to babysit you. Kai stared at his hands, annoyed. This is rigged. I thought I finally nerfed my power level, but I can't even cast the noob spells. Mayor went into full nerd mode. Look, your magic build is super ultra rare. The lightning element, it's ridiculously fast and hits like a truck, but it's totally chaotic and psycho to control. She crossed her arms. The fact you can even spam it for a few seconds without blowing yourself up is already insanely broken. Get it? If you just had a basic vanilla element like the rest of your class, you'd be breezing through the tutorial. I stared at the static popping over his fingers. Dude, it's just a starter lightning spell. It shouldn't be this hard. Bruh, I totally nailed this in practice. Why'd it glitch out during the actual boss fight? Mayor rolled her eyes. Because you were too busy panicking over the guy trying to murder you. Magic needs absolute focus, dummy. Spells and magic are basically the same vibe. You gotta literally picture what you want to blow up, she sighed. That's exactly why casting mid-brawl is a massive rookie mistake. Kai totally cut her off. Yeah, but I kinda have to spam it in close combat. If I can't do that, what's even the point? Still, he kept his ears open while she kept lecturing him. I mean, I get it, but that's hard as hell. You realize that, right? Wait, why the sudden obsession with magic anyway? Kai just shrugged. Low-key just needed to unlock a new skill tree. My base stats right now are trash against the Demon Lord. NGL. I'm not a huge fan of this magic stuff, but thanks to your nerd brain, I got this sick new power. You're definitely a top-tier sage's apprentice. Mayor's face went bright red at the hype. She hit him with a goofy smile. Well, duh. Flexing my brain is what I do best. Suddenly, something sketchy caught Kai's eye. A whole squad of ugly demon goons popped up out of nowhere and boxed them in, looking ready to throw hands. Back to back, Kai smirked like an absolute psycho. Bet. I actually needed some crash test dummies for my new tricks. Mayor let out a nervous laugh. No shot. You really think you can solo this lobby? There's way more of them this time, and they're definitely a higher level. Zero hoots given about their numbers, Kai literally went full I'm not locked in here with you and charged. Hands sparking with electricity, he spammed a lightning area attack, blasting the demons and making them screech while completely paralyzed. The surviving freaks just stood there clueless, sporting minor scorch marks that barely did chip damage. Kai whipped out his daggers, thinking, finally getting to use this in a real fight, but my damage output is still straight garbage. One demon tried to be a hero, swinging a massive club right at his head. Kai backstepped to dodge the slam, hopped onto a nearby branch, and hit them from above with his signature crazy fast blitz combo. The goons down below were absolutely clueless, their tiny brains failing to process his insane speed. A barrage of razor-sharp daggers rained down on the demon squad. Critical hits all around. The mob got absolutely wrecked, spraying blood everywhere before dropping dead. The low-level minions just stood there like total non-player characters waiting to be deleted. Catching their blank stares, Kai figured, right now, my best strat is just buffing these daggers with mana and yeeting them. The aim and damage output are way more reliable anyway. Sure, taking the time to visualize and cast the spell is a drag, but once I grind this to max level, it's gonna be super overpowered. The freak still wouldn't back off. Another one leaped at him, flexing its nasty claws. One clean swipe later, its head got completely separated from its body. Kai then swung up into the canopy, chilling on a branch like some ninja looking down. Out of nowhere, Kai realized another whole wave of these losers had spawned in. He dropped down, daggers locked and loaded. Moving like a blur, he speed ran through the new squad, carving them up in seconds. He vaulted back up to his sniper spot to scope out the area. Next thing he knew, the whole tree practically threw a fit. Down below, some beefy neon red demon was violently smashing the trunk with a giant bat. Kai peeked down, clicking his tongue. Figures, they're just spamming mobs now. As the massive tree snapped like a twig, he bailed to the ground and glared at the horde. Chilling right in the back was a dude built like a brick wall. It was rocking two massive horns and acting way too chill compared to its hyperactive minions. Not to mention it was twice their size. Kai scanned the guy's stats. Looks like the mini-boss finally spawned. Sweet, you're stepping up as my new lab rat. Dual-wielding his blades, Kai started leaking pure, unadulterated murder vibes. This was literally the perfect setup for a field test. Meanwhile, Mayor was absolutely over it. Bro, there's just too many. This wave won't end, she whined, relentlessly roasting the demonic grunts alive with fire magic. After a bit, Mayor hollered, "Yo, Kai, we gotta bounce. We're gonna run out of stamina at this rate." He nodded back. "Gotcha. I've farmed enough for today anyway." Kai casually strutted off, leaving behind a literal mountain of dead demons. They finally dipped out of the forest, with Mayor panting like she just ran a marathon. Guy did the math out loud. Not only is the spawn rate insane, but their levels are also jacked. No normal human is surviving 5 minutes out here. Well, demons can literally mind control the dum-dum monsters, so it's basically a non-issue for them, Mayor pointed out. Kai nodded. Makes sense. Guess that's why this entire zone is completely gatekept by the demon lords. They hit the brakes at the edge of a creepy-looking cliff. Looking down, there was a ridiculous ocean-sized swarm of enemy mobs. They'd officially crossed into the Demon Kingdom's home turf. Well, we're so cooked, Kai muttered. Fast forward a week after Shindu's little scouting mission. The Holy Kingdom was riding a massive ego trip, pushing straight into demon territory right after taking back a few of their own zones. As the army marched through the woods, a squad instantly got jumped by another monster ambush. Everyone braced themselves. But the sheer volume and stats of the beasts out here were built totally different from the weakling mobs back in the Holy Kingdom. Sure, the try-hard hero trainees and elite knights could brush them off, but the regular grunts? Yeah, they were basically just walking Happy Meals for the monster horde. Elia was screaming her lungs out, "Hold the line, don't you dare chicken out, fight back!" But Harik was visibly sweating bullets. "Bro, there's way too many of them. We're getting totally stomped. Every single freak in this forest is locked onto us." "Wait, so you're telling me?" Midutsuji chimed in, looking sick. "A top-tier demon is pulling the strings?" Dead ahead, confirming their worst nightmare, was a gnarly demon chick casually sipping a goblet of literal blood. Rocking massive horns, she unhinged her jaw and chugged the whole bloody mess. Looking down at the forest from the high ground, like an absolute snob, she smirked. "I'm not letting these scrubs catch a win. I'm Elsa, a high-ranking demon, and I'll throw as many monsters as it takes to absolutely ruin their army's health bar. And once they're completely out of stamina, we'll hit them with the wipeout." Down below, the human soldiers were fully panicking at the sight of the Demon Lord's elite squad. Midutsuji whipped around and yelled, "Ilya, we gotta dip right now! We stay here, we get completely deleted." She clenched her teeth. "Fine, I get it. Everyone fall back. Retreat to the spawn point." The battlefield was littered with knocked-out human soldiers. Out of the chaos, two massive demon bruisers swaggered onto the scene. They literally kicked the dead bodies and started busting out laughing. "That's it? Easy claps. We hyped these clowns way too much if we had to spam monsters just to stall them." The other guy just shrugged. "Whatever, man. Elsa-sama called the shots. She's just a tryhard about strategy." The first dude nodded. "Hey, her tactic got us a flawless victory, so I ain't complaining. Gotta show these losers the massive skill gap between them and our squad anyway." Some pink-skinned demon randomly cut in. "Yo, completely off topic, but we already folded the Beastman Alliance, right? If that's true, upper management is going hardcore on wiping out humanity." A gray demon chimed back. Duh, that's why we're literally curb stomping them. Loki gotta respect the humans' grind, though. They did actually manage to pack up 2 of the 4 Heavenly Kings. No cap. Chilling out of sight in the bushes, Kai and Mayer were eavesdropping on the whole villain podcast. Mayer's jaw practically hit the dirt. Wait, they took over the Beastman Alliance? The heck does that mean? I literally haven't seen a single leak about this. Kai stroked his chin, grinning. Looks like we just stumbled onto some spicy intel. Mayer, gear up. We're going on a little data mining trip. Cut back to the human capital. The vibes were totally dead, completely ruining their winning streak from the past few days. The medbay was an absolute train wreck, packed to the brim with busted-up soldiers crying out in pain. The top brass instantly hit the panic button and threw together an emergency meeting, huddling around some fancy long table. Elia finally broke the silence. So, we secured our base and got all human lands back. But the second we stepped foot into the demon zone, we got absolutely clapped. She glared at the room. That's the tea right now. Anybody got a galaxy brain idea to save us? 2 boomer generals were at the table. One looked like his brain was literally buffering, while the other stroked his chin trying to look smart. The main issue is figuring out how to stop them from endlessly spamming mobs at us, right? Someone pointed out. If we don't find a hack for that, we're never getting a fair fight with the actual demons. Another general huffed. Bro, I didn't even know these demons had the cheat codes to weaponize monsters like that from the jump. Gotta be some busted dark magic carrying them. Herrick jumped in to analyze. Up until now, the Demon Lord's army was literally just button mashing with zero strategy. We handed them a few losses, and now they're finally sweating. Midutsuji narrowed his eyes. Someone ridiculously toxic has got to be calling the shots over there. I'd bet actual money those monster waves are being spawned by a high-tier demon. A general crossed his arms, looking grim. According to the intel our scouts brought back, that forest is literally overflowing with those freaks. Once we ditch that creepy forest, we can actually throw hands properly. Ilya mentioned the woods are massive, but practically zero paths. Dragging the whole army through there? Total nightmare. You think the enemy boss is just gonna let us waltz in? Silver-haired boomer general argued. Let's just group up for now. Bro scowled and kept yapping. Yeah, we took back some turf and got the win, but our squad took a massive beating. Plus, that last boss fight totally wrecked us. Another old dude nodded. Hey, at least we actually finished the quest of getting our stolen land back first. We spammed our troops' hype to push the demons back, but we're out of juice now. Midutsuji was actually paying attention. Mir just raised her hand like a nerd. Can I drop a thought? Aren't we supposed to be wrecking the Demon Lord? The boomer general sighed. Duh, if it were that easy, we wouldn't be sweating right now. Amelia looked at Hashimoto. Got any big brain ideas? She scratched her head with a goofy grin. How about we just spawn more troops? Amelia shot that down fast. Tough luck. Spamming noobs won't help. It'll just lag our whole speedrun. Midutsuji was doing the math in his head. Everyone here has their own crazy stats. Throwing more random soldiers at those freaks just means a higher body count, man. He finally spoke up. Since we need to buff the army, let's just grind with our elite squad. Aaliyah was totally on board. Fact. You could scan the whole map and not find players as cracked as you guys. Even the guys on the front lines are absolute tryhards with crazy experience. She kept going. If we want to get buffed, we gotta focus on training camps. Taking time to level up beats, spamming weak units anyway. The old dudes honestly vibed with that plan. Then it hit Midutsuji. That was why he felt so squirmy. The NPCs and us players, totally different win conditions. We just want to clap the Demon Lord and go back to reality. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom is just trying to fix their own messy backyard. He stared at those chill generals, realizing they were totally fine dragging out this boring status quo. Hark totally caught him stressing out. He glanced over. Midutsuji. What's your take? Midutsuji kept it real. Bro, listening to you guys, it'll take literally years to finally boss fight the Demon Lord. I just want to speedrun this guy. Elia chimed in. We still need training arcs for the elites. Gonna take roughly 2 years to get our stats back. Midutsuji basically blue-screened. 2 freaking years? That's an eternity. One of the old guys muttered. Look, dropping the big bad as soon as possible is definitely top tier for us too. But reality check, we got totally bodied on their turf, so trying another raid is insanely risky. Another dude just smiled. Hey, look at the scoreboard. This run was still a massive win, right? We finally got our stolen zones back. All thanks to you, hero kids. Midutsuji said thanks, but his gut twisted, so they really just locked in this lame decision? He thought about the squad. We all just want to hop offline and go home. Pretty sure the others feel the exact same way. No shot they accept this. Hark and Amelia totally noticed Midutsuji looking miserable. A bit later, everyone bailed from the meeting. Hark tapped Midutsuji. I feel you, man, but Elia's calling the shots based on our kingdom's messed up stats. To beat this level, we actually need crazy firepower. Sucks that we can't just flip a switch and make it happen. Midutsuji just nodded. Yeah, you're not wrong. I get it. Hark added, but don't do anything stupid or rushed. Midutsuji spun around. Are you reading my mind or something? Hark shot back. You just don't want your squad getting wiped, right? Rushing in just gets you a game over screen, so chill for a sec. Hearing that actually made Midutsuji pause and think. Hark stared out the window at the noobs grinding on the training grounds below. He kept preaching, look, you hero kids are overpowered, but your skill trees aren't maxed yet. Take the time to actually prep for the final boss. Meyer chipped in. Now that you mention it, yeah, we all want to bounce, but waiting beats literally dying. She remembered how they almost got permanently deleted by Stonier if Hark hadn't clutched the save. Hark reminded them the demon world is just toxic, player versus player. The strong literally eat the weak, and there are probably bosses way scarier than the big four. Hate to be a buzzkill, but we're hardcore relying on you guys. You'd get absolutely folded by the demon lord with your current loadouts. Midutsuji finally accepted the reality check. I know. I'll gather the squad and drop the lore dump. He thought hard. Hark was spitting facts. Rushing was a trash strategy, and he wasn't about to let his friends catch bodies. Back at the base, Midutsuji gave everyone the quick rundown of the meeting. Look, I want to clap this demon lord yesterday too, but our goals in the kingdoms are completely unaligned. Midutsuji stared him down. Or are you seriously saying we solo the whole demon army? Arashi Satsuke stood up, fully triggered. Duh. These kingdom NPCs aren't exactly our besties. We just use them when we need aggro. Why the heck should I follow their rules? Midutsuji snapped back. Going rogue just screws us all over, bro. We can't carry this match alone. We actually need the kingdom's buffs. Arashi Satsuke mocked him. Please don't tell me frontlining the whole demon army is your only strat. Ever heard of guerrilla tactics? The rest of the crew went dead silent. He kept pushing. We don't need to wipe the minions. We just got to assassinate the boss. Midutsuji cut in. I get the logic, but that's way too sketchy. Pulling a stunt like that guarantees someone gets deleted, even if we pull off the win. Arashi Satsuke glared, totally losing his chill. I literally just said we only sniped the boss. Yeah, it's sketchy. If you're scared, just sit here and rot. Midutsuji yelled back. I'm not letting anybody die in this hellhole. That's why I'm saying this boring route is our best bet. Arashi Satsuke snapped, stomping forward and roaring. Stop acting like a coward! He swung a massive punch at Midutsuji. Let me knock some sense into you. Midutsuji instantly pulled his holy sword, throwing up a shield barrier right in his face. The punch got blocked but still popped off like a freaking grenade, wrecking the room. Dust and smoke went everywhere while the rest of the squad just stood there lagging. A voice barked from the smoke cloud. You think this weak garbage is enough to beat me? Midutsuji retorted. We have to co-op the boss. We almost got wiped by just one of those 4 generals. Our best play right now is grinding our stats and upgrading our skills. Arashi Satsuke kept his fists up, totally toxic. Oh, you actually think you won this exchange? Suddenly, glowing chains strapped them both down, and Jin yelled, Freeze! The two of them blinked, totally caught off guard. Jin screamed, Chill the heck out! Are you idiots trying to nuke the whole castle? You're just stacking up more drama for us. Midutsuji powered down. My bad, Kanzaki. Arashi Satsuke flexed his arms, snapped the magical chains like cheap plastic, and scoffed, whatever, so annoying. Jin muttered under his breath about blowing tons of mana on that lockdown spell, only for this guy to literally just break it. Arashi Satsuke cracked his knuckles. We should be leveling up through actual combat. The more boss fights we survive, the faster our stats go up. Then he glared at Midutsuji. Pretty sure even you understand that, right? Mier stepped up. I'm with Midutsuji on this one. Rena chimed in too. Isn't playing it safe better than getting speedrun to the grave? Haki shrugged. Honestly, this world's vibes aren't even that bad. Satoshi turned over. I really don't want to get game over just because we got impatient. Kari raised her hand, super quietly. I'm actually voting with Arashi Satsuke. Rina looked totally confused. Kari, bro, why the sudden switch? She just sighed. I get Midutsuji's logic, but I literally just want to go home right now. Jumi shot Kari a look. Dude, we're all in the same boat here. Tearing up, she confessed. It's just me and my mom back home, and she's super sick. Kari instantly zoned out, thinking about her own mom stuck in a hospital bed. I'm freaking out about her. Usually, I'm right there, but now she's totally solo. Kao hopped on the Arashi Satsuke bandwagon too. Yeah, same. It's literally just me and my little sis. He spilled the tea. Our folks bailed on us, 0 relatives. I gotta bounce back as soon as possible to help her out. Shiori looked down, bummed out. My excuse isn't as hardcore, but my fam's probably low-key panicking about me. I straight up can't make them wait another 2 years. That reality check totally killed the vibe for everyone else. Midutsuji caught their depressed faces and kinda just got it. Narumi started flexing. Well, I've got like 3 girlfriends waiting, so I'm trying to speedrun this trip home. Mier gave him a side eye. Wow, you're built different. Flexing your roster at a time like this? Asushi smirked. As for us, we're obviously riding with Arashi Satsuke, right? Kenta nodded. Backing him is a massive W. Then it was Akira's turn, but he was totally choking on his words. At least, he mumbled, glancing between the 2 bosses. Midutsuji's always second-guessing everything, so I'm putting my money on Arashi Satsuke. He actually makes moves. Arashi Satsuke looked back, flexing. You heard the squad. Midutsuji was staring at his shoes, totally muted, internally screaming, What do I even do? Arashi Satsuki swaggered past. Discussion over, guys. He headed for the door, tossing a wave. I'm going rogue. Anyone down to probably die. Follow me. His fan club instantly trailed right behind him. The group was actually pretty massive, and they all spun around to dip. Ren and Jumi were practically begging Kari to stay. She squeezed her eyes shut, totally blanking on what to say, and just let her gut decide. She joined Arashi Satsuke's mob, muttering, "My bad, Rina." The leftovers watched them leave with massive cringe, the vibe completely dying. Meyer looked at Narumi. "You aren't rolling with them?" He just shrugged. I mean, someone's got to play the middleman, right? Jin was having a whole mental breakdown. What was the play here? I've got my grandpa. I want to ghost this place as soon as possible. Her heart was screaming, follow Arashi Satsuki, but Shinji's tips were basically telling her staying put was the big brain move. Outside, Kai and Mayer pulled up and stood dead center in front of everyone. Someone instantly started barking, "The hell do you want, you absolute trash?" The exit squad saw Kai and instantly started beefing. "Kai, you got a death wish showing up here?" Akira snapped. "Don't start drama. You're gonna get us busted." Cao threw out a warning when people started balling their fists. "You too, Arashi Satsuki." He glared down, basically spitting. "We literally don't have time for your garbage. If you don't have a legit excuse for crashing this, you're getting wrecked." Kai went full serious mode. "Fair enough. I'll drop the act. I need to borrow your muscle." Arashi Satsuki was totally thrown off. "Wait, what?" Before Kai crashed the party, the room was already splitting into factions. His squad had literally ripped into 2 cliques. Kai and Mayer had been lurking outside, eavesdropping on the whole dumpster fire. She turned to him. "Your classmates are throwing hands in there. Are they actually okay?" Kai just went clueless. But honestly, their logic isn't terrible. Mirutsuji's right. Going solo is a massive fail. Then again, the Holy Kingdom is basically doing nothing, just NPC behavior. Meanwhile, Arashi Satsuki crying about a 2-year wait is valid, but his plan is totally suicidal. Meyer quizzed Kai. "What's your big brain play, then?" He threw up a hand. 3 ways to break this deadlock. Option 1. Brainwash the Holy Kingdom's boomers in charge. Force a vibe shift. Once we pull that off, they'll command their troops, even if it gets us cancelled or exiled by the top dogs. As long as I secure my ticket back to my own world, I literally don't care about the rest. But 0 chance Midutsuji greenlights that toxic idea. Mayer didn't miss a beat. So what's plan B? Kai dropped it. We copy Arashi Satsuke's homework. Go full guerrilla warfare instead of throwing ourselves into a head-on boss fight. Going off our intel and Isabel's gossip, the Demon Kingdom is toxic and divided. If we just grief their backlines, we could totally trigger a massive civil war. Though honestly, Arashi Satsuki doesn't have the brain cells to pull that off. Mayer, having seen his zero-chill attitude, totally agreed. Dude was doomed to fail. And option 3? Kai smirked. We abused the leaks we dug up earlier. Back in the woods, he'd told Mayer they needed to farm more data. He went on, if we don't completely botch this, we might actually get a carry from some third parties. In the end, it'll force the kingdom's military to stop AF King and actually do something. Fast forward to them chilling around a massive bonfire in the pitch dark with Arashi Satsuke's squad. Arashi Satsuki scowled. The hell is a cat girl princess anyway? Kai didn't miss a beat. Literally the daughter of the cat tribe's boss. Looks like the Demon Lord's goons kidnapped her. She's easily top-tier VIP for the Beastmen, no cap. He casually dropped. I squeezed that leak out by torturing a ton of demons, so it's probably legit. The girls physically cringed at the word torture, mentally screaming, okay, this dude is a total psycho. Akira was having an existential crisis. Who even is this guy? And why is he packing a literal Glock? Meanwhile, Ino was totally simping over Mayer. Bro, she's an absolute 10. Who even is she? Arashi Satsuki ripped off a chunk of meat and kept ranting. That's exactly why I'm asking what the deal is with this princess. Why do we even care about furries? Asushi chimed in. Wait, those are the guys with the animal ears and tails, right? Kenta was practically vibrating. Yo, I absolutely need to see this. In real life, guarantee they're top-tier cute. Arashi Satsuki, sitting dead center, just snapped. Shut your mouths, idiots. Kai ignored the chaos. Alright, let's talk strategy. First off, you guys know about that Beastman Nation down south, yeah? Akira cut in. You mean the Grandana's Beastman Federation? Kai nodded. Spot on. They're totally playing Switzerland's zero interest in the human versus demon drama. Arashi Satsuki looked at him like he was crazy. You want us to beg them for a carry? They're just a bunch of cowards dodging the demons. Mayer shut him down immediately. Their military is way more cracked than you think, buddy. She double-downed. Their stats and senses are basically maxed out. They've shut down the Demon Lord's raids multiple times without breaking a sweat. Arashi Satsuki spun around, totally baffled. Then why are they just camping their base? Just rush the Demon Kingdom and wipe it. Mayer just smirked. They're OP? Sure. But not solo the entire demon army OP. Plus, the demon horde has literally only been aggroing humans anyway. Kai finally dropped the mic. But if the Holy Kingdom and the Beastmen team up, that's an easy win. Akira's brain finally booted up. Oh, big brain. That's why we need this princess. Kenta chimed in. Wait, so we just unbox the princess and hold her hostage for an alliance with the furries? Bingo, Kai replied. I've already leaked their supply route. I just need you guys to play bait. He went dead-eyed serious. Just go absolutely nuclear on the place, while I go stealth mode. Akira cut him off. I see the vision. But quick question. Why hasn't the Holy Kingdom already tried swiping right on the Federation? Valid question, Ninomiya. Kai sighed. They've got their reasons. Mayor took over. The Federation totally despises the demons too because of all the spam raiding. The demons treat everyone like trash, but humans have been casually calling beastmen garbage tier and bullying them forever. So, they rage quit and built the Grandana's Federation. Obviously, they're super toxic toward humans now. Carrie started sweating. So getting them to squad up is basically impossible, right? Over the crackling fire, the truth dropped. That's exactly why they needed a cheat code. Kai chimed in. With the demon goons bagging the cat princess, the RNG is totally in our favor. Mayor flashed a grin. Beastmen are hardcore about keeping promises. Once we pull off this rescue mission, we've got major leverage to negotiate. After he dropped the master plan, everyone just went dead silent to process it. Kai nudged them. Worth a shot, right? Because I know for a fact you guys are totally winging it right now. Arashi Satsuki stood up and stepped into his space. You literally just spawn out of nowhere and start barking orders. You always act like the main character. Cao suddenly yelled Arashi Satsuki's name, making him freeze in his tracks. Dude, remember your call messes with all our lives right now, he warned. Arashi was basically grinding his teeth to dust, still super salty at Kai. The whole squad was just sitting there, waiting for him to drop the verdict. Arashi looked totally miserable, wrestling between his ego and the mission. Finally, he cracked. Fine, whatever. We do it his way. Come morning, Kai and Arashi's crew hit the road. Kien piped up, Bro, we've been heading south this whole time. Are we sure this isn't a massive mistake? Exactly, Kai shot back. The Beastman turf is down south, but those demon freaks are dragging their prisoners up north. Our drop zone is that sketchy forest road right on the demon border. Since those two nations literally hate each other, there's zero trade. That means only a couple of dirt roads exist, making their route super predictable. Akira blinked. Wait, so we're straight up trespassing into demon territory? Are we gonna get busted before we even pull off the ambush? Kai threw him a side glance, immediately switching to damage control mode. Chill out, I did my homework, found a route that fits our whole squad, though it's gonna be a bumpy ride packed with random monsters. Akira frowned. Can our janky carriage even survive that? He kept going. Also, super important if things go sideways, we're basically banking on Sorero's magic, right? Tomoko hyped him up. Oh, absolutely. Her divine skill was basically an infinite magic backpack, letting her stash weapons and loot in a pocket dimension. The storage cap totally depends on her skill level, plus it drains a chunk of mana to keep open. She turned to Kai, smirking. Long time no see, and you still memorize my stats? He shrugged. Your power is weirdly specific, but totally clutch for this mess. Tomoko beamed. Gotta admit, the flexing feels nice. Ko swiveled toward Kai. Yo, Shin, have you seriously been camping out in demon territory ever since everything went down? Kai shook his head. Nah, mostly just hunting for any glitch that can warp us back home. Xion didn't skip a beat. And what's the verdict? Kai deadpanned. Our only ticket out is straight up flatlining the Demon Lord. So yeah, I've been grinding for intel on how to gank him. Akira crossed his arms. So your big stealth mission just revealed the Beastman princess got snatched? Classic Shin. Arashi rolled his eyes, clearly bored. By the way, are we seriously just strolling through here like it's a park? Shouldn't we, I don't know, actually prep for the ambush? Kai nodded. Fair point. Let's step on it. Sorero, stuff the carriage and our junk into your inventory. The girl looked ridiculously hyped to do it. By nightfall, the gang was hoofing it through some creepy forest trail. Arashi's radar pinged, and he barked, Heads up! Freaks incoming! Get your gear ready! Just like that, a pack of totally rabid night wolves boxed them in. A wolf with razor fangs lunged straight at Xion's back. Ko instantly tanked the hit to cover her. The stupid mutt chomped his arm, only to instantly shatter its own teeth. Ko smirked. My bad, bro. Your bite ain't piercing my steel buffs. Then he completely uppercutted the beast into orbit. Akari shouted, We're boxed in! Support class, huddle in the center! Vanguard, start wrecking them! He immediately spammed an area buff on the whole squad. Anyone with decent combat stats fell into formation and pushed up to the front lines like total pros. Juiced up on buffs, they started blitzing the wolves. Kari flexed her crowd control magic, shooting out vines and yelling, Freeze! A wolf got tangled up, totally botched its jump, and face planted into the dirt. Ineo rushed in and one-shotted it with his blade, screaming, Eat this! Meanwhile, another feral dog leaped right at Arashi. He literally just reached up, choke-held the thing in midair, and scoffed, Absolute trash. You're nothing to me. Then he just casually nuked the thing at point-blank range. Tossing the extra crispy wolf carcass aside, Arashi glanced back at the squad. Nobody actually got hurt, right? Watching from the sidelines, Kai thought, not bad. Guess I don't need to baby them. It was honestly cool seeing Arashi finally stepping up as the boss. Arashi kept barking orders. If anybody got scratched, go bug Hono for heals. Too bad Kai's radar caught a straggler, instantly signaling Mayor. One last giant fangwolf had sneaked up insanely close right behind Arashi's back. He flinched hard. What the heck? There's another one? Mayor shrieked. Fire salamander! A massive blast of flames completely roasted the beast. In literal seconds, the threat was deleted. Atsushi's jaw dropped. Dude, that firepower. Kenta whistled. Bro, look, she literally deep-fried it. Isn't she, like, way more overpowered than Nagaso? Arashi clicked his tongue, totally dismissing it. Didn't even need the help, honestly. Calling her Shin's girlfriend made Mayor turn insanely red. She freaked out, pointing an angry finger at Kai. Who exactly is this guy's girlfriend? Kai just stood there, unbothered. Show some respect, man. She literally just saved your skin. Arashi gave him the most suspicious side-eye. Mayor glared holes into Kai, internally screaming, Say something, you idiot! Kai just started walking away. I don't give a crap about trivial drama. The girl lost her mind. How is this trivial? Atsushi groaned, drowning in jealousy. So freaking unfair. Why does Shin get the cute girlfriend? Kenta was practically drooling. Man, I want to score a gorgeous girl here and drag her back to our world. After the brawl, the girls rolled up to break the ice. Carrie waved excitedly. Hey, you're Mayor, right? Come spill the tea with us. Wait, are you an actual elf? Mayor panicked, shooting Kai a desperate SOS look, but he just iced her out. Why are you staring at me? Do whatever. Catching his vibe, she immediately flashed a massive smile. Sure, let's go. So the four girls just started aggressively gossiping. Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief seeing Mayor actually vibe with the squad. A bit later, overlooking a nearby cliff while it was still pitch black out, Kai scanned the zone. Yeah, this spot's dope. Arashi slouched on a rock, complaining, Are we 100% sure those creeps are passing through here? Cause I'm not camping out for freaking days. Popping his appraisal vision, Kai peered down the ridge and caught tiny shadows creeping up from the horizon. Spotting the demon convoy, Kai nudged Arashi. Hold your horses. I got eyes on him right now. Kai completely hijacked the demon army's stat with his divine sight. The scan popped up. 3 low-tier grunts, 15 mid-tiers, plus whatever trash was hiding inside the wagons. But standing out in the crowd was a single level 36 elite. Name's Giganda, 57 years old, high-class demon breed. Dude was rocking straight A and B stats across the board, alongside level 4 spear mastery, level 2 demonic fire, and some messed up level 2 brainwashing spell. Arashi chimed in. So that high-tier freak is calling the shots? Kai glanced back. Probably. Don't sleep on this guy. He's no stone golem, but a high-class demon will absolutely wreck your day. Hearing that, Arashi scowled, looking way too pumped. He's all mine. You try stealing my kill, I'll literally end you. Kai just rolled his eyes. Bro, I was already throwing him to you anyway. The playbook is stupidly simple. First up, Arashi drops his nuke skill to totally bait them. The second their formation crumbles, we box them in. Everyone else, stick to your 3-man squads. Kai kept dishing out roles. Inao, Yanagi, your only job is keeping Hono alive. They instantly nodded. Next, Ozaki, you're on search and rescue for the wounded. KO crossed his massive arms. Consider it done, man. Mayor, just hang back and spam support spells. Arashi, you duel the big boss, don't get distracted by the random mobs. While you're throwing hands, I'm gonna go sneak the princess out. Once she's safe, I'll ping you. Wrapping it up, Kai warned, as for the rest of you, just read the room. If things get too spicy, bounce immediately. Arashi cracked his knuckles, oozing cockiness. Relax, dude. Once I punt their leader's head off, the rest of these losers will just scatter. Kai gave him a nod. All right then, I'm letting you captain this raid. Somebody from the peanut gallery mouthed off. Yo, reality check. We're only here because you desperately needed our carry. Kenta hollered along. Yeah, why are you acting so high and mighty? Atsushi aggressively pointed a finger. Don't go thinking you can boss Arashi around. Out of nowhere, Arashi totally lost it and roared, Shut your traps, you absolute morons! He instantly smacked both of them on the back of the head. Striding up to the front, he hijacked the briefing. Hustle up and get geared, we're sticking to his strategy. Meanwhile, down with the enemy convoy, the elite demon Giganda was suspiciously scoping out the terrain. One of his lowly grunts started whining, Boss, I'm literally dying out here. We've been hoofing it non-stop since we ditched that Beastman trash zone. The boss snapped back, yelling, We're practically there, so stop slacking off. Though internally, he groaned. I totally saw this coming, but man, my legs are killing me. Giganda squeezed his eyes shut. This stupid horse ride was wrecking his back, but no way he'd let his goons see him sweat. Then, a light bulb moment, time to inspect their little hostage. He barked at his demon squad. I'm checking on the brat. Keep your eyes peeled and don't screw up. The grunts nodded like good little lapdogs, but internally, they were totally rolling their eyes. Old dude just wants a nap, bet. Meanwhile, stuffed inside one of the wagons was a beast girl rocking some tight ropes. Meet Sina, the literal princess of the whole Beastman coalition. Jaganda plopped down by the door, looking completely wiped. Bro, finally, he groaned. Rubbing his chin, he smirked at her. So, princess, how's the vibe? We're almost at your brand new prison city. We're deep in demon turf now. Your little Alliance fan club can't hike this far. She instantly snapped back. Why is this trash carriage bouncing like crazy? The dude just blanked, completely dumbfounded. Talk about a wild comeback. Gaganda coughed awkwardly to save face. Ahem, whatever, just chill. If your people actually play nice and follow our rules, we'll let you bounce whenever. Sina rolled her eyes. Delusional much? Snatching me won't make the Alliance fold. He gave a creepy smirk. Clueless much? You're the top dog's kid. She didn't even flinch, just kept roasting his sorry self. If you seriously think this kidnapping gig will change their minds, you're a literal moron. Gaganda's blood boiled as he glared at her. Watch your filthy trap, you absolute brat. Then the creep grabbed her collar and yanked it open, totally shocking Sina. He whipped out his gross, ridiculously long tongue. Let's see what you taste like. Time to give you a nasty reality check. The princess kept her poker face, staring him down without even blinking. Gaganda reached out, fully ready to unleash his inner creep. Boom! A massive explosion outside just straight up flashbanged the night sky. Freaking out, he dropped his creepy act, ripped the curtains back, and yelled, "What the hell?" A grunt hollered, "We're getting ambushed by humans!" Giganda started sweating. Humans? Are you high? I'd believe it if it was the furries. More insane blast kept yeeting his demon goons right into orbit. He vaulted onto his horse, snatched the reins, and pointed like a dramatic villain. Fight back, losers! They're just fleshlings. And just like that, it was an all-out brawl. The rest of the so-called hero squad rolled up, finally crashing the monster mash. Arashi, Satsuki, and Kenta were out here spamming attacks and speedrunning the demon grunts. Over on the side, KO's crew was backing each other up, actually sticking to the blueprint. Giganda peeked at the chaos, low-key panicking. Wait, am I catching an L right now? And these were supposed to be his elite tryhards too. Arashi Satsuki cracked his shoulders, strolling right up to him. You the boss demon around here? Giganda spawned his weapon out of nowhere and snapped, "Who the heck are you, punk?" Arashi Satsuki clenched his fists with a cocky grin. Why would I drop my name to literal garbage? Entertain me a bit, and maybe I'll spill. Getting roasted by some teenager made the elite demon absolutely lose his mind. Gaganda shrieked and lunged. Zip it! You're literally dust to me! He fired off a mega-charged strike at Arashi Satsuki. Unfazed, our guy just hopped up and aimed a brutal haymaker right at the demon's face. The demon barely blocked it with his spear. He flexed and screamed, "You actually think you can take me? I'm top tier, idiot. Look at this insane firepower." Arashi Satsuki's smirk slipped for a second. The freak jabbed his spear, forcing Arashi Satsuki to hopscotch backward to dodge getting skewered, finally giving himself some breathing room. Arashi Satsuki cringed internally. Asterisk. Okay, dude hits like a truck, but he's no match for that other psycho. Asterisk. He tightened his grip. Asterisk. If I just juice up my firepower a bit, I can definitely tank a few scratches. Asterisk. Asterisk. My big boom drains my battery hard. I've got maybe 7 shots left before I'm toast. Asterisk. Arashi Satsuki crouched low, slapping his hand on the dirt to plant a sneaky landmine. Asterisk. Once my mana tanks, my stats are basically going to 0. Asterisk. Asterisk. If that drops, I won't even be able to outrun this clown. Just gotta bait him, open a gap, and snipe for the head or the heart. Then it's all in. Full send. Asterisk. Meanwhile, the demon boss was doing his own mental gymnastics. Asterisk. These runts are human, but they're packing some divine hacks. Never seen these kids before, yet they're stupidly overpowered. Don't tell me these are those hyped-up hero candidates. Asterisk. He twirled his fancy spear. Asterisk. If these are the tryhards who clapped Winbach and Stoner, I better not throw. Asterisk. He spurred his horse forward, completely baffled. Asterisk. How the heck did they stream snipe my exact location anyway? Asterisk. Asterisk. I bet my bottom dollar they're here to bust out the furry princess. Asterisk. He smirked. Asterisk. Good thing I left my meat shields to babysit her. They should stall these bozos for a hot minute. Asterisk. His main squad was just camping on defense. Giganda's eyes locked in with hardcore tryhard energy. Asterisk. All right, big brain play. I just need to curb stomp their leader and it's game over for them. Asterisk. Done overthinking, he just yeeted himself straight at Arashi Satsuki. Thrusting his spear down with a toxic grin, he yelled, "One-shotting you right now, bro. Lightning thrust." It was a nasty sneak attack, but Arashi Satsuki totally juked it. Seeing a chunk of his jacket get evaporated made him gulp, though. He barrel-rolled left, low-key sweating at how broken the demon's speed stats were. Arashi Satsuki locked onto the elite ugly mug in front of him. The idiot was trotting his horse right into the sweet spot. Arashi Satsuki cracked a grin. Dude was chilling straight on top of his hidden landmine. Arashi Satsuki triggered his divine mind hack, setting off a massive boom. Bro, what the heck? The demon screeched. His horse completely freaked out and bucked. Giganda got totally roasted, looking like a burnt chicken nugget while wondering, wait, is this guy running a trap build? Panic mode activated. He cursed, crap, I can't see anything. Arashi Satsuki dashed in, brain working on overdrive. The mine is just a gimmick, not as cracked as my main blast, but hey, it finally busted his defense wide open. With all this dust, dude can't track my ping. Out of nowhere, Arashi Satsuki ghosted right behind him, his hand glowing hot red, totally ready to smash him into next week. Time to hit him with the big boom. But before he could pop his ultimate, Giganda's eyes snapped sideways. Found you, rat. Suddenly, the demon blasted a massive shockwave of air straight backward. Wind thrust! Arashi Satsuki clicked his tongue. Shh, can't iframe all of that. The blast totally yeeted him flat on his back into the dirt. Off to the side, his squad was losing their minds, screaming his name. Getting up and clutching his gut, he groaned. Holy crap, that stung. Focus up, guys, ignore me. Giganda started trash talking. You don't even have the juice to shield yourself anymore, noob. But deep down, the demon was sweating. Bruh, how did this kid even tank that? Kids' instincts are wild, literally animal level. He replayed Arashi Satsuki's little trap setup in his head. Joke's on him, though. I totally just downloaded his entire moveset. So he plants his little boom traps just by touching stuff. Plus, anything he high-fives gets blown to bits. Giganda strutted forward, ego super inflated. As long as I keep this spear handy and don't let him in my personal bubble, it's an easy dub. If I just pay attention, walking over his traps is literally a non-issue. Arashi Satsuki stared him down. Game face activated, secretly smirking in his head. Let me guess you think you've totally figured me out, huh? Giganda aimed his hand, spamming those annoying wind blasts, skinny but insanely sharp slices of air that had Arashi Satsuki dancing around like crazy. The demon smirked. This spacing is chef's kiss. No way he's laying a finger on me from out here. As the pointy end of the spear kept trying to turn Arashi Satsuki into a kebab, the kid shouted, "So you think you downloaded my fighting style?" Giganda chuckled. Duh, you're constantly running around trying to reposition. Arashi Satsuki just threw a hand up, charging his attack. Yeah, exactly, which means you're the one leaving yourself wide open, dummy. Popping his literal hand cannon skill, he blasted a massive beam of fire right at Giganda's stupid face. The demon's eyes bugged out as the flash blinded him. Arashi Satsuki dumped all his remaining mana into the shot, going sicko mode. Kaboom! The blast was so unbelievably massive, it literally vaporized the dirt, leaving a gigantic crater. Talk about overpowered. Giganda was laid out completely flat, jaw unhinged and bleeding everywhere. Meanwhile, Arashi Satsuki just stood there, letting his jacket flap in the wind like an absolute Chad. A literal status window popped up. Arashi Satsuki Sunsuke, 17. Male, Attack B, Defense B, Agility B, Strength A, Magic C. Status, Chilling. Divine Skills, Explosion, Level 3, Mine, Level 2, Cannon, Level 2. Physical Strength, Level 4. Watching all this, Mayor was totally fanboying. Bro, no way, he just soloed an elite demon. The leftover monster grunts were having a massive meltdown. Lord Giganda got clapped. Is it game over for us? Akira kept spamming her skills, yelling at the top of her lungs to hype the team up. Arashi Satsuki just totally wrecked a high-tier demon, and their defense is literally crumbling. Let's keep this momentum going. Pop those damage buffs, and if your weapon is glowing, go absolutely feral on them. Without their boss, these demon goons totally folded and got clapped. Kai casually strolled up to a sketchy carriage, twirling his twin daggers, thinking, this has got to be the ride, right? He yanked the curtain back. Boom! There sat Sina, her outfit completely shredded by monsters. The princess hit him with that classic line, "Human, did you come to save me?" Kai just stared and went, honestly? Still debating that. He whipped a dagger from his jacket and casually sliced her ropes. Ropes hit the floor. She wiped her face and grilled him. What's your game here? He deadpanned. Something those demons are drooling over. I'm just using you as a cheat code to get it. Sina rubbed her wrists, totally unfazed. Brutally honest, aren't we? She scoffed. Kai shrugged. Why fake it? Would you rather hear some cheesy hero speech about saving you with 0 strings attached? Sina let her hands drop, feeling out the vibes. Nope, she shot back. But that means it's totally fair for me to kick your ass, right? In a flash, Her hands morphed into literal beast paws with thick fur and razor claws. Her eyes went pure psycho as she lunged right at Kai. Next second, thick white smoke blew out of her mouth like a busted vape. He instantly backflipped out of the danger zone. Cena went full rabid mode, swiping at him with those massive claws. Kai barely managed to dodge her crazy combo, gripping his weapon and thinking, okay, damn, she's actually fast. Then it turned into an absolute brawl. So this is that Beastman hype? Kai thought, casually blocking her rapid-fire claw strikes. Getting a bit winded after a while, he just yelled zap, bam. Less than 1 second later, literal lightning struck her. Cena bugged out. The heck? She seethed, realizing he just styled on her with magic. Kai casually sidestepped her like it was nothing. Cena totally face-planted into the dirt. Big oof. While she was still seeing stars, Kai effortlessly pinned her completely to the ground. Basic lightning magic is weak sauce, but man, it's busted for stunning people. He smirked to himself. Major win for close combat. Cena just gnashed her teeth, shooting him a massive death glare. Tisk! Why the hell is a human this overpowered? She hissed. Kai narrowed his eyes. Finally figured out the skill gap, huh? You've got 2 options. Chill out and tag along, or just shut up and obey me. Knowing she would get completely rolled, Cena took the loss. Fine, whatever. Hanging with a human beats kicking it with demons anyway. Meanwhile, Arashi Satsuke's squad was absolutely dominating. Monsters were wiped out everywhere, leaving just one loser standing. It let out this pathetic, terrified roar, sweating bullets because it knew it messed with the wrong crew. Nah, we're cooked. These guys are the real freaks. The monster panicked. Arashi Satsuke coldly barked Kari's name. She caught his drift instantly and sketched out a magic circle. On it, on it! Boom. Glowing vines shot out of the trees on steroids. They wrapped the ugly dude up for a sneak attack. One yank and the freak was flat on its back, whining like a total baby. Arashi Satsuke strolled up slowly, scaring the literal crap out of it. He grabbed its chin, yanked it up, and squeezed hard. Go tell your edgy demon lord this, he growled. We don't even care about his beef, but I'm gonna snap his head clean off. Later on, the gang was chilling around a campfire. Suji flexed a chunk of meat, stoked. Yo, they hoarded so much grub in that ride. Kenta took a massive bite, hyping it up. We're eating good tonight, boys. Kari was practically tearing up with guilt, though. Guys, I feel like we just mugged somebody. Her buddy just cracked up, laughing my ass off. Aren't we literal thieves right now? Meanwhile, Cena was just awkwardly sitting there, too scared to touch anything. Kai raised an eyebrow. What's your deal? Why aren't you eating? She was literally drooling but tried to play it cool. Are you guys seriously just gonna feed me like this? Arashi Satsuke aggressively ripped off some meat, bragging about how it had been ages since a decent meal, even if it was trash compared to their home turf. Kai sipped his soup and threw Cena a look. You're our ticket, so if you croak, we're screwed. Just eat the food. Hearing that, Cena dropped the polite act, chugged the bowl like an absolute beast, and mumbled, thanks. One gulp in, and she looked like she just touched heaven. Holy crap, this slaps! She gasped. Her reaction made her new buddy super smug, right? Hono literally never misses in the kitchen. Getting hyped up made Hono kind of blush. Super glad you vibe with it. Mayor suddenly chimed in. You're Cena, right? How did those demon creeps even snatch you? Cena went dead silent. She stared at the flames for a minute before finally spilling the tea. I bumped into the Demon Lord's squad while hunting in the woods. Cena flashed back to the crazy encounter. I was deep inside Federation turf. Those freaks never hang out around there. Cena paused, which totally means they tracked me. Kai put the pieces together without blinking. They're probably planning a full-on raid of the Federation, and snatching you was just a side quest. Kari looked super confused. Wait, why do the demons even care about bossing the Beastmen around? Her friend chimed in, duh, they already swarmed the Holy Kingdom. They probably want to take over the whole world. Cena nodded quick. Yeah, that is literally their master plan. But what's your squad's obsession with me? Kai kept it 100. I need you to be our ultimate bargaining chip. We're gonna team up with the Federation and clap the Demon Lord. Cena looked at him like he was insane. Clap the Demon Lord? Are you guys for real? Arashi Satsuke jumped in. We got our own beef with him. He kept munching on his barbecue and explained, we literally can't log out to our real world until we trash the Demon Lord. It finally clicked for Cena. Oh, gotcha. You guys are the try-hard hero candidates. I heard humans spawned you guys in as their ultimate cheat code. Kai randomly dropped the question. So, what's your call? If you actually back us up, it'd be a massive carry. Cena nodded. Totally sold. Makes sense. I owe you guys big time for the rescue. Kai just instantly ruined the vibe. Yeah, but we totally didn't plan on saving you. Cena was low-key stunned, but let it slide since they saved her butt. Whatever, you still got me out and fed me, so we're good. Cena laid it all out. Plus, if we want to clean up the demon trash inside the Federation, I need some outside muscle. Just my gut feeling, though, Cena said straight up. But I'm dead certain there's a rat hiding among the Federation top dogs. The next morning, the crew rushed down the mountain and bounced from the woods. The rescued cat beast princess totally ghosted the demon zone with them. They hit the road and headed straight back to Enrot City. The squad was basically right at the gates. Meanwhile, in some random room, you could hear the swoosh of a crazy sharp sword slicing the air. Midutsuji was just sweating it out, grinding his sword skills solo. Out of nowhere, someone yelled out for Suji, making him instantly pause his combo and look over. Seeing this girl totally rushing over, Midutsuji asked, "Rina, what's the tea?" Rina practically screamed, "Arashi, Satsuke's crew is back!" And they're literally strutting through the front gate like they own the place. Midutsuji's jaw dropped. Wait, what? Cut to the city gates. Arashi Satsuke's gang was strolling in, but instantly got blocked by a bunch of guards. One boomer guard barked at them, "You freaking deserters. How dare you show up here acting like nothing happened? You're literally trashing the military code." That stupid speech instantly made Arashi Satsuke snap. Like, I give a crap. Did your precious rules ever do anything for us? You absolute scumbags. The guard officer got totally roasted and just stood there looking dumb like, wait, scumbags? Arashi Satsuke got super fed up and turned away. I'm not wasting my breath on NPCs like you. Where the heck is Amelia? The officer completely blew him off, signaling his goons to jump them. You seriously think she's gonna waste her time on trash like you? Arrest them! Toss these deserter losers in the slammer! Things were going totally off the rails now. Arashi Satsuke just scratched his head, super annoyed, so freaking cringe. Even if you mobs gang up on me, you're still getting clapped. Kai chilled nearby, deadpanning. They're salty because of your trash attitude, dude. If we were Midutsuji's squad, they'd get a VIP welcome even as total deserters. Suddenly, magic chains locked down all the guards. Freeze! A cold voice snapped. Jin strolled out, smirking. Back so soon? Her weird flex totally made the commander lose his mind. Jin, you stabbing us in the back? Drop the seal now, the guy raged. Narumi just patted his shoulder, winking like a total flirt. Whoa there, take a chill pill. Arashi Satsuke's crew isn't looking for a brawl. Let's just chat, she added. The chains vanished instantly. The commander backed down, but Arashi Satsuke was already getting super triggered watching this circus, glaring like he wanted to eat them. Arashi Satsuke barked. Why are you listening to her and not me? Akira nervously chuckled. Ain't that the usual vibe? Narumi swaggered over to suss him out. So what's the tea? Got any juicy intel? She asked. Still big mad, Arashi Satsuke groaned. Spill that later. For now, get us a decent room so we can actually talk like normal humans. Soon enough, they were chilling in some fancy room. Everyone sat nice and proper, except Arashi Satsuke, who had his feet kicked up on the desk, rocking that ultimate rebel attitude. Haruka and Aaliyah just face-palmed hard. The guards were fuming but stayed muted. Meyer finally snapped at his chaotic energy. Cut the crap! Arashi Satsuke, you're making the vibes way too toxic. Arashi Satsuke clapped back with zero chill. What? You think this is some alien culture? You're always like this. Mir shot him a death glare. Do you seriously have to make everything so edgy? Plus, we literally brought everyone you asked for, she added. Looking super salty, he finally dropped his feet off the table. Fine, whatever, he grumbled. Arashi Satsuke cooled off and yelled, Sina, get in here. Jin immediately pushed the door open, dragging Sina inside while muttering an apology. Haruk's jaw dropped, and Amelia literally gasped out loud. A cat beast man? Akira proudly hyped her up. This is Sina, the literal daughter of the beastman boss, Gandana's. Everyone practically blue-screened hearing that. The boss's daughter? No way! Why the heck is she rolling with you guys? Sina didn't even flinch, straight up admitting, Yep, I'm the top dog's actual kid. These guys saved my butt from those demon freaks. Midutsuji was shook. You got kidnapped by demons? Sina hit him with a massive side-eye before dropping the truth bomb. Duh. Those creeps are sneaking around right inside our turf. I got rescued right as they were dragging me to the demon zone. Arashi Satsuke smirked, totally milking it. We can use her as a cheat code to get the Federation to squad up with us. I mean, we aren't waiting another 2 years for this, he scoffed. Elia suddenly had a light bulb moment. Okay, I get the vibe. Amelia then went full serious mode with a game plan. We were literally just thinking about teaming up with them. Let me hit up the higher-ups. Now that we got the VIP princess, they'd be absolutely brain-dead to pass this up. Arashi Satsuke scowled and fired back, Well, aren't you painfully honest? Elia didn't even try to hide her hustle, dropping facts. Look, we just don't want half our hero squad ghosting us, okay? Honestly, we were plotting to cave to your demands if you'd just come back. Haruka stayed super chill, adding, You guys are literally the ultimate carry for the whole army, you know? Obviously, losing you tanks our troops' morale. Since I'm the one babying your reckless moves, this stunt actually saves my job. Hearing that, Elia's tone went dead serious. Got your memo. Consider it done. Amelia stared him down, sounding like a strict principal. If we team up with the Federation, we can actually speedrun crushing the Demon Kingdom. That's exactly what you want too, right? Arashi Satsuke finally stopped pouting and smirked. Now you're speaking my language. Elia looked dead at them and laid it all out. It isn't a bad deal for us anyway. Squashing the demon boss is what everyone wants, so obviously we'll do whatever it takes. Sina was also super hyped to pay them back. They saved my life and actually fed me, so in return, I need y'all to help me wreck the demons in my homeland. Mirutsuji was totally on board. Heck yeah, I'm going all in. Herrick randomly whispered, cutting the hype. Quick question though, how did you even know the princess got snatched? Arashi Satsuki aggressively avoided eye contact before mumbling back. We totally grilled some demons we caught, he bluffed. Herrick stared him down hard before going, right, sure. Fast forward 1 week, everyone was sweating bullets waiting for news. Harik strutted in with Elia, waving a paper. The Holy Nation sent messengers to the Federation to talk alliances. The awkward tension literally vanished, and the whole squad started cheering like crazy. Chilling in some shack by the wall, Kai cut to the chase. Who's actually going? Akira sat across from him and spilled the tea. Mirutsuji, Nagas, Kanzaki, and Narumi. Just those four. Armed with the juicy intel, Kai sipped his tea like a boss. Figured they'd pick Kanzaki, her control skills are too overpowered. Akira instantly nodded, totally validating his big brain moment. Midutsuji and Narumi got that crazy good radar for people. Nagas is a bit of a hardhead, but he's got his own riz. Somewhere else, Harik was grinding away, clueless he was being talked about. Herrick is probably the head honcho for the trip. Add some grunts and suits. That makes 30 people total. Mayor just hovered silently in the corner, eavesdropping on their whole gossip session. Kai randomly asked, "What about Arashi Satsuki?" Meanwhile, Arashi Satsuki was literally sunbathing on a roof. Akira didn't miss a beat. He wanted to stay front and center. Dude sucks at talking things out. Facts. Down at the training yard, Meyer was barking orders at Atsushi and Kenta, totally unaware she was part of the convo. With Midutsuji out, Hashimoto was stepping up as the backup captain. It's gonna be a total nightmare, keeping Arashi Satsuki and his wild crew in check, Akira guessed. Then he randomly hit Kai with, "So, what's your master plan in all this?" Kai kept it 100% real. "I'm crashing the Federation party, just not with the official dweebs." Outside the walls, Harik spun around and hyped the squad. "All right, let's roll out." The army and the hero wannabes were trekking to the Federation. Rina kept flipping her hair, whining about being exhausted. Mirutsuji just smiled and hit her with, "It's gonna be a mega long trip, dude." Narumi chimed in, sounding super hyped. "Wild. I totally didn't expect you to tag along, Rina." She instantly flared up. "Excuse me? You saying I don't belong here or something?" He quickly waved his hands in panic. "Nah, not like that. I'm stoked you're here." Rina pointed aggressively at Midutsuji. "If I leave y'all alone, you'll do something brain dead again, especially this idiot." He looked totally derped out. "Wait, me?" Seeing them banter, Narumi cracked up. Rina crossed her arms, annoyed. "I'm just saying, having you as his sidekick is 0% reassuring. Even if we roll together, nothing's gonna change," Narumi fake cried. "Bro, Rina, why are you so savage to me?" In the back, Jin stayed super quiet, thinking, "God, they're annoying. Just shut up already." She wondered to herself. Kai said he was heading to the Federation too. Is he lurking around here somewhere? Harik glanced over, totally catching Jin's spaced-out vibe. The squad kept tramping through massive fields and plains, spying on them from the tall grass like a total ninja. Kai whispered to Mayor. "All right, let's get moving." As they walked, Mayor asked, "So we're just playing stalker?" Kai shrugged. "Tailing them is way easier. Plus, Sina's with them, and I really gotta ask her about something." Back with the main crew, they were hiking through some woods. Jin kept quiet, scoping the area and actually vibing with the fresh air. Herrick noticed and asked, "Why are you constantly scanning the area?" Kanzaki flinched, acting slightly sus, just watching out for monster aggro. Narumi winked. "No need, we've got Tsukiji and Herrick carrying us." Jin looked down. "Fair point." Herrick turned around. "Hey, Mirutsuji, Arashi Satsuki bounced back to us in just a few days, right?" He nodded. "Yeah, pretty much." Herrick frowned. "I'm just racking my brain over how they knew Sina got snatched." Jin jumped in. "Didn't he literally say they caught some demon goons and grilled them for info?" But dude still wasn't buying it. Like, way too fast, man. In and out with the intel just like that. Hard flex to claim he pulled all that off solo. Normally, Arashi drops us a heads up first. Midutsuji spun around, eyebrow raised. "What exactly are you getting at?" Harik just shrugged it off in the woods. "Hey, I'm just spitballing here." He kept going. "Someone is creeping in the shadows, snatching data solo. Gotta say, Midutsuji, your poker face is utter trash as always. Your panicked look totally spilled the tea." Sure enough, dude started sweating the second Herrick dropped that bomb. Narumi panicked internally. "Oh crap." "Yeah, Shin heavily carried our squad from the shadows, but the Holy Nation still sees him as public enemy #1. Even Jin was low-key freaking out. If Herrick sniffs out our little secret alliance, who knows what kind of psycho punishment we're gonna get slapped with." Right on cue, Rina stomped up. "The heck kind of nonsense are you yapping about?" Herrick threw his hands up. "Wow, guess we've got a mixed bag of people who are clueless and people who totally know. You foreigners have zero networking game here. So you absolutely need locals like us to hook you up. Math is simple, guys. Shin is your personal ghost, the exact same psycho who offed the Saintess. Mirutsuji scowled, sweating bullets. Okay, and what if he is? Out of nowhere, Haruka busted a gut laughing. Gotcha, totally called it, but seriously, I'm just messing around. Narumi muttered to Rina. Cool detective skills. Bro, but honestly, that guy just swoops in to save our butts whether we ask for it or not. Haruka just smirked. Chill out. Nobody's getting grounded. Just a curious dude asking questions. Honestly, I should probably buy the guy a burger for taking out that crazy chick. The guards literally dropped their jaws. Narumi gaped. Dude, are you even allowed to say that? He brushed it off. Heck no, obviously. I'd straight up get canceled on a gallows if word got out. Plus, considering how Kanzaki's been acting lately, I bet $50 he's lurking somewhere right now creeping on us, right? Midutsuji whipped his head around. Seriously, Kanzaki? The random shout-out left her completely frozen, mind racing. Meanwhile, Jin was having a mini panic attack, thinking, am I totally wrecking Shin's life right now? I'm literally his hype man. Kai finally piped up, stepping out of the shadows. Well, since you snitched on my hiding spot, guess the gig is up. The guards flipped out. That's the Saintess Slayer. Sina quickly jumped in. Hey, he's literally the guy who saved my life. Herrick spun his horse around while the goons aggressively pointed their pointy sticks at Kai. Hey, I just followed the breadcrumbs, Herrick smirked. Kai gave him dead eyes. Wow, huge leap of logic based on literally zero solid facts, bro. Herrick kept pushing. Maybe not as slick as you, but our rumor mill still works. You're the absolute unit who smoked Winbex, that edgy Black Death god from the Four Kings, right? Kai deadpanned. Literally never heard that cringe nickname in my life, and I totally had help jumping him. Herrick peeked over at Mayer, a spell-slinging elf. Flexing a hardcore sidekick like her, huh? Some girl screeching Kai's name totally ruined the vibe, making Mayer blink. Rina shoved her horse forward and screamed, the absolute audacity to show your face after the garbage you pulled. Mirutsuji frantically tried to play peacekeeper. Take a chill pill, Rina! But she just swatted his hand into the next dimension. Don't tell me to chill! She aimed a furious finger at Kai. You're only giving this clown a free pass because you're too soft, Suji. But he's a straight-up backstabber, she glared. Got any lame excuses lined up? Kai literally didn't blink, not gonna deny a single thing. Narumi flashed a sneaky wink. Cool your jets, Rina. Shin's been carrying our team all along. Rina went full Karen mode and screeched. Zip it! I'm deleting this guy right now. Oh lord, soup up this fire in my hands. A massive fiery ball of doom popped up in her palm. Mayer let out a low whistle. Dang, she's packing heat. 50-50 odds we actually survived that. Kai shot Mayer a side-eye, dropping her name like a secret cheat code. Kanzaki was about to throw hands and cast a shield, but Kai yelled at her to chill. The giant fireball zoomed right at his face, sparking a crazy massive boom. Narumi freaked out. Yo, are you trying to deep fry the dude into dust? Rina just scoffed. Say what? If he actually kicked the bucket from that weak stuff, I'd be hardcore disappointed. True story. Kai's voice suddenly mocked her as his arm shot through the smoke. He yanked Rina by the collar, dragging her down while she shrieked. What the heck? Before she could even process it, Rina was eating dirt. She frantically scrambled backward to get some breathing room, instantly booting up another fireball to roast him alive. Kai threw the reverse card. Lightning! Zap this fool! A wicked bolt slammed right into Rina, leaving her crispy, paralyzed, and screeching. It was lights out in a nanosecond. Kai killed the juice while she hit the floor like a sack of potatoes. She fluttered her eyes, groaning out. The heck was that? You were literally never that overpowered. Kai stared at the sparks popping on his fingers. Yeah, divine magic is totally not my vibe. But guess what? Spamming the practice mode actually makes up for zero natural talent. He shot her the smuggest look ever. Meanwhile, look at you getting totally nerfed and lazy because you rely way too much on that shiny holy power. Seriously, did you even bother grinding stats? Narumi strutted over, mind blown. Bruh, you literally one-shotted Rina like it was nothing. Massive win, Shin. Midutsuji sweated internally. Dude isn't just crazy fast. He totally mind games people into letting their guard down. He's definitely leveled up way past my skill tree. Stumbling to her feet, Rina kept pushing the salty attitude. I'm still not giving you a pass, loser. Kai literally couldn't care less. Wasn't exactly begging for your fan club membership anyway. Also, hate to break it to you, but we could brawl a million times and you'd still take the loss. Absolutely fuming, Rina shrieked. Shut your trap. Then Jin finally decided to step in. That's a wrap, Nagase. Take a deep breath. A bunch of glowing magic chains popped up and threw her in timeout. Later that night, the whole squad was chilling around the campfire. After getting the full story, Herrick nodded. Makes sense now. You guys were basically shoved into a corner. He stroked his chin, going deep in thought. Honestly, I totally get why you had to delete Leonora when stuff hit the fan like that. For starters, from where you were sitting, They kept throwing stupidly toxic, impossible quests at you. Midutsuji chimed in, we were basically running around like headless chickens. That's why Shin tanked all the damage and took the fall for us. Narumi jumped in, and half the class is still totally clueless about Shin's real endgame. Rina, still overflowing with salt, snapped, there's zero chance he pulled all that crazy stuff just because we happened to sit in the same homeroom. Chowing down on some crusty beef jerky, Kai mumbled. Nagase actually nailed it. Real talk, keeping her breathing was way too much drama, so I just canceled her. Narumi smirked. You're such a stubborn edgelord, I swear. Rina whipped her head away, serving pure sass. Don't care what kind of sob story he drops. I'm the judge of whether his garbage is legit or not. She squinted at him. First off, are you actually hunting for a fast travel point back to our world? Then she glared at Mayor. And another thing, who's the cute sidekick tailing you? Kai, still chewing loudly, muttered, bruh, I haven't found a single clue yet. And for the record, she started stalking me totally on her own. Mayor practically choked. Wow, toxic much? Midutsuji quickly interrupted. Look, long story short, if we want to catch those rats infesting the Federation, we hardcore need your skills. That's the whole point, Shin. I'm seriously pitching that you party up with us for this insane road trip. Harik actually looked stoked and nodded. Totally fine by me. Can't really snitch to the Empire about this, so guess I'll just forge the paperwork. The whole squad randomly turned their heads to stare at Rina, who was still aggressively side-eyeing Kai. She slammed her eyes shut and sighed. Whatever, bro. Still doesn't change the fact that he completely sucks. Kai scanned the group. Look, we're all heading to the exact same drop point anyway. If nobody's gonna cry about it, I'm down to tag along. The bonfire kept blazing wildly, but the crew just sat there bathing in awkward silence. Somebody hollering Midutsuji's name from the back snapped him out of it. Kai leaned in. You sure it was a big brain move dropping that info on him? Midutsuji shrugged. You mean the whole Leonora getting smoke drama? Chill, Harik is a solid guy. Kai hit him with a reality check. I don't care how much of a fanboy you are, spilling highly classified murder secrets is pure rookie behavior. But whatever, damage is already done since you ran your mouth. Midutsuji totally caught his drift. Yeah, I'll take the heat if it goes south. Plus, Harik was totally onto us since day one. Kai raised an eyebrow. So basically, playing dumb would have been an epic fail anyway? Kai thought to himself. Openly dumping top-secret intel to score friendship points is exactly the kind of cheesy strat Midutsuji would pull. After that, the weird little convoy just kept hiking into the middle of nowhere for another few days. Harik tells the squad, Yo, we finally hit the Federation border. Sina pops her head out the carriage like, let's crash at the nearest town. But Kai senses the vibe is off. Looks like we've got a freaking welcoming committee, guys. Asterisk, whoosh, asterisk. An arrow literally slams into the dirt right in front of Midutsuji, totally spooking his horse. He wrestles the reins and looks up, bam! We're completely surrounded by beastmen pointing their weapons right at our faces. Harik starts sweating a bit while the guards scramble into a circle. Then, this super bossy beast girl stomps out. Humans, she barks. What the heck are you doing on my turf? The numbers are insanely stacked against us. Midutsuji steps up, throwing his hands up like, chill, we're not here to throw hands. We just want to team up with the Federation. The beast girl squints. Team up? Her crew goes ballistic. After all the crap you pulled, you have the nerve to say that? Stupid humans? A gray beastman points an angry finger. You're literally the reason our lives suck. Ren cringes. They totally mean, we don't know and we don't care. Narumi nervously chuckles. Can we, not say stuff like that right now? Just then, Sina pops out to save the day. Run! It's literally me! The beast princess hops out of the ride. Someone in the crowd gasps. Lady Sina? She stands tall. Yo, these guys actually saved my life. But Run completely ignores her, signaling her squad and screaming, Give Lady Sina back, you creeps! Harik panics. Bro, we're literally trying to! Just listen! She totally snaps. Shut up, I don't care! Then she straight up charges us. Realizing it's about to go down, Harik yells, Crap, fight back, but don't murder anyone. Both sides clash, and it's just a crazy loud mess of clanging swords. Kai glances back. Sina? Can we clear up this drama? The princess sighs. When Run gets like this, she literally listens to nobody. Just knock her out, but seriously, don't kill her. Her squad is basically a bunch of noobs, so you guys got this. Getting the green light. Kai smirks. You heard the boss. Midutsuji, time to show off, buddy. Even while blocking hits, Midutsuji's like, say less. He immediately swings his sword in a wide arc, totally yeeting the gray beastman with just one hit. Swarmed by enemies, Midutsuji effortlessly dodges like it's a video game, then casually karate chops the pink beastman's neck. Seeing his buddies get instantly dropped, the red beastman goes, Wait, what? Midutsuji's eyes literally spark. In a blink, he teleports behind the red guy and knocks his lights out. Dude faceplants like a sack of bricks, drool flying everywhere before he even hits the dirt. The surviving beastmen start freaking out. You little punk! Kai turns and yells for Kanzaki. She flinches. Huh? What? Kai points. Take out those snipers in the back. Let Midutsuji handle the front. Jin nods. Gotcha. She immediately whips out these magic chains that wrap up all the archers. They're totally clueless, whining, "Bro, why can't I move?" Meanwhile, more beastmen rush in screaming, "Lady Sina, we're here to save you!" Kai tags in Mayor. She raises her staff like, Okay, chill." She starts chanting, "Spirits, push him back but don't hurt him." Bam, a massive gust of wind literally sweeps the beastmen off their feet. Nagami is hyped. Holy crap, she's an elemental mage just like me. Kai then looks at Nagas, who already has a massive fireball ready to go, but tells her to stand down. She scowls and throws a massive fit. "Excuse me? Everyone else gets to fight. Why do I have to stand here like a total loser?" Kai dodges a punch and yells back, "Because your fire will literally roast them alive, unless you're super sure you won't accidentally murder them." Rina sighs, realizing he's right. Fine. Run watches the whole messy brawl in absolute shock. No freaking way, humans are this OP. Meanwhile, Herrick is still desperately playing peacemaker. "Guys, we literally just want to chat." Midutsuji casually strolls forward. "We didn't kill your crew, so can you drop the weapon now?" But nope, she just keeps wildly swinging at him. Midutsuji simply reaches out and catches her blade barehanded to shut her down. The beast girl's jaw hits the floor. He's literally pinching her sword between two fingers. Her arms are shaking when Sina finally walks over. "Are you done throwing a tantrum?" The princess soothes her. "Seriously, just listen to them." Fast forward a bit, and the forest is super quiet except for the beastmen groveling. "We messed up so bad." Run and her entire squad are on their knees begging for forgiveness. Midutsuji gets super awkward. "Whoa, hey, stand up please." But Run just keeps bowing like crazy. "I didn't know you guys saved her. I'm so stupid. Take my life as an apology." Herrick gives a chill smile. "Given our history, I totally get why you freaked out." Run is bowing so hard her forehead bleeds, looking incredibly confused. Then Kai leans against the carriage and speaks up. "If you want to make things right, how about you be our tour guide?" He stares at her. "We're trying to ally our nations, so we need a VIP pass to your top bosses. Plus, it's what Sina wants." The princess nods. "Yeah, I totally owe them, so be nice, okay?" Run immediately caves. "Say less. I'll escort you straight to the capital." She starts bawling, "Lady Sina, I'm just so glad you're not dead." Sina smiles warmly. "Yeah, I'm finally home." After that dramatic mess, Midutsuji and the crew get treated like actual VIPs. To make this alliance happen, we gotta talk to the federal parliament. It's basically a giant council packed with all the Beastmen tribe leaders who run this place. And this parliament is smack in the middle of Manhwa, the capital. Midutsuji looks around in awe. "So this is the big city, huh?" Narumi's eyes go wide. "Dude, it's massive." Run looks back apologetically. "My bad, but this is as far as I can take you. I'm eternally grateful you saved Lady Sina. Seriously, but the big dogs in Parliament are the ones who actually call the shots here." Midutsuji waves it off. "No sweat. We'll take it from here. Welcome to Grandanas, the Beastmen capital of the Manhwa Alliance." The streets are ridiculously packed, and the locals immediately start gossiping the second they spot our crew. "Bro, look. Humans? What kind of sketchy stuff are they up to?" Ignoring the haters, we just keep walking quietly behind Run and the princess, while the crowd continues to whisper and point. They just line the streets, glaring at us with maximum suspicion. Midutsuji can totally feel the awkward, heavy vibe, but he keeps his mouth shut, Kai whispers. "Honestly, they don't even look like they hate us. They just look scared." Narumi laughs. "Duh! Anyone would freak out seeing a literal foreign army roll into their neighborhood, right?" "It's a totally normal reaction," Herrick mutters. "These guys are just regular civilians trying to live their lives. The tribe leaders are the ones who are gonna actually hate our guts. And those are exactly the guys we're about to meet." While we're chatting, someone absolutely screams the princess's name. Sina, this older beastman wearing a flashy red cape, sprints toward us. Looking like he's about to have a heart attack, he yells, "Are you okay, Sina?" She smiles. "I'm totally fine, Dad. Literally not a single scratch. See?" Run immediately drops to one knee out of respect. He traps her in a massive bear hug, sighing in pure relief. "Oh, thank God. You're safe." Sina giggles. "Dad, stop. You're literally crushing me." He instantly lets go, waving his hands. "Oops, my bad. Just got a little emotional." Then he turns that dad glare onto our human squad. "So, these humans are the ones who saved you?" Sina nods. "Yep, so you better be super nice to them, okay?" He bursts out laughing. "Say no more. You guys are crashing at my mansion tonight." Then he cheerfully introduces himself. "I'm Ano, head of the cat tribe and Sina's old man." He continues, "Seriously, thanks for saving my kid. I swear I'll pay you back for this." Herrick steps up. "I'm Herrick, captain of the 8th Night Legion from the Holy Kingdom of Daijaret. Lord Ano, mind if I pitch you an idea?" Ano gestures openly. "Shoot, I'm all ears." Cut to a bit later, everyone's sitting at this super long table, humans on one side, cat people on the other. Sina stands right next to her dad. After dropping the basic details, Herrick goes, "So yeah, that's our official pitch as Digerate envoys. We want our two nations to team up. Can you actually think about our pitch?" Anto flexed hard. "I owe you guys big time. You literally saved my daughter, so obviously I am in. Plus, those demon creeps are totally getting out of hand lately." Aga, the werewolf alpha, chimed in. "We used to just have minor beef with the fiends, but now they are rushing us 24/7. Camila, the bird tribe boss, totally cut him off. "Wait, so we team up with humans just because of that? That is garbage. Did you hit your head and forget what they did to us?" Mac, the fish guy leader, slammed the table. "Camila is spitting facts. Humans literally enslaved my dad until he croaked. You do not just forgive and forget that trauma. Like, thanks for the very important person, escort and all, and we will drop some epic loot on you as a reward," Niels, the dog boss, added. "But we are not hitting the reset button on history." Dude was giving major side-eye. Anto shot Niels a look, and Niels kept yapping. "Did not humans literally cancel us and kick us out? That is not something you just swipe left on. Now you want us to play hero for them?" Mac and Camila were vibing with Niels, absolutely refusing to help. While the beastmen were going crazy, Herrick's voice cut through the noise. "We definitely should not ignore history. But aren't we all trying to wreck those freaks here?" Mac totally lost his chill. The audacity. "Even to fight them, I am never teaming up with your squad." Iga looked at the humans and played peacemaker. "Hold up, Mac." He raised a hand. "Real talk, we heard your crew actually pulled an Uno reverse card on the demons. So, spill the tea. What kind of co-op mode are you guys actually looking for from us?" Herrick paused, but Midutsuji instantly dropped the mic. "We want to speedrun the whole demon realm and literally axe their boss." The beast gang was shook, complete radio silence. Iga started cracking up, killing the awkward vibe. He sized Midutsuji up. "Bro, your eyes do not cap at all. I dig it." Camila was so confused. "What is the joke, Iga?" "Look," he explained. "I thought it was super sus at first. If my intel is solid, humans are basically winning right now." Iga smirked. "They aren't exactly begging us for a hard carry." Midutsuji went full try-hard mode. "We want to cancel the Demon Lord, and we need your squad to pull it off." Anto interrupted, backing up what Iga just dropped. "I want to help them wipe the demons off the server," Anto said. "I was super paranoid at first, but this kid is keeping it 100% real." Another hand shot up. "I am in too," Iga declared. "If the fiends are actually plotting something crazy, the Federation is going to get clapped solo." His glare was deadly. "If the Holy Kingdom gets wiped, we are totally next on the chopping block. We gotta squad up with the humans now." The crew was low-key hyped hearing that. Camila was still salty though. "I get your point, but it is a hard pass for me." She glared at them like they were trash. "You never know when humans will literally backstab you." Mac jumped in. "I do not care how bad things get. I am not partying up with sketchy randoms." Niels was on the same wavelength. "Yeah, hard same. This whole alliance thing is probably just bait to use us as meat shields, right?" Sina, standing by her dad, looked over. "Lord Niels, you totally flipped your script." "You used to be totally pro-human," she added. Niels scoffed. "Getting old makes you realize things." Anto rubbed his chin. "So, like, a bunch of us are hitting the dislike button on this? Rushing this choice is a major loss," Iga pointed out. "We should seriously sleep on it. Plus, I kinda want to hear the rest of their pitch. Let's just let them crash here for a bit." Anto laughed out loud. "Totally down. We will cover their room and board. They literally kept my kid from getting game overed." Camila rolled her eyes. "Whatever. I am not changing my mind." Mac totally sheeped her. "She is right. Count me out." Kai just sat there in stealth mode, scanning everyone with his creepy red eyes. Dude's eyes were bugging out, glowing this wicked, dead crimson. He was literally trying to read Niels' mind, the former human fanboy. Cut to later at the cat boss's crib in the Grandana's capital. They laid out an insane feast for the human squad. Anto hyped everyone up, raising his glass. "Massive thanks for saving my girl. Go crazy on the food, guys." Midutsuji hit them with a happy thanks. Rina looked at the plates, totally grossed out. "What even is this? Literal bugs?" Jin awkwardly chuckled. "Bro, I have no clue." Kai just grabbed a bug, snapped it in half to reveal the gooey meat, and demolished it like it was a snack. Meanwhile, Mare was living her best life, munching on some fruit. Extrovert Narumi clinked glasses with the beastmen, making them hype him up. "Chug it, bro! Your tolerance is insane," he grinned. "Who, me? Say less? Let's keep going." Sina was snacking but stayed on task, nudging her dad. "Dad, get to the point already." Anto cleared his throat and took the floor. "So, we gotta figure out our next big moves." The whole table instantly went quiet to listen. "According to my kid," Anto continued, "the fiends have infiltrated the Federation. Like, they are right here in the capital, which means they've hacked a ton of our top secret info." "Yeah," Sina added. "Otherwise, how did they dox my exact location? I got totally ambushed." Scarface the cat chimed in. "I would get it if it was the border, but capital security is supposed to be cracked." Green shirt guy nodded hard. "He is spitting facts. If those creeps glitched into the capital, they should have spotted them by now." Hearing that, Cena low-key frowned, looking pretty annoyed. Scarface panicked and backpedaled. Whoa, princess, I did not mean it like that. I am totally not calling you a liar. Anto jumped in to kill the beef. He makes a point. We beastmen have insane sniffers. It is wild that demons could sneak into our turf without us catching their funky scent. Which basically means, a random voice interrupted, we've got an imposter. The cat boss's dramatic pause made the table drop dead silent. Everyone stared. Kai took a sip and casually dropped, someone is totally carrying the bad guys. If some mole is leaking the big brain data and scrubbing their tracks, that is literally the only way this whole mess makes sense. The cat squad freaked out. No way. What kind of crackpot theory is that? One of them stood up, super triggered. Stop talking trash. Are you calling us sus right now? Anto yelled, chill out. We are just throwing out theories here. He looked super bummed and apologized. Look, I hate being toxic to my own crew, but we literally scoured everywhere for Cena and found 0 clues. He and his boys had pulled an all-nighter searching. Not gonna lie, I had major bad vibes at the time. Someone was definitely gatekeeping the intel. Herrick warned that if the network was getting manipulated, things were totally screwed, because the rat had to be some top-tier boss. Jin looked stressed. Yo, what if everything we just talked about gets leaked? Narumi pitched in. So, is one of the bosses actually the traitor? Anto instantly shot that down. Nah, I highly doubt it. The alphas literally map out the future of this whole alliance. I am not starting some massive drama just based on sketchy, half-baked rumors. The pink-haired cat totally agreed. For real, you are right. I was getting so triggered. Anto turned to nag his kid. Cena, you are literally grounded to the mansion for now. She pouted. That sucks so bad. I literally just respawned here. Anto looked stressed out. If you get snatched again, it is game over for us. Midutsuji totally interrupted. Anyway, where are we at with that whole squad team-up idea? The dinner table went dead silent again. Ann, too, rubbed his neck, looking super awkward. My bad on that. I totally thought they'd be hyped about the deal. Cena chimed in. Only Iga and Papa actually said yes. If we don't flip the other 3, our voting power is toast. Yeah, totally a massive red flag. Midutsuji started freaking out. No freaking way. And 2 laid it down. We just gotta keep pushing them. I'm dragging you guys along to the next meetup to help talk them into it. Cool? Eric grinned. Totally down for it. Yeah, bet. We got you. Later that night at the cat boss's crib, Kai was just staring off the balcony, overthinking literally everything. Cena rolled up, asking, Yo, what's good? Insomnia hitting hard? Kai glanced back, just plotting. I need more intel, but sneaking around this weird country ain't easy. Cena nodded. Duh, you smell human. You'd get busted instantly. Kai sighed. Figured. You animal guys have crazy super sniffers. Cena, legit question, Kai pressed. Flashback to the meeting. Kai totally used his appraisal eye to spy on Niels. Stats? 55. Dog dude, male, straight up brainwashed, level 2 brawler, level 1 beast mode. The brainwashed tag was glaringly obvious. Cena looked at him like he had 2 heads. Wait, brainwashed? For real? Kai just gave a grim nod. Yup. My eyes have this sick cheat code that reads anyone's stats. And that Niels guy is literally the only one rocking a mind control status. He kept going. Usually, beast folks just have insane muscles and wild senses. You guys can't sling spells like us humans, do demon magic, or use elf hexes. Kai looked dead serious. This is absolutely some demon garbage. Cena's eyes went wide. Wait, his whole vibe today was super weird. He kept saying how getting older totally flipped his mindset. Niels always wanted to be chill with humans. She shrugged. Should I snitch to my dad? Kai shot that down fast. My eye trick isn't exactly hard proof, honestly. I know your old man is hunting for a rat, but is he seriously gonna trust my word? Cena hopped onto the railing. Oh, he totally will. Dad's basically a massive fanboy for humans. Plus, you guys literally saved my life. He's got your back. Kai breathed out. Cool. We'll dump the truth on him soon. Suddenly, some noise behind him tripped his radar, and Tu's voice boomed. Bro, you really sleep on our beast hearing. Kai spun around. So you eavesdropped on the whole thing? Saves me the intro, right? The chief smirked. Go for it, kid. You did save my kid after all. And Tu nodded hard. Plus, Niels has been acting incredibly sus lately. It's weird. He squeezed his fist. I'm betting my chips on you. I'll back your crazy human alliance 100%. But the catch? You gotta help us stomp out these demon parasites hiding in our crew. Kai didn't even blink. Totally down for it. Deal. Starting tomorrow, I'm digging up dirt on the dog squad. You and Midutsuji just keep sweet-talking the other bosses for me. And Tu gave him a grin. Say less. It was dead of night in the beast capital. Super creepy and quiet, with just a few mega mansions lit up. Outside this one massive estate, the beefy security guards were not messing around. Shockingly, Niels was on his knees acting like a total simp. Right in front of him, this top-tier demon named Bright was just chilling, chugging wine. He glared down. This drama is getting annoying. The demon spaced out, probably whining about Camila. Bruh, I literally had half these chiefs brainwashed. My master plan was flawless: snatch the bratty princess and squeeze the cat boss dry. Bright slammed his fist down, straight up raging. Who knew those puny humans would actually save Antu's kid? He sneered. Gaganda, that absolute loser, choked on the easiest mission ever. What an embarrassment to elite demons. Niels, still kissing the floor, mumbled. Honestly though, those humans have zero shame showing up here. The dog boss scowled. They're pushing this whole team-up idea, which means I got a hard pass on it. Bright smirked. Nailed it, Niels. They're reeking of desperation. We gotta wreck their pitch before the others catch feelings. Niels hopped to his feet. But like, you know, my dude, we're pretty much sworn to hate humans forever anyway. Next morning at the fish dude boss's pad, there was this massive pool for his squad. The whole place screamed Blue Ocean aesthetics. The Pro Alliance gang finally got a sit-down with Mac, the head fish. Mac was acting super tough. Y'all can talk until you're blue. My answer is a solid nope. Midutsuji pushed back. Dude, seriously? Can't you just hear us out? His glare was screaming, we need this team up. Mac eventually cracked under the pressure. Fine, whatever, shoot your shot. The squad totally exhaled in relief. Herrick took the floor like a boss. All right, let me break down the crazy mess at the Holy Kingdom. Meanwhile, the other half of the squad hit up the bird tribe's nest, but the bouncers totally stonewalled them. The guard snapped, are you guys slow or something? Let me spell out the boss lady's memo. She literally has zero time for your nonsense. Narumi tried to sweet talk, but we trekked all the way out here. The cat dude with them was just like, wait, seriously? Didn't Boston to literally send an RSVP for this? The guard just rolled his eyes. Bro, even if the Cat King begged, it's a hard pass. Our chief ain't hanging out with humans. Jin was standing there low-key plotting. I could totally brain hack this dude, but once it wears off, he'll totally know I messed with his head. Then they'd legit hate us. Narumi spun around, completely over it. Whatever, let's just bounce. Jin flinched at her, but muttered, honestly, worst case scenario, we end up throwing hands with the entire beast squad. We definitely do not want that smoke. This isn't some baby boss fight like with Leonora. Jin sighed and tagged along. Yeah, fair point. Back in his room, Kai was just chilling, flexing his wickedly sharp dagger. Somebody knocked, and he yelled to come in. Sina pushed the door open, looking hyped. Kai, you totally called it. He spun around. Spill the tea. She blurted, I scoped out the dog borders today, and the vibes were mad off. Kai was all ears as she kept ranting. They are straight up raging against humans, like someone threw gasoline on a fire. She looked sketched out. Plus, the guards are acting like total unhinged lunatics. Pretty sure they're plotting to off you guys. Kai's expression instantly darkened. Well, if that's the play, we can't just chill here. We gotta snag hard receipts to completely wreck their game plan. Boom, another night in the Beast City. Kai and Sina were hardcore snooping from a rooftop. He nudged her. Let's dig deep and not screw this up. The princess hissed. Watch it. Our senses are literally broken. Kai dropped off the roof. Yeah, I got it. Avoiding the beefy security, he used his stealth mode assassin feat to ghost right past them. In zero flat, they crashed the mansion. Sina sneaked like a pro, whispering, the boss's bedroom has got to be in this zone. A door was cracked, and she peeked in. Empty, she whispered. Niels is probably snoozing in the bedroom. She crept inside. Honestly, a massive win if we can snatch some dirt right now. She went full bloodhound, sniffing around and gagged. Dude, that chair literally reeks of the guys who kidnapped me. Suddenly, a voice from the hallway barked, who's there? Sina panicked. Totally busted, freaking Niels. He lost it, yelling, Sina, you brat. Don't care if Antu is your dad, you think you can just bust in here and not catch hands? The princess backed up, sweating bullets. Niels, you gotta snap out of it. He scowled. Snap out of what? Sina glared right back, desperately trying to get through to him. You're literally getting puppeted by demons, my guy. How do you not see the glitch in your brain? Niels just barked back. What kind of trash are you spewing? Whatever, we're doing this later. You're getting locked up right now. Then he screamed his lungs out. Intruders! Grab the girl, tear her down. The guard squad crashed the room, hollering, Boss, what's good? Sina didn't even hesitate. She bolted backwards, vaulted the windowsill, and smashed straight through the glass, pulling a wildly dangerous parkour escape. The guards totally panicked, like, she's bailing! Niels barked orders to hunt her down as soon as possible. Meanwhile, fast forward to our wine-sipping villain, Bright, totally clueless, and wondering why gatecrashers were ruining his vibe. Bro was swirling his fancy drink, low-key stressing. Did I get exposed? He took a gulp, hyping his own stealth skills. Like, he literally thought he was the ultimate ninja for sneaking into the capital solo, chugging the whole glass. He figured the good guys were definitely sniffing around for demons after the Sina drama, but he was dead certain these NPCs weren't big-brained enough to suspect the dog squad. Mind control getting exposed? That would be a major yikes. Bright smirked like a total overconfident clown, thinking he was untouchable. Next second, boom. Kai literally spawns behind him, pressing a dagger right to his throat. Before the demon even processed it, that blade gave his neck a spicy little slice, blood spilling, though his head thankfully stayed attached. Cut to outside the dog tribe's mansion. Just a chill, breezy night with crazy vibes. Niels was throwing a massive tantrum, screaming at his goons to grab the intruders. Meanwhile, Cena had already yeeted herself out a window and was doing hardcore parkour across the roofs, peeking back with major anxiety. Seeing the guards scrambling, she's like, "Bro, where did Kai vanish to? Did he actually find the boss?" Suddenly, someone yells her name. It's Run, pulling up with her squad, shining their flashlights right at the princess. Run looked totally shook. Cena dropped down, asking why she was camping there. Run basically said, Anto gave her strict orders to play bodyguard and make sure the princess didn't get totally wrecked. Mid-convo, the dog tribe guards crashed the party, barking mad. "That cat girl is trespassing. Niels wants her locked up." Cena just shrugged it off like, "Well, they ain't wrong." Run's sweating, asking for the game plan. The cat princess just puts a hand up like a boss. "No lethal force, guys. Just knock some sense into them. They're probably super confused and don't actually want to throw down." Back to the VIP room, Bright's neck is leaking, but the dude barely dodged a game over screen by hopping backward. He is staring at Kai like, "Who is this kid?" Zero hesitation, Kai just chucks his dagger straight at him. No breathing room at all. Bright couldn't even dodge, so he had to sacrifice his arm, taking a gnarly hit to block the blade. Dude skidded across the floor, desperately trying not to faceplant. Grabbing a random houseplant, he is internally screaming to just chill out. He totally rage quits and yeets the potted plant at Kai, but our boy just slices it clean in half like a fruit ninja. Dirt everywhere. Bright decided to nope out through the window. Kai instantly trailed him, shouting that there was zero chance he was escaping. Now they are both flexing on the rooftops, setting up an epic game of tag. Bright is sweating, knowing a public brawl would totally blow his cover. Squinting hard, he hit up his mental group chat, trying to telepathically summon his little puppet, Niels. "Pick up, Niels. Some human kid is bullying me. Send backup," he begged. But the dog boss was awkwardly like, "My bad, boss. I really want to help." Bright was literally screaming at him to hurry up. Turns out, Niels was pale and sweating because he got hard blocked. "Yeah, pulling up is going to be impossible right now," he replied. Anto was literally standing in his way, cracking his knuckles like, "Been a hot minute since we scrapped, huh?" Niels pointed a finger, raging about how Anto's words had heavy consequences. He swore he would never let the princess slide, threatening a literal gang war. Anto just flashed a smug smile, dropping a casual, "Yeah, not happening." "Time to wake up, my guy," Anto challenged. Niels kept yapping, dragging Cena's name through the mud, claiming Anto was blind to her crimes. Anto just dug in his ear like, "For real? Because you're giving off some seriously rotten vibes right now." "Bull crap!" Niels roared, launching a super aggressive punch. He flexed that he was too busy for this nonsense and promised to crush him for interfering. Anto wasn't about to back down, matching his energy instantly. Those two bosses were throwing absolute bombs at each other. The hero squad was lurking in the shadows, spotting a massive pillar of light where the boomer fight went down. Narumi's eyes bugged out. "It's officially go time." Ren was like, "Wait, shouldn't we jump in?" Narumi totally shot that down. Crashing their party would just make diplomacy a nightmare, and she wasn't about to let the feds catch them acting like total menaces. Jin was super hesitant, guessing if Cena started it. Narumi figured she was probably playing hide-and-seek with the demons, which totally explained why everyone was speedrunning this massive chaotic drama. Innocent little Ren still thought they should totally give them an assist. Jin just shook his head, straight up saying that interfering would just nerf their whole operation. Plus, they were basically tourists with zero map knowledge. So the trio agreed to just camp out and watch the show. Narumi peeked down, betting real money that at least one hothead would eventually rush in. Clueless but charging in anyway, that shadowy figure was straight up Midu Tsuji. Meanwhile, Kai's cardio was insane. He was still sprinting after that demon like a marathoner. Studying the dude's route, he figured something out. The creep was navigating towards a low-key, hidden spot. Fine by Kai. Bright, on the flip side, was bleeding out badly. His wound was so nasty, his arm was practically lagging. He is seriously doubting if he could even clap this kid right now. Then, two random Beast Girl pedestrians spotted him and totally freaked, screaming, "What the heck?" Bright lost his mind. "Witnesses get an instant ticket to the afterlife," he screeched, aggressively lunging to pack them up. Kai was hot on his heels, realizing the guy had zero brakes and he needed to hit the turbo button right now. Locking onto him, our guy maxed out his physical stats with some crazy magic, funneling all his energy into his sneakers. White mana literally glowed on his feet before he blitzed past the demon like a supersonic jet. Giving him an absolute death glare, the demon flinched like, "Wait, what?" Kai swiped his dagger, aiming for a critical hit, which only made Bright hit him with a super cocky smirk. But joke's on him, instead of a stab, he caught a massive Sparta kick right to the chest, launching him into a wall. Spitting blood and absolutely wrecked, he realized the knife was just a dummy trick before collapsing on the floor. Dude was spiraling, thinking, bro, I actually just got totally cooked. Even as a non-combat build, he was supposed to be top-tier boss material. Sitting there, Bright literally had to respect Kai's crazy aura. Turns out, he was dealing with an actual hero candidate. Coughing up crimson, he choked out, "How did you even track my location?" Kai was super chill about it, spilling his secret without missing a beat. "My eyes have this busted hack that analyzes anyone's stats on the spot." Bright burst out laughing, realizing his luck was absolute trash for running into the most overpowered kid on the server. His brain was still working overtime, scheming to salvage his master plan by deleting this kid from existence. Even while losing, he had some sneaky cheat codes left. But Kai instantly clocked that psycho smile, knowing some sus trap was coming. Meanwhile, the two beast squads were basically beefing hard. A dog guard was super confused. "Cap, why are we even throwing hands?" The captain was just like, "Boss's orders, dude. Turn your brain off and fight." Run literally screamed, "If you guys are confused too, just hit the brakes. We definitely don't want to catch a case today." Cena chimed in, asking if they were officially part of Niels' crew. "Since you are his ride or die squad, don't you think he's been acting kinda unhinged lately?" That question made the dog guards freeze up, and their captain suddenly looked super stressed about the whole situation. Pointing a finger, Cena called him out. "You totally know something." The captain sighed, admitting his boss had been mad confusing, but they had a job to do. She hit him back with, "Even if some demon completely hijacked his brain?" The dog guards instantly raged, yelling that was Mega Cap. The captain snapped at his crew not to get brainwashed by her words, swearing loyalty to their leader. Cena instantly read the room. She realized talking them down was literally a 0% speedrun. They were way too hardcore. Run stepped up, pushing the princess back like, "Stay behind me. I am about to humble these guys real quick." Suddenly, a crazy blue beam of mana sliced straight down the middle of the beefing squads. A mega powerful sword strike literally split the pavement. The dog captain was fully geeking out like, "What in the world is happening?" Everyone gazed up and saw a human flexing on them, our boy Midu Suji. Naturally, he dropped in with another dude right beside him. Iga stomped forward, roaring, "Cut the nonsense and put your toys away right now." The party pooper stopping the brawl was none other than Ega, the wolf alpha. Cut back to Kai, who was scanning Bright's stats. A 48-year-old elite demon packing level 4 mind hack skills and level 4 water magic. Kai used his magic X-ray vision to peep the dude's stats. Brainwashing spell? Check. How to use? Just grab some poor sucker's head with both hands. Good to know. As long as I do not let this creep give me a weird head massage, he is basically zero threat and totally easy to clap. Mid-thought, a freaking spear drops from the sky. I dodge it, and boom, a whole squad of demons pulls up. Bright stands up, laughing like a maniac. "Thanks for showing up, losers. Now my boys can jump into the mosh pit." Kai just smirks. "Oh, I get it now. You ran to the middle of nowhere just to call your little gang?" The demons are acting all smug like, "No running away now, punk. Did you really think I was the only Spec Ops guy?" Kai sighs. "Bro, are you actually stupid?" The dude totally malds. "The heck did you just say to me?" I look at the clown car of demons and go, "No duh, I knew you were waiting for backup. Playing hide and seek with you nerds sounds exhausting, so I'm just gonna trash all of you right here." The demon squad literally freezes, error 404 style. Bright starts screeching, "You little punk, what are you gonna do solo?" Then they all pull out their weapons and start flexing their magic. "Keep yapping, bro. Your confidence is about to drop to 0. We are gonna wipe the floor with you for scratching our boss." Bright glares at me, probably thinking, "What a total noob. Even if my goons are mid, they are still cracked fighters, almost on my level." The mob rushes in yelling, "Let us wreck this human." I just stand there and whisper, "Hey angels, do me a solid and yeet these guys." A massive blue tornado spawns out of nowhere, launching the whole demon squad into the stratosphere. The guys left on the ground are totally freaking out. I just smirk and say, "Yo, I never said I was playing solo. Look up, it is Mayor dropping spells like a boss." I play it cool. Since I had zero clue how your weird mind control worked, I brought a backup plan. Bright is still coping hard. Big deal. 2 of you chumps will not change the scoreboard. Mayor just glares down and says, "Let us make it hail rocks." Snap of a finger, and a million floating pebbles spawn before machine gunning straight into the demon mob. The frontline demons get totally wrecked and start coughing up red before they can even block. One idiot yells, "Morons, we literally have magic shields!" But I just dash in and stick a blade right in his chest. Bro was flabbergasted. Pro tip, while you bozos are busy charging up your little hand shields, your flanks are wide open. I yank my blade back, and it is an instant messy fountain. Bright starts sweating and screaming at his crew. "Wake up, you absolute donuts! Treat these two like they are top-tier raid bosses." The surviving goons finally stop messing around and get their weapons ready. One tries to pull a shadow clone trick and sneers. "Bet you cannot guess the real me." Literally a second later, he catches my blade right between the eyes. He drops, gasping, "Bro, hack much?" I just shrug. "Looks like your so-called elite squad forgot to share the patch notes with the other branches. Big yikes." Off to the side, another dude charges up a magic circle, screaming, "You little rat!" He chucks a wind spear, yelling, "Get clapped!" But nope, a bigger gust of wind just Uno reverses it right back at his face. Mayor, camping up high, coming in clutch, as always. She instantly summons her gear. Angels, end this clown. The demon is just standing there with his mouth wide open, totally stun-locked, before a barrage of wind arrows turns him into a pincushion. Mayor literally yawns and looks away. Zero respect for these scrubs. So there I am, squaring up with the mob while she plays sniper. Meanwhile, Bright is cowardly backing up, literally using his own boys as a meat shield. He is grinding his teeth, probably malding like, "How are these kids owning me right now?" Just then, a voice echoes from the cheap seats. "Aw, having a rough day, are we?" Mayor jumps and whips around. Wait, who the heck is that? I crane my neck to check out the new spawn. It is Camila rolling up with her whole bird gang. I am just staring at her like, what gives? Big boss of the bird squad teaming up with demons? Did not see that plot twist coming. She starts screeching, "Yeah, well, I absolutely despise you, human trash." Mayor leans in and whispers, "Did she get mind wiped too?" I shake my head. Nope, my stats checker says she is doing this 100% willingly. Putting the puzzle pieces together, it hits me. Okay, so they definitely hacked the dog boss's brain, and now the bird gang is riding with the bad guys. Messy stuff. Dog boss got brainwashed, bird boss went rogue, cat boss almost got blackmailed with his kid, but we saved her. The wolf boss is totally out of the loop. The fish boss is literally just dumb. They really thought they could leash the cat tribe by keeping Cena hostage. End goal? Rig the parliament vote to get the majority. Flashback to those demons bragging about how they were gonna hijack the whole federation so their big bosses could focus on blasting humans. Oh, so that was their master plan. Big brain stuff. Bright spits out some red and whines. "Took you guys long enough." Camila just smirks, acting all edgy. "Look at you, big bad demon, getting folded by teens without our help." He lets out this bitter laugh, totally aware he is getting carried right now. Hey, I am not complaining anymore. Just do me a solid and wipe them out. Camila flexes her razor claws and chuckles. "You begging for help? That is a rare drop. Must be some tough kids, huh? Fine, I will carry your noob squad." I click my tongue. Like 30 high-tier bird warriors up there. Did the whole flock sell out to the dark side? Mayor finally drops down from her sniper spot, pops the question, what is the play now? Simple. We just gotta beat them down. Up high, Camila is barking orders. Grab them, quick. Cannot let the other tribes catch us messing around, so hurry it up. Literally seconds later, the whole flock dive bombs us, ready to throw hands. Meanwhile, fast forward to another spot, the cat boss is out here throwing heavy furry hooks at the dog boss, who just casually blocks it. They are straight up spamming combos at each other, one attacking, one tanking, literally turning the pavement into gravel. This boss battle is totally unhinged, just their flexing is shattering glass everywhere. The magic shockwaves have the trees doing the matrix dodge. Anto is just swinging and cackling. Not bad, Niels. The dog boss is sweating, blocking for his life, yelling, "The heck are you yapping about?" He manages to land a massive punch on Anto, but the dude just tanks it with 0 damage and hits him with a creepy, calm smile. Niels is absolutely shook. Anto just laughs again and lands a brutal uppercut right on the jaw, saying, "You fell off, bro." Getting sent flying back, Niels is tripping. Like, why does this hurt so much? Wiping the dirt off his mouth, his brain is doing flips. Anto cracks his knuckles like a final boss, looking kinda confused himself. Did I misread the meta? Anto is low-key wondering if this match is already over. Called it. While I play the distraction game, the only real fix is to knock out the hacker controlling his brain. Under this creepy half-moon, leaving Niels alone to let the demons hijack his whole squad would be a massive fail. Cut to the sidelines, Midotsuji is chilling behind Ega, the wolf boss. He goes, "Wait, so Niels got his brain hacked by those creeps?" Sina nods. "Yep, that is exactly why we crashed Niels' crib to hunt that freak down." Midotsuji instantly hits back with, "So, did you actually find him?" The cat princess just gives a sad headshake. "No clue," she sighs. Kai literally just poofed into thin air. Midotsuji rubs his chin. Makes sense. If he is not chilling here, he is definitely out there throwing hands. Iga facepalms. "Bro, my brain is melting. I cannot keep up with this drama. This whole thing escalated way too fast, but we seriously need to back up your buddy who is soloing the bad guys right now." Loon shouts down from the roof. Before he can finish, Sina cuts him off, panicking. "Yo, Loon, what is the tea?" She squints into the distance, looking sketchy. I literally see a whole flock of bird dudes heading straight north. Iga looks totally weirded out. Bird guys flying around at this ungodly hour? That is sus. Spotting something super sketchy, Midotsuji sprints over and yells, "Let's check it out, might score some clues." Meanwhile, up on the roof, 3 lurkers are just chilling and spying. Jin is like, "Are we seriously just gonna stand here watching?" Narumi totally agrees, pointing out they would definitely start massive beef with the locals if they actually acted. She snaps and goes, "Yo Narumi, let me ask you this. Your whole big brain theory relies on Shinju-kun actually stomping those demons, right? He just nods. Yep, nailed it. Jin freaks out. What if he gets totally wrecked? Narumi awkwardly shrugs. Haven't thought that far ahead, but we are absolutely toast if he does. Jin quickly pitches an idea. Shouldn't we, do something? Shinju-kun is awesome, but the dude is not invincible. Rina gets all flustered. I get it, but we literally have zero clue where he is. Jin sighs. Fair point. She clasps her hands together like she is praying, thinking, I know it is super selfish, but I seriously want to be Shinju-kun's ultimate power boost. Suddenly, a random voice pops into her brain. Kanzaki? Jin wildly looks around, totally freaking out. Narumi asks, Yo, what gives? Jin just blurts out, Shinju-kun, where are you? Kai echoes back, I should be asking you that. Oh wait, is this your brand new power? Jin's mind is totally blown. A shiny new guardian skill just dropped? She can hear him crystal clear, like making a super cool psychic phone call. Flexing her brain muscles, she asks Kai again, Seriously, man, where are you right now? Cut to Kai, looking absolutely wrecked and covered in blood. Up north, throwing hands with demons and crazy bird dudes, he replies, adding, So, you want to be my power buff? Jin blushes incredibly hard. Wait, you heard that? I did not even say it out loud! Meanwhile, Kai is out here casually slaughtering bird mutants, yelling, Hurry up, Kanzaki! I need you! Jin gets extremely pumped, her eyes totally lighting up. Narumi starts sweating. Who the heck are you talking to? Rina physically cringes. Did you literally just lose your mind? Just chatting with Shinju-kun on my new psychic radio, Jin brags, leaving her friends completely shook. She jumps up. I got his live location. Let us go save his butt. Back to the crazy war zone. Mayor is staring down a massive flock of extremely angry bird geeks. They get the attack order and dive bomb her like absolute feathered missiles. Mayor raises her staff, sweating a little bit, and screams, Spirits, keep these creeps away! Instantly, an insane updraft kicks in, totally ruining their dive and slapping them right back. She is not done yet. Slapping her staff into the dirt, magic glows and rocks start floating. She summons the earth spirits and screams at them to shoot those birds down. A huge barrage of earth spirits smacks directly into the bird mob, making them squawk like absolute losers. The guys stuck in the back just start raging and cursing loudly. Crap, we cannot even get close, one yells. Another dude screams, What are our archers even doing? The flying sniper squad hears it and shouts, All right, let us shoot them up. They let loose a massive volley of sharp arrows straight at Mayor. She aims her magic staff right at the sky, glowing with some sick green energy this time around. Wind spirits spawn a sick tornado, tossing every single arrow away. The bird squad is fuming. Dang it, what now? We are completely useless. Another guy just shrugs. Whatever, this is fine. He smirks and points out, That elf magic drains the spirits dry. Give it just a minute, and she will completely run out of gas and be totally powerless. Mayor panics a bit, realizing they just figured out her fatal flaw. Her spirits are running on absolute fumes, so she needs to wreck them using a totally different element. The bird guy glares down, annoyed. This brat is literally just stalling. We gotta finish this before other tribes crash the party. Meanwhile, below, a demon grunt gets brutally stabbed in the heart before he can even squeak. The guy below yells out for Gustav. He spots Kai casually yanking a dagger out of his buddy's chest, and in a literal flash, Kai teleports down, unleashing a totally epic assassin combo. Two more demon losers jump him from behind, screaming, You are absolute dead meat, punk! Simultaneously, another demon quickly throws up a magic shield to block a totally random incoming attack. Kai faces the exact same thing, but he just hops out of the way like it is nothing. The demon scrubs below just stare up, looking incredibly confused and dumb. The bird boss, Camila, screams at the demon grunts to freeze, instantly unleashing a crazy volley of razor-sharp feathers. Kai just stands there looking extremely cool, casually deflecting them away. But the spam attack is too real, and one feather actually clips his wrist. Blood starts soaking his shirt immediately. He smartly dips away while pure chaotic battle noises echo everywhere. He is totally stressing over Meyer since they got forcibly split up. While he is completely zoning out, Bright sneaks up behind him, aiming a super creepy dark magic hand. Kai feels something sketchy and instantly fires off a lightning shock. Before Bright can even act, he gets completely fried and paralyzed, standing there dumbfounded. Wait, literal lightning magic? He mutters. A random demon goon steps up, wildly swings his massive sword, and screams, Die! Kai just effortlessly dodges it and cleanly slices the absolute idiot straight across his huge stomach. The demon's missed swing hilariously chops right into the paralyzed Bright. Kai totally juked them into massive friendly fire, dropping a grunt and slicing their boss. What an epic double play. Kai shoots an absolute death glare over his shoulder, thinking, Was that freak trying to brainwash me? I have zero counters for that cheap trick. Better watch my back closely. Suddenly, a totally familiar voice shouts out, "It is Jin," completely out of breath from sprinting. Kai spots her. "Kanzaki, your timing is insanely perfect." Rina just stands there, completely shook. "Actual demons!" Narumi absolutely freaks out. This looks incredibly bad. Without hesitating, both of them scream, "We got your back!" and instantly start popping all their flashy magic skills. The demon goons throw up shields and panic. "Back up! Watch out! They are hero candidates," Kai tells his crew. "I will body the bird boss and the elites. You handle the trash mobs." Narumi tightly clenches his fists, totally ready to roll. Rina asks, "So, these bird freaks are officially enemies?" Kai nods, giving her absolute permission to aggressively roast them with fire. Jin nervously asks, "Shinju-kun, are you still seriously flying solo?" He gives this intense anime protagonist look, flashing back to old times. It is exactly like that Leonora boss fight. "Hit me with your domination magic right now. These absolute losers are actually trying to brainwash us." She immediately throws her hand up. "Say less. I totally got you." Glowing with bright pink mana, she instantly casts her domination skill. The crazy energy zaps into Kai, wrapping him in a sick pink aura. He smirks. Boom. Fatal weakness, completely gone. Camila is totally shook and yells, "Are you little punks seriously looking down on us?" Bright shouts from below. "Camila, do not drop your guard, or you will literally die." Kai hits them with a terrifying death stare. "My bad, but I am ending this right now." He starts leaking incredibly heavy killer intent, gripping his dual daggers super tight. That absolutely insane aura makes both Camila and Bright flinch, showing some very real fear. Cut back over to Mayor, who is still having a staring contest with the birds. A bunch of them are completely knocked out. The rest freeze up when a loud voice booms, "Birdies, what the heck are you doing?" Mayor hears it and whips around. It is Midutsuji pulling up with Ega, the werewolf boss, Sina, and Run. Ega points aggressively. "These guys are cat tribe guests, right? Explain yourselves now." The bird dudes start hardcore panicking. "The werewolf boss? Damn, they got here fast. What's the play?" The head honcho shoots a glare and snaps. "Chill out, we're sticking to Camila's master plan." The bird grunts just shut up and fell in line, aiming their bows right at the newbies. They started screaming about wiping out all the witnesses, even the big bad wolf chief himself. Ego was totally tripping, like, "What the heck are they babbling about?" Midutsuji deadpanned. "Guess chatting is off the table." Maya yelled over, "Yo, the bird freaks are totally buddy-buddy with the demons." Everyone's jaws just dropped at that plot twist. She pointed down the alley, dropping the bomb that Kai was throwing down with the demons over there. Sina leaned back, sighing. "Great, so the bird dudes are trash too." Iga groaned. "Well, that sucks big time." "Midutsuji, you go back him up," but he totally shot that down. Midutsuji looked right at the wolf boss and said, "My squad's already heading to Shinkun, so I'm chilling here to help out Mayan." Iga grabbed his sword hilt, ready to draw, muttering, "Gotcha." Never figured the demon creeps had this much clout. He side-eyed the bird squad, knowing those grunts were just blindly following their boss's dumb orders. "I'd really rather not unalive them if we can help it." Iga sighed. Midutsuji spooked him by suddenly popping up with a smirk, flexing. "Say less. Non-lethal beatdowns are kinda my jam." Meanwhile, over at Kai's brawl, he coldly flexed, "My bad. I totally meant to wrap this up like 5 minutes ago." He strolled out of the rubble with his eyes glowing straight up red. Camila took one look and her eyes basically bugged out of her skull. Bright was equally shook. Dude couldn't believe Kai was still breathing. But what happened next made both of them absolutely lose their minds. Camila was literally too freaked out to speak, watching Kai's whole vibe glitch out like a broken video game. Before Bright could even blink, a crazy sharp blade was kissing his neck, and boom, crimson was spraying everywhere. Bright managed to jump back, but his arm still caught a nasty, deep slash. He started whining. "I literally can't even track his moves. The heck is wrong with my eyes right now?" Camila frantically screeched, "Stop looking at his eyes! Bright, he's messing with our heads!" Kai was kinda impressed she figured it out so fast. He just unlocked this sick illusion eye trick after wrecking Windbox. Basically, it lets him mind game any living thing, as long as they make eye contact. He'd been spamming it on random monsters just to get the hang of it. It's an absolute cheat code for close combat. Once Camila clocked his skill, she violently shook her head and dodged his gaze, grumbling about how super annoying his powers were. Bright was doing the math in his head. He had to face Kai head on, but absolutely couldn't look anywhere near the dude's face. Talk about awkward. So, Bright locked his eyes on Kai's legs, and surprise, the crazy glitches stopped. Seeing this, Kai just bolted. Since the idiot stopped looking up, it was the perfect opening, and Kai just poofed out of sight in a split second. The next second, he materialized right next to Bright and sarcastically whispered, "You really thought that would work, bro?" Bright panicked at the voice, but before his brain could catch up, his forehead was leaking like a busted pipe. "No way," he mumbled, trembling like a leaf. Kai just squinted at him, ice cold. "Idiot. Watching your opponent literally gives you all the cheat codes. You toss that away, and you can't even play the game." But Bright was already face-planting into a red puddle, making Kai scoff. "Guess you're not taking notes anymore," Kai smirked. From a distance, Camila watched her teammate drop and spat. What a totally useless loser. But Kai had already locked onto her, declaring with zero chill, "Tag, you're it." Camila wasn't even fazed, screaming back, "I've dealt with you sketchy humans before, don't you dare underestimate me." The second she finished ranting, she dive-bombed right at him. But Kai pulled another disappearing act, leaving her swiping at empty air like a total clown. She looked absolutely shook. She recovered super fast though, spamming razor feathers at him. Kai didn't even sweat it, just effortlessly weaving through them. He was crazy fast, easily buying himself some breathing room. Kai narrowed his eyes, plotting his next move. Hovering up there while actively avoiding his gaze had to be super annoying, but he was actually pulling it off perfectly. Camila sneered. "I'm not like you, basic humans. I don't even need my eyes to scrap. My beastly senses are cracked." Kai just stared at her deadpan and asked, "Cool story, but what's your actual game plan? You can't seriously just fly in circles all day, right? Plus, the longer they dragged this out, the worse things were looking for the bird lady." He wasn't wrong. The rest of the crew had basically locked down the demon mob. Narumi's squad was popping off and totally winning. Camila noticed and raged. "You gross humans just love ruining my life, don't you?" Kai just gave her the side eye, entirely unbothered. Right then, Camila lost her mind, screeching, "I'm gonna wreck all of you!" And suddenly, her body started morphing. Kai frowned, thinking, going full beast mode? It was this insane wild card only beastmen could pull off, letting their inner animal loose for a massive broken power boost. The catch? They completely kissed their sanity goodbye. While Kai was busy analyzing, Camila let out this unhinged, deafening roar. Then she started zipping around him like literal lightning. Couldn't even see her afterimage. "Okay, she's actually fast," Kai noted. He instantly ditched the illusions and flipped on his clairvoyant cheat code. Boom! Her blur turned into a clear target right in front of his face. She was in his personal space, but Kai kept his cool. She was fast, but he was definitely no slouch either. She was totally feral now, spamming a storm of feathers at him. Kai just gripped his twin daggers and casually danced through the barrage. After all, that crazy beast mode had a strict time limit. If she kept it up too long, her animal brain would permanently take the wheel. But if she was ready to bet it all, Kai might burn through his stamina and lose his special vision first. Bottom line, he had to speedrun this boss fight. With that in mind, he immediately booted up his weakness detection perk. At the exact same second, she hurled herself at him. Kai had it under control, but there was a sketchy chance his skill might glitch. If it flopped at the last second, he was totally screwed. Without warning, Kai yelled, "Yo, lightning, fry this chick! Thunderbolt!" Before he even finished, massive bolts rained down, absolutely blasting Camila. Her eyes shrank, pure panic completely taking over. Kai narrowed his eyes, knowing this was his golden ticket. He moved so insanely fast it was a blur, slashing away. Crimson sprayed into the air like crazy. Covered in fatal gashes, Camila dropped out of the sky like a broken toy. She slammed into the dirt, groaning in sheer agony before coughing up blood and finally biting the dust. And just like that, game over. Kai stared down at the two bodies and muttered, "Guess all that's left is sweeping up the trash mobs, huh?" Once Kai and the squad wiped out Bright's demon army and packed up Camila, Midutsuji's group easily wrapped up their skirmish with the bird grunts too. That totally happened because word got out that their boss was dead. Plus, with Bright kicking the bucket, the creepy mind control on the dog chief, Niels, just poofed away. The whole crazy mess at the Grandinus capital finally wrapped up right as the sun came up. A few days later, the crew crashed at the werewolf boss's mansion. Hark shot Iga a look and asked, "So, what's the deal with the bird peeps?" Iga casually replied, "Only Camila's inner circle actually knew she was playing with demons. The rest of the tribe was totally clueless, so zero reason to cancel them." Midutsuji raised an eyebrow. "And the goons who actually fought us?" Iga just shrugged. "They were just being mindless yes-men for their boss, but they're still getting slapped with heavy community service. Enough of that." Meanwhile, chilling at the cat boss's mansion, Kai drops a cold one. "So, what's the deal with the dog clan?" Anto, his kid, Mayor, and Jin were just standing there. Anto takes his sweet time replying, "Duh, their boss is getting grounded, like heavily punished. Sure, he didn't want to backstab the country, but treason's still treason, bro." Sina chimes in, "Honestly, Neil's getting his brain scrambled by demons is his own mess. If he gets slapped with a massive penalty, our hands are totally tied." Mayor nods with a smirk. "I mean, it beats having our princess snatched by demons, right?" Sina cracked up at that. Over at the fish boss's crib, Mac hears yesterday's battle tea and flips out. "Wait, the dog boss got brainwashed while I was napping? And the bird guys teamed up with demons until the humans wrecked him?" Rune just nods at him. "My bad. I know it sounds like wild fiction, but it's straight facts." Mac zoned out hard before staring a hole into Narumi. "Yo, human." Narumi freaks out. "What? We aren't capping." But then plot twist. Mac lunges, tackles him into a massive bear hug, and laughs, "You're an absolute legend, dude," leaving Narumi totally flabbergasted. Before he can even process, Mac starts bawling. "Thanks for saving the feds, man. I owe you big time. The fish squad's officially teaming up with humans." Narumi isn't exactly hyped, just super confused. "Glad you think so, but is this actually okay?" "You folded way too fast." Mac shakes his head aggressively, growling. "We aren't letting those demons slide. We'll wipe them all out." Narumi just mutters, completely baffled. This guy literally believes anything you tell him. A few days later, the Beast bosses and Herrick's crew are chilling at the Grandana's parliament. Anto speaks up for the squad. "Huge thanks to you guys for guarding the Federation back there. We seriously owe you one, and it's gonna be tough to pay back." Iga and Mac nod like bobbleheads. Niels then chimes in. "Plus, we finally got a front row seat to how sketchy these demons are. I say we team up with humans to cover our blind spots." Midutsuji's crew was practically glowing. Anto couldn't hold back, throwing his hand up. "We're totally down for an alliance." The Grandana's Beast squad is officially locking in with the Holy Kingdom of Daiger. The second he said that, a bunch of other hands shot up into the air. The whole talk went crazy smooth, a total win for everyone. Rina was literally jumping for joy, grabbing Midutsuji for a huge hug. Haruka, meanwhile, side-eyes Kai. "This deal going so well is honestly mostly on you, dude." A few days later at the Beast City gates, Haruka's squad was all packed up to head out. Midutsuji glanced around. "Nobody left their phone or anything, right?" Rina shakes her head. "I'm good." Narumi joked around. "Englo, it's kinda a bummer to leave. All the Beast Tribe bosses came out to see them off." Anto grins. "Drop by whenever, guys. We're definitely staying in touch from now on." Not far off, Maydair watched the whole thing, nodding. "Looks like everything's golden." Then she turns to Kai. "So, what's our move?" "Everyone else is heading back to the Holy Kingdom." Kai shrugs. "We got what we wanted. Now, we just wait and see." While they were chatting, Sina strolls up, looking kinda hesitant. "Yo, Kai, you planning to crash at the Federation?" Nodding casually, Kai says, "Yeah, sticking around a bit longer. If I go back, I'm literally branded a criminal, so the vibes are way better here." Sina beams at that. "Oh, sweet. I'm actually glad." Mayor was low-key confused. Why is she so hyped about him staying? Sina didn't explain, though, just asked, "You gonna keep up with your quest?" Kai answered with zero hesitation. "My goal's clapping the Demon Lord and going back to my world. When the timing is right, I'm crashing the Demon Lord's place." Sina paused for a second before dropping a bombshell. "Cool, then I'm tagging along on this road trip." Mayor's eyes practically bugged out. Kai just squinted at her, super skeptical. "What's your angle here?" Sina got serious. "I'm the only daughter of the Cat Tribe boss. I'm supposed to take over eventually. I want to level up and actually achieve something cool before taking my dad's spot." Kai thought that made sense, but didn't cave instantly. Dropping a reality check. "Things are about to get way more brutal, you know? I bet you could score some wins, but don't expect the public to give you any clout for it." Sina didn't even care. "But you said you're taking down the big bad. If I help wreck the Demon Lord, that's a massive flex right there." Before Kai could even reply, someone yelled from behind, "Please let her tag along, man." They all jumped and turned to see Anto strolling up. He ruffled Sina's hair, laughing. "You scared she's gonna drag your squad down just cause she's my kid?" Kai hesitated before spitting it out. "It's gonna be a crazy dangerous trip. What if she gets kidnapped again?" Sina completely ignored that, totally locking in. "If this war blows up, I'm in danger literally anywhere. Plus, I'm never gonna level up if I just camp in a safe zone." Anto nodded, backing her up. "If Sina is dead set on this, I'm backing her play. Honestly, even if she ends up as hostage bait again, I'm chill with it." Sina stared at him, eyes practically sparkling with hope. "Same here. I really want to go with you, Kai." Kai frowned, mulling it over before finally saying, "All right, if you're that stubborn, I'm putting you through boot camp before we leave. If you prove you aren't dead weight, you're in." "Cool?" Sina nodded instantly, totally down for it. Meanwhile, over in the gloomy as hell demon kingdom of Aurora, some demon dude walks in and bows respectfully. "What do you want?" Princess Isabel asked the guy, groveling. She then ordered, "Pass the memo to our crew. Our revolution is literally right around the corner. Factions everywhere were starting to make their moves." Midu Suji and the other diplomats managed to get the Federation to ally up and headed back to their frontline base. They rolled up with the Fed rep, Iga. Iga spots Amelia at the gate and does the intro. "I'm Iga, captain of the Beast Federation's fighter squad. Nice to meet y'all." Amelia gave a nod back. "I'm Amelia, captain of the Holy Kingdom's 4th Night Squad, basically running things here at the front. Good to meet you too." Even though the Hero Squad totally carried the negotiations, they had zero clue how massive this Daiger Grandana's alliance was actually going to be. After a crazy, exhausting day, night finally hit. Midutsuji crashed hard in his room. By the time the moon was way up, he finally dragged himself awake. Midutsuji sat up, rubbing his pounding head, and groaned out loud. "Bro, why am I waking up at this weird-ass hour?" Turns out Murray was just chilling in his room, smirking. Well, you've been knocked out since the afternoon. Guess that insanely long trip totally wrecked you. Midutsuji nearly jumped out of his skin. He panicked, pulling the blanket up. Dude, why are you in my room? Mireille casually explains. You literally passed out in the lounge, so I used my powers to teleport you here. Midutsuji nodded, feeling kinda bad. Oh, word. My bad for being such a hassle. No sweat. Mireille laughed it off. Since you made it back in one piece, I'm guessing everything went smoothly, right? Midutsuji gave a tiny nod, then asked, how are things looking at the front lines? Mireille replied, super laid back. The Demon Lord's goons tried jumping us a bunch of times, but they barely did any damage. Hate to admit it, but Arashi Satsuke hard carried us. The guy is insanely cracked. Midutsuji caught up instantly and sighed in relief. Gotcha. It's super sick that we have him to rely on. What about Iga, though? Meyer shrugged, totally chilling. Dude's crashing today after that crazy trip. Strategy meetings tomorrow. Mireille was all like, so how buff are these Federation guys anyway? Midutsuji frowned, going full emo silent mode before speaking up. They're absolutely cracked, Midutsuji said. Especially their captain, Iga. Dude would wipe the floor with me, and definitely you. Mir literally gasped, totally hyped. Midutsuji nodded. Yep, the rest are straight up elite tryhards, so we're in good hands. With a squad like this, we could totally speedrun the forest, crash the Demon Kingdom, and one-shot the Demon Lord. Mireille scrunched her face, looking super sus. Okay, kinda late to ask, but aren't you terrified? She literally white-knuckled her own legs. She bit her lip, like things are gonna get insanely messy from here on out. Somebody could actually, bite the dust. Midutsuji's eyes darted away, totally anxious. Duh, I'm terrified, he muttered. But deep down, Midutsuji knew that bailing now would totally shatter their friend group again, and if that happened, it'd be an absolute bloodbath. Plus, Kai had been hype-manning him non-stop. Meyer's jaw literally dropped. Wait, Shinu's actually like that? Midutsuji nodded. Yeah, Shinu sees us as the squad. Sure, the guy's got the emotional range of a rock, but he totally carries us. Meyer scowled, turning her head away like a total brat. Whatever the outcome is, I absolutely loathe selfish jerks, she huffed. Midutsuji couldn't help but crack a smile at her drama. Classic you. Honestly, I'm super jealous of those two, Shinu and Aras. Meyer froze, totally confused. You? Jealous of them? Bro, you're way out of their league. They just literally do not care about the vibes around them and keep charging forward with zero hesitation, Midutsuji explained slowly. I wish I had that zero fucks given energy. Meanwhile, Midutsuji just wanted to stay comfortably stuck in his own bubble. Mireille finally caught on to his weird mood. She marched over, slammed her hands on the bed, and glared. Can I ask you something? Why the heck don't you want to go home? That curveball totally caught Midutsuji off guard, and the room got awkwardly silent. After forever, he just gave this dumb, sheepish laugh. Because literally everyone else wants to? Meyer wasn't buying that garbage and looked ready to throw hands. Yo, Midutsuji! Before she could even finish tearing into him, Rena busted through the door. Seeing them in that mega-sus position, her eyes practically bugged out of her skull. What the actual hell are you two doing? She shrieked. Huh? Meyer jumped, instantly panicking. We're literally doing nothing, just chatting. Right, Midutsuji? Midutsuji nodded frantically. Yeah, totally. Liar. Rena wasn't having any of it. Sneaking into a dude's room at midnight and you expect me to buy that? Meyer, getting totally roasted, suddenly felt super guilty and babbled. But I just dragged him to bed because he fell asleep. Rena completely ignored her logic and yelled, You're always preaching about rules and being pure, but here you are, breaking them like a massive hypocrite. Meyer totally lost it and snapped back. Stop making it sound so dirty, you weirdo. As the girls kept aggressively roasting each other, Midutsuji was just stuck in the crossfire. Out of nowhere, he started cracking up, actually enjoying the chaotic energy. The next morning, Iga and Arashi Satsuke were throwing down at the training grounds. Arashi Satsuke was sweating buckets, trying super hard as he wildly yeeted himself forward, spamming attacks at Iga like an absolute madman. He clearly wanted to end Eiga's whole career today. Arashi Satsuke threw a high kick, but it was practically in slow motion, so Eiga just casually dodged it. Not missing a beat, Iga rushed in with his blade. In a split second, the sword tip was dead center on Arashi Satsuke's forehead, giving him a massive jump scare. Arashi Satsuke scrambled backward, completely shook. He narrowed his eyes. Damn, this guy was a speed demon. While Arashi Satsuke was overthinking, Iga's sword came swinging again, making him flinch hard. Iga smirked like a total show-off. Game over, kid. Hearing that, Arashi Satsuke absolutely lost his mind and screamed, You're totally underestimating me, you absolute prick. He literally threw his bare hands up to catch Iga's blade. Iga was low-key stunned. Arashi Satsuke was pumping his arms full of magic buffs, but Eiga figured no amount of steroids would let a guy block a freaking sword unarmed. But while Iga was busy judging him, Arashi Satsuke just swatted the sword away like a pesky mosquito, making Eiga stumble backward. Arashi Satsuki rolled his wrists, pouting like a kid. Ouch, that stung. Suddenly, some random voice chimed in. Yo, wrap up the sparring session. Both guys flinched and whipped their heads around. It was that girl, smirking at them. Time for the nerd strategy meeting. Arashi Satsuki practically whined. Are you kidding me? We were just getting to the good part. Iga just sheathed his sword, chuckling. Fair enough, but we're definitely running this back later. Glad you're on my team, though, Iga added. Arashi Satsuki scoffed, acting all tough. Tch, guess my skills are actually worth something, huh? Meanwhile, over at the Beastman capital Grandanas Menslea, Kai was busy grinding through his own training arc. Mayor was chilling on the sidelines, playing referee, finally yelling, All right, let's get this bread. Cena popped her beast mode right off the bat, flashing some wicked claws. With zero hesitation, she yeeted herself at Kai, but the dude was cool as a cucumber, just standing there like a statue. Right before she turned him into ribbons, he basically teleported away. Whiffing her attack didn't faze Cena. She went for round 2, but Kai dodged it again like it was nothing. They threw a few quick hands, but Kai hadn't taken a single scratch. He gave Cena the side eye and deadpanned. Is that literally all you've got? I've told you a million times, you gotta come at me like you actually want me dead. I know, idiot! Cena snapped back before zipping around like a tornado. In a blink, she was right behind him. Thinking she totally had him in the bag, she slammed her claws down. But she nearly had a heart attack when she realized she just cratered the dirt. Kai had totally ghosted her. Before her brain could process the epic fail, a cloud of dust blinded her, and then Kai's boot planted squarely in her gut, launching her across the yard like a rag doll. Mayor panicked and sprinted over to check on her. Cena groaned, peeling herself off the dirt and clutching her stomach like a total baby. My tummy hurts so bad. You're such a savage, bro. Kai just gave 0 craps, and you're still gullible as hell. You need to be ready to counter every single dirty trick. Cena frowned, looking super bummed. So, I still suck at this? Kai absolutely demolished her with 0 sugarcoating. Let's be real, you're pretty much useless right now. Talk about emotional damage. Just then, some voice called out, Cena, do you really have to go this hardcore all the time? Cena spun around and spotted Run. She let out a massive sigh. This is exactly what I signed up for, so back off. Run squinted at her before flashing a smirk. I was totally gonna tell Loverboy here to go easy on you, but if you're gonna be like that, I'll just shut up. Kai clearly caught the weird vibe and scowled. What do you want? Run spilled the tea. The Federation's main squad is packing up to link with the Holy Kingdom's army. Just dropping by to give you the heads up. Kai nodded, a cocky grin on his face. About time this party started, even if they took forever. Run shrugged lazily. It is what it is, babe. Both sides wanted to yap about the alliance first, but looks like they locked in the treaty without any crazy drama. Cena raised an eyebrow. Wait, you're tagging along too? Run totally owned it. Duh, I'm the Cat Tribe captain, gotta represent. Mayor was too chicken to say much, just shooting Kai a desperate look. What's our move? Kai frowned, going quiet for a hot minute before muttering. We'll just sit tight and see how this mess plays out. Plus, Cena's nowhere near good enough for me to drag her into this. Fast forward a month later, still in the massive Grandana's plains, and Kai was currently squaring up with a literal demon. Only plot twist this time. Instead of his usual edgy knife, he was rocking a gun. He went full big brain mode, literally manifesting magic energy bullets with pure imagination. Once the gun glowed up with sick energy, Kai racked the slide. Right as the freakish monster bolted at him, he just stood there completely unbothered, aiming straight for its head. Boom! 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 The monster got absolutely shredded by ammo, bleeding all over the place. Mayor was chilling in a massive tree nearby, literally clapping at the spectacle. But plot twist, the freak was not dead, barely even scratched. Seeing that, Kai just kept blasting. A massive wave of energy bullets lit it up. This time the beast had 0 chance of survival and got sent straight to the afterlife. Kai squinted at his gun, whining that his firepower still sucked against these creeps. Mayor, on the other hand, was super hyped and laughed. Bro, you dropped it in just 6 shots. Is not that totally overpowered already? Kai dropped his voice. Honestly, my whole vibe was treating them like magic bullets. Mayor looked mad confused. I never figured your weird gadget could make those rounds fly that crazy fast. Kai took his sweet time explaining, the whole point of magic is imagination. If my mental picture is trash, the spell is garbage too. My world actually has electricity, so picturing lightning magic is a breeze. But even for someone from another world like you, imagining a bullet is probably a massive headache. So Kai just visualized stuff based on tech he already nerded out over. Looked like a total win. Mayor nodded with a smirk. Oh, so your world is crazy like that? But mid-sentence, she froze up like a deer in headlights. She stared off, whispering. Kai spotted the nightmare fuel too. He deadpanned. Chill. I see it. But bullets will not do jack to this thing. Sneaking up behind Mayor was a massive mutant tiger. Kai dashed over and yelled, Jump off now! Mayor did not even blink. She just yeeted herself out of the tree. Instantly, Kai sparked up some lightning in his hand. A thunder spear skewered the giant cat, frying it to an absolute crisp. Kai smoothly caught the falling mayor like a total boss. He gave the extra crispy tiger a side eye and flexed. Mid-tier lightning is easy work, but I still totally suck at dropping the high-level spells. Still in his arms, Mayor looked up and roasted him. Are you not being a bit extra? Literally nobody levels up this fast. Kai ignored her, glanced around and went, by the way, where the heck is Sina? Mayor finally remembered their third wheel existed. She blurted out, oh crap, Sina is. Before she could finish, she spotted Sina stomping on some dead monster in the distance. Catching them staring, Sina whipped around and sprinted over to Kai, flexing hard. I finally wrecked that monster you talked about. How is that for skill? Did I pass the vibe check? Kai checked out the monster she had absolutely shredded with her claws, then looked at the awkwardly hopeful girl. After a hot minute, he nodded. Yeah, you passed, Sina. Hearing that, Sina literally got stars in her eyes. Kai ignored the fangirling and got serious. All right, time to hit the road and crash the Demon Kingdom. The Alliance Squad, mixing Holy Kingdom Knights with Federation fighters, kicked off their raid on the Demon Lands, but the insane mob of beefy monsters there was already handing the Holy Guys some brutal losses. Especially around the Demon Kingdom front door, this freaky place called the Demon Forest. The Holy troops were getting major bad vibes and literal chills walking through those woods. Ego was taking the lead, sniffing around like a total boss. Suddenly, his face got super serious. He whispered, smells like monster trash, a massive squad of them packing the right flank. That spooked everyone. Narumi gave a paranoid look around, frowning. For real? I'm not sensing absolutely anything. Narumi was not wrong. The forest ahead was just pitch black and extra creepy, but Midutsuji was catching the bad vibes too. He muttered, nah, they are right on top of us. Herrick was totally on edge as well. He scowled hard. Seconds later, a mob of ugly monsters crashed the party. Iga did not even flinch and yelled, wreck them! The Beastman crew instantly rushed in to throw hands. They were not messing around, one-shotting the beasts left and right. In literally no time, the air smelled like a total slaughterhouse as wave after wave of monsters dropped like flies. Seeing the massacre, the holy soldiers were fangirling hard. Sick, so this is the legendary Federation muscle. Pretty soon, the entire ambush party was wiped clean off the map. Midutsuji was also amazed. Freaking wiped out that easily. Totally blew my mind. Harik frowned and finally muttered, we humans use all 5 senses and still could not spot those freaks. Having these beastmen in our squad is an absolute cheat code. Right then, Iga sheathed his sword, flashing a totally cocky grin before mouthing off. Leave the monster radar to us. As long as we are here, they will not dare pull an ambush. And the guy was not capping. Their beastly senses were basically wall hacks for spotting enemy attacks. The Alliance had all the right tools to stomp absolutely any monster clash. Basically, that high-tier demon Elsa just saw her big brain strategy get massively nerfed. With all the gorilla garbage and trash visibility in the woods, the only reason the holy dudes kept getting wiped before was getting jumped from literal blind spots. But with the Federation boys carrying hard with their search and destroy game, the monster ambushes got deleted in a flash. Meanwhile, some spy watching from afar was so raging, they literally punched a tree. He gritted his teeth, ranting, damn it. The play was to swarm these losers with monsters and stomp them while they panicked, but they are literally taking 0 damage. His buddy sounded super sketchy. How long are we supposed to creep on them? The first guy shook his head. Elsa left us on red. No other choice but to just dip. But before they could ghost, Iga dropped a scary whisper right behind them, as if I would let you scrubs run. The 2 goons freaked out, turning back in shock. You little punk. Did not even finish their trash talk before Iga sliced them to pieces on the spot. Cut to the freaky forest castle where Elsa hung out. She stared down from her crib, sighing, well, this absolutely sucks. Right then, some monster lackey sprinted upstairs, panicking. Boss, the forest crew got reverse jumped and totally deleted. Turns out those beastmen are way sweatier than we thought. Elsa scowled so hard she actually drew blood around her mouth, but quickly bit down to hide it. She grinded her teeth. I freaking knew it. Cannot believe I am stuck cleaning up Bright's garbage mess, the monster mumbled. Big mood. But honestly, what is the game plan now? Those holy geeks have no choice but to raid this castle. They do not want to get backstabbed, so they are definitely rushing us. He asked if they even had a shot at winning. Elsa casually swirled her wine glass, acting extra icy. Yeah, we are totally backed into a corner, but do not get it twisted. I am not some weakling who only camps with cheap tactics. She literally splashed wine everywhere from shaking it. She smirked. Still, wiping out scrubs is way easier if we actually use our brains for once. At the end of the day, I just have to completely delete them, right? The minion nodded like crazy. Yes, Elsa. A couple days later, Midutsuji's squad pulled up at Elsa's castle. Iga went full serious mode. I already zeroed out their scouting party, but this place is packed with monsters. Elia nodded. We cannot just skip this base. Gotta capture it so we do not get clapped from behind later. Just then, someone rode up on a horse. It was Arashi Satsuki, complaining like a total brat. "This is so annoying, let us just rush them already." Herrick fully backed him up. "Big agree. I am not giving these clowns any time to strategize. Let us blitz the castle right now." Arashi Satsuki clicked his tongue and smirked. "Now you are finally speaking my language, bro." So the whole army instantly crashed the front gate, kicking off a massive brawl. The monsters on the wall did not back down and fought super dirty, but soon enough, the gate completely shattered and the boys flooded in. Arashi Satsuki was doing his usual pyro thing, roasting monsters and screaming his lungs out like, "Bring it on, you absolute trash!" Right behind that hot mess, Iga casually tapped Midutsuji on the shoulder. With a smirk, he went, "Yo Midutsuji, let's go wreck some top-tier demons together, yeah?" Midutsuji totally blanked for a sec before snapping out of it, nodding, and tagging along. Meanwhile, up in the spooky castle, Elsa was literally just chilling with a glass of wine. She couldn't care less about the absolute chaos downstairs, but then her eyes bugged out as the grand doors got shoved wide open. Iga and Midutsuji strolled in like they owned the place. Elsa just gave this super toxic smirk, like, "Took you losers long enough." She stepped right up to them, packing so much freaky dark energy that Midutsuji was basically shook to his core. "Bro, what is this cursed vibe?" Midutsuji thought. Iga totally agreed, staying super on guard. "Yep, no cap. She's definitely a boss-level freak." Elsa just ignored their totally valid panic and whipped out this gross, tentacle-looking thing. She smirked and bragged. "The Beastman boss and a wannabe hero? Y'all are playing it way too safe. And spoiler alert, I'm not planning on taking an L today." Before they could even blink, she cracked that nasty whip right at them. Midutsuji barely dodged as the floor literally got pulverized, but the real jump scare was yet to come. Out of nowhere, massive spikes shot up from the ground. Elsa gave another villainous smirk. "I don't underestimate anyone, boys. I always set traps so my haters get skewered." Midutsuji, obviously, couldn't just float in the air like some anime glitch. Gravity was doing its thing, pulling him straight toward the spicy floor. Sweating bullets, Midutsuji instantly triggered his holy sword's first mode. Wait, a sword that literally shapeshifts? How sick is that? The blade instantly morphed into a gnarly vine, latching onto the chandelier like Spider-Man. Elsa was legit shook. Using the chandelier's swing, Midutsuji stuck the landing like an absolute pro. Elsa gave him epic side-eye and muttered, "So your toy can change shapes? Cute." Midutsuji completely ghosted her comment though, because he was freaking out thinking his bro just became a human kebab. Panicking, Midutsuji dashed to the pit's edge, screaming, "Iga!" But right on cue, the dude just casually hopped out of the hole. He brushed himself off next to Midutsuji, sighing, "Yikes, that was way too close." Almost got totally shishki-babed. Seeing Iga chilling there without a single scratch made Elsa's brain short-circuit. She was literally maulding, muttering, "He didn't even get nicked? Make it make sense." Iga just shrugged it off with major swagger. "Duh, ever heard of a double jump?" That completely set Elsa off. She was seething, screaming, "What kind of broken video game logic is that? Are all beastmen this cracked?" Iga clicked his tongue and flashed a cheeky grin. "Nah, I'm just built different. Anyway, our turn now." And boom, he blitzed forward like an absolute bullet. "Don't sleep on me, lady." Elsa threw a massive tantrum, cracking her nasty whip again. But joke's on her. Midutsuji straight up teleported right behind her. He hit her with a cocky grin. "Tag, you're it." Midutsuji wound up for a massive strike, but Psycho Lady had a trick up her sleeve. Some pointy junk randomly jabbed down from the ceiling. Midutsuji wasn't about to get clapped, so he instantly threw his sword up to parry. Taking full advantage of the distraction, Elsa booted Midutsuji right in the ribs, sending him absolutely flying. Iga lost his chill and screamed, "Midutsuji, bro." Elsa scoffed super hard. "Yikes, almost had me there, kiddo, but looks like you're way too noob to handle your own buffs." Midutsuji dragged himself up, grabbing his stomach like he just took a dodgeball to the gut. Elsa squinted at him, going full edgy. "So, wannabe hero, you guys are totally isekai'd, right? Like, what's your actual motivation here?" That deep question totally blue-screened Midutsuji's brain for a second. Iga saw him freezing up and yelled, "Don't let this toxic demon gaslight you, man!" Elsa totally cut him off, lashing her whip straight for his face. But Iga didn't even sweat it. He parried like a boss and hollered, "She's wide open. Let's rush her." "You bet." Midutsuji was totally hype and charged alongside his bro. She kept spamming her whip attack to keep them back. But the second Midutsuji got in melee range, she randomly busted out fake crocodile tears and whispered, "Stop, I'm so sorry, please save me." The Oscar-worthy acting totally baited Midutsuji, and his sword hand literally started shaking. Smelling weakness, Elsa whipped him instantly and scoffed, "Wow, you're actually dumb." Before his ping could even catch up, her nasty whip snared his ankle. She smirked like a total mean girl. "Never zone out in a boss fight, scrub." And just like that, Midutsuji got yanked upside down into the air. Then she legit started playing ping pong with him against the walls. Iga was absolutely freaking out watching his boy get trashed. Elsa seemed kinda shocked he actually cared, tossing out some major shade. Aw, you're actually stressing over a basic human? Guess the power of friendship is actually legit for you guys. Iga was mad confused by her weird tangent. While he was trying to process that nonsense, she just cackled, "Well then, catch!" With zero chill, she yeeted Midutsuji straight at Iga's face. The throw was so brutally overpowered that they literally smashed a massive, loud-as-heck crater straight through the wall. Elsa gave this super cocky frown, totally convinced she'd mentally broken them and could easily solo the beast guy. But then her jaw basically hit the floor when this massive, pitch-black wolf swaggered out from the dust cloud. She was super confused for a hot sec, like, who spawned this dog? But then it clicked. It was the beast man going full goblin mode. Pissed off, she violently cracked her whip on the floor. Iga, now looking like an absolute unit of a wolf, let out this gnarly growl that actually made her flinch. You could totally see the panic in her eyes before he blitzed her. One swipe of his massive claws, and yep, blood went literally everywhere. Meanwhile, over in the third prince's turf way out west in the Vidora Demon Kingdom, Natasha, the big shot from Aqualia, was looking incredibly salty. She'd been using her freaky magic to snoop on the demon realm, basically streaming a live feed in front of her. She saw Ega straight up cancel Elsa. She just sighed, realizing these alliance dudes were acting like total tryhards, just as predicted. Honestly, that was exactly why she wanted to mind control them. Giganda, Bright, Elsa, her entire high-tier squad just got totally wiped. Girl was seriously getting backed into a corner right now. Out of nowhere, this voice just drops from the ceiling. "You holding up okay, Aqualia?" Then this dude literally materializes in front of her. Natasha instantly went full fangirl, squealing, "Leonhardt, OMG, were you actually stressing over me?" He gave a super smooth nod and grinned. "Duh, you're literally my fiancé." Dropping the F word made Natasha blush so hard her brain buffered for a solid minute. She finally snapped out of it. "Aw, thanks babe, I'm chillin'." But Leonhardt wasn't totally buying it, so word on the street is Elsa got clapped, and those Alliance guys are hitting Fist City in a few days. You really think you can bag this W? Natasha had to genuinely process that for a sec. NGL, I'm more of a behind-the-scenes sneaky type. My fighting stats are absolute garbage. Facing the same sweats who packed up Windbox and Stone Guy? Yeah, that's gonna be super toxic. Leonhardt totally got the vibe. He nodded like, yeah, makes sense. But chill, the Demon Kingdom's edgy assassin squad is already en route. Natasha scrunched up her face, totally lost. Wait, assassins? Like real ninjas? Leonhardt broke it down for her. Yeah, they're the super secret tryhards who do all the sketchy stuff. The Royal Demon Hit Squad. You know they're basically my ultimate cheat code. I'm passing the controller to you. You lead the squad. Natasha's mood literally did a whole 180. Wait, no cap? Leonhardt flashed a chill smile. Zero cap. Just hold down the fort until I bounce back. You got this, my gorgeous Aqualia. That corny line totally melted her heart. She was practically glowing as she hyped herself up. Say less, Leonhardt. Your wifey-to-be has got it fully handled. I'm counting on you, babe. Dropping that one epic line, he just dipped right out of her sight. Staring super hard at the fading hologram crystal, Natasha caught the feels, whispering, I totally fumbled, trying to mind control those guys, and even though I'm flopping so hard right now, he's still simping for me. She literally threw herself at the crystal, bawling her eyes out. I'm so gonna prove I'm worth all this hype, my king. Meanwhile, way off in the demon capital of Anne, the locals were completely clueless about the massive drama outside. Just a bunch of demons living their most basic, everyday lives. But inside the fancy palace, some chick was just casually strolling down the hall. It was Isabel. Some random dude spotted her and was like, Yo, Isabel, where you headed? She didn't even skip a beat, just popping over to check on Alice. So later down in this creepy palace basement, this massive stone door groans open. Isabel rolls in with her squad. Inside, a white-haired kid. That is Alice, the Demon Realm's 5th princess. Soon as she spots Isabel, she is like, Big sis. Isabel gives literally zero reaction. Alice totally ignores the cold shoulder, tackles her with a massive hug, and squeals, You actually came. Isabel gets totally flustered by the ambush hug. She looks away all awkward and mutters, I am not here for you. I was just bored. Her sidekicks hear this and instantly start roasting her. Boss, you absolutely suck at lying, you know? Isabel shoots them a death glare and snaps. Shut it. Alice couldn't care less though, just grinning like a total dork. I am so happy anyway. Isabel stares at the kid, super confused. What are you even doing? Alice grabs this flower crown, giggling like crazy. Making crowns, duh. Look how pretty it is. She slaps it onto her head and hypes herself up. How do I look? Total vibe, right? Isabel gives this weak nod and forces a smile. Yeah, totally suits you. Alice instantly catches the fake energy and pouts. You are literally just saying that to shut me up, aren't you? Before Isabel can even defend herself, Alice zooms off, scoops up another crown, and beams. Made one for you too! Isabel takes it, looking so confused. For me? What, did you use psychic powers to know I was coming? Alice just laughs. Well, you literally never do anything anyway. I low-key want to go see the outside world, but everyone keeps grounding me. Hearing that sad drop, Isabel gets all awkward and mumbles, Alice. The kid looks up, eyes completely clueless. What is up? Isabel stares at the leafy thing in her hands, then at Alice, and shakes it off. Never mind. She shoves the crown onto her own head, gives a smug little smirk, and asks, Well, how is the drip? Alice absolutely loses it laughing. You look so goofy. Isabel is just standing there dumbfounded. Bro, you gave it to me, so I wore it. What is the problem? Alice just giggles, but then her ADHD kicks in and she remembers something. Oh, wait, sis, when are we doing that whole dark god summoning party? Isabel's face instantly drops to the floor. She is literally speechless. Alice is totally blind to the awkward vibes. She just keeps smiling like an idiot. I heard I get to be the main sacrifice. Super hyped for it, honestly. Isabel stares at this clueless kid, panics internally for like a solid minute, and lies. Yeah, same here. No clue about the schedule, but probably soon. Alice's face lights up like crazy. Gotcha. So that means I finally get to touch grass that day, right? Isabel completely ghosts the question, just standing there frozen. Her squad has to nudge her. Yo, Isabel. She bites her lip. I know. Chill. Then she spins around to bail. Alice looks hikey bummed. Leaving already? Isabel doesn't even look back, just plays it cool. Catch you later. Try not to cause trouble. And she just walks out without a backward glance. But once she hits the hallway, she looks super stressed out. Literally 2 seconds later, some creepy dude creeps up behind her. Yo, Isabel. She practically jumps out of her skin and turns around. Surprise, surprise. It is Leonhard, the Demon Realm's annoying third prince. She just deadpans his name. Leonhard waves it off with this smug grin. Always acting so icy. You know you can just call me big bro like the old days, right? Isabel shoots that down instantly. Hard pass. Pretty sure I am not allowed to do that anyway. Leonhard does this cringe fake pout. You are so zero fun. Have you checked on Alice yet? Isabel gives the bare minimum nod. Yep. The guy stares at the kid's room for a hot minute before acting all philosophical. Sucks that she is locked up in there 24/7. I mean, she is basically just Dark God Chow anyway. Then he shifts his annoying gaze back to Isabel, smirking like a jerk. Honestly, she is probably losing her mind in there by now. But hey, getting sacrificed to a dark god is like major VIP status. Kind of jealous, not gonna lie. Right, Isabel? Isabel bites her lip so hard it almost bleeds and mutters, Sure. Anyway, got a blast. She practically sprints down the hall, acting like breathing the same oxygen as this guy is a literal biohazard. Meanwhile, over in Vidora, the third prince's turf. Right in the middle of downtown, it is pitch black out, but the demon locals are still throwing massive block parties in the streets. Strolling right through the chaos is this dude strutting like he owns the place, pushing through the crowd in a full emo black cloak. A bit later, he crashes at this super brightly lit inn that is somehow still open. The guy running the front desk is just chilling with a newspaper, spots the new arrival and hits him with the classic, Welcome back. Yep, it is our edgy cloaked mystery boy. The desk guy casually asks, So, how are you liking Fit City? Cloak Boy gives a small nod. It is decent, I guess. Vibes are a little suffocating, though. The innkeeper leans on his hand and drops a massive sigh. Yeah, humans keep invading, and we cannot stop them, so we are basically the war zone now. Everyone is low-key stressing out. Cloak Dude just shrugs it off. You are totally overthinking it, bro. The 4 heavenly kings from Aqualia are literally hanging around the city. The desk guy nods like, that makes sense. Fair point. But hey, Stone Gaia and Winbach just got completely wiped out. Plot twist. The mystery guy is actually Kai, totally cosplaying as a demon to sneak in. He scrunches his face and mutters, Those insane hero wannabes actually took down 2 of the Demon Lord's top-tier bosses. The innkeeper looks salty just thinking about it. For real. Wild stuff. And right after that drama, we get invaded. To make it worse, our slave supply is tanking, and we are severely understaffed as it is. He then randomly yells at this chained-up slave scrubbing the floor nearby. Yo, stop slacking and scrub harder. Kai side-eyes the situation and mutters awkwardly, Yeah, losing your free labor sounds like a massive headache. The owner nods, totally agreeing. Obviously, since you travel with your own slaves too. Glad someone finally gets my struggle. We literally need them for the trash jobs. If the slave drop rates hit 0, this business is basically canceled. He tosses Kai a room key but keeps running his mouth. Low-key jealous of you though, dude. Are your slaves like legal marriage age yet? Kai snatches the key. Super unbothered. Literally no idea. The desk guy just chuckles. My bad. Probably shouldn't stalk my customers' private lives. Have a good sleep. Kai just goes, Yeah, whatever. Thanks. Kai gives a whatever nod and ditches the lobby. Cut to his room, where Mayor and Sina are already chilling in their fake slave outfits. Seeing Kai's look, Sina immediately starts roasting him. Just as I thought, you look absolutely ridiculous. Kai yanks the 2 fake demon horns off his head and smirks. Yeah, well, looking cringe is the price of admission here. I kind of need this stupid cosplay to not get arrested in the demon realm. Sina tilts her head, super confused. But your smell is totally off. Kai just brushes it away. Look, beastmen have radar for that stuff, but demons are literally nose blind. Once we slap on these disguises, we are basically twins with the local demons. Mayor jumps in right there. Okay, cool, but I am still high-key mad you are acting like we are your literal slaves. Kai lets out the heaviest sigh ever. Bro, you guys draw way too much attention, so turning you into demon property was the ultimate life hack. Besides, demons walking around with random non-demon slaves is literally an everyday thing here. Mayor gives him the ultimate side eye. Are we seriously that flashy? Could you not just use your magic makeup skills on us instead? Before she can even finish her rant, Kai just deadpans, because you are too pretty. If you start acting like a magnet for demons, they are instantly going to spot the fake makeup. Mayor completely short circuits. She just stands there blinking for a solid minute before squawking, "Wait, pretty?" Kai raises an eyebrow, looking at her like she is stupid. Did you literally not know that? Mayor turns bright red and stumbles over her words. I mean, I guess? Seeing her totally malfunction, Kai is just lost. Bro, why are you acting like I threatened you? Mayor waves her hands frantically. I just did not expect that coming out of your mouth. Kai does a whatever shrug, just spitting facts. That is all. Mayor's brain literally blue screens. Then Sina pops her head into the conversation. Yo, Kai, what is the verdict on me then? Kai points straight at her forehead. I mean, you have the same vibe as Mayor, but trying to hide those massive cat ears is impossible. Sina instantly pouts like a baby. She tries squishing her fluffy ears down with her hands and drops a huge sigh. Fair point. Mayor starts stressing out again. Dude, if the Alliance finds out we are cosplaying Sina as a slave, they are going to absolutely cancel us. Kai could not care less, just keeping it chill. We are literally just doing this to sneak into demon territory without dying. We are just playing the role of a local demon and his squad of minions. It is a solid plan. Meyer gives a slow nod like she gets it, but instantly goes back to nervously mumbling to herself. Look, since we're technically your slaves right now, personal space isn't really a thing. Kai shrugged like it was nothing. That's exactly why I booked this massive suite. You got a problem with that? Catching his vibe, Mayor totally lost it and shrieked, Dude, there's literally only one bed. Kai just rolled his eyes, dropping a mega casual shrug. You two take the mattress, I'll crash on the floor. I literally trained for this hardcore survival stuff anyway. Hearing that, Mayor couldn't help but mumble under her breath. Isn't that super awkward though? Kai's brain practically blue-screened with question marks as he fired back. Wait, what did you just say? Mayor went totally mute, leaving Isabel to jump in and save the vibe. Kai, please try to get where Mayor is coming from, she means. But before she could even drop the T, Mayor slapped a hand over her mouth, totally panicking. Never mind, it's nothing, leaving Kai utterly clueless about the whole drama. Meanwhile, over in the demon realm of Verora, down in the 5th Princess's turf of Steb Brook, a weird portal thingy just casually ripped open right inside her spooky castle. Isabel strutted right out of it. Spotting her, her minions totally kissed up, saying, Welcome back, Boss Isabel. She gave them a cool nod, throwing out a quick, Thanks. Not missing a beat, the lackey asked. So, what's the tea on Lady Alice? Dropping a heavy sigh, Isabel replied, The kid's chilling. She even made me this cute little flower crown thing. Hearing that wholesome update, the sidekick let out a massive sigh of relief. Oh man, that totally makes my day. Isabel shook her head, her voice dropping real dark. But they only treat her like royalty because she's supposed to be the evil god's freaking meat suit. Being locked in that room, she's gotta be bored out of her mind. Suddenly, the minion leaned in and whispered, Yo, Isabel, our squad is already hanging out in the secret basement. That little newsflash literally made Isabel freeze in her tracks. A quick hot minute later, she was marching down into some creepy dungeon cellar where a whole mob of demons was already chilling, just waiting for the signal. She totally gave them the side eye, clearly cooking up some wild scheme in her head. After dragging out the silence forever, she finally spoke up, her voice booming through the bunker. Since Winbeck's totally bit the dust, my stalker fan club has shrunk, meaning I can finally sneak around without all the drama. The rest of those losers are too busy throwing hands with the humans right now, so they've got literally 0 brain cells left to deal with our inside drama. Hearing this epic drop, some random demon nervously raised a hand, asking, so what's the actual vibe here, Isabel? Isabel didn't even blink as she dropped the bomb. Revolution o'clock is basically here, guys. I'm totally gonna wreck the demon lord and snatch back that crown. The second she said that, the whole demon crowd threw their hands up like they were at a hyped concert. The mob literally started hyping her up, screaming, We've been starving for this rebellion. Since they'd been planning this forever on the extreme down low, there was 0 chance of getting busted. A few fanboys were even bragging that once Isabel took the big boss chair, their lives would totally stop sucking. Isabel just watched them geek out, staying completely mute. She really did want to shut down this whole lame war with a mega uprising. That wasn't fake news, but honestly, her top priority was just keeping her girl Alice safe from all this trash. And to pull off that boss move, she was straight up ready to backstab her entire toxic kingdom. Meanwhile, over in the city of Fis, which the third prince runs like his own personal playground in Varora, the local demons were just doing their usual boring stuff. Suddenly, they totally freaked out, pointing and yelling, "Yo, check it out, it's the Count!" They were staring dead at some demon marching his shiny new slaves down the street. The main dude strutting in the middle, yeah, that was Count Crow. The second the street squad spotted him, they scrambled out of his way and dropped to their knees like total fanboys. But Crow was absolutely not vibing today. He kept marching while whining like a giant baby about how unfair his life was. "I am so incredibly over this trash," he ranted. "Aqualia literally moved my troops without even sending a text. Like, okay, I get she outranks me, but I'm still the freaking governor of this dump." Midway through his tantrum, Crow seemed to catch a brain cell, and his totally aggro tone chilled out a bit. "I guess she's just super stressed about those pesky humans trying to ruin our day. I mean, 2 of the big 4 bosses just got wiped out, so she's probably sweating bullets right now." The hype man walking next to him bobbed his head in total agreement. "No cap, boss. Aqualia is famously paranoid, plus her combat stats are absolute garbage compared to the other heavy hitters." Crow scrunched up his face, throwing major shade at the commoners lining the streets, before muttering, "Just look at these normies. They're all low-key panicking just because she's acting like a total nervous wreck." Hiding in that exact crowd of normies, Kai was stealthily snooping on Crow. So this was the snobby noble running Fizz, huh? Dude seemed to be running the city like a massive dictator, basically playing lapdog to the third prince. He always heard the demon realm was super toxic, basically a giant all-you-can-eat buffet where the strong just munch on the weak. These snobby nobles were supposed to be top-tier monsters, but clearly, they totally hyped themselves up way too much, making their actual training look like a massive fail. Those miserable slaves tagging along? Definitely captured soldiers from the Holy Kingdom. Fast forward to nightfall. Inside Crow's super bougie mansion homeboy got absolutely wrecked by a dagger to the chest, leaving his fancy sheets looking like a sloppy horror movie prop. The total legend who pulled off the hit? Kai, obviously. Wiping the messy evidence off his blade with a rag, he smirked and whispered, "Dude, you really let your guard down. Epic fail." With that mic drop, he casually slipped out the door to find Cena just chilling in the hallway. She casually flexed that she had totally deleted every single demon guard in the crib. Then, giving Kai this super shy puppy dog look, she asked, "Nobody caught us. Did I totally crush it or what?" Kai ruffled her hair like she was the ultimate MVP. Yeah, absolute slay. Though there were some sketchy noises earlier would have been super annoying if that snooty count had woken up. Cena just giggled and clapped back. "Oh please, even if Sleeping Beauty woke up, you'd have zeroed him in a heartbeat." Kai let out a super dramatic sigh. "Bro, that is literally missing the whole point. Whatever. Let's just bounce. We've still got another side quest to finish." Fast forward a sec. The duo sneaked straight into the sketchy slave lockup. The minute the prisoners spotted Kai, they went full paranoia mode, whispering, "Who the heck is there? Is that a literal human?" Kai just gave them his chillest vibe and said, "Bingo. Let's have a little chat, and once we're done here, I'll totally Uber you guys back to the Holy Kingdom's army." A hot minute later, Kai and Cena ninja'd their way right into Crow's flashy main office. Kai had just got the whole unhinged scoop straight from those 2 captives. Nodding like a total genius, he realized saving their butts was a massive win. He totally guessed the Count's personal slaves would drop some spicy lore about the Demon Kingdom, but he never expected the tea to be this insanely good. One of the captives down below instantly chimed in, "Yeah, no way we were just gonna sit there doing their gross manual labor like mindless zombies. I figured I'd hoard as much top-secret dirt as possible, so if anyone actually came to rescue us, we'd be basically VIPs." Hearing this massive flex, Cena raised an eyebrow and asked, "Wait, you guys seriously never even tried to pull a prison break?" The dude gave a tragic little head shake. "Nah, these crusty collars are loaded with some seriously busted magic. Rumor has it, if I even think about ditching this place or throwing shade at the boss, this thing roasts me alive. It's basically the hottest trend for keeping slaves perfectly in check across the whole demon realm." Hearing that, Cena totally panicked, shooting Kai this betrayed side eye. So care to explain why the heck you locked these things around our necks?" Kai just laughed it off effortlessly. "Chill. Yours are literally cheap knockoffs I bought online. Zero magic involved." The ex-captive jumped back into the chat. "Honestly, dodging a fiery death to just rot here for 2 years? Pure nightmare fuel. Whenever that trash bag Crow woke up on the wrong side of the bed, he'd take out all his anger issues on us." Kai scrunched up his face, genuinely confused. "Hold up, who actually managed to bag you guys?" Just vibing with their aura, he could totally tell these 2 weren't exactly amateur hour. The girl wasted 0 time spilling the beans. It was basically the third Prince Leonhardt's super secret squad, you know, the big shot assassins of the Demon Kingdom. The guy right next to her backed up the story. Yeah, they're like the official varsity team, completely stacked with the most ridiculously overpowered freaks in the whole realm. Sounds like this elite squad goes completely rogue from the boring main army. The duo got jumped out of nowhere while just trying to deliver some basic loot. Even though they thought they were pretty cracked at fighting, they got absolutely clapped without a chance. Kai processed that, his frown deepening into hardcore confusion mode. Any idea why such a cracked squad doesn't get the official blue checkmark? The dude took a beat before dropping the lore. Word on the street is their roster is packed with super toxic, unhinged weirdos. Kai's brain clicked, totally catching the drift. He lowered his voice. Ah, so they basically dumped all the kingdom's walking red flags into one giant freak show squad? The guy gave him a solid nod, muttering, yeah, guessing it only works because the third prince has crazy riz and keeps them on a leash. The dude casually mentioned he had totally creeped on a secret powwow between Crow and Leonhard a while back. The second they laid eyes on the prince, they instantly knew their power levels were utter garbage compared to his. Like, I get that Natasha, the water boss, is pretty hype and all, but she's literally a basic, non-playable character next to this dude. The girl right beside him bobbed her head to confirm. You've probably already done the math on this, but this whole neighborhood is straight up under the prince's thumb. Kai tilted his head, throwing out a massive question mark. Wait, so is this royal edgelord chilling in the city right now? The guy gave a hard, nope. Nah, spying on Crow's rants, sounds like he's cozy back in his fancy palace. Aqualia, the whole water boss chick, is the one actually bossing the troops around here. So Kai naturally started digging for the messy gossip. Okay, so what's the actual deal between the prince and this water boss? The girl spilled the royal tea real slow. Oh, she's literally his fiancée, and basically the main cheerleader leading his massive fan club. Fan club? Really? Kai muttered, scrunching up his face while his brain buffered. After a solid minute of zoning out, he finally dropped, bro. I kept hearing the demon realm was basically a fractured mess of high school cliques, and clearly the rumors were spot on. The guy nodded. The royal siblings are literally tearing each other apart for the crown. Crazy part? The current demon boss is totally chill with it, hoping the last one standing is insanely OP. Kai kept pressing. So, what's the squad drama down here? The slaves spilled the tea immediately. The oldest prince's crew used to rule, but since their main dude Winberg got flatlined, they totally fell off. Same tragic vibe for the second princess after Stone Gaia got wrecked. Aqualia totally hijacked that chance to level up her own clout. Kai processed the lore dump and casually muttered, so these 4 elite dudes are basically top dogs? The guy nodded. Duh, they're literally the highest-ranking generals in the demon military. Things were clicking for Kai now. He nodded, throwing out, gotcha. So this whole demon empire might just self-destruct from inside drama. Hilarious. What's the deal with the last elite, though? The guy hesitated a sec before dropping the info. Framaris, the fire elite, is playing it totally neutral. Dude says he'll just bootlick whoever wins the crown, mostly because he's super tight with the current big bad. The girl chimed in. But lately, they're realizing doing a civil war right now is majorly dumb. Kai smirked, totally getting it. Teaming up against a shared hater. Huh. Guess the demons finally woke up and smelled the panic. He stood up, ready to bounce. Thanks for the tea. Someone get them to the Alliance camp safely. But right then, the girl blurted out, wait, I hear Aqualia is famously toxic with her strategies. She's all about trolling, sabotage, and playing totally dirty. Probably why the third prince's squad has such trash vibes. Kai honestly couldn't care less though. He strolled past them, brushing it off. Just drop that lore to the Alliance. I'm so not vibing with fighting the water elite anyway. The guy was shook. Bro, then what's your game plan? You totally wrecked those guys without breaking a sweat. Are you secretly some hero candidate? Kai just shrugged. Nah, I'm just gonna sneak even deeper into this demon dumpster fire. Gonna stir up some spicy drama and wreck them from the inside out. Fast forward a few days. Out in some random woods near Fit City, the Holy Kingdom squad and a bunch of beastmen were dragging their feet toward the gates. Midutsuji chilled on horseback, squinting into the distance. Yo, spot him. That's Fit City right there. Amelia wasn't playing around. It's the main bottleneck for all the sweet cash flowing east to west in this demon wasteland. If we snag that city, our main quest gets a whole lot less miserable. Ego was riding shotgun, sounding super grim. Bet they've got insane security. Honestly, I wouldn't even blink if those 4 elites crashed the party. Midutsuji gave a hard nod, looking all edgy and locked in. For real. Over in Vidora, the third prince's turf things had officially kicked off around Fit City. At first, Midutsuji's alliance squad was totally rolling them and owning the battlefield. But since Fit City was basically a demon megafortress, the hype died fast. The bad guys flexed an 80,000-strong army, and those freaks were seriously pumped to fight. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom only brought 40,000 soldiers. Toss in 20,000 Federation guys, and the good guys barely scraped together 60,000. Plus, aside from the hero wannabes and top knights, the rest of our dudes were painfully squishy compared to the demons. Soon enough, the Alliance was getting totally backed into a corner. Midutsuji was hacking through demons like a madman, yelling, if we could just split up their squad, they'd be way easier to body. He totally wished he had the stats to carry the whole army. Iga caught Midutsuji's panic, jumping in. Chill, Midutsuji, my squad's got this. Man literally just zoned out for a sec, threw his head back, and let out this insane, raw scream. That crazy sound pinged every other beastman on the field. In sync, the whole crew started howling back, instantly hulking out into their full beast modes like an absolute boss fight. The demons were low-key glitching out. Bro, what even is that? Before their slow brains could process it, the beast squad was already blitzing them, totally ripping them to shreds. Midutsuji was standing there mind-blown like, what kind of cheat code is this? Iga just flexed. My roar drops an aggro debuff on the enemies and maxes out my squad's stats. Honestly, super basic stuff. Instantly, the Holy Kingdom noobs caught the buff too, going totally feral and charging the demons like crazed fanboys. Iga paused his rampage for a sec, giving Midutsuji a massive side-eye. Yo, Midutsuji, no getting cold feet allowed. If you panic, you're gonna drag everyone's vibes down. Thanks, bro, Midutsuji nodded. He totally got the assignment and knew he had to lock in. Iga's eyes were completely dialed in as he hyped the chat. Keep that toxic energy up. If we just straight up rush them head on, there's zero chance we take an L today. Iga wasn't capping the momentum, totally flipped back to the good guys. We were getting swarmed by the demon horde at first, but the hero tryhards started popping off. Especially Arashi Satsuki, that dude was a literal sweat in combat. He was spamming heavy attacks, throwing hands left and right. Arashi Satsuki scoffed like a total snob. These low-tier mobs are complete garbage. Where are the actual bosses hiding? The demon's deadass froze, completely shook by his trash talk. Amelia didn't miss a beat, barking out, "Wipe them out!" It was basically good game at that point. Or so the squad thought. Right when Midutsuji and the crew were farming the leftover trash mobs, some insane boss-level energy spiked from behind. Midutsuji literally whiplashed, trying to look back. He panicked and threw a wild parry with his sword. Once the dust settled, some edgelord was just standing there. Full black hoodie vibe, wearing a mask so you couldn't even see their face. Midutsuji narrowed his eyes, internally freaking out. Dude's stats are off the charts. Is that an elite demon? Over on the side, Arashi Satsuki spotted the new challenger and, with zero chill, yeeted himself straight at the guy. But Mr. Hoodie casually blocked it like it was nothing. Arashi Satsuki wasn't even mad though. He just grinned like a psycho. Finally, someone who isn't a total bot. Meanwhile, another crazy brawl was popping off nearby. Iga just got hard stopped by another masked weirdo. He glared at him, barking, "Who even are you? Where'd you spawn from?" The dude totally ghosted the question and just gave this insanely toxic smirk. This whole mess basically lag-spiked the entire army behind them. Amelia was stressing, muttering, "Wait, what's glitching? We're losing momentum." But before she could even process it, a shadow literally dropped in right behind her. Her bodyguards noticed and absolutely lost their minds. "Who the heck are you?" one shrieked. But mid-sentence, it was just raining blood. The guard got instantly one-shotted. The masked guy moved with crazy high ping. No one even had time to blink. By the time Amelia clocked what was happening, her guards were already deleted. She gritted her teeth, fuming. "You creep. How did you even bypass our lines?" The remaining lackeys desperately tried to body block for her. Too bad the hoodie dude just speed ran through them, teleporting right into Amelia's personal space with a super sharp blade casually aimed at her throat. And then slash. The cold steel swiped right across Amelia's chest. Blood went literally everywhere. She just totally went limp, ragdolling off her horse while her squad watched in absolute horror. Midutsuji was busy throwing down at the front lines, but he caught the brutal scene out of the corner of his eye and completely lost it. "Amelia!" Hark was hardcore panicking now, barking orders. "I'm calling the shots. Medevac Amelia, as soon as possible, and do not let that freak slip away." But before the holy guards could even draw their weapons, the guy dashed through them like a literal speedster, swiping their necks before dipping out. Siri sprinted over to spam heals on Amelia. The Holy Kingdom crew was completely tilted over, losing their shot caller. Without a choice, they called for a mega embarrassing retreat. Since the demon mobs were basically running on zero stamina, they didn't even bother chasing the good guys down. They just packed it up and scurried back to their base. Fast forward to nighttime at the demon hideout. Inside this max security VIP tent, Natasha gave the masked dude a major side-eye. "So you totally failed to flatline their main boss?" The guy just nodded. "Yeah, but we dropped her HP to literally 1%. Natasha actually looked okay with that and gave a smug nod. "Whatever, works for me. Can't deny you edgelords totally pulled our squad out of the fire today." The dude totally played it cool after the compliment and was like, "Yeah, their boss is going to be out of commission for a hot minute, slowing down the alliance. So, what is our game plan?" The vibe instantly got heavy. Aqualia just sat there buffering. Finally, she snapped out of it and said, "All right, it is time to strike. Both sides are completely deadlocked right now, so let us just sneak around and wreck their supply chains." The guy in the black hoodie gave a quick nod. Meanwhile, Over in the demon kingdom of Vidora in Isan, the city was on full lockdown, and the front gates were guarded like a fortress. Every single carriage rolling in had to pass a crazy, intense vibe check, and the walls were packed with extra goons. Out in the woods, Kai, Mayor, and Sina were quietly spying on the city. Kai muttered, "Shocker, the security is insanely tight." Sina looked absolutely lost and asked, "Wait, your eyes can zoom in that far?" Mayor, sweating bullets, nervously asked, "So, what is our big brain move here?" Kai chewed on it for a sec before going, "Yeah, slapping on fake mustaches will not cut it. Plus, just like that mess at NRAS, they totally rigged a barrier to bust party crashers." Mayor got instant PTSD, her face dropping as she whispered, "Oh, great, it is the fifth princess, Isabel." Sina, totally clueless, just blinked and asked, "Literally, who is that?" Kai broke it down. "She is a straight-up demon lord kid. She rigged the city with a force field that would snitch on us the second we step inside." Mayor practically whined, like, if it was basic magic, I would have totally sensed the leftover vibes, but I felt absolutely zilch. Kai nodded. She did not just let us ghost her, she dropped hints too. That chick is definitely cooking up something sketchy. Honestly, even if Isabel was not playing games, this is the demon headquarters, so a hardcore security field is pretty much standard issue. Mayor refused to take an L, scrambling, "Yo, let my spirit buddies run a background check on this force field." Kai nodded. "Cool. We rush the capital right at sundown. I am counting on you." The second the sun clocked out, the whole city went full spooky mode. The guards tried playing tough for a bit, but they totally burned out and started slacking off. Meanwhile, our trio snuck into town like ninjas. Barely 5 steps in, Mayor's ears literally twitched, and she hissed, "Freeze!" The whole squad instantly slammed on the brakes. She zoned out for a sec before whispering, "Okay, it is super weak, but I am definitely getting faint, nasty demon vibes right now." Kai squinted hard, muttering, "Yeah, I am picking up absolutely nothing." Classic Kai. Your cheat skills are useless on invisible stuff. Mayor dropped her voice. "The leftover energy is seriously weak. I cannot dox whoever cast it, but this nasty dome is definitely wrapping the entire city. Just spitballing here, but this is totally a demon force field. It probably busts trespassers by noticing who is not stinking of demon energy. Because duh, only demons reek of that stuff." Kai scrunched his face and mumbled, "Honestly, that is a big brain move. They totally spammed this anti-pest software everywhere to keep out nosy spies." Mayor poked the invisible wall, chilling for a sec before saying, "Let me see if we can hack our way through. Barely any demons even know how to code spatial magic this tricky." Kai shot her a look, asking, "All right, how do we troll this security system?" Mayor tapped her chin and went, "Well, we could totally catfish it if we just had some nasty demon energy inside us." The light bulb instantly went off. Kai casually started pulling random junk out of his pockets, flexing, "Oh yeah, I totally swiped some loot from the Duke's crib for emergency cash." Mayor lost her mind, squealing, "Dude, what if that is an actual demon tech gadget?" Sina was totally lost, asking, "What the heck is that?" Kai dumbed it down, basically a device packed with mana. It works exactly like the nerdy magic toys humans play with. The only catch is this thing runs on gross demon smog instead of regular organic mana. Except you gotta plug it in and recharge it with spells sometimes. They only swipe the thing to pawn it, so since it is untouched, the battery is probably still packed with demon juice. Mayor snatched the flute from Kai. She was hyping it up, yelling, "Yo, this thing is perfect. Let me just juice it up with some mana." Kai gave her a mega suspicious look. "Wait, you actually know how to do that?" Mayor laughed in his face, flexing, "Please, I was not just chilling while you guys sweated over your training arcs. My mentor drilled this nonsense into my head ages ago. I just gotta fake the rest of it." With that mic drop, Mayor went full tryhard mode, whispering weird gibberish, and seconds later, her hands were glowing. Next thing you know, she just waltzed right through the spooky force field like a boss. Kai was totally fanboying, eyes wide. Sina held her breath, waiting for an explosion. But nope, Mayor cleared the checkpoint completely unharmed. She hollered back, "Heck yeah, it worked! Get your butts over here right now." Kai and Sina hustled through. Kai looked pretty hyped and was like, "Sweet. Back to our regular scheduled programming. We scale this wall and ghost the mall cops." By morning, the Demon City was popping off with sketchy street markets. Everyone was just grinding their 9 to 5, zero clue that Kai's squad had totally hacked their way inside. By some miracle, our crew completely blended in with the locals. Demons bumped shoulders with them, without even clocking they were outsiders. The trio casually strolled the streets like they totally owned the place. Kai scoped out the girls and muttered, "Dude, this place is obnoxiously massive and swarming with monsters." Sina dramatically sighed, whining, "Ugh, role-playing as a miserable slave every 5 seconds is getting so incredibly old." Kai played the buzzkill, reminding them, "Look, the closer we get downtown, the more beefed up the security gets, so let us chill on the edge." Mayor gave him a weird look, totally shook. Sina was tripping too, asking, "Wait, I thought our whole brand was crashing the castle and totally deleting the demon boss? Kai rolled his eyes. Well, yeah, obviously that is the main quest. But first we need to do some snooping around the capital. Getting doxxed right now would be game over. Stay low-key. Exactly 1 week later, up in the spooky castle, Isabel was drowning in paperwork when her spidey senses tingled. The princess did not even look up, just pouted and said, "Wow, color me shook. Honestly thought you would faceplant right into my security wall." Surprise! It was Kai, casually chilling in her office like a ghost. He squinted and corrected her. "Nah, do not gas me up. That was literally all Mayor's doing." Isabel just gave a whatever nod. She acted like she could not care less. Drawling, sure, whatever. You definitely leveled up way more than last time. Kai skipped the small talk, cutting to the chase. "We need to chat. Isabel, mind if I park it here?" She nodded. "Knock yourself out," Kai chuckled, totally thrown off. "Dang, you do not beat around the bush at all." Giving an epic shrug, she pouted and spilled. "Look, I totally owe you for wrecking Winberg anyway. His death got the stalkers off my back." The puzzle pieces literally slammed together in Kai's head, and he dropped his voice. "So, playing me was your master plan all along, huh?" Isabel gave a toxic smirk. "Yeah, I totally slept on your skills. Never thought you would actually body him." She fully planned on using him as a disposable pawn if he escaped, but the guy totally broke all her expectations. Now Kai was not just some pawn, he was a straight-up premium partner. He narrowed his eyes, kind of mumbling. "So, about this whole dramatic revolution of yours." Then he just froze. Isabel broke into a massive grin, smirking. "Congrats. You literally passed the vibe check. How about we take this little tea party somewhere more private?" And boom, she instantly popped off a teleport spell. The background glitch transitioned in half a second. Kai stared down at the sprawling city, totally mind-blown before saying, "Wait, we fast-traveled from Isan Hat all the way here? Your magic is absolutely cracked as usual." Isabel totally played it off, going, "Well, yeah, but it burns up crazy mana, so I cannot spam it all day. Follow me." Without waiting, she strutted off, leading him into her VIP lounge. She took the most dramatic sip of her tea before slamming the cup down. After milking the silence, she finally asked, "Oh, by the way, how the heck did you actually dig up dirt on my little rebellion? Look, we gotta move. Like, right now." Kai didn't even sugarcoat it, just shrugged. "We already snuck into the capital, spent the last 7 days digging up dirt in the slums. Like, if you're looking for gossip to absolutely wreck the demon realm, you'd think my hit list would be Princes 1, 2, and 3, since those guys are literally tearing each other apart for the crown." But what was seriously bugging Kai was the 0% data on Isabel. You know, Demon Princess number 5. She was practically a ghost. Back when they first met, Isabel acted all mysterious about her real agenda. Kai knew she was plotting some sketchy stuff, so he totally stalked her 3 guards to dig up the real tea. Surprise, one of her goons actually led him right to the jackpot, a literal warehouse packed with her secret rebel stash. "Gotcha," Isabel nodded, finally putting the pieces together after hearing his whole spiel. She threw her sidekick a look. Smith instantly took the hint, muttering, "I'll tell our crew to stop being so stupidly obvious." Kai just ignored their little side quest and got dead serious. "Let's cut the crap. Real talk," he started. He literally just flat out asked if she wanted to team up with the hero squad. Isabel gave him the ultimate weirded out squint. "Wait, just you guys? Not the whole shiny holy army?" Kai rolled his eyes, explaining super slow. "Dude, I can't boss around an entire military, but wrangling a bunch of rookie heroes? Yeah, totally doable. Like I said before, we just want to go back to our own couches. To pull that off, your big bad dad has to bite the dust. After we dip, whatever happens to this dump isn't my problem." Isabel looked super skeptical. "So basically, I can run wild once the big guy is toast?" Kai gave a massive shrug. "I mean, it's not a guaranteed round trip. We won't freaking know until we try it." She hit him with a major death glare before finally breaking the silence. "Spawning you heroes is literally a blood pact with Daijire, the big god upstairs. Once you finish the contract by wrecking my dad, you get shipped right back to your own universe." Kai's forehead wrinkled in massive confusion. "Hold up, how do you even know that? You just said you were clueless." Isabel sighed like she was explaining math. "Found some super dusty scrolls, okay? Talking to your edgy self made me want to look it up." Kai raised an eyebrow, totally not buying it. "And you actually trust some crusty old paper?" She shook her head, looking 0% confident. "I mean, it's just ancient history junk." That threw Kai into a massive brainstorming session. I mean, whatever. It did line up perfectly with Leonora's crazy story. They'd been fed that same exact script since day 1 of landing in this crazy universe. Matching Leonora's gossip with Isabel's new tea? Yeah, his sketchy info was starting to look pretty solid. Processing all that, Kai dropped his voice, trying to sound hardcore. "If that's true, then we seriously do not care about this world's drama. Nuke the Holy Kingdom or sing Kumbaya afterwards. I literally could not care less." Isabel actually snorted at that. She shot back, all ice cold. Cool, so we're on the same page. My rebel squad wants to crown me the new big boss. After that, I'm gonna force humans, beast peeps, and demons to actually just chill. Kai practically rolled his eyes. Dude, that sounds like a cheesy kids movie. You seriously think you can just press pause on a massive war overnight? Isabel wasn't even fazed. As long as I can absolutely wreck the current head honcho and keep the kingdom's muscles flexing, yeah, totally doable. Kai smirked like a total smart-aleck. Wouldn't it be, like, way easier to just play the whole royal sibling rivalry game instead of running some underground rebel fan club? She shook her head, totally deadpan. My dad is literally the most overpowered demon lord in history. Even if he formally hands over the shiny chair, he'll still be pulling all the strings behind the scenes. She spilled that her dad is a massive human hater. He'd never vibe with her whole peace agenda. Plus, her toxic siblings are basically warmongers. She's the only one trying to stop the bloodshed. Then Isabel got all cocky. Yeah, okay, my rebel squad isn't exactly carrying the server right now, but as long as we hijack this crazy opportunity so our kingdom gets totally jumped by the allied forces, and we actually thought we had a shot at winning. Newsflash, even if we somehow team up with these guys to curb stomp the current demon lord, we'd still be completely screwed once the dust settles. That's exactly why Isabel wasn't about to beg outsiders for favors. She finishes her rant, suddenly shoves a finger right in Kai's face, and drops this bomb. If you hero wannabes step up and back me, we're talking a whole different ballgame. Kai just scrunches up his face and goes completely mute. Crickets. Isabel just nods to herself and keeps yapping. Look, I'm cool with the Revolutionary Squad teaming up with you hero rookies. Boom. Deal sealed. Kai snatches Isabel's hand for a shake, flashing this cheesy grin. We're totally counting on you, boss. Isabel gives a tiny nod, awkwardly stalls for like 10 years, then smirks. I gotta lay something on you. Kai hits her with another frown, just waiting for the tea. Isabel stares hardcore at her mug and drops the heavy lore. The big boss takedown goes down this year. If we miss this window, our odds of winning hit absolute zero. No joke. Meanwhile, over in the creepy-ass demon forest, a squad from the Holy Kingdom is dragging their feet through the dirt. Leading the pack is Henry, the big-shot captain of the 7th Night Battalion. This dude is basically babysitting a glorified delivery run from Enra straight to the war zone. Even if they aren't storming the front lines, the Holy Kingdom desperately needs a crew bad enough to haul supplies while bashing monster skulls on the way. Enter the 7th Battalion. These guys are supposedly the cream of the crop, handpicked to play postman for this suicide mission. The freaks roaming this forest are totally busted, but since that top-tier demon Elsa went MIA, the supply run was supposed to be a total breeze. Big psych. Just when the holy dudes thought they had the upper hand, the Demon Kingdom's murder squad crashed the party. The grunts totally freak out the second they spot them, yelling, "Who the hell are you creeps?" Obviously, the edgy gatecrashers don't say a word. They just keep stomping forward like a bunch of horror movie villains. The holy squad instantly goes full tryhard, jumping in front of Henry. "Captain, fall back! We got this!" Yeah, right. A couple of nasty flashes light up the woods, and the two wannabe heroes literally get their heads sliced clean off. Big yikes. I mean, they're literally pro-killers. Of course they move at the speed of light and drop bodies in a blink. The rest of the grunts absolutely lose their minds. Yo, they just straight up deleted Ben and Jack. Heads up, these are top-tier demons. Henry finally stops playing spectator, charges in with his sword, and screams, "Demon Lord's Death Squad!" A massive clang rings out as his blade smashes into a dark knife, but our guy gets swatted back like a pesky fly. Henry refuses to hold the L. He puffs out his chest and roars, "Stop sleeping on us. I'm a literal captain of the..." And boom. Mid-monologue, dude catches a lethal spike straight through the forehead. Embarrassing. The whole place suddenly reeks of fresh blood as a rogue arrow rips through the air, permanently logging Henry out of the server. Just like that, the creepy forest turns into a total splatterfest. Cut to the Demon Kingdom's turf, right inside Elsa's sketchy old castle. After taking a massive L at Follete, the good guys drag themselves back to this stolen base to lick their wounds. The place is packed with wrecked soldiers, and even the big boss commander is looking super busted. Elia is basically a human mummy right now, completely out of it with bandages wrapping her entire chest. Shiori is over here sweating, spamming all her healing spells. Madude Tsuji is hovering like a nervous wreck, bugging everyone with, "Yo, how bad is it?" Shiori gives a little nod. She's not gonna respawn today. If I keep spamming my recovery skills on cooldown, she should be up and walking in like 2 weeks. Hearing that, Midutsuji finally stops hardcore panicking and just melts in relief. He lets out a massive sigh. Gotcha. Herrick just grins and hypes her up. You're an absolute carry, honestly. All the other medics totally rage quit on her. Shiori brushes off the hype with this super wholesome smile. Hey, just doing my job. Right in the middle of their chat, Elia groggily opens her eyes and immediately starts the classic guilt trip, muttering, "This is totally on me." Herrick immediately shuts that down. Just chill and get some sleep. Don't sweat our stuff. I'm playing substitute captain for now. He casually mentions that even though they had to run away, they still absolutely wrecked the enemy squad on the way out. Those creeps are currently away from keyboard, probably trying to piece their garbage squad back together, Elia weakly mumbles. Makes sense. Guess we're okay then. But right where she can't see them, Haruka and Midutsuji shoot each other this sketchy, we are so doomed side-eye. After an awkward pause, Haruka finally speaks up. Alright, keeping her alive is on you. Sayori gives a soft nod. Yep, I've got the babysitting duty. Right after that, Haruka and Midutsuji ditch the room. They barely take 5 steps before this guy Iga comes stomping up to them. Iga goes full serious mode. My bad, but I totally eavesdropped on your little chat. Stoked she didn't get deleted, but sitting out for 2 whole weeks is pretty rough. Midutsuji scrunches his eyebrows, looking totally conflicted. Bro, Haruka, why did you cap and tell her everything was fine? Haruka just groans. Look, I just didn't want to stress her out while she's literally half dead. She needs to stay in bed. We'll handle the fact that our loot drops got completely blocked. Iga frowns too, dropping his voice. If we literally starve ourselves on half rations, we might last a week. After that, total good game. We need to fix this garbage as soon as possible. Haruka shoots both of them a bleak look and lets out a massive sigh. The 7th Battalion just got entirely wiped off the map, and our delivery guys went down with them. According to the handful of dudes who actually managed to run away, the gankers were the exact same squad that put Elia in the ICU. Henry, the captain of the 7th, got totally wrecked. Sucks too, since he was actually a solid guy everyone respected. Midutsuji looks intensely annoyed and starts mumbling. Those masked edgelords are definitely top-tier demons. They roll up in squads of 5 or 6, which honestly makes them way more toxic to deal with than the 4 Heavenly Kings. Iga totally backs him up on that. No joke, I actually brawled with one of them. You blink, and you're literally dead. Oh, and those fancy bird dude messengers you sent out just flew back. Sounds like Enros is already cooking up a brand new supply drop for us. Midutsuji's face lights up and he basically yells, wait, for real? Iga totally kills the vibe. Yeah, but here's the kicker. Those camper assassins are still hiding in the bushes, just waiting to gank the next delivery squad and ruin our lives again. Haruka gives them the ultimate deadpan stare and lays down the law. I need you two playing bodyguard for the new convoy through that cursed forest. Honestly, this whole disaster doesn't end until we permanently delete those masked freaks from the server. If they try to rage quit and run, you chase them down and wipe them out. No survivors. Iga and Midutsuji instantly nod, accepting the quest. Fast forward a few days, and boom, we're back in the spooky woods, with Midutsuji actively doing his miserable escort mission just like Haruka ordered. Obviously, Iga and his squad of beastmen are tagging along for the ride too. Right on cue, some random grunt starts whining. Yo, the horses are literally running on empty. We need to camp here for the night. The dude barely finishes his sentence before Iga violently yanks out his sword. He screams like a maniac, ambush, incoming. But he's totally lagging. The edgy guys in black are already speed running through the crew, dropping bodies left and right. These clowns strike way too fast. By the time anyone even registers what's happening, half a dozen guys get a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Iga sees the carnage and roars, back the hell up. This guy is mine. Meanwhile, in another corner, there's a totally different boss fight popping off, kicking up so much dirt you can't even see the sky. Arashi Satsuki is absolutely throwing hands with one of the trenchcoat weirdos. He's flexing hard and yelling, you little punk. You're the same rat from last time, right? Back for round 2 to see who's actually the GOAT? Mid-trash talk, Arashi Satsuki just launches a massive haymaker. Boom. An absolutely insane, earth-shattering explosion goes off, spewing smoke and fire everywhere. Right next door, there's another chaotic brawl happening, with crazy sword beams just flashing all over the place like a rave. Midutsuji is stuck in a sweaty one-on-one against some demon with a massive blade. They're totally spamming attacks, trading like 50 blows in half a second. Midutsuji's brain is working overtime while trying not to get sliced. This is absolutely not the time to be a spectator. He needs to speed-run this fight to keep the squad alive. But right in the middle of their chaotic brawl, a massive fireball erupts out of nowhere. Boom, all their snacks and supplies go up in literal smoke, sending the pathetic grunts into full panic mode. The jerk responsible is some fire magic camper sniping from way in the back. He's just totally spamming his flames, turning all their premium loot into charcoal. Just as things look super doomed, someone suddenly shrieks at the top of their lungs. I am absolutely not letting you troll us. The loudmouth is Rumi, who aggressively summons her top-tier water magic to crash the party. Whoosh! A massive splash hits, and the entire bonfire gets instantly cancelled. Rumi pumps her fist, hyped up. Heck yeah! But her little victory lap lasts about 2 seconds before someone screams, Yo, Rumi, watch your 6! Way too late! An arrow totally snipes her right in the waist. She face plants into the dirt, groaning in agony, while Carrie completely loses her mind and sprints over to check her health bar. But before Carrie can even lay a finger on her, two more arrows come zipping in. Carrie absolutely freezes like a deer in headlights, completely clueless on how to dodge. Right at the literal last microsecond before she gets skewered, a random burst of fire erupts out of nowhere and violently swats the arrows away. The MVP who pulled off that clutch save is none other than Rena. She totally narrows her eyes like an absolute boss, scanning the distance, and spots some sketchy shadow perched on a massive old tree. Surprise, surprise, it's another edgelord in black, camping with a stupid bow and arrow. One sec we were chilling, the next the forest was basically a slasher movie. Our so-called hero army got wrecked instantly, bodies piling up, while these dudes in black hoodies just casually kept flexing on us. Out of nowhere, somebody screeches, "Eat dirt, loser," totally jump-scared the emo hoodie guy. It was just Mireille, going all out and spamming her earth magic. A whole barrage of mud shurikens flew at him, but he literally brushed them off like dust. Mireille was low-key panicking. Right then, a massive wave of wind blades swooped in. Big surprise, the goth ninja blocked those too, floating midair just to stare down Narumi. Narumi freaked out and yelled, "Wait, is this creep a windbender too?" Crap. He couldn't let this guy stall him any longer. Then Narumi saw something down below that totally made his eyes bug out. The freak was slowly creeping up right in Mireille's face. Mireille just flopped down, shaking like a leaf and crying, "Guys, I messed up!" Swish, the villain swung his weapon back for the kill. She just squeezed her eyes shut, literally waiting for the game over screen. Right before she got squashed, somebody screamed, "Back the heck off!" Boom, thick iron chains completely wrapped up the emo dude. It was Jin, absolutely owning him with her chain magic. She basically mind-texted Mireille like, "Bro, what are you doing? Run!" But Mireille's legs were totally turned to jelly. She just whimpered, "I literally cannot even move my feet." Suddenly, a massive whoosh of air hit. Narumi pulled a flash move, swooping in to grab Mireille and hauling her out of there. Staring at her, he finally exhaled, "Thank God you are not dead." Deep down, though, he knew if Jin had not popped her domination skill, Mireille would be toast, so he had to keep stalling. While he was spacing out, a massive tornado totally blindsided them. Narumi instantly fired up his own magic, throwing a mini hurricane around both of them like a shield. The hoodie creep down below looked totally baffled. Narumi cursed, "These absolute jerks, they are not even targeting me, they are after you." While everyone was losing their minds, a voice randomly popped into their heads. "Guys, chill for a sec. The bad guys are literally just baiting us right now." Narumi stood there, shook. Arashi heard it too and totally froze up mid-swing. Midutsuji scowled, actually using his brain to process the warning. Ignoring their panic attacks, Jin kept preaching, "If we just keep our cool and actually work together, we will not take an L here." Narumi figured she was not wrong. He seriously needed to take a chill pill. So Narumi closed his eyes, going full Zen mode to feel the breeze. He basically used the air as a radar for incoming hits. Sure enough, an arrow zipped toward him, and he dodged it effortlessly. The sniper lurking in the back was super confused. Why is this kid suddenly acting like a pro? In that split second, Narumi unlocked a whole new cheat code and mind-texted Jin. "Kanzaki, you read me? I just copied that wind spirit move, basically a wind tracker hack." Jin caught the mental ping and was totally tripped out. She was like, what is going on?" Narumi played it cool. "Can you broadcast my voice to the whole squad?" Jin gave a little nod. "Yeah, I can set up a group chat right in their heads, just like this." Meanwhile, a massive fireball just spawned. It started chasing that sniper way out in the back, making him sprint like his pants were on fire. He had used black magic to scrub his tracks, so how did they dox his location? Jin was busy acting as a loudspeaker. Hostile is parkouring through the trees, heading south. Rena scoffed like a total psycho. "Cool, I will just barbecue him and the entire forest while I am at it." And it was not just her. The rest of the squad finally stopped throwing and went pure aggro. With Narumi calling the shots, they completely turned the game around. Even Akira stopped being a loner and helped out. Going full tryhard mode, our guys actually started shredding the goth ninjas. Those creeps literally had no idea how the tables flipped so fast. Midutsuji's crew finally remembered how to play co-op, completely cornering the bad guys. Mireille decided to chime in again. "Do not get cocky, their hits hurt like crazy, but their cooldowns are super long." Hearing her snitch on their weakness, the hoodie villain shot her a dirty glare. Just as he figured, he needed to take out the shot caller first, which meant bagging Mireille. He instantly laser-focused on her. But then, clang, a mega ear-piercing metal screech dropped. Sao literally body-blocked the emo dude's blade with his robotic metal arms. He flashed a cocky grin. "Bro, your dollar store toys are not scratching this heavy metal." The ninja got swatted away looking totally clueless. The guy was absolutely mind-boggled how Kao saw that sneak attack coming without them even talking out loud. Meanwhile, Midutsuji just folded his opponent like a lawn chair. Arashi was not slacking off either. His explosion literally deep-fried the poor guy. Free from babysitting duty, Iga just casually sliced some ninja's head off, and Narumi, hyped up on his new powers, was throwing hands one-on-one with another goon. His wind blades were totally dominating, leaving nasty paper cuts all over the villain. The emo dude was completely shook, realizing he was getting utterly wrecked by a teenager. While the bad guy was having an existential crisis, Narumi was doing the math. He literally saw the wind mapping out the dude's next move. Without missing a beat, Narumi went straight in for the kill. The wind blades zoomed out again, moving at supersonic speeds. It morphed into a literal javelin and deleted the guy via a headshot. Bam, dead on the spot. Only a handful of these goth losers were left now. Knowing they were getting clapped, the boss yelled, "Bail out! Spam the retreat ping right now!" But honestly, despite getting totally stomped, they actually pulled off their main quest. Our snack wagons were completely reduced to ashes. After that absolute clown fiesta of a battle, the Holy Kingdom squad set up a campfire in the woods. They were all huddled around the flames, looking like they just failed their final exams. Iga sighed, sounding super depressed. Like 80% of our rations got torched. The leftovers will barely keep the delivery boys alive on the trip home. Midutsuji just moaned, "So we totally bombed this mission, huh?" Iga was not having the pity party. "Look, we still managed to pack up 4 of those demon freaks. Intel says there were about 10 mass geeks total." Midutsuji scowled, doing the math. "So 6 more to go." "Bingo," Iga said dryly. "Plus we totally crippled 2 of them, the sniper and that dude with the spiked bat." He gave Midutsuji a bro pat on the shoulder. "Chill out. We will totally wipe them next round." Iga was acting tough, but Jin was internally screaming. The Holy Army vibe was absolutely rock bottom without proper snacks, and they obviously could not survive on crumbs. The more she overthought it, the more miserable she looked. If they flopped again, it was game over. They would have 0 health left to keep brawling. Just one demon alone had totally wrecked their setup. But suddenly, a random voice crashed into her brain again. "Yo, Kanzaki, you there?" Jin practically jumped out of her skin. "Arashi!" Okay, flashback time. Earlier, Isabel had warned Kai that if they did not speedrun the demon boss raid as soon as possible, they were absolutely doomed. Kai was like, why the rush? Isabel laid it out super slowly. The big bad evil god Alvaresta is getting a respawn. But honestly, I doubt an alien like you gets how screwed we actually are. Kai squinted, trying to sound smart. Pretty sure I have heard that name dropped before. Is not that dude like one of the 2 main VIP gods from the whole Genesis lore? For context, the Genesis book is literally just an ancient wiki page about gods throwing hands. Rumor has it, this whole server was coded and firewall protected by the creator god, Digereth. Way back in the day, humans, elves, and furries actually vibed together in total peace. But then Alvaresta got greedy and tried to hack the admin controls, spawning these basic demon mobs as his personal pawns. So obviously, a massive world war kicked off. To counter this edgelord god and his demon army, the creator god handed out some insanely overpowered buffs to a few chosen players so they would not just rage quit. Long story short, they totally clapped the demon boss back then and unlocked the hero achievement. Daijire won the whole server war, and the evil god got permanently banned into a seal. That was basically the lore drop Kai had memorized. Isabel listened to him flex his nerd knowledge and nodded. "Cool, since you already read the wiki, this is way easier. That creation myth is like 99% accurate anyway. So the evil god got locked up, nerfing the demons. But lately, they've been hitting the gym and leveling up." Kai frowned, acting all skeptical. "Let me guess. The magic duct tape holding the seal together is peeling off?" Isabel gave a tight nod. "Bingo. We could actually bust that psycho out. My old man, the demon lord, is throwing a massive unsealing party. It takes forever to set up, but he'll drop the base sometime this year." Kai realized this wasn't just a glitch. "And if they actually crack the code?" He pressed. Her voice dropped. "Every demon gets a massive broken stat boost. If that hits, humanity is absolutely cooked." Kai nodded, acting like he totally got it. His built-in lie detector didn't go off, but his assassin gut screamed this chick was definitely keeping some skeletons in her closet. Whatever. Kai couldn't care less. They were just using each other like cheat codes anyway. Chewing on that thought, he finally dragged out his words. "So what's the rebel squad's next big brain move?" Isabel shrugged it off. "We're ghost patching the allied forces. Gotta use them as meat shields to drain my dad's army." "We ain't a one-man army." Catching her drift, Kai pitched his idea. "How convenient. Let me borrow your hacks then. We're skipping the tutorial and fast-traveling through Fit City." Fast forward 3 days to the spooky woods. Isabel used her dark portal magic to Uber everyone over, carrying Kai's trio plus her whole edgy entourage. Dragging that many noobs left her totally winded. Ugh, mass teleporting sucks the soul right out of me. Mayor totally fangirled. "Your warp skills are cracked. You just skipped a 6-month road trip in literally less than a second." Kai vibed with that completely. Having a teammate who could just delete the concept of distance was a stupidly overpowered tactical advantage. Portaling burned through her dark mana like crazy. Counting Mayor, Cena, and the rebels, they had 7 high-tier fiends in the lobby. Isabel might be out of mana potions now, but this squad size was plenty to start some chaos. Mid-thought, Sina whispered. Yo, Kai, are these guys actually legit? Kai didn't even blink. Chill. Don't do anything stupid. They're still prime farming tools for us. Sina gave a solid nod, blindly following his lead. Right after, Kai slid into Jin's brain via telepathy. Jin was just chilling when his voice suddenly dropped in her ear, making her jump out of her skin. Kai played it cool, just spamming buttons to see what works, but looks like we got Bluetooth. Jin totally freaked out. Wait, does that mean you're lurking somewhere nearby? Her screaming gave Kai an instant headache. She had absolutely zero volume control. He let out a massive sigh before muttering, yeah, let's meet up. Jin didn't even hesitate. Bet. I'm there. A couple minutes later, Jin bushwhacked her way over, but the second she spotted the chick standing behind him, all the color drained from her face. It was Isabel. Holy crap, a demon, she stuttered, absolutely shaking. Seeing her freak out, Kai did the honors. Meet Isabel, the underworld's 5th princess. Knowing this screaming girl was on their side, Isabel threw up a lazy peace sign. Sup. Jin's brain completely short-circuited. A literal princess? She mumbled. Meyer just smirked and nodded. Yep. Jin shot Kai a wildly suspicious glare. Bro, what is this? Did you seriously switch teams on us? Kai hit her with the coldest shrug. Can't be a traitor if I never joined your guild in the first place. Jin gave him the absolute dirtiest look. Catching the spicy vibe, Mayor had to jump in. You're trolling her way too hard. Dropping the jokes, Kai got straight to business. We need to talk strats tonight. Round up Midutsuji, Arashi, Hashimoto, Narumi, and Ninomiya. And keep the Holy Kingdom snitches out of this. That night, Jin corralled the whole squad in the woods. After dumping all the lore on them, Kai kept it blunt. So that's the tea. We all want the same boss dead. It's a co-op run to take down the Demon Lord. Literally zero reason to swipe left on this team up, right? Arashi scowled, ticked off. Why party up with walking red flags? He clearly wasn't buying the friendly demon princesses act. But Kai wasn't playing. With our current stats, the big boss will definitely wipe the floor with us. I already heard about your massive losing streak. He knew Midutsuji's crew was getting absolutely stomped by the underworld's hit squads. Akira's jaw dropped. Hit squads? If you mean those masked try-hard elites, then yeah, spot on. Narumi chimed in, sounding totally exhausted. We're literally bleeding out just trying to hold the front lines. Arashi grumbled, super salty. Those freaks are literally kamikaze diving just to clear their missions. They went suicide mode on me and Midutsuji just to torch our snack stash. We clapped 4 of them, but supposedly 6 more are still camping. That's when Isabel jumped into the chat. Cool, I'll do something about those annoying edgelords. My rebel crew basically invented hit-and-run warfare. Narumi stared at her like she was crazy. You for real? Those are all top-tier monsters. Isabel hit back with ultimate sass. And I'm the 5th princess of the underworld. Duh. She was totally flexing to show Kai her rebel gang wasn't useless. In return, Midutsuji's squad had to actually prove they weren't complete bots if they wanted to team up. That reality check left Midutsuji's group totally silent. Finally, Midutsuji cautiously asked, "What's your actual endgame?" Isabel kept it completely real. "Once we grab the loot drops, I need you guys to erase Natasha. If we keep lagging, the 3rd Prince's main army is going to crash our server." She warned that if that happened, picking them off solo would be an absolute nightmare. The whole reason those masked goons were stalling was to let their main raid group merge with the prince. Arashi frowned, obviously wanting to throw hands. Is this prince dude actually cracked? Isabel nodded. Stupidly OP. Your current stats wouldn't even dent him. Instead of backing down, Arashi looked like a kid in a candy store. Bet! Bring it on then! Nobody insta-locked their choice. Mirai threw Midutsuji a look. Yo, Midutsuji, what's the call? Midutsuji hesitated for a hot second before answering. I'm hyped to have such OP allies carrying us. Let's just roll with Arashi's crazy idea. With the deal locked in, they basically logged off the meeting. But before dipping, Kai threw out a final reminder. I'm sticking with the rebels. I'll hit you up later. We'll route messages through Kenzaki. Cool? Meanwhile, in some random corner of the woods, a bunch of dudes were chilling around a campfire, their creepy masks tossed aside, totally outing them as the underworld's hitman squad. The fire demon boss was aggressively chewing on some mystery meat, looking absolutely pissed. He ground his teeth. Can't believe those punks permanently deleted 4 of our guys, even the shot caller. A blue-faced crony totally agreed. Those kids are actually sweaty tryhards. My bad, but my right arm is completely nerfed right now. Another goon named Franco scowled. So who's running the lobby now? The fire demon instantly claimed the spot. Exactly. We can't let you noobs run things. So I'm your new alpha. Without my DPS, this whole mission is going straight into the trash. Anybody got beef with that? He death glared every single one of them, practically daring them to talk trash. Rocky, sitting nearby, folded instantly. Nah man, you're the boss. Another lackey, Fred, jumped on the bandwagon. I'm down. Seeing them cave, the fire demon smirked. Sick. We just raid their next loot drop and let them literally starve. The game plan hadn't changed. Troll the hero wannabes and spawn camp their supplies. The fire demon warned them to seriously watch out for Midutsuji, and that the raid kicks off in exactly 1 hour. The others slapped their masks on, yelling agreement. 1 hour later, the demon forest went full spooky mode. Marius, an archer, was currently camping up in a giant tree. But right now, he was totally second-guessing things. Sure, he was keeping an eye out for random aggro, but it was a tiny camp hidden deep in the woods. No way those losers could ever track them down, or so he arrogantly thought. In a split second, Marius's eyes blew wide open. He sensed a bunch of players pushing his location, and they were hiding their footsteps like absolute pros. Marius figured these guys weren't exactly main character material, all brawn, absolutely zero skill. Thinking this, he casually drew his bow, ready to let one fly. Bro smirked like he already knew who was rushing him, even though it just looked like a creepy, empty forest. But literally a second later, a blurry shadow started weaving through the massive trees. Zero hesitation, dude let the arrow rip. His logic, just wipe everyone out and vibe in peace. The arrow sliced the air, vanishing into the pitch-black darkness, leaving Marius squinting in dead silence. Did he actually get the kill? Nah, someone totally blocked his shot. Enter Cena. This crazy girl literally caught the arrow in her mouth while sprinting. Marius was shook. Like, no way, how do you even catch that without losing your teeth? But wait, the real plot twist was right behind him. Out of nowhere, Kai was chilling at Marius's back, smirking like a total menace. You move way too slow, man, he taunted. Marius whipped around in pure panic, but way too late, a shiny blade flashed, and blood went literally everywhere. Dude couldn't believe he just got completely outplayed from behind by a kid like Kai. Watching Marius hit the dirt like a sack of potatoes, Kai scoffed. Always reposition after taking a shot. Sniper rule number 1, idiot. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the fire demon was leading his squad through the woods. Suddenly, he hit the brakes. He totally sensed someone crashing their party. Wasn't Marius supposed to be on guard duty? The fire demon panicked and barked, "Yo, everyone gear up, right now." His assassin crew yelled, "Got it," in unison and started creeping forward. But boom, Smith suddenly pops up in front of them, screaming, "Hold up!" The fire demon frowned, super confused. "Wait, is this guy a demon? What do you want? You running errands for Natasha?" Smith just shook his head. "Nah, I'm with the Revolutionary Army." That dropped the fire demon's jaw to the floor, leaving him buffering for a solid minute. Smith calmly spilled the tea. "Our goal is to pack up the demon lord and turn this place into a peaceful empire." The fire demon's brain practically short-circuited. "Bro, what the heck are you even yapping about?" he snapped. "If you're not Natasha's messenger boy, how'd you find this spot?" Smith just shrugged it off. "We've got squad mates everywhere. Sounds like your whole job is blocking the supply run for the Allied forces." The fire demon scowled, mentally freaking out. Did our intel get leaked? Ignoring his minor panic attack, Smith kept going. Isabel sent a message. "Drop your mission and roll with me." Hearing that, the fire demon was absolutely gagged. Isabel was literally the 5th princess. If they were targeting him, that meant she was teaming up with the Allies. He never expected them to cook up something this insane. One assassin looked mad confused. "Boss, what's the play here?" After hesitating, the fire demon finally spoke up. "If we turn on the demon lord, we're totally dead meat. Plus, no way the 5th princess actually built a whole rebel army." Eavesdropping on their little chat, Smith let out a heavy sigh. Huge bummer to hear that, honestly. With that, he just casually snapped his fingers. Instantly, a massive squad of demons materialized out of nowhere. Smith flashed a wicked grin. "Guess I gotta delete every single one of you now." In a blink, Smith's crew completely boxed in the assassins. They started freaking out, screaming, "We're surrounded! Crap, these guys are high-level demons." But the fire demon kept his cool, instantly firing up his magic and yelling, "Fight back and fall back. We have to get this intel back." Hearing this, Smith's squad just scoffed like it was the funniest joke ever. "As if we'd let you walk away. We never even liked you, criminal trash, to begin with." And just like that, an absolute brawl broke out. Meanwhile, Kai was chilling on the sidelines, watching the whole mess. In no time flat, Isabel's rebel squad completely swept the assassins who were griefing Midutsuji's group. These guys were super well trained. So this was the rebel army's actual flex, huh? Elsewhere, Isabel showed up right below the crossfire, but she wasn't even fighting. She just strolled up to an assassin and said, "You orchestrated the Great Autumn Civil War, didn't you?" Fanko looked totally caught off guard when he saw it was Isabel. He asked, seriously baffled, "Wait, are you actually pulling off a coup right now?" Isabel ignored his question, staying ice cold. "You're literally the only person here I actually want on my team, still down to fight for peace?" Fanko thought about it for a hot second, tossed his weapon away, dropped to one knee, and respectfully answered, "Yeah." Seeing this totally go down, the fire demon lost his mind and yelled, "Bro, what the heck are you doing, Fanko?" Too bad he didn't even have a second to intervene, because the rebels were absolutely spamming attacks, pushing the assassins straight into a corner. At this rate, they were totally cooked. Watching from afar, Kai pitched in. Looks like Isabel wrapped up her side quest. Let's wrap this up. Cena and Mayer instantly chimed in. Say less. Thanks to Kai's stealth plays and the rebel army, the Demon Lord's assassin squad, the same ones who bullied the Beastmen Alliance, got absolutely wiped off the map by Kai's crew. With his crazy assassin skills, Kai literally treated them like tutorial mobs. Total piece of cake. The result? The loot from Enraz City finally made it safe and sound to the frontline base. The troops got decent grub, and their hype levels were fully restored. Everything was going way too smoothly, which honestly sketched Iga out. He frowned, muttering, "This is still super weird, man. Those annoying masked demons just stopped showing up entirely." Midutsuji absolutely knew the tea, but he had to cap to save his skin. Maybe they rage quit because we clapped 4 of their guys? Iga scrunched his face, thinking hard before nodding. I guess that checks out. Herrick, on the other hand, totally saw right through Midutsuji's garbage-tier lying skills. Plus, he already figured out Kai was making moves behind the scenes. Completely clueless that his cover was blown, Midutsuji kept pushing. Anyway, shouldn't we rush them soon? Everyone's hyped up and ready to go. Harik just shook his head, shutting it down. Why are we speedrunning this? Midutsuji completely choked, stuttering for forever without dropping a single coherent sentence. Right on cue, someone crashed the room. It was Akira. He raised an eyebrow, looking dead serious. My bad for intruding, but can I pitch an idea? Herrick gave him a nod. Floor's yours. Akira laid it out. First off, context looks like Fit City's army is run by Natasha, the Water Heavenly King, basically one of the Demon Lord's top-tier bosses. Herrick nodded along. Yeah, that tracks. The captured demons spilled the same info. Iga chimed in. So a Heavenly King is guarding this spot? They barely did anything in the last fight. But before he could even finish, Akira interrupted him. Natasha is way more into stealth ops than actual frontline brawling. Those masked demons griefing our loot drops? Definitely her big brain strategy. He straight up said he didn't want to give her a single second to cook up another toxic strat. Plus, word on the street was that Leon H. of the Forest was making a comeback. Hearing that name made Herrick and Ega look like they just ate a lemon. Iga muttered darkly. You mean the Demon Kingdom's third prince? The guy literally blood-tied to the Demon Lord? Akira nodded. Bingo. Which is exactly why I want to launch our attack, as soon as possible. If Leon joins the lobby, taking over the forest is going to be absolute hell. That reality check hit Iga and Herrick hard, leaving them dead silent. After a long, awkward pause, Iga finally spoke up. This whole zone is basically Leon H's turf anyway. It'd be kinda weird if he didn't pull up during a massive crisis. Seeing the guys finally getting on board, Midutsuji let out a huge breath. Akira was seriously carrying the team right now. Seeing Midutsuji act all relieved, Akira couldn't help but crack up. Midutsuji was such a train wreck at lying, it was painfully easy to read him. Out of nowhere, Iga got super grim. Look, all the Demon Lord's relatives have absolutely broken stats. I went head-to-head with the First Prince, Fakko, and honestly, felt totally unwinnable. Midutsuji was shook, thinking, wait, even Ega felt like he'd get clapped? Akira nodded slowly. We're gonna have to throw down with them eventually, but I'd rather pick them off one by one, you know? Harik was dying to ask where Akira got his leaks. Was it Kai carrying the intel again? But he swallowed the question and just agreed. Got it. We'll round up the squad and roll out right now. Meanwhile, back at Natasha's crib, she was literally having a meltdown. Clutching her head, she shrieked, Are you kidding me? 10 members of my elite shadow unit got completely wiped? Her minion just nodded nervously. Yeah, so when Bro couldn't reach anyone, he pulled up to the base looking mad confused, only to find everybody totally wrecked. Natasha was absolutely fuming, grinding her teeth like, who on earth has the guts to wipe out my top-tier squad? Right then, the door got busted open with a massive yell. Natasha jumped, spooking Aqualia, who was like, Bro, what is going on? That demon dude instantly spilled the tea. The haters are attacking again. Natasha frowned, totally stressing out. No duh. If their backup arrives, of course they'd push. Leonhardt won't even be here for at least 3 days. She literally facepalmed and started bawling. If I tell him I lost the Shadow Squad, I'm getting so canceled. It's totally over. Her 2 sidekicks were super awkward, and one awkwardly goes, what's the game plan now? The other guy muttered, What do you mean? Comfort her, dummy. But before they could even move, Natasha went full psycho, her face totally twisting up. She hissed, absolutely unforgivable. How dare these humans and beasties crash my romance with Leonhardt? I'm gonna wreck all of them. The 2 minions freaked out even harder, scrambling to say, Whoa, bestie, chill out. Too bad she was already completely unhinged and tuning them out. Next second, she just snapped, summoning this massive flood that started washing everything away like a flush. The giant wave swallowed the whole castle and quickly spilled outside. After throwing her epic tantrum, Natasha finally snapped back to reality, but with 0 memory. She blinked, confused. Where am I? Why is everything flooded? What just happened? It was like that psycho mode never even existed. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the Beast-Human Alliance army was rolling up, looking fresh and totally ready to brawl. The Demon Boss squad went full turtle mode, camping out defensively in Fit City. Total passive playstyle, way different from their open field brawl earlier. Guessing they were just stalling, the Alliance crew just yeeted themselves into an all-out assault. Arashi Satsuki, being his usual extra self, sprinted straight to the front lines to start beef. His explosive punches were literally sending dirt and fire everywhere. Arashi Satsuki yelled like a madman, "Catch me if you can, you scrubs." Narumi and Rina also jumped right into the mosh pit. Their stats were cracked, so one-on-ones were a breeze. Midutsuji was doing the same, wildly swinging his sword and dropping those freaks left and right like it was nothing. But Midutsuji was kind of suspicious because none of the high-level bad guys were showing up. If that was actually true, they could literally just push forward and speedrun Natasha. But then, all the color drained from his face when this ginormous wave appeared out of nowhere, heading right for them. The squad behind him freaked out, screaming, "A tsunami? Bro, we are literally inland!" The Freak Squad realized it was Natasha's magic, but they were super confused why she was drowning her own team. Just like that, her crazy tsunami started swallowing everyone whole. Midutsuji's crew was no exception. This spell was way too massive, wiping out friends and haters alike. Midutsuji bit his lip hard, looking dead serious. Meanwhile, chilling on the distant wall, Kai's gang was just spectating the whole mess. Kai squinted at the giant wave and said coldly, "All right, let's see what you scrubs can do." Sina side-eyed him, asking awkwardly, "So, I'm not helping, right?" Kai nodded slightly. "Yep, they gotta carry themselves this time." Natasha's Big Four water magic is seriously OP. The tsunami washed away absolutely everyone outside the castle, and even the surviving guards inside got their formations totally scrambled. Once they stood back up from the flood, it was just a giant, messy brawl. From afar, Kai couldn't help but go, "Dude, the area of effect on that magic is insane." Isabel just shrugged. Yeah, her wide-range crowd control is actually terrifying. Even though she wasn't huge on fighting, her massive flood still splashed all over their walls. Sina frowned, asking, "But why on earth did she nuke her own teammates too?" Isabel casually replied, "Probably just threw a fit and caused chaos for no reason. Or maybe she figured a messy close combat fight works better since humans suck at teamwork anyway." Kai muttered, "You can't just fix a massive power gap with basic strats. Plus, there's literally no high-tier freak here that can actually stop the hero squad like this." Isabel kept it chill. Her top lackeys were Bright and Elsa, and you guys already flatlined all three. Oh, and they also completely deleted that shadow unit Leonhardt trusted her with. So right now, they're probably totally out of juice. Hearing that, Kai frowned and said seriously, "Well, then it's just a matter of time. The big bosses are annoying and all, but my crew is actually leveling up." Isabel side-eyed him, asking in a low voice, "Spill the details on your little pawns then." Kai lowered his voice. You could probably guess just by looking, but whatever. He pointed over at Arashi Satsuki first. That loudmouth, throwing a massive tantrum up north, is Arashi Satsuki. His attack stats are absolutely cracked among the hero candidates. Plus, he's super gutsy. Then Kai pointed at Rina. The chick flexing those evil eye flames is Nagase Rina. She's totally combat-obsessed, like her DPS literally scales with her mood. Maya pouted and totally interrupted. "She's also the one who hates your guts, Kai." Ignoring her, Kai moved on. The girl bossing the trainees around from the back is Hashimoto Meyer. She uses telekinesis for literally everything, but she's totally inflexible. Next up is Narumi, fighting mid-air with wind powers. Bro has crazy map awareness and carries as a support. Super versatile, but kind of lacks raw damage. The guy buffing everyone from the back is Akira. He's big brain and super chill, gets my vibe, and is super easy to manipulate. The one playing medic way in the back is Sai, and that giant dude tanking for the backline is Ozaki Ko. His defense is insane. He can literally turn parts of his body into solid steel. Scanning the crowd, Kai pointed over to Jin next. The girl absolutely dominating those freaks over west is Kanzaki Jin. Her mind control is literally an instant win against low-tier mobs. Then he glanced way off in the distance at the last guy. None other than Midutsuji. Kai spoke slowly. As you can tell, bro is the absolute carry of these candidates. Kai legit thought Midutsuji could hit that boss tier level. Bro has mad natural talent with a sword and actually grinds his training. Kai always rated Midutsuji super high, despite him being slightly problematic. Those are the main players I wanted to mention. Isabel frowned and shot back. "Wait, what's the total head count?" Kai lazily explained. 26. We had 40 trainees total, but 14 of them totally flopped at combat and dipped. Isabel totally got it. She nodded. "Yeah. Even if God drops crazy OP powers on you, it's totally useless if you don't have the right mindset for a brawl." Then she frowned, thinking it over for a hot sec before saying, "Not bad. With your squad helping out, our win rate is seriously spiking." Right then, Isabel spotted the distant castle. She muttered, "Looks like Natasha is about to pull another stunt." Kai noticed too, nodding. "Yep, at this rate, our front line is going to get heavily nerfed, and we'll take an L." We gotta clap back before that happens. Almost instantly, another massive wave popped up, making the whole chaotic brawl pause for a sec. Soon enough, a silhouette pulled up outside the castle. Yep, it was Natasha. The Alliance crew was shook, while the freaks were absolutely hyping her up. Midutsuji could totally sense her top-tier energy too. He whipped his head around. Seeing Natasha, Midutsuji pointed his sword right at her and screamed, "Water boss!" Natasha glared back, scoffing. "Hero candidate sword guy? Looks like you're the absolute carry of this squad." Right after she said that, she popped her magic, spawning a whole swarm of water snakes that totally dashed straight for Midutsuji. Midutsuji wasn't messing around. Bro locked in and spawned a shield. The water snake was absolutely bashing the heck out of it, and Midutsuji looked totally stressed. But wait, Natasha wasn't even done cooking. These hardcore water blades came flying out of nowhere. The shield totally gave out, sending Bro flying backward. Midutsuji panicked because the ground was literally crumbling beneath his feet, giving him zero traction. Brain blast! Midutsuji literally morphed his sword into a grappling hook. He snagged a castle pillar, yanked himself into the sky, and finally got some breathing room away from crazy Natasha. Natasha saw his landing spot and got super salty, grumbling, "Hey, that is my garden." Next thing you know, she drops a literal tidal wave on him. The water snaked around his ankles and Flash froze, gluing him down. Natasha was feeling herself way too much, cackling like a maniac and screaming, "Drop dead!" Then she spammed her water barrage. A whole tsunami of crazy waves came charging straight at poor Midutsuji. Bro threw up his shield in a total panic, but the sheer force of the water was absolutely wrecking him. Before long, his legs got completely chewed up, and he was bleeding everywhere. Midutsuji wasn't having it, so he just hacked the ice off his feet with his blade. He scrambled backward, desperately gasping for air like he just ran a marathon. Natasha gave him the ultimate dirty look, smirking like, "Surviving that? Not bad, kid. But good luck walking with those busted legs." Way off in the back, Meyer was low-key stressing out, totally helpless. Natasha went back to crazy mode, laughing. "If I crush you now, I still secure the win!" Without missing a beat, she chucked more creepy water snakes at him. Chilling in the nosebleeds, Isabel started talking trash. "Yo, looks like your star player is totally getting wrecked." Kai just shrugged indifferently. "Chill, the dude has a master plan," he muttered. Back in the ring, Midutsuji was just sitting there, but his eyes were locked in like a boss. Bam! Next frame, Bro teleported right behind Natasha. She was so shook she literally froze up. And boom! Midutsuji hoisted his sword up like an anime protagonist, screaming, "Holy light that claps demons, juice up my blade and let us glow up." In a split second, his sword was straight up crackling with lightning. Midutsuji swung down with zero hesitation. Okay, lore drop, the water boss Aqualia was actually Natasha Aqualia. She was the big sister of this super snobby water magic family. The four Heavenly Kings were basically the top-tier squad leaders of the Demon Lord, and those fancy titles were just handed down like old family heirlooms. Right now, the Stone, Gaia, and Windbox gangs were absolute dumpster fires trying to pick new bosses after the old ones got smoked. Why? Because literally nobody had the stats to step up as a king. Sometimes they just had to pick a random scrub, even if they were complete trash. Enter Natasha. She got dragged into the spotlight just because the old boss kicked the bucket from some random sickness. Basically, Natasha grabbed the king title, but had absolutely zero skills to back it up. Being the head honcho of the Aqualia clan, getting treated like a total noob drove her insane. So she totally specced into stealth and stalking people, looking for any shady advantage since she hit like a wet noodle. Her whole engagement to that Leonhardt guy was just a massive clout-chasing move. Way back, Natasha threw a total pity party with Leonhardt, whining, "Why are you so sweet to me? I am literally useless. Just a fake boss with a fancy name tag." The prince went full smooth criminal, touching her cheek with this super cheesy smile. "Duh, is it not obvious?" he whispered. "It is because I love you, Aqualia." Natasha practically sobbed from that cringe line, but fast forward to now, she did zero favors for her boy and just got deleted by Midutsuji. Seeing her drop, the demon crew lost their minds. No shot, Aqualia just got packed up. The Holy Nation squad though? Totally vibing. Meyer was hype, screaming, "Let us go!" Midutsuji caught the dub. Iga just gave a smug nod. Meanwhile, Arashi Satsuki was acting super salty, muttering, "I could have absolutely styled on that weakling." Akira cracked up hearing that flex and roasted him. "Big talk. But you totally behaved yourself and stayed out of his 1 versus 1. Arashi Satsuki scoffed, looking super annoyed. "Bro, I had literally zero choice. That Kai dude forced my hand." Flashback time to the creepy demon forest. Right as they were wrapping up their chat, Kai dropped some heavy rules before dipping. The whole squad looked awkward as heck, but they eventually just nodded along. Just as Arashi Satsuki was making his way back, some random voice shouted at him from the shadows. "Yo, Arashi Satsuki." Arashi Satsuki spun around, super ticked off. "What now, man?" It was Kai, acting all secretive. "Look, for the next boss fight," he whispered, "I need you to let Midutsuji solo it." Arashi Satsuki frowned, completely lost. Wait, so you are benching me? Kai ignored him, staring dramatically off into space, making Arashi Satsuki look too. I want Midutsuji to actually level up here, Kai mumbled. He desperately needs an ego boost. Arashi Satsuki was blinking like his brain just short-circuited. Kai sighed, spelling it out. Midutsuji is a total overthinker. Bro second guesses everything he does. You get the vibe, right? Arashi Satsuki thought for a sec before groaning. Yeah, super annoying, but I get it. Kai kept his voice low. It is probably because we keep carrying him through all these fights. If he actually manages to solo one of these elite bosses, his confidence will skyrocket. Arashi Satsuki raised an eyebrow, not buying it. And if he completely throws the match, will not that just absolutely wreck his mental state? Kai actually smirked and teased him. Aw, are you low-key worried about our boy? Arashi Satsuki got defensive, snapping, Shut up. I am literally just pointing out how trash your coaching strategy is. Kai dropped the joke and got dead serious. If he flops, he dies. Getting wiped out here just proves his actual worth. Arashi Satsuki was speechless. Finally, he muttered, Okay, Savage, but I still have zero reason to listen to you. Kai totally blew off his attitude, walking away but dropping one last cryptic bomb. You know darn well you are carrying the squad's lives, and buffing Midutsuji is our only ticket to beating the big boss, right? Arashi Satsuki just glared at Kai, walking away, clicking his tongue. Bro, this guy literally always gets his way, he grumbled. Snapping back to real life, Midutsuji was still shook that he actually secured the bag. That whole brawl was sketchy as heck, but he legit just clapped a Heavenly King solo. He absolutely got a massive stat boost. And honestly, Midutsuji knew deep down it was all thanks to Kai's pro tips. Throwback again to that super creepy night in the forest, Kai actually pulled Midutsuji aside too. Yo, Midutsuji, can I borrow you for a sec? Midutsuji totally sprinted over, looking confused. What is the tea, bro? I literally just saw you plotting with Arashi Satsuki. Midutsuji started, but Kai stone-cold interrupted him. Listen, I have one piece of free advice for you. Stop hesitating like a noob and just trust your gut for once. That hit Midutsuji like a truck. He froze for a minute before sighing hard. Dude, I know I am allergic to making choices, but how am I supposed to magically get confident? Kai kept his total poker face. Knowing your weird vibe, only results bring confidence. Go solo one of the big bosses. Midutsuji literally short-circuited right then and there. But fast forward to right now, the madman actually pulled it off. Get this. Midutsuji actually threw the fight on purpose, messing up his legs to bait Natasha. The old him would never try that strat, but he went full send just because Kai told him to back his own plays. It was totally unhinged, but hey, it actually worked. His big brain play was flawless. Hyped up, he glanced over at the squad, hoisted his sword to the sky, and screamed, The boss Aqualia is officially packed up! Demon Army, just rage quit now! If you guys do not try anything stupid, we will not literally delete you. The demon mob was totally shook. After awkwardly staring for a solid minute, they dropped their gear and gave up. And just like that, game over. Huge dub for the Holy Nation. Chilling on the ramparts nearby, Kai's squad watched the whole stream. Kai gave a smug little nod. Midutsuji always ignores his own gut checks, Kai muttered. Mir looked at him, totally lost. Yo, what exactly does that mean? Kai sighed, taking his sweet time explaining. He gets hyper-focused on basic stuff instead of vibing with his instincts. Basically, he loves playing it way too safe, relying on completely standard, textbook strats. Sure, those basic moves have zero risk, but they make you ridiculously easy to read. That totally left Midutsuji eating dust in high-stakes mind games. His brawl with that holy chick Leonora was straight up just relying on gut feelings. Kai just took a wild guess based on Midutsuji's stats back then, but bam, nailed it. Then Isabel just had to butt in. Dude is rolling the dice way too hard. If she dodged that hit, it'd be game over for sure. Kai just shrugged it off like whatever. That kind of balance is a solid flex for later, but he crushed it today anyway. Everyone was totally hyping up Midutsuji for wrecking Natasha. Meanwhile, in some random creepy woods, the demon squad was dragging their feet. Leonhardt was chilling in his carriage, super pissed at the racket outside. He muttered like a grumpy boomer. Wait, Aqualia kicked the bucket? His lackey outside yelled back. Yep, big yikes and sorry for your loss, boss. Scoffing hard, Leonhardt snapped. Got it. Can't believe she was that much of a scrub. And I even handed her the super edgy dark unit of the Demon Lord's army too. The lackey was totally shook, but Leonhardt didn't even bother explaining. He just iced him with, whatever, who cares about dead peeps? More importantly, Isabel is acting super sus, so we gotta make a move. The Beastman crew totally curb-stomped Aqualia's shiny kingdom and hijacked Fit City. They actually managed to lock down a loot route straight from Naraz City, right through the spooky demon woods, all the way to Fit. Finally snagged a slice of the big city. The Demon Kingdom peeps were starting to freak out big time. Meanwhile, over in Forest City, the Beastman squad was busy slapping band-aids on their boo-boos. Sayori was sweating over her healing duties when someone hollered at her. She whipped around to see Midutsuji strutting over, grinning like a goofball. "You're killing it out here. How's the vibe?" Sayori took a sec before answering. The dudes with scratches got booted out and they're stoked. The heavily busted ones are still chilling here, bouncing back though. Right then, she jerked her head up like she was about to drop some gossip. Also, but before she could spill the tea, Amelia popped out grinning. "I'm totally Gucci now." Seeing her, Midutsuji straight up squealed. "Amelia, holy crap, thank goodness." Amelia looked all soft and went, "My bad for stressing you out, dude." Midutsuji then gave Sayori head pats, laughing, all thanks to our girl Sayori spamming healing hacks nonstop. Getting hyped up, Sayori frantically waved her hands. "Nah, it's literally my only party trick." Amelia just ignored the fluff and got all hardcore. "I'm hopping back on the grind tomorrow. Gotta scheme up some crazy plays with Haruka and Iga. Midutsuji, you better drag yourself to that nerd session too." Midutsuji gave a little nod. Yeah, no brainer. But the second he shut his trap, a totally random voice echoed inside his skull. "Midutsuji, you catching my drift?" It was just Jin doing her weird brain radio thing. "Araji is paging us. Wants the whole gang back at the dorms." Midutsuji nodded to the air. "Gotcha, I'm rolling out." He let out a mega sigh, totally low-key freaked out by having a voice jump scare his brain. Catching Midutsuji's weird face, Amelia blinked. "Bro, you good?" Midutsuji obviously wasn't gonna spill the beans, so he just scratched his head like an awkward dork. "Oh, nothing. My brain just went offline for a sec." Amelia figured he was just burnt out, slapped his shoulder and said, "Makes sense. You've been going try-hard mode non-stop. Just chill for the day." Midutsuji practically broke his neck nodding. "Yep, totally gonna hibernate in my dorm." Fast forward to the dorms, the whole squad was jammed in there, including Kai's trio, obviously. Jin shot Kai a quick side-eye before announcing, "Just like Araji ordered, I rounded up all the combat geeks." Kai gave a lazy nod. Sick. He dumped his fancy tea on the table, then shot Midutsuji a look and started talking. "Oh, real quick, Midutsuji, did you actually leak our super secret team-up with the rebel army to the whole chat?" Midutsuji owned it like a boss. Yep, spilled the beans to everyone. Smirking like a villain, Kai scanned the room, dropping the hammer. "I'll keep this short and spicy. Anyone who snitches outside this room gets clapped. Don't even think I'll go easy on you just because we sit in the same math class." Just to be extra dramatic, he whipped out a whole freaking gun as a threat. Seeing the heat, the room's vibe went straight to panic mode. Satoshi and Heike looked like they'd seen a ghost since it was their first time seeing Kai strapped. Dude was terrifying. Plus, where the heck did he even get a Glock? Like, do guns even spawn in this fantasy game? Atsushi and Kenta desperately gave Araji the save us eyes, but Araji just hit them with the ultimate resting glitch face. Then there were the simps, who totally ignored the murder weapon to stare at Sina and Mayer in the back, thinking they looked super adorbs. Seeing everyone sweating bullets, Narumi jumped in to kill the tension. "Yo, chillax. Who'd be dumb enough to leak the top secret stuff anyway? So why did you drag all of us out here for?" Kai took a fat breath and went full Batman voice. "For our next victim, using the Rebel Army's Galaxy Brain strat, I'm zeroing in on that snobby third prince Leonhardt. He was supposed to roll in with backup, but since Fit City got wrecked, he's currently hiding like a coward in some tiny town called Vini." Kai bet his lunch money that Leonhardt was busy crying over his next moves, so he wanted to grab a sweaty try-hard squad and gank him out of nowhere before the guy could even blink. Midutsuji scrunched his face at that, mumbling, we got that massive nerd meeting with Amelia and the gang tomorrow. We're kinda supposed to tell the whole army what to do." But Kai just shook his head like, "Nope, nah, we don't need the Alliance tagging along for this op. Let's just let them enjoy their little staycation." Akira jumped right in. "I'll cover that excuse then." Letting Midutsuji try to lie is basically a guaranteed game over. The whole squad aggressively nodded in sync. "Facts." Then Akira side-eyed Kai. "Just double-checking though. Why exactly are we out for Leonhardt's blood?" Kai spelled it out slow. "That Aqualia King loser is part of the Third Prince's fan club, pulling strings for the Demon Lord's edgy dark unit. Since we basically snagged most of Fit City, his street cred is gonna tank hard." Kai and the two Cena girls basically agreed to curb stomp Leonhardt before he could respawn his trash mob army. Meanwhile, Isabel was sweating over the dude's massive spy network, so she wanted to cancel him as soon as possible. Akira nodded like a fake intellectual. "Ah, so our villain agendas line up perfectly?" Araji, who had been playing mute this whole time, randomly chimed in, "What's the rebel squad actually gonna do for us, though? Feels like they're just using us as free cheat codes." Kai frowned a bit, getting serious. "The rebels are gonna leak fake news from the inside to bait Leonhardt. Our job is to delete him the second he walks into the trap." Araji looked super unimpressed. "Bro, you're playing it way too safe. You scared or something? Let's just go in and clap the guy." Kai hit him with a death glare, his voice dropping to 0 degrees. "Anyone repping the Demon Lord's DNA is built completely different from those trash kings. Honestly, with our current overpowered stats, we could probably win, but I'm not risking a squad wipe." He told them he'd drop the full patch notes later. Then he started pointing at peeps like picking a dodgeball team. The absolute legends Kai was drafting to wreck Leonhardt included Midutsuji. Number 2 was obviously Araji, plus the wind god fanboy Narumi, and that raging fire chick Rina. Oh, and KO, since the guy actually hits pretty hard. Not to mention, they totally needed Shiori to carry them with heals. Last up, Akira. Dude can smooth talk his way out of anything and punches okay. After finalizing his dream team, Kai locked eyes with Mirei. That makes 7. Hashimoto, you're bench warming to throw everyone else off. Mirei instantly caught an attitude, hit him with a super dramatic pout. Ugh, guess I'm stuck doing the boring stuff. Meanwhile, watching Kai literally skip over her, Jin was internally screaming with FOMO. But Akira and Narumi were already nodding, knowing this was peak damage output. It was literally their best setup. The other normie students would just get insta-killed. A hot minute later, the boring meeting finally wrapped up. Kai's trio bounced from the dorm, but barely 5 steps down the hall, someone yelled out to them. They slammed the brakes and whipped around. It was Jin, creeping up. Kai scrunched his face. What's your deal, Kanzaki? Jin stalled forever before squeaking out. Why didn't you draft me? Kai went absolutely zero chill and roasted her. Real talk, you're massive dead weight. No shot I'm trusting your tragic stats in a real fight right now. That savage roast made Jin's soul literally leave her body, turning her green. Mayor freaked out just as bad, stepping in like, hold up Kai, didn't you just flame her way too hard? Sina tried to run defense for Jin. Yo, she actually threw down pretty well in the last raid, right? Kai just glared at the 3 girls for a solid minute. Finally, he let out a mega sigh. Let me rewind for you guys. Kanzaki's little control trick is totally broken, but only against complete noobs. He's solid for squad brawls, honestly, but against high-tier bosses, their crazy magic stats will absolutely wreck him. With those basic holding skills, Jin would be totally useless against Leonhardt. Hearing that, she totally lost it, screaming, no freaking way! Are my powers seriously just for bullying low-level scrubs? Kai nodded. You already knew that, right? But Jin wasn't having it. I want to help you, dude. Kai sighed like an exhausted dad. Look, just being the bridge between me and the class is already a huge help. Got it? Flashing back to their last crazy run, she awkwardly mumbled, I just want you to trust me like you did before, man. Kai just went totally silent. Mayor chimed in. Hey, if you stop being deadweight, tagging along isn't the worst idea. X nodded too. Bro, just train her the exact same brutal way you trained me. With those 3 yapping nonstop, Kai totally lost his chill and snapped. Listen up, Kanzaki. If you actually want to be useful, here's a pro tip. Maybe actually try talking to the rest of the class. Jin's brain basically blue-screened. Looking mad, confused, she blinked. The heck does that even mean? Kai broke it down for her. With your guardian's crazy telepathic Wi-Fi, you could totally play tactical commander. Pull that off, and I wouldn't mind dragging you along. Jin stared at him, totally shook. Me? Run tactics? Wait, are you saying I should be the freaking class leader or something? Kai just shrugged. On a normal Tuesday? Nah. But during an actual smackdown? Yeah. Your brain Bluetooth is literally the only thing that can boss everyone around without any lag. Look, Midutsuji can't make a choice to save his life, and Mirei is ridiculously uptight. Arashi is just a total meathead. If you actually keep your chill and run the squad, it'd save me a massive headache. Realizing she was actually wanted, Jin lit up like a Christmas tree. Got it. I totally won't let you down, bro. Kai watched her, super weirded out. Like, why was she so pumped to be his literal pawn? Whatever, it worked in his favor, so he didn't care. Meanwhile, over in City V, some random demon goon was kneeling in a spooky castle, shaking in his boots. Boss? Can I say something? Leonhardt, casually glaring at his magic orb, grunted, spit it out. The minion gulped hard. It's been 3 whole days. Why are we still chilling here? Forelit totally fell. Shouldn't we be speedrunning our escape right now? City V is absolute trash for a turf war. Leonhardt just nodded. Duh, I know. The henchman was totally lost now. Then why the heck are we staying? The dude got that his boss hated letting humans jack his turf. But let's be real, they weren't exactly in a spot to be flexing right now. They desperately needed to team up with the other demon royals. But Leonhardt just dropped a cold truth bomb. Those shadow grunts from the big boss's army, they had a super specific magic tag on them. I can literally scan their leftover energy to see exactly how they got clapped. The goon blinked, clueless. Wait, meaning what? Leonhardt chuckled darkly, taking his sweet time before smirking. I'm farming data, idiot. If I ditch this place and get too far from those dead bodies, my tracking spell goes offline. Isabel is straight up backstabbing us. The minion's jaw literally hit the floor, completely unable to process that absolute insane plot twist. Ignoring the guy's mental breakdown, Leonhardt just laughed, confirming the tea was all I needed. Let those losers have Forelit. Right then, his magic orb flashed, showing high-def footage of Isabel secretly chatting someone up. Cut to Kai's squad hanging out with Isabel, who just casually drops a glowing light blue vial on the table. Kai stared at it. Wait, this little thing is our win condition against Leonhardt? Some random antidote? Isabel nodded, deadpan. Better hope it works. Leonhardt spams this ridiculously rare toxic magic. Even if he just gives you a paper cut, that venom will speed run through your veins and delete you instantly. Kai was heavily doubting this strat. Like, even with the meds, could they actually survive the toxicity? So, playing it safe, he popped his scanner skill to run a quick vibe check on the shiny vial. Turns out it only nerfs or wipes out magic-based venom, making it a pure 50-50 coin toss. While he was sweating that, Isabel kept lecturing. Once you chug this, you've got exactly 10 minutes of immunity. Basically, we gotta speedrun Leonhardt's boss fight before the timer runs out. Kai gave a thumbs up, totally getting the memo. Still stressed, Isabel nagged. Seriously, do not screw around. We're insanely low on these potions. They only hand these out if the squad gets massively poisoned. Spilling the actual master plan, she revealed she had some rebel insiders secretly creeping around Leonhardt's camp. Her spies were gonna drop fake news on the demon group chats, totally baiting Leonhardt into a glitchy teleportation trap. Then, they'd camp the spawn point and let Kai's crew gank him into absolute oblivion. After laying out the whole big brain scheme, she asked if he had any beef with it. Kai just nodded. Nah, we're good. I'm currently picking out my heavy hitters. We'll roll up to the drop zone on time. A literal royal demon like Isabel versus a toxic spammer like Leonhardt? Dude had zero clue how insane this boss's power scaling would be. Everyone instantly went into crazy grind mode. Even Midutsuji was sweating it out, sparring with Edgar. Edgar's combat mechanics were absolutely cracked, plus his speed was insane, perfect for Midutsuji to steal some moves. It didn't take long for Edgar to totally download Midutsuji's attack patterns, stopping his blade right between the kid's eyes. Panicking, Midutsuji instantly spammed his teleport to jump behind Edgar, but the older dude already saw it coming. Smirking, Edgar flexed. Bro, I've literally seen you spam that trick. He then ruthlessly swept Midutsuji's legs entirely out. Midutsuji totally flinched and stumbled backward, but he wasn't about to take the L just yet. He instantly morphed his sword into a lasso and whipped it right around Edgar's ankle. Just like that, Edgar got yanked sky high, and the two started pulling off ridiculous mid-air flips, brawling like crazy. Eventually, they broke off, and the rope on Edgar's leg snapped entirely back to its owner. Edgar grinned like a cocky boss. Super annoying trick, man, but turning it into a whip totally nerfs your damage output. But Midutsuji wasn't even done cooking. His eyes practically glowed with a crazy new idea. Suddenly, a massive energy laser blasted straight out of his blade, shooting right at Edgar. The older guy actually freaked out for a microsecond before panic blocking with his sword. Meanwhile, Herrick was creeping in the background, watching the whole fight and looking absolutely mind-blown. Midutsuji's whole playstyle totally changed. He wasn't second-guessing himself anymore. Clapping that elite boss earlier had seriously maxed out his absolute confidence stats. While he was deep in thought, someone yelling his name totally jump-scared him. He whipped around to see Jin standing there. Squinting at her, Herrick asked, Kanzaki? The heck do you want? Jin stood there awkwardly for a sec before just going all in. Please teach me how to be a tactical commander. Herrick's brain basically buffered with a million question marks. Bro, where did that even come from? He gave her massive side-eye. Why the sudden obsession with running squad tactics? Looking super serious, Jin fired back. I'm sick of being weak, okay? I want to use this advice to absolutely min-max my Guardian's abilities. Herrick frowned, his brain going into overdrive. Jin's weird spirit felt less like mind control and more like a crazy Wi-Fi hotspot. It basically let the hero recruits slide into each other's minds without saying a single word. If Jin actually took the wheel, the squad's teamwork would stop being utter trash. Having the army's ultimate secret weapons moving with zero lag like a sweaty esports team, that would literally be god tier. But Herrick wasn't just gonna say yes immediately. He hit her with a suspicious squint. Wait, who exactly gave you this pro tip? Jin flinched, staring hard at the floor. Totally, Midutsuji. She lied terribly. With his built-in BS detector, Herrick instantly knew she was capping. If it was Midutsuji's idea, that nerd would have asked to take the class together. This totally had Kai's sneaky fingerprints all over it. Honestly, all the sketchy stuff the hero squad had been pulling lately was probably that dude's fault too. Watching Herrick just stare in silence, Jin started sweating bullets. But honestly, Herrick kinda got why Kai was moving in the shadows. Dropping his name probably wouldn't have ruined everything, but she was under strict orders to zip it about their little rebel alliance. Just as Jin felt like throwing up from pure anxiety, Herrick busted out a smile and agreed. Sure thing. I'm down. We actually want you to get totally buffed too. Jin's massive panic attack instantly vanished, replaced by pure hype. Dude, thank you so freaking much, she practically yelled. Real talk, Herrick had a hidden agenda. He played the nice guy card to make Jin trust him. Controlling the class president, huge win. But Kai being the shady puppet master behind the hero squad, that totally freaked him out. Why did Kai ghost everyone after that Beast Alliance trip? Trust issues, obviously. Herrick knew exactly what was up. Elia would never let Kai off the hook. Calling him the Holy Maiden's killer was spot on. To get on Kai's good side, Harik figured he'd literally need to hijack the entire Alliance army. Catching Harik's face glitching out like a weird screensaver, Jin got spooked. "Yo, Harik, you good?" she asked. Dude snapped out of it, putting his chill mask back on. "Nah, my bad," he chuckled. "I've got zero plans today. Let's just cram some tactical command stuff." Jin totally agreed and tagged along. Cut to late night at some sketchy suburban shack. Kai was still up hacking away at something. Kai dropped his voice. "I've been nerding out trying to figure out which toxins we can actually cure through deep analysis. But the poisons in this world are a whole different beast from ours. Being immune to over 10 toxic things back home? Utterly useless here, bro." Sia looked super hesitant. "My holy magic can heal basic sickness, but crazy lethal venom takes way too long. Folks might bite the dust before I fix them. Sorry, I suck at this." Kai shook his head, playing the supportive dad. "Chill. You're our main healer. That is a massive flex. You help a ton." Meanwhile, Mayor, who was cooking, suddenly looked up. Speaking of, Cena's still missing in action. Hope things didn't go sideways. Hearing that, Kai got totally anxious, muttering, "Yeah, she's super late. I'm getting major bad vibes about this." Miles away in the woods, Leonhardt just magically spawned, even though he was supposed to be in another city. Dude smirked. "Why so shook, Isabel?" She and Smith were just trying to bounce, so getting ambushed totally threw them off. Pure panic flashed in Isabel's eyes. Frowning hard, she muttered, "The heck are you doing here?" There was zero chance she'd just casually bump into him in this middle-of-nowhere dump. Did this jerk uncover the Revolutionary Army's intel? Seeing her all defensive made Leonhardt laugh out loud. Honestly, the weirdest thing just went down. One of my top goons suddenly started capping to me. Isabel's brain clicked instantly. Did she just walk straight into a trap? Ignoring her freakout, Leonhardt summoned a nasty toxic cloud in his hand. "I got curious, so I made him down some poison," he said coldly. "The kind that hurts like hell but won't flat out kill you." Crazy part? The dude completely snitched on you, Isabel. Her cover was officially blown. If she ran away now, the rebellion's secrets would go viral across the Demon Kingdom. She had to end this guy right here. No cap, Isabel just whipped out her magic staff. Without a single word, she swung that thing, instantly tearing a literal hole in space right in front of his face. But he just snickered. "Your freaky spatial hacks are terrifying since nobody can block them. That's exactly why I spent forever plotting against you." The moment he stopped yapping, dark fumes completely swallowed her space tier. Isabel's eyes went wide. It vanished. That toxic junk of his? It literally corrupts space itself. Poisoned space completely collapses. She realized this was some god-tier magic. The dude was tracking his venom to mess with her portals, so using her usual hacks was a big nope. Leonhardt gave this nasty grin. "Isabel, you're overpowered. Your space tricks are a total nightmare. That's why I've been watching my back around you since we were kids." He secretly hoped he was just being paranoid. But hey, his years of counterplanning paid off. Seeing him acting all smug pissed Isabel off big time. "So what if my space hacks are blocked?" "I can still throw down," she yelled. Right after shouting, he spammed a massive combo of attack spells, but his poison just swatted them away like annoying flies. Keeping that cocky boss energy, he sneered. "Sad thing is, my toxic vibes always come true." The second he finished, gross gas clouds spawned everywhere. He threw his hand up, steering the toxic fumes like a total psycho. The junk spread instantly, trapping Isabel and Smith in a foul haze. They quickly covered their faces, holding their breath so they wouldn't inhale that garbage. Breathing it meant game over. Frowning mad hard, Isabel realized things were super sketchy. They had to dip right now. Meanwhile, Leonhardt kept flexing his poison control, shaping it into a massive death orb. Then he just chucked it at them. In a flash, toxic spikes exploded out of the sphere. Not taking any chances, Isabel frantically spammed a stone wall to block the hit. The venomous needle slammed right into the rock. Seconds later, the barrier started cracking. The constant crunching sounds stressed them out big time. Totally predictably, the dark sludge ate through the whole thing, shattering it into pathetic little pebbles. Smith frantically pinched his nose, stressing out, but right then, Isabel grabbed his arm and triggered a teleport, dragging them both straight into the void. The toxic spikes totally smashed through right after, but their targets had already dipped, leaving just a gross cloud behind. Leonhardt clicked his tongue, impressed. "Damn, you can still teleport out of a corrupted dimension? My bad. Sleeping on you was a mistake." Even so, he knew for a fact she couldn't warp very far. To keep the rebellion's secrets safe, she'd absolutely come back to end him. So this dude just had to chill and wait. Except, right nearby, Cena had literally watched their whole crazy fight go down. She looked pretty shook. A hot minute later, a dimensional rift popped open near some cliffside house, and Isabel practically tumbled out. Still choking on the air, her face was completely drenched in sweat. Smith popped out right after, totally panicking. "You alive, Isabel?" She just gave a weak nod. "Yeah, Forcing a warp out of a toxic zone totally drained her mana pool. Smith rushed to catch her, sounding super stressed. Looks like those jerks finally figured out the rebellion exists. Before he could even finish, Isabel coldly cut him off. We've been moving way too loud lately. It is what it is. But Leonhardt doesn't trust anyone. Odds of him leaking this to other squads? Near zero. Killer vibes flared up in her eyes as she muttered, "We need to delete him and his goons as soon as possible." Cut back to the crew's hideout. Kai was still glued to the window waiting for Sina. Suddenly, it popped open and she vaulted right in. "What went down out there?" he asked frantically. Keeping her voice low, Sina reported, "I stalked Isabel just like you said. The third prince jumped her, but she managed to warp away. After that, I'm completely clueless." Hearing the tea while cooking, Mayer gasped out loud, "Wait, so they totally know about the rebellion now?" Kai, honestly, didn't even flinch. Looking totally unfazed, he said, "Even with our big brain hiding skills, we couldn't rule that out. That's exactly why I had you tail them." "Sina, did you catch Leonhardt's scent?" She nodded quietly. "Yep, dude smells absolutely vile. I caught his stench from a mile away." Kai instantly clicked that she meant the poison. Without hesitating, he telepathically buzzed Jin. "Yo, Kanzaki, you read me?" Over at the Holy Nations camp, Jin was dead asleep when the voice blasted in her brain, making her spring out of bed. What the heck? Geez, that is way too creepy. She really should be used to this by now, but it still jump-scared her sometimes. While she was freaking out, Kai casually ordered her to assemble the Special H Squad in exactly 30 minutes. That just made her brain short-circuit more. Getting left on read, Kai pushed harder. "Code red, dude! Hurry up!" Finally snapping back to reality, Jin shot back suspiciously. "What is going on? This is literally the worst time for favors." But yeah, Jane finally hit up the anti-Leonhardt squad using her Divine Guardian. "Yo, mic check? Anyone there?" Midu nearly jumped out of his skin while chilling at the night view. Everyone else was just minding their own business, so her voice popping into their heads totally freaked them out. Arashi just scowled, looking annoyed as hell and ready to snap. 2 hours later, in some random woods, Isabel rounded up her rebel crew. Smith gave her a side-eye, asking, "Squad's here, but shouldn't we dial up those hero candidates?" Isabel just shook her head. "Nah, skip it. That cat-eared chick definitely snitched the whole situation to Kai already. She spotted Isabel creeping close by during the last brawl, so Kai's bound to get the memo super soon. Plus, they totally know this hideout exists, so grouping up here is a no-brainer." Isabel then turned to Fanko, asking, "So, what's Leonhardt's next flex now that I ghosted him?" Fanko dragged out his words. "That dude's usually paranoid, so pulling a stunt this crazy means you're officially living rent-free in his head as a massive threat. He probably already doxed this base." "Spot on, you backstabbing loser," someone barked, completely cutting the guy off. Cue Leonhardt, sliding out from the dark woods like he owned the place. Isabel's squad instantly looked like they swallowed a lemon. Leonhardt just threw them a cocky smirk. "Been waiting ages for your comeback tour, but you took your sweet time. Stalling for backup or what?" Boom. Toxic gas instantly exploded off him. The rebels threw themselves in front of Isabel like human meat shields, chugging their stash of emergency antidotes in one gulp. Isabel obviously downed hers too. She was low-key so ready for this exact mess. Watching them, Leonhardt absolutely lost his mind laughing. "An antidote? Oh, wow. Y'all actually thought you could roll up and scrap with me." Homeboy literally threw his head back cackling, looking smug as hell. Isabel just frowned and shut up. That juice gave her 10 whole minutes of hardcore poison resistance. Since the wannabe heroes were MIA, it was solo carry time. But the second that thought crossed her mind, her whole crew totally face-planted into the dirt. Isabel's eyes practically bugged out of her skull, completely shook. Leonhardt gave this wicked grin, called it totally useless against you. "Isabel, the Dark Lord's little bodyguard. You and Alice are super busted even among the demon royalties." Isabel's vibe instantly went dead cold. "Dude, we literally chugged the meds. What gives?" she muttered as her squad snored in the toxic fog. Leonhardt, playing the friendly villain, broke it down for her. "That trash juice only clears top-tier fatal magic poisons. Did you seriously think I'd just hand out the cheat codes to ruin my own vibe? Turn out, he just spammed some basic mid-tier paralysis spell. It only numbs you, so nobody's getting packed up in body bags today." He wasn't even trying to off Isabel, making her totally side-eye him. "So you're not icing us? Then what was that whack attack just now?" Before she could even finish ranting, Leonhardt iced her out. "Just wanted to pin you down and pitch the same exact deal. Knowing you, you'd probably dip again, so I'll just spit it out. Want to join my rebel gang and be my minion?" The guy literally held out his hand like some cheesy sales pitch. Isabel was straight up gagged by that. Seeing her jaw drop, Leonhardt cracked up. "Tripping you out, right? My squad's getting nerfed hard lately, and the dark unit got totally wiped. If I'm gonna be the next big bad demon boss, I need shiny new toys." Isabel gave him major side-eye. Shouldn't you be kissing up to the allied forces first, genius? Your turf is literally getting raided." Leonhardt just shrugged it off, rolling his eyes. "You get it though. right? Real talk, humans are a massive headache right now, and those wannabe heroes are kinda cracking. Even so, in his head, those scrubs couldn't even hold a candle to top-tier demon blood. If he actually stopped trolling and fought seriously, his country wouldn't get trashed. Isabel scrunched her face and fired back. You're sleeping on those hero kids way too hard. They pack a punch, and they're just gonna keep leveling up. Leonhardt completely zoned her out. He just smirked like a brat. Wow, sounding like their #1 fan over there. Isabel just kept quiet, doing the math in her head since the meds were a bust. Her win rate was straight up 0%. Even if the squad rocked up right on time, they were still totally screwed. Suddenly, the whole ground started acting like a massive earthquake, making Isabel jump. Even Leonhardt looked super clueless about the whole vibe. Both of them whipped their heads around and saw a whole gang rolling up. Midu was taking point like a boss, dragging the rest of the crew behind him. They totally hauled ass here after Kai dropped his SOS. Everyone was locked and loaded, totally hyped to throw hands. Arashi glared dead at Leonhardt from across the dirt, looking absolutely thirsty for a fight. Catching them staring, Leonhardt's brain finally clicked. He let out this trashy sneer. Oh, the hero rejects? So y'all were plotting to jump me all along. Isabel instantly shrieked at them. Yo, stay back! This whole zone is rigged with stun gas! But Shiori and Akira were already popping off with buff magic and a healing pet. The duo flexed their summons, spamming a sick holy bubble that wrapped around the entire charging hero squad. Akira and Shiori were literally vibing with their own handiwork. Their combo move totally glitched out any basic or mid-tier toxic spells, meaning they only needed those nasty little antidotes for the mega boss poisons. Right on cue, Jane fired up her divine pet and went full raid leader mode. Alright gang, it's open season on Leonhardt. Push forward and stick to Arashi's game plan. Let's go. Midu's entire crew was safely tucked inside the magic bubble, totally immune to the nasty fumes. Throw in a poison-proof Isabel, and this was the ragtag squad left to jump Leonhardt. With her homies completely frozen by the venom, Isabel was basically praying some holy buff could reboot them. If that worked out, this whole mess would actually match the crazy fanfic in her head. Leonhardt didn't want to friendly fire his own goons, so he basically solo-ulted Isabel. The massive skill gap made it a cakewalk for him, but the real yikes moment was that this dude was way beefier than Isabel ever guessed. Meanwhile, Leonhardt was low-key shook. Seeing his stun fog do absolutely zero damage, he threw a salty smirk. Aw, are you guys cheating with anti-venom hacks? Such a total drag. But did you actually think that's enough to drop me? Before anyone could blink, he spawned this nasty green orb of doom. Suddenly, it popped out these gnarly spikes that blitzed through the air like literal missiles. Midu's eyes went wide, panicking hard as he mashed his magic to pop a shield, tanking all the toxic needles. But 10 seconds later, those freaky spikes literally started drilling straight through his barrier. Realizing he was getting cooked, Midu's face turned completely sour. He bit his lip hard, sweating buckets to hold the line. But Homeboy's hustle was pointless. The whole shield started cracking like cheap glass almost instantly. Leonhardt was eating this up, flashing a totally punchable grin while yelling, "Right there, losers!" Next second, a mega-sized poison drill launched right at Midu's crew, instantly shattering his shield into a million shiny pixels. Seeing that mess, the backline trio Jane, Shiori, and Akira absolutely lost their minds. Out of nowhere, somebody screamed, "Get behind me, fam!" Ko tanked the hit like an absolute Chad, but got his arm totally skewered by the toxic spike in the process. Even though Ku's iron arm totally smashed the spike to bits, that gnarly venom still creeped into his skin, leaving him bleeding out like crazy. Ko gritted his teeth, hissing, "Damn, this dude is actually cracked, got it." Midu immediately whipped his head toward Jane, screaming, "Kanzaki, now!" Jane gave a fast nod. "Say less," and instantly hijacked the squad's comms with her guardian to call the shots. Arashi, Narumi, bomb him from the top rope. Catching the cue, Narumi blasted some crazy wind magic to yeet herself and Arashi straight up. Arashi, acting tough as always, yelled back, "Don't gotta boss us around!" Narumi didn't even blink before popping her ultimate. Boom, a mega gust of wind launched Arashi like a literal rocket, putting him right in Leonhardt's personal space in 0 seconds flat. Leonhardt actually flinched, completely mind-blown by the insane speed hack. Arashi crashed down like an absolute maniac, screaming his lungs out, "Drop dead, trash!" Boom. A massive, ear-busting explosion ripped through the whole zone, throwing crazy fire and smoke absolutely everywhere. Midutsuji caught the brunt of that blast, stumbling back. He bit his lip, muttering, "Did we actually get him?" Up high with the VIP view, Narumi completely lost his mind, screaming, "Dude is literally still on his feet!" Without missing a beat, Narumi tossed a freaking wind dart at him, but Leon H just stood there chilling. The wind attack basically tickled him. The guy smirked like an absolute edgelord. Nice hit. I'll admit that one actually stung. Seeing this guy totally unfazed, Araji got super pissed. No way, that did jack squat. He doesn't even have a single scratch. Smiling like he owned the place, Leon H bragged, I've got the Demon Lord's blood running through my veins, losers. Stop comparing me to those basic trash mobs. Isabel squinted, instantly clocking his vibe. Homeboy was blessed by some evil god from the Vandra clan, literally royal demon blood. In the demon world where muscle is law, that bloodline is strictly top tier. It maxes out every single stat, especially defense, which totally explains why Leon H was basically eating their attacks for breakfast. While Leon H was busy tanking hits, Sayori sprinted over to heal Akira, though she kept glaring at the boss with a mega disgusted look. Right when everyone was low-key panicking, Jin's voice echoed in their heads. "Don't freak out, guys!" The sudden shout nearly gave Midutsuji a heart attack. Jin ignored his jump scare and hyped them up. "We are chipping away at his health. Keep hitting him." Araji just rolled his eyes, grumbling, "Quit bossing me around." And with that attitude, he went right back to swinging. Midutsuji jumped into the fray at the exact same time. Rina wasn't just chilling on the sidelines either. She unleashed a massive freaking waterfall of fire. From up in the sky, Narumi spammed some wind magic to fan the flames. In a split second, Rina's fire got insanely huge, looking like it wanted to swallow the whole world whole. That insane blazing sword energy slammed right into Leon H, completely burying him in an inferno. But nope, it instantly fizzled out against Leon H's nasty toxic gas shield. The guy laughed like a total jerk. "Sucks for you. That last hit actually hurt, so obviously I was gonna pop my shield this time." Midutsuji's squad was packing way more punch than he expected. But hey, they did body the 3 Heavenly Kings after all. Just like that, the brawl turned into a super sweaty stalemate. Jin frowned, going dead silent. Leon H was totally busted, but backing down wasn't on the menu. So, she stepped up to play commander. The game plan stayed the same. Midutsuji and Araji were on frontline aggro duty. Narumi and Rina held the mid lane, while Jin, Akira, and Sayori chilled in the back. Ku was literally their rearguard babysitter. If that holy barrier shattered, it was straight up game over, so Jin knew she couldn't afford to choke right now. She had one job to do. Hyping the squad up, she shouted, "We've got this, guys. Araji is carrying us." Flashback to 2 hours ago, before all this madness kicked off, everyone had squatted up exactly like Kai ordered. Dragging them out of bed in the dead of night had everyone cranky as hell, but since the world was basically at stake, they sucked it up and tuned in to Kai's info dump. Wrapping up his little talk, Kai glanced around. "So, we all caught up on the lore?" Araji, obviously annoyed, clapped back, "Hold up, dude. Isn't Leon H ambushing you entirely your own stupid fault?" Kai totally brushed that off. "Whatever, man. The point is, Leon H is running solo right now, which makes this the ultimate chance to gank him. Plus, if you swoop in to save Isabel, you're totally scoring major brownie points with her. Literally 2 birds with 1 stone." Hearing that, Akira freaked out. "Bro, please don't tell me you used the Revolutionary Army as bait." Shrugging like it was no big deal, Kai smirked. "I swear I never even thought about doing that. You guys totally overthink everything." The squad just stood there looking mad, confused, exchanging awkward glances in dead silence. After what felt like forever, Narumi finally broke the awkward tension. "I catch your drift, Araji, but can we actually win this? We're taking on an absolute unit who soloed the entire Revolutionary Army." Kai played it cool, his voice ringing out across the quiet night sky. "Valid point, Narumi. Leon H's power levels are way out of our league." Squinting at the crew, he dropped the sarcasm and got real. "All right, gather round. Let me break down the strat." Kai had literally mapped out the entire boss fight for them. After dishing out the roles, he raised an eyebrow. "And that concludes our pre-game briefing." Rina looked at him like he was crazy and asked, "Wait, is the Grandmaster plan seriously that basic?" Giving a chill nod, Kai replied, "Super complicated plans just crash and burn if one tiny thing goes wrong. The rest is totally up to you guys, just vibe with it and improvise." He declared Midutsuji would run the ground game, while Shina would drive them to the drop zone. Then, Kai shot a look at Jin and suggested, "You should probably head back to the dorms." Jin lost her mind at that. "Hold up, Araji, you're not letting me shot call this?" Kai scrunched up his face, clearly skeptical. "Oh, you're feeling that cocky?" "Heck yeah," Jin nodded on pure instinct, instantly regretting her whole life. She had no clue why she just agreed to that, but shockingly, Kai actually bought it. "Dope, give it a shot then." Jin was so stunned her brain basically lagged. Kai hit her with a serious glare and warned, "But listen, you only tag me in for backup if things go absolutely south and you're completely out of options." Turning back to Araji and Midutsuji, he threw out a wild idea. "Let's let Kanzaki run the show this time. I want to see her flex her leadership skills so we can actually max out that Divine Guard sharing buff." Midutsuji didn't even blink, just nodded. "Cool. If Araji says it's fine." But before he could even finish, Araji rudely interrupted. "I literally don't care who's playing boss. As long as the orders aren't complete garbage, I'll play along." Kai couldn't care less about the attitude. "All right then, let's see if Kanzaki can actually win us over." Obviously, Jin acted all tough and confident, but inside she was absolutely freaking out. Was she seriously doing this? Could she actually pull this off? Completely oblivious to Jin's internal screaming, Kai casually added, "Oh, by the way, Motono and Ninomiya, just in case, I whipped up an anti-poison strat for you guys." Akira and Shiori instantly looked utterly lost. Akira completely bugged out. "Wait, anti-poison? Didn't you already score the antidote from the rebels?" Kai just took his time breaking it down. "Based on my appraisal skills, that little antidote is basically a half measure. It will keep you from instantly dying, sure, but it is probably garbage against any other nasty debuffs." Shiori's brain was practically melting at this point. "But dude, like I've literally told you before, my healing magic takes forever to flush out poison. You know that, right?" Giving a chill nod, Kai just straight up dropped a bomb. "If Ninomiya and Motono just fuse their skills, you guys can handle pretty much anything, as long as the poison isn't ridiculously overpowered." Hearing that, Akira and Shiori stared at each other like idiots, yelling at the exact same time, "Fuse our skills? Literally never even crossed our minds." Meanwhile, Midutsuji was low-key fangirling over Kai's ridiculous brain power. The dude's appraisal skills had seriously leveled up. He somehow understood the entire class's movesets way better than Midutsuji ever did. Even though Midutsuji literally hung out with these guys 24/7, Kai, totally oblivious to the fanboying, kept talking. "I'm just spitballing here, but if Midutsuji's squad wipes out, don't even blink, just spam that combo technique on top of the holy barrier." Snapping back to reality, Jin replayed Kai's crazy prediction in her head. She realized that Massive Nerd totally knew this nightmare would happen, so her only job right now was to scream at everyone to go full unga bunga on the boss. The absolute panic for Jin right now was that their little antidote buff would time out in literally 10 minutes. Plus, if Akira and Shiori had to spam spells for the whole raid group, their mana bars were going to hit zero way too fast. Jin figured their only play was to just rush the boss and end it super fast. But honestly, Midutsuji and the rest of the Vanguard were already sweating bullets and going absolutely try-hard. Right while Jin was mentally panicking, Midutsuji slid into her direct messages using the Divine Guard telepathy. "Yo, Kanzaki, I think I figured out his gimmick." He pointed out that Leon H was totally playing a camper build, focusing mostly on defense. The dude basically spammed 2 defensive moves, a magic barrier and some gross toxic corrosion. Those were his only 2 tricks. Midutsuji realized the boss kept swapping between them because the basic shield was cheap on mana. As for his offense, it had just been non-stop toxic spike spam. But honestly, those spikes hit like a literal truck, making it impossible to get up close. After digesting all that info, Jin scrunched up her face, stared at the fight, and finally spoke up. "Yeah, you're totally right. If they kept trading blows like this, they were just gonna get nowhere." Leon H was obviously stalling for time. If he dragged it out until their anti-poison buff ran out, it was totally game over for the squad. Akira's mana bar is already down to like 70%. At this crazy burn rate, we're gonna be completely out of magic points in under 15 minutes. Jin's face got grimmer by the second hearing those stats. She could hear them yapping from across the battlefield, but with everyone talking over each other like a chaotic Discord call, she literally couldn't track a single thought. If only these guys could just telepathically text each other without using her as the clunky router, things would be way less stressful. Jin tightened his grip on pure instinct. In this messed up reality, teaming up was literally the only valid survival strategy. She fired off her buff right after. Midutsuji felt a sudden brain tingle and freaked out. "Hold up, is Kanzaki suddenly playing wireless router for everyone and not just me?" Jin gave a slight nod. "Looks like it's a classmate exclusive feature. I pick a target, and boom, instant brain-to-brain chat." Akira chuckled. "So we're basically a walking group chat now. Nice." "Bro, we literally just invented magic Wi-Fi," Narumi chimed in. Arashi, absolutely losing his mind over the mental notifications, roared, "Shut your traps! My brain is getting spammed to death here!" Jin stepped in to play the dad of the group. "Edgelord has a point. Keep the mental spam to actual battle comms, guys." The squad gave a collective mental nod. Arashi immediately went full unga bunga, charging in like a maniac, just as Leonhard unleashed a volley of toxic spikes. Midutsuji panic-summoned a shield to tank the lethal sludge. That coordinated flex actually caught the poison freak off guard. Before he could even blink, Rina went full pyromaniac, chucking a massive fireball straight at his face that cranked the battlefield's thermostat to hellish levels. Our villain barely managed to throw up a magic barrier with his free hand to block Rina's barbecue attempt. But oops, Arashi was already in his personal space, dropping a brutal haymaker right on his dome. Boom, a sick explosion ripped through the air, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Arashi styled his way out just in time, but his punching arm was looking extra crispy and severely poisoned. "Oh, plot twist, punching toxic sludge directly cancels out our anti-venom," Akira yelled. Shiori winced. "My bad. Let me overclock this heal real quick," before desperately pumping magic into Arashi's busted arm. The hothead stayed put for exactly 2 seconds, grumbling. "Man, this toxic boomer is severely harshing my vibe." Midutsuji quickly chimed back into the chat. "Watch your 6, guys. Pretty sure he's marinating himself in that lethal goop." Who cares? Clock is ticking, no time to be a wimp, Arashi scoffed. Sure enough, Leonhard was currently cosplaying as a walking biohazard spill. The dude was basically a mobile septic tank now. Internally, though, he was totally tripping out over how these mute teenagers were suddenly pulling off pro league team combos. Whatever, didn't matter. Their little anti-poison cheat code was destined to crash anyway. Akira and Shiori's mana pools were draining so fast they would be hitting rock bottom in no time. Flashing an absolutely punchable smirk, Leonhard taunted. Let's see how long your little free trial lasts, brats. Once those holy buffs and antidotes expired, Midude Tsuji and the squad were getting sent straight to the respawn screen. Despite looking like the main characters right now, the squad was sweating bullets. Midude Tsuji scowled mid-swing. Sure, Jin's telepathic carry made their combos buttery smooth, but they were still stuck in a massive chokehold. Bad news, guys. Our divine subscription ends in exactly 3 minutes, so wrap this up, Akira mentally shrieked. Midude Tsuji grimaced, mumbling. It is not just his toxic garbage. The guy's raw stats are insanely busted too. Basic hits were basically tickling the guy, and our heavy attacks just kept getting stonewalled. Hitting a wall of pure frustration, Midude Tsuji totally folded and mentally pinged Kai for a bailout. Dude, what is the play? Spill it, Kai. But instead of dropping some god-tier strat, Kai's voice echoed back with annoying confidence. Midude Tsuji, I trust you completely. Talk about a mental jump scare. Flashback to the pre-battle huddle with Kai and Isabel. Midude Tsuji basically had 2 trash options. Ditching the rebels was tempting, but leaving the Holy Kingdom forces out to dry meant tossing Harik, Amelia, and Iga right under the bus. That would be a totally snake move. Ultimately, the only reason he signed up for Kai's insane drafted plan was because it theoretically boosted their odds of respawning back in their own reality. Kai probably thought he had Midude Tsuji all figured out. But plot twist, Midude Tsuji wasn't exactly dying to go back. Sure, his family back home was loaded and ate like royalty every single night, but his old man treated him like absolute garbage. Growing up, Midude Tsuji was the resident outcast. Even his bratty little sibling loved dropping the ultimate toxic lore, that Midude Tsuji was the bastard kid of his late mom's secret side piece. That trauma literally lived rent-free in his head. Back in that reality, he was an invisible background character trapped in a suffocating little box. That is why he constantly bent over backwards to please his classmates. If the squad wanted to go home, he was going to try to make it happen. Midude Tsuji was out here throwing hands because these guys actually hyped him up, making him feel like he wasn't just a glitch in the system. Letting the squad down wasn't an option. He had to prove he wasn't a fraud. But hitting this absolute breaking point, it finally clicked that nobody was forcing his hand. He actually wanted to carry this team to the win. Gripping his sword like a complete madman, Midude Tsuji didn't even hesitate. He unleashed an absolutely savage downward slash, ripping a massive arc of light that completely shattered Leonhard's magical firewall into digital dust. Blood instantly sprayed from the villain's arm. Panicking slightly, Leonhard scrambled to boot up a secondary barrier. The dude finally realized Midude Tsuji had just leveled up mid-fight. His whole vibe was purely feral, and his blade was hitting way harder. Okay, gotta respect the sweaty gamer energy, Leonhard noted internally. But he knew that if this melee dragout kept going, the squad's healers would eventually lag, and the venom would totally brick Midude Tsuji's nervous system. Blissfully ignorant of the toxic dude's inner monologue, Midude Tsuji kept pressing the attack like a rabid dog. His relentless sword spam was seriously making Leonhard's shiny new shield rattle and glitch out. Is this kid literally throwing his life away for a combo? The villain cursed mentally. Taking a massive breath, Leonhard forced himself to chill out. All he had to do was play the ultimate tank class, and the win was his. Only Midude Tsuji and the hothead Arashi actually had the damage output to be a threat. The rest of the squad was just throwing annoying mosquito bites he could casually ignore. But joke is on him. Narumi had totally read him like an open book. Jumping into the mental Discord server, Narumi pinged Akira. Bet he thinks he can just ignore us. Akira, do me a solid and jack my attack stats to the max just this once. Say less. Akira nodded, already queuing up the buff. Narumi instantly manifested a wind spear and completely chucked it. With Akira in the backline aggressively pumping steroids into the spell, Leonhard, too busy sweating over Midude Tsuji and Arashi, suddenly sensed the insane arrow missile locking onto him. His reaction time was absolute trash. The wind spear tore right through his magical security wall and nailed his arm, making him leak blood like a busted fire hydrant. Stumbling backward like a total noob, Leonhard finally noticed Narumi hovering up top dropping bombs. He scowled hard. These brats had actually been sandbagging this Hokani. Time to add the wind boy to the threat radar. Narumi low-key grimaced, seeing the tank somehow still standing. But before things could get awkward, an unhinged scream completely shattered the tension. You are wide open, you toxic garbage fire! Without skipping a beat, Arashi went on the offensive again. He unleashed a literal magic hyper beam that crossed the gap and got all up in Leonhard's personal space in a fraction of a second. Leonhard knew his standard firewall was going to get instantly melted by that blast. Eating a massive chunk of his mana pool, he had to try and delete the beam with a high-tier toxic hex. Whatever, the kid's anti-venom subscriptions were expiring any second anyway. But just as the dude was sweating to parry Arashi's death beam, someone totally dropped a cringe anime ultimate line. Holy light! Purge the wicked! Leonhard practically jumped out of his skin. Here comes Midutsuji, aggressively charging in with a glowing blade. The radiant strike slashed down, forcing a totally panicked block from Leonhard. The holy energy slammed right into the toxic smog, making the villain's face twist up in absolute disgust. Oh crap, he panicked internally. Light magic was literally a hard counter with its purifying hacks, rendering his poison aura completely useless. While he was busy doing the math, Midutsuji practically threw his whole body weight onto the blade. The edge carved right into Leonhard's wrist, leaving a nasty gash that immediately started gushing blood. Even with that critical hit, Midutsuji could tell this boss was ridiculously tanky. He was dumping every ounce of stamina he had, but the guy just wouldn't fold. And right at the worst possible microsecond, Midutsuji's physical ping skyrocketed as his muscles just shut down. Feeling the resistance drop, Leonhard flashed a greasy smirk. Game over, kid. Your little free trial of anti-venom just expired. Toxic smog immediately swallowed Midutsuji up. The teen just instantly face-planted into the dirt, entirely paralyzed and totally locked out of his own motor controls. Watching him eat pavement, Leonhard let out an obnoxious laugh. Not gonna lie, you actually almost had me in the first half, but the victory is all mine. But dude barely stopped yapping before Sheena literally spawned behind his back. Leonhard felt that killer vibe and low-key panicked. Her crazy sharp claws just swiped at him out of nowhere. Homeboy had zero time to dodge and caught those claws. He bit his lip, salty as hell, yelling, "You been camping in the shadows this whole time?" But before he could finish complaining, a blade totally poked right through his chest. His eyes went super wide, totally shook. The mastermind who pulled that sneaky move was Kai, taking the perfect chance to backstab him. Yep, Leonhard Valora, the literal third prince of the demon realm. The guy was a massive poison nerd, and his fan club was mostly just merchants and low-tier snobs. Regular folks were terrified of him. He'd literally just spam toxic sludge everywhere to stop fights, and honestly, even the military hated his guts. His army's absolute trash stats became super obvious during the clash with the Beastman Alliance. Since he couldn't even defend his own turf from getting raided, he straight up got his territory snatched away. Even though he sent out his edgy shadow squad, losing Philippe along with that water queen Natasha was a total flop. She was basically the VIP of his crew, so losing her was the ultimate critical hit to his whole career. Those merchants and cheap nobles who used to hardcore simp for his faction? Yeah, they just packed up and totally ghosted him. All his citizens totally dipped to other zones. Still, Leonhard kept his cool because honestly, the dude had zero trust in anyone anyway. He only believed in his own crazy hacks, which was basically just spamming toxic stuff. To him, all those extra losers didn't matter at all, cool if they stayed, whatever if they bounced. The Valora royal bloodline's power was on another level anyway, so as long as he kept breathing, everything was totally fine. Leonhard legit believed that nonsense, but the only ones actually keeping him up at night were the 5 other royal siblings, starting right off with Isabel. Him admitting he needed to watch his back was basically his weird way of fanboying over the other royals. Leonhard could probably wipe out the Beastman Alliance solo, which is exactly why he went lone wolf. But even with all that flex, right now he was totally taking an L. Covered in scratches with a blade, basically wedged in his chest, Leonhard couldn't hold back and coughed up some red juice. Grinding his teeth, he raged, "Stop trolling me, you absolute punks." Kai was low-key mind-blown the dude was still yapping, but what Leonhard whipped out next made him trip out way harder. It was a sword, but completely drenched in this nasty toxic sludge. Leonhard spun around like a madman and wildly swung at Kai. Kai totally dodged it, so the dude switched targets to Sheena, but she easily dipped out of the way too. Using that opening, Kai grabbed Midutsuji, who was basically lagging out from getting paralyzed. They backed the heck up from Leonhard. Even though he was super banged up, that prince was still acting like he totally owned the place. He screamed like a total tryhard. "I'm the third prince of the demon realm, no way trash like you can ever beat me." Seeing this, Midutsuji was just amazed. Bruh, how is he still ticking with that giant hole? His HP pool is absolutely insane. Off in the distance, the rest of the squad was just floor tanking, totally paralyzed. Narumi was shaking and literally mumbled, "Bro, what's it gonna take to actually delete this guy?" Arashi was super salty, yelling, "You idiot, what are you doing? You couldn't even finish him off after I literally set up this whole perfect play?" But Kai was just vibing, setting Midutsuji down and dropping a casual, "Chill out, bro." That just made Arashi rage even harder, totally screaming out, "Excuse me, what?" Meanwhile, even Leonhard was tripping out because his vision was getting super blurry and glitchy. Dude literally used magic to stop his HP from dropping, but his body still totally gave up and face-planted. Leonhard was fuming, glaring at Kai like, "Bro, what kind of glitch is this?" You punk, what the heck did you do to me? Kai just casually dropped the lore. That toxic stuff you spam seems like it's buffed by some evil god guardian. Hearing that, Leonhard couldn't even hold back and just cracked up. He scoffed like a massive snob. First of all, I'm immune to those debuffs. I literally main poison, but before Leonhard could even finish his big flex, Kai just ice-cold shut him down. Sure, you might resist this server's poison, but what about toxic stuff from a whole different dimension? The dagger he used was coated in some crazy lethal juice made from ingredients Leonhard's immune system had literally zero clue about. Hearing that, Leonhard absolutely lost his mind and yelled, "No shot! That garbage actually works on me?" Kai just clicked his tongue twice, whipped out a blaster, aimed it right at his dome, and smirked. "Tough luck, bro. Sayonara." The second he said it, he literally pulled the trigger, sending a pure energy blast straight through Leonhard. Kai finally relaxed his face. That boss fight was an absolute massive W. Just to be extra safe, though, he totally camped right next to Leonhard's body. He didn't chill until the system UI flipped from dying to deleted. Right then, Midutsuji dragged himself off the dirt and slowly spoke up. So, basically, hearing that, Kai totally whipped his head around. He nodded at the squad with a grin. "Quest complete. You guys absolutely crushed it." Narumi laughed and was like, "Man, I'm so down for a victory party right now." Someone nearby chimed in real quick. "Bro, this paralysis debuff is making me lag so hard." Narumi didn't even care and just popped a squat, sitting cross-legged straight on the dirt. He looked at Shiori, grinning. "I totally blew away all that toxic smog with some wind, so we should be back to normal stats soon." Shiori nodded and said, "I'll clear out the rest of the debuffs with my leftover MP." Sheena then totally rushed over to Kai and cheered. "Absolute huge carry, Kai." Kai hyped her up too. "Your aggro pull was honestly top tier." Sheena kinda hesitated and asked, "But like, did you even actually need my help?" Kai just glanced at the squad getting patched up over there. After a solid pause, he was like, "In terms of raw stats, this dude was just way too OP. I just wanted to guarantee the safe plays." Making Leonhard dodge a surprise attack he actually saw coming totally made him think he avoided our ultimate move. The exact second he sighed in relief, his defense basically dropped to zero. Pretty soon, Akira's lag spike ended and he could move again. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. Finally, that super annoying stun debuff wore off. Kai gave him a look and just casually said, "Props for reacting so well to my totally random shot calling." Akira cracked up hearing that. "Not gonna lie, I was totally freaking out when you hit me with that super serious voice chat out of nowhere." Literally a few minutes ago, while Akira and Shiori were sweating to pop a shield, Kai's voice just magically dropped in. "Ninomiya, Hono." The second I ping, "You gotta drop that holy barrier from Midutsuji and the rest, and insta-cast it on me and Sheena." Kai said he totally wanted to bait Leonhard into dropping his guard as much as possible, so taking some crazy risks was worth it. Narumi heard that and was super impressed. Classic Arashi stuff right there. But Rina got all whiny and complained, "Yo, you weren't the one tanking all the risk. It was Suji." Kai just gave a tiny pout and fired back. "And so what?" Rina yelled, totally triggered. "So what is definitely not an answer." Watching them beef like that made Midutsuji literally laugh out loud. Right then, Sheena totally tugged Kai's arm and whispered, "Yo Kai, look at her." Kai heard that, glanced over, and saw Jin just sitting there, curled up in a tiny little ball. Plus, she was literally sniffling. Seeing that, Kai got totally worried and asked, "What's up?" Kanzaki Jin kept her head down, sounding super depressed. "I was standing in the center, but I literally carried zero weight. I was supposed to be the main shot caller." Kai just helplessly sighed, trying to chill her out. "Don't even sweat it. Your first time wasn't trash at all. You'll totally get the hang of it soon." Hearing that, the bright hype finally came back to Jin's eyes. Right then, another voice popped out of the woods, making Jin totally whip her head around in confusion. It was Mayor, just strolling out with a grin. Turns out I literally didn't have to do anything. Jin gave her a major side-eye. "Where the heck were you this whole time?" Mayor just casually replied, "I was basically cooking up some magic to cleanse all the toxic spam ruining this zone. It's pretty much almost done anyway." But right before she could even finish her sentence, Isabel completely cut her off. "I can literally feel its total soul vibes. If the zone didn't glitch back to normal, you were absolutely planning to use space magic with your leftover mana, right?" The whole squad was totally stunned, just standing there clueless. Kai glanced around and dropped the explainer. "That was just plan B. In case my play totally flopped, we'd still have a way to wipe out Leonhard." Isabel was super grateful. "Thanks, Kai. Seriously, thanks to all of you, we basically got completely saved." Just laughing a bit, Kai casually replied, "It'd be super annoying if you got completely deleted right after we literally just teamed up. But either way, you totally owe me for this, and I'm definitely collecting." Isabel didn't even blink before nodding. "If it's in our wheelhouse, just spit it out. What do you need?" I logged that favor in my brain for later. Staring her down, I asked, "So, what's your next move?" She paused for a sec. "We're crashing the capital. Leonhardt's besties probably know about our little rebellion." Gotta clap them before they ghost. I raised an eyebrow. Think you're fast enough? She just shrugged. Maybe. That guy was totally trying to recruit me. If that's the case, he definitely kept his mouth shut around the other factions and the Demon Lord. I literally cracked up at that. Love the positive vibes, I teased. She ignored my sarcasm entirely. We got busted because we were way too loud about it. Staying low-key is the actual meta here. Him flying solo means he went rogue. No way, his squad just lets a whole prince wander off alone. The capital is probably a total dumpster fire right now. Makes sense to me, so I nodded. Gotcha. Need us to carry your team? I offered. She shook her head. Nah, we're good. His faction is literally out of high-tier demons anyway. My guys can easily sweep the rest. She let out this massive, exhausted sigh. But against Leonhardt himself, we were totally useless. I nodded in solidarity. Yeah, our game plan was absolute trash. Gotta play it smarter next time. She gave a weak little smile. True. I guess I'm still super naive. I mean, yeah, she's got crazy powers and leads a literal rebellion, but she's still just 15. She's definitely gonna face way worse boss battles later. But hey, character development, right? Just then, Fanko came sprinting over like his pants were on fire. Panting, he begged. If we're wiping out the third prince's leftovers, put me in charge. I've got the intel and the chops to speedrun this. I squinted at the dude. I knew he was some shady Black Ops guy for the Demon Lord before Isabel headhunted him. Rumor had it he used to run his own rebel crew in some demon city. After thinking for a sec, I chimed in, Yo, Isabel, let him cook. She gave me this super confused look. I mean, I was going to, but why are you backing him? I smirked. You only drafted him because you want high IQ sweat lords carrying your rebellion, right? She visibly jumped, looking low-key spooked. How did you even guess that? That's honestly creepy. I just shrugged it off. Wild guess, honestly. Plus, Fanko did 0 damage during the Leonhardt raid. He's probably just desperate to grind back some street cred. Isabel nodded slowly. Makes sense. If you put it that way, fine. She turned to Fanko, who was still kneeling like a total simp, and went full boss mode. You have command. Mop up the third prince's remaining goons. Fanko's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Thank you. I won't choke, promise. Realizing my screen time was over, I turned to Dip, tossing back a quick, take notes from him, Isabel. She just nodded. Yeah, I know. Cut to nighttime, Midude Tsuji's squad had a campfire going in the woods. Midude Tsuji's head snapped up the second I strolled into camp. Jin, Mayor, and Sina were trailing right behind me. Midude Tsuji frowned like a worried mom. Done chatting with the rebels? I nodded. Yep. You gonna snitch to the allied forces about this? Midude Tsuji looked stunned for a fat minute before finally sighing. I'm gonna get caught eventually anyway, but let's keep it on the down low for now. Nah, hard disagree, I said casually. This is just a one-night thing. If we sneak back into the dorms before sunrise, we're golden. Akira totally ruined my vibe, jumping in with, don't bet on it. Hark has literal eagle eyes. Frowning, I laid out the strat. If Edgar or Hark get suspicious, just throw me under the bus and say I forced you. Just don't let them know we're doing side quests with demons. I also strictly banned them from spilling the tea to Amelia about my shady connections. That would totally tank the Hero Squad's PR. Plus, if Amelia found out, she'd literally have a meltdown and interrogate everyone. Akira nervously laughed in agreement. Oh, 100%. I scanned the whole group, dropping the jokes for a sec. Sometime soon, I need you guys to start a fake rumor that the third prince got vanished from the demon realm. Make sure the Alliance's totally not obvious spies catch wind of it too. When they do, Akira, you gotta gaslight them into moving their troops. Akira gave a solid nod. Say less, I got it. Best case scenario, we camp the third prince's turf for a month, I added, but that completely depends on what the Demon Lord's army does next. I'll do some solo digging for intel too. I wasn't even done talking when Narumi stood up. Bro, if we drag this out, the sun's gonna come up. We need to dip. But Arashi stayed put, casually chewing on some jerky. Yo, Arashi, let me ask you something first. I raised an eyebrow, kinda confused. What's up? Arashi locked eyes with me, sounding mad salty. That alien poison you used to zero Leonhardt. Where on earth did you get it? Akira and Narumi completely froze. It was the elephant in the room that finally got called out. I didn't see the point in hiding it, so I kept it 100. Super easy, actually. I had a poison capsule implanted in my tooth. Just spit it out, smeared it on my knife, and boom. Figured out pretty quick that Leonhardt had 0 resist stats against otherworldly toxins. I couldn't help but let out a bummed sigh. Sucks that it's a one-time use item though. Totally empty now. Arashi just bought it without blinking. Ah, makes sense. Narumi looked like her brain was short-circuiting. Wait, you guys are actually buying this crap? Akira looked just as flabbergasted. Like, a normal person would ask why I randomly have a lethal tooth implant. But then Jin, with 0 filter, blurted out, oh, I get it. It's because Araji is an assassin. The second it left his mouth, Jin realized he messed up big time and turned pale. Midu Tsuji and Rina's jaws literally dropped, and even Shiori stopped mid-heel on me. Narumi and Akira wanted the truth, but this plot twist was way too wild for them to process. Jin was practically sweating bullets, apologizing for the leak. I just waved it off. Chill out. Since the poison got brought up anyway, I wasn't gonna gatekeep it. He's not capping. My family runs an assassination biz, so I've been in the Hitman tutorial since I was a kid. Even if you drop a totally insane backstory like that, Akira muttered in sheer disbelief. Narumi rolled her eyes, shaking her head. Because it's Raji, it somehow entirely checks out. Rina squinted at me, super hesitant. Wait, you literally kill people for money? Giving a deadpan nod, I owned up to it. Yep, pay the fee, and I'll drop anybody. No exceptions. Absolute disgust flashed in Rina's eyes. So, we have a literal scumbag in our class? You aren't just a thug, you're an actual psycho. Midutsuji instantly jumped to my defense. Yo, Rina, that's way out of pocket. Araji has hard-carried us so many times. He suddenly lowered his voice to a whisper. Besides, it's not like we have 0 body count. Rina wasn't having it and scoffed loudly. Demons don't count. I could roast 1,000,000 of them and not lose a single wink of sleep. That completely stunned Midutsuji. Okay, that's kinda dark, he mumbled. Honestly, I didn't care either way, so I casually chimed in. Drop it, Midutsuji. Rina's spitting facts. I threw Rina a side-eye with a slight smirk. You gotta tell yourself that to keep your sanity from totally snapping, right? I clearly hit a nerve because she instantly started stuttering. What? Just calling it like I see it, I laughed. Out of nowhere, Shiori timidly piped up. Can I ask just one thing? Do you honestly want to go back to our old world? I frowned, throwing the question right back. Why the random interrogation? Shiori carefully spelled it out. Because even if we make it back, won't you just be forced to keep doing dirty work for your family? I paused, letting it hang in the air before finally answering. You're not wrong, Shiori. The Araji bloodline is an underground hitman syndicate, basically complete garbage human beings. That threw her for an even bigger loop. Then why go back at all? My eyes instantly locked onto absolute murder mode. I said it with 0 hesitation. My entire endgame is to wipe my own family off the map. That's why I need a one-way ticket back to the real world. After Leonhardt got totally wrecked, the rebels cleaned up his remaining fanboys in Via. Then, boom. Isabel used her spatial magic to teleport everyone back to the 5th princess's turf. Midutsuji's squad sneaked back into the fort dorms before dawn like totally stealthy ninjas. The next morning, total poker faces. They greeted Herrick's crew, acting all innocent, like absolutely nothing shady went down. A few days later, Kai drops the tea that the 3rd Prince Leonhardt completely ghosted. Taking Akira's advice, the gang went into full goblin mode and moved at lightning speed. The result? The Beastman squad literally steamrolled Leonhardt's turf without breaking a sweat. Now, the Demon Kingdom's main hub is sitting right in the danger zone. When the Holy Nation caught wind of this, the crowd went absolutely wild. They totally thought the hero squad was about to cancel the demon race for good. Meanwhile, the demon citizens were literally shaking in their boots. All this drama sparked because Leonhardt vanished and lost his entire hood. Honestly, the Beastie Alliance hasn't even flexed about taking his head yet. So yeah, dead or alive, everyone's basically betting the dude is toast. The Vandora royals have this whole evil god blessing thing, making them think they were totally invincible. But with that plot armor cracking, the demon locals finally realized they were getting cornered by humans and beastmen, you know? The guys they literally treated like total trash. The demon lord running Vandora realized the vibes were horrendously bad. He barked at his minions, drag all my kids here right now, playtime is officially over. Meanwhile, at the 5th princess's crib, Isabel got a ping from Sylvester. She scowled, like, Dad is gathering the whole squad? Smith nodded. Yep, he wants you at the main castle like yesterday. He mentioned she had to show up today specifically for her portal magic. Isabel just let out the biggest, most annoyed sigh ever. Ugh, literally the worst timing. Did someone snitch on the rebel army yet? Because if we're exposed, walking in there is a total death wish. Fanko chimed in, super serious. Honestly, the chances of us being busted are super low. We totally scrubbed the 3rd Prince's fan club out of existence. Isabel gave Fanko a heavy side-eye. So what's the game plan here? Fanko chewed on it for a second before dropping his 2 cents. Dodging the big boss's text would be incredibly stupid. It basically screams that we're hiding something sketchy. Smith frowned, totally stressing out. But what if our rebel group is actually exposed? Fanko deadpanned. Look, they probably smell an inside job by now, but there's absolutely no way they are pinning that mess on Isabel. Winborg, the creepy intel guy from the Big Four, is totally dead. Plus, the main army is way too swamped to go witch hunting internally right now. Isabel just zoned out, getting super deep in thought. A hot minute later, she just nodded. Gotcha. If things go south, I'll just portal my way out of there. Fast forward 3 days to the main castle's boardroom. The big boss, Sylvester, was already chilling there. The rest of the royal sibling squad rolled up too. Fokker, the #1 demon prince, finally broke the ice. About time you all dragged yourselves here. Scarlet, the second princess, literally rolled her eyes. Can we speedrun this? Looking at you guys makes me want to gag. Roto just snickered. Wow, sis, really dropping that toxic vibe right in front of Dad? That earned him a screechy shut your mouth from Scarlet. Isabel just sat there observing the chaos, thinking, wow, we haven't had a full family reunion since the weird cult festival, and their magic aura is still aggressively terrifying. Right then, Sylvester killed the noise. Not quite, he grumbled, saying he invited a +1. The whole room instantly shut up, but you could tell everyone was internally screaming like, who? Foker finally snapped, unable to hold it in. A +1? Isn't Leonhardt literally dead meat? He nudged his chin toward the empty chair sitting awkwardly in the corner. Roto just shook his head. Dude's missing in action, so nobody actually knows if he's breathing or totally ghosted. Scarlet frowned, muttering, didn't his entire territory just get hijacked by the ops? Honestly, if he's still kicking, I'll end him myself, Foker snorted, dropping a sick burn. Bad enemies are whatever, but trash teammates are the worst. Bold of you to talk smack, Scarlet. She looked absolutely furious at that. She literally ground her teeth, hissing, if we're playing that game, you should be the first one in the dirt. Foker raised an eyebrow, smirking like a total jerk. Oh? Are you calling me weak? Isabel just sighed, completely done with this. These two clowns were always beefing. She genuinely just wanted to go back to bed. Roto totally ignored their drama, asking Sylvester, hey Dad, is the mystery guest Alice? Isabel practically jumped out of her skin. No freaking way, the kid was literally a vessel for the evil god. Bringing her to a boring corporate meeting made zero sense. But then Sylvester pointed at the door. Nope, not Alice. Speak of the devil. Hearing that, the whole squad whipped their heads toward the door, only to see some dude literally on fire. It was Flameris, the fire boss. He smirked. Well, ain't it rare to see the whole royal gang hanging out? Scarlet glared at the flaming guy, utterly confused. This clown? Foker scoffed under his breath. Still an absolute punk, but Isabel's face? It instantly went dead serious. Flameris was easily the most overpowered beast among the top 4 generals, completely a simp for the Demon Lord. Word on the street was his raw power could literally rival the entire royal family. While everyone was totally bugging out, Sylvester dropped his scary dad voice. Sit down. The meeting is officially starting. Whatever you say, boss. Flameris nodded, casually swaggering over to grab a seat. He asked, totally unbothered, so why are we dragging all the VIPs into one room? Sylvester frowned, sounding super grim. I am sick of these bottom feeders acting up. We are ending this whole circus with one hit. Foker was like, hold up, one hit? What's the crazy plan here? Sylvester didn't even blink. We're blitzing the human capital out of nowhere and slicing off the Pope's head. Straight up boss fight. Roto furrowed his brows, muttering like he was doing mental math. The Furry Alliance is literally camping on our front lines, and you seriously want to snipe their boss first? Foker backed him up. Wait, you want to headhunt the main guy first? I mean, yeah, if we pull that off, their front line is totally going to crumble into dust. Even the fire dude thought it was a wild reach. How exactly are we getting there? Even if they're absolute brainlets, they aren't going to just sleep through a massive long-distance raid. Sylvester casually pointed straight at Isabel, dropping the bomb. My kid here has the portal hacks. The moment he said that, Isabel's soul basically left her body. She panicked and instantly fired back. Big nope on that, boss. Portal magic drains insane mana based on distance and head count. The Holy City is literally miles away. Teleporting an entire army over there is completely impossible. Yet Sylvester just gave this supervillain smirk. Chill out, kiddo. Yeah, it's a massive trek, but we are only dropping a tiny, super sweatiest tryhard squad right into their base. I've already hoarded enough mana batteries to pull it off. Isabel was totally gagged, absolutely speechless. She started overthinking it. He prepped already? Honestly, with cracked enough stats, it wasn't mathematically impossible. With the spooky candles flickering in the background, Sylvester's crazy, intimidating voice echoed again. This is our clutch play, to completely flip this trash situation around. Flops are totally banned. I expect you guys to deliver completely cracked results. Later that night, back at Isabel's pad, Kai got the full debrief on Sylvester's insane raid idea. He completely lost it, yelling, a straight-up raid on the Holy Nation's main hub? Isabel took a super slow sip of her tea, deadpanning, yep, my crazy dad actually cooked up this unhinged strategy. She explained the strat. Use her portals to drop a tiny squad of tryhards into the Holy City, literally slice the human Pope's head off, and utterly wreck their entire admin system. Kai nodded, totally tracking. Gotcha. So you guys are planning a massive backstab to the brain. He knew if they actually pulled this off, the front lines would go into total meltdown. But seriously, how is that even doable? Isabel squinted, dropping her voice like it was super serious. Magic crystal. You even know what that is? Kai just dragged out his words. Like, some super rare rock that hoards magical juice, right? Saw it in a textbook once. She gave a little nod. The Demon Lord's been pumping his crazy overpowered magic into this one massive crystal daily for emergencies. Imagine that dude's insane energy piling up every single day. It's basically a magical nuke waiting to pop. Now I'm the one forced to use that big glowing rock to rip open space. I've actually seen the thing up close, and honestly, the sheer thickness of the magic vibrating off it is absolutely wild. Her vibe suddenly got super dark. With a battery like that, zapping yourself across half the world isn't just sci-fi stuff anymore, it is totally happening. Mayer's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, you can just hijack someone else's magic? My mentor said controlling foreign mana is stupidly hard, but before she could finish her rant, Isabel totally iced her out. Hello, Demon Lord's daughter right here? She snapped. Our magical vibes match because, genetics. So tapping into his power is basically a walk in the park for me. Mayer scrunched up her face, super skeptical. Okay, so you zap over there, but how the heck do you get back? Don't tell me you forgot the return ticket spell? Isabel sighed like she was explaining math to a toddler. I thought about lugging the giant rock with us, but it's way too chunky. Plus, if someone smashes it, we're stranded. So, plan B. I just leave the dimensional door wide open from the start. That totally clicked for Mayer, and she nodded like she just figured out a cheat code. Gotcha. So, you're rigging it so one single spell covers the entire round trip. That sounds insanely tricky though, right? Plus, you're totally on a ticking clock. Isabel's eyebrows scrunched up hard. Look, I don't mess up spatial spells. But yeah, you called it the time limit is a total buzzkill we can't avoid. Kai raised an eyebrow, looking suspicious. So what are we talking here? Give me a number. Isabel took her sweet time answering. It totally depends on how the magic balances out inside the crystal. Still running some tests, but I'm guessing we have 1 hour. Tops. Sina nervously shuffled her feet before piping up. Wait, in just 60 minutes, are you seriously sure you can take out the head honcho of the humans? Like, their main base is going to be swarming with heavy security. Before Isabel could even open her mouth to flex, Kai completely beat her to the punch. Sure, the main army is out front, but the super try-hard Holy Knights are guarding the capital. Average goons would just get stomped. Isabel gave a firm nod. Duh. We aren't sending basic grunts for this. Honestly, 1 hour is plenty of time to turn the Holy Kingdom's shiny capital into a giant bonfire. Mayer practically shrieked, losing her mind. Are you saying you're dropping like 1,000 dudes on them? Isabel just shook her head. Nah, the crystal isn't an unlimited taxi service. For this raid, I can bring 15 people. Max. Kai looked like a light bulb just went off in his head and lowered his voice. So a tiny squad is gonna completely barbecue the royal capital? Gotta be the demon VIPs. It's super obvious now. Isabel nodded, basically confirming Kai's brain blast. The hit squad was totally gonna feature the first prince, Fair, and that crazy second princess, Scarlet. Throw in the fourth prince, Zoto, too. And obviously Isabel was crashing the party, wrapping up the all-star lineup with that fire freak Flameris. Plus, Isabel figured they'd drag along a handful of top-tier demons as their personal hype men. Mayer totally freaked out, yelling, "The boss's literal kids and a top general? That's insane!" Sina was having a full-on panic attack, mumbling, "Those overpowered monsters are actually teaming up?" Isabel nodded, looking kinda over it. Yep, at this point, the Holy Capital is basically destined to be a parking lot. Mayer was fully spiraling now. Dude, what the heck are we gonna do? Kai just gave a whatever pout. Honestly, I couldn't care less if the Holy Capital gets trashed, but the drama it's gonna cause, huge headache. Problem 1. The Beastmen Alliance at the front is gonna freak out. If they get rushed while they're panicking, they'll get completely wiped. Oh, and don't forget Alpha, that temple city right next door where all the non-fighters are chilling. If the capital goes up in flames, Midut Suji and the rest of the gang are gonna lose their minds. While Kai was deep in thought, Isabel chimed in. Look, we're technically partners with you hero wannabes, which is why I'm spilling the tea. But there is zero chance I can bail on this mission. Smith bobbed his head beside her, totally backing her up. It's a direct order from the big bad boss himself. Pulling a stunt now would instantly label the princess as a rebel leader, and the military would swoop in to cancel us immediately. Sina squinted, looking confused. Like, does it even matter if we get caught right now? Fonko took his sweet time replying, I mean, no duh, they'll find out eventually. We're literally plotting a massive revolution here. But honestly, we literally have zero good excuses to sit this one out. He went on rambling about how their rebel squad's ultimate dream was shoving Isabel onto the throne so the demon realm could finally chill out. But right then, Kai straight up interrupted. Okay, but what if the Holy Capital actually gets nuked during this whole raid? That question totally made Fonko freeze up like his internet disconnected. Kai didn't even care and just kept talking. Sure, wrecking it totally nerfs the Beastman's power, but honestly, you have no good reason to stick your neck out like this. Isabel gave a tiny nod. That's basically our vibe. But what are you hero wannabes planning? Kai chewed on that for a sec before answering. Props for the heads up, honestly. Since we got the spoilers early, there are a few sneaky plays we can pull off. But right then, a crazy idea hit Kai out of nowhere. He quickly pitched, alright, plot twist. I've got a wild deal for your little rebel crew. Isabel just stared at him, totally zeroing in. Kai laid it out real slow. It's sketchy as heck, but the payout is massive. You get to make the call if you want to roll the dice or not. Fast forward 3 days after Kai and Isabel's super secret meetup in Castigon, some old turf of the third demon prince, Vandora. Kai called up the hero squad and basically dropped the bomb. So, here's the sketchy blueprint of how the demons are gonna blitz the holy capital. Midutsuji practically jumped out of his skin. Rumi started freaking out, muttering, "We totally need to warn the guys who can't fight. This is so messed up." Seeing everyone losing their minds, Kai quickly tried to play damage control. "Yo, chill for a sec. It's not like the Alpha Temple City is getting bombed. The odds of our non-fighter friends getting caught in the crossfire are super low." But Rina totally snapped back at him. "Low doesn't mean zero. Genius. It's practically next door. And it wouldn't even be surprising if our classmates were hanging around the capital for work." Midutsuji totally bought that logic, biting his lip before speaking up. "She's right. Should we just bail and head back to the capital?" The second those words left his mouth, a voice sneered from behind them, "Yo, quit whining like a bunch of losers." Midutsuji whipped his head around, completely spooked. It was Arashi Satsuki, smirking like a total troll. "If you're so paranoid, just slide into their messages. More importantly, this absolute chaos actually works perfectly for us. We could literally just chop the demon boss's head off while they're distracted." Hearing that insane take, Mirai immediately went off on him. "Are you actually out of your mind? The innocent people in the capital are gonna get absolutely slaughtered." Arashi Satsuki just gave a totally heartless shrug and scoffed. "Newsflash, we teamed up with the rebels. We're already traitors, so quit acting like you're some saint defending them." Mirai was totally shook, stuttering out, But the innocent people living there literally did nothing to deserve getting murdered." Arashi Satsuki let out a mockingly cold snort. "Your whole superhero complex is such garbage." Dropping the roast, he side-eyed Midutsuji. "So, Midutsuji, what's your play?" Midutsuji didn't even hesitate. "I'm putting our classmates first. I'm not cracked enough to save every single background character out there." That brutal honesty left Mirai absolutely stunned, staring at him like he grew a second head. But Midutsuji wasn't done, keeping a deadpan expression. That being said, Arashi Satsuki's big brain plan is completely trash too. Arashi Satsuki instantly shot him a toxic glare. Just as things were getting heated, Kai, who had been chilling in silence, finally piped up. "Gotta side with Midutsuji here. Isabel's magical Uber ride for the demon elites is only gonna last a couple of hours. If those guys strike during that tiny window, the elites might just warp right back and catch them slipping in the worst way possible. So we better not just wing it and actually prep. I don't care how hardcore these demons are, there's basically only a handful of them anyway." Kai was betting on a totally out-of-nowhere ambush, but thanks to Isamen, they literally had the exact date and time. Akira caught on instantly, nodding like a boss. "Got it. If we set up a trap now, those dudes are basically jumping straight into a wood chipper." Kai kept hyping it up. "With the rebel squad backing us, we'll absolutely wreck the Demon Lord's main crew in just one swing." So yeah, us hero candidates are ditching the front lines and heading straight back to the holy capital. A few days later in Dagaris, man, it totally lived up to the hype. The place was packed with people everywhere. The streets were crazy busy with merchants yelling left and right, making it super easy for Kai, Sina, and Mayor to sneak right in. Mayor let out a massive sigh. "Bruh, finally." Even riding horses didn't help that trip dragged on forever. Sina just raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Wow, Mayor, you're literally so weak." Mayor fired right back. "Dude, do not compare my stamina to a freaking beast, man." Kai totally ignored their bickering, taking in the scenery before dropping a hard truth. "This place is the literal definition of chill. Hard to believe this country was on the verge of getting wiped out like 5 minutes ago. Honestly, these people look way too oblivious." Mayor nodded along. "For these city folks, the war zone might as well be on another planet." Sina wasn't having it though, pouting slightly. "Whatever, I think the lively vibe is pretty cool. Being all depressed isn't gonna magically win the war anyway." Mayor just shrugged that off, then shot Kai a serious side-eye. "Wait a sec, aren't you like a massive wanted criminal in this country? Are you seriously just casually riding a horse in broad daylight?" Kai gave a smug little smirk. "Obviously not, but that's exactly what's messing with my head. We did some snooping out of town, but I seriously didn't expect the security here to be this trash." Mayor burst out laughing. "Right? Our IDs are sketchy as hell, but all it took was some quick cash and we walked right in." Sina bobbed her head in agreement. "Yeah, their security is a complete joke." By now, they had wandered off into some dead-end alley. Kai hopped off the ride and lowered his voice. "Just like I thought. The cops are definitely going to be way stricter the closer we get to downtown. Let's just crash at some motel on the outskirts for now. Midutsuji's crew should be rolling up any second, and I need to snoop around this place." Meyer scrunched her face up. "Is it really worth wasting time on a city that's this full of itself?" Honestly, she spilled pure facts. These people were straight up clueless while the frontline guys were getting slaughtered. But Kai suddenly got all intense. "Nah, there's some shady stuff going on that's really bugging me. That so-called Holy Knight Genis? Yeah, he's actually a high-tier boss in the Demon Lord's fan club. Getting backstabbed by that guy would be a massive headache. Cut to Castigon City, aka the third Demon Prince's turf, where the whole human and beastman squad was having a massive meetup. Rune was right there in the mix, dropping the bomb about the Demon Lord's sneak attack. Amelia's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, they're seriously invading the Holy Capital? Rune gave a tiny nod. Yep, our spies leaked that the Demon Lord is teleporting his top-tier goons straight into the city. Ilya completely freaked out. Is the Demon Lord actually unhinged enough to pull a stunt like that? Iga shook his head, totally skeptical. Sounds crazy to me too, but Rune wouldn't cap about this. At the very least, the demons are definitely gossiping about it. Hearing that, Rune just ducked her head, secretly begging Iga for forgiveness in her brain. Honestly, Sina totally put her up to this. The entire story was pure fiction. Midutsuji, who totally knew what was up, was well aware Rune was just Sina's bestie that Kai dragged along. So, she smoothly hyped it up as top-secret intel from the Stealth and Recon unit. Akira was over there doing some deep mental math, trying to figure out how to sneak back home without exposing Kai. He knew the stage was set. Now it was just about steering the conversation without looking sus. While everyone was spacing out, Aaliyah hit them with a reality check. Look, low-level mob monsters wouldn't know top-tier secrets like this. It's totally fake news meant to mess with our heads. Herrick wasn't buying her theory, instantly firing back. Yeah, but if it is true, the city's defenses are absolute trash right now. They'd get obliterated. Amelia realized he had a solid point and let out a dramatic sigh. True. We can't just ignore it. Plus, the second the higher-ups hear about this, they're gonna panic and order us to babysit the capital. Someone else chimed in, sounding totally disgusted. Wait, are you saying the boomers in charge care more about saving their own skin than the actual war? Is that seriously what you're implying? Ilya scoffed, giving them a mega death glare. Don't twist my words, dude. If the capital goes down in flames, the entire holy nation crashes and burns. It's literally basic logic. Akira finally jumped into the drama. Look, even we've got crew hanging out in the temple town next door, and some are literally chilling inside the capital right now. Staying on the front lines while they get nuked is a massive nope for me. Midutsuji nodded like he was spitting straight facts. We're packing up and heading back. Since we got the scoop first, we actually hold all the cards here. Might as well roll up fully loaded and ready to brawl. Ilya scrunched her forehead, mumbling all conflicted. Yeah, but this leak is still super sketchy. She didn't even get to finish her sentence before Haruka brutally cut her off. Midutsuji kinda has a point, honestly. It's not like we're in any shape to go storming the Demon Lord's personal turf right now. Our squad is running on fumes. He talked about the troops being completely burned out from the Leonhardt raid, but his eyes were totally glued to Akira. Seeing Akira and the squad acting super pushy for once, Herrick put two and two together. He figured Kai was the one leaking this, which meant this whole invasion rumor was legit as hell. After putting the pieces together, he kept pushing his point. Plus, trying to block them from leaving is completely pointless. Elia just scowled in awkward silence for a minute before finally caving in. Fine, fair enough. If they just straight up desert like Arashi Satsuki did, we're totally screwed. Just officially reassign them to city defense. The second those words dropped, Midutsuji let out the biggest sigh of relief ever. Amelia wasn't done yet though, but we can't just ghost the front lines. My crew is staying put. Honestly, if we ship the top-tier hero candidates back to play security guard, the big bosses will probably throw a parade. Iga gave a firm nod. My Beastman squad is holding down the fort here too. Not saying an attack on our allies' turf isn't our problem, but let's be real. Other guys are way better suited for city duty. Mirai heard that and instantly looked skeptical. So basically, besides our squad, literally everyone else is staying in the kill zone? Elia just nodded. Pretty much. We aren't moving the whole army based on some random, unverified rumor. Akira had to admit that actually made sense. If the front lines totally collapsed, taking down the Demon Lord would become a pipe dream. Plus, throwing basic foot soldiers at the Demon Lord's superpowered vampire relatives was basically just feeding them. Seeing everyone stressing out, Elia tried to cool them down. Yo, stop hyperventilating. The city might be low on guards, but the head knight commander is literally shadowing the Pope. Midutsuji's eyes bugged right out of his head. The head knight commander? Amelia took her sweet time explaining it. Yeah, the ultimate boss of the Holy Knights. The absolute strongest dude. Honestly, if he and the hero candidates can't stall the bad guys, we're all royally screwed anyway. Flip back to the Holy Capital's royal crib, specifically Kiichi's personal library. He was just some non-combatant nerd trying to read a book, but naturally, an uninvited crasher decided to ruin his peace. He scowled, looking totally confused. What do you want? Spoiler alert, it was Kai. Just like the guy promised, he was snooping for intel. He'd already badgered 2 other people before crashing here. The word on the street was that Kiichi was the ultimate insider for city gossip. Kai just squinted at the dude and dropped his voice. So while we were out there getting wrecked on the front lines, you totally scammed your way into being the king's personal nerd? Kiichi let out a snarky huff, completely unamused. Wow, was that supposed to be a roast? He slammed his book shut and just shrugged it off. I'm literally just tutoring these holy nation boomers on basic science from back home. It's literally the easiest side hustle ever. Kai wasn't buying that garbage for a second, firing right back. Yeah, right. You didn't become a top-tier royal scientist just for some quick cash, did you? Instantly, Kiichi went into ultra-defensive mode. Biting his lip, the guy mumbled, "Dude, you're still annoying as hell to read. You know that?" Kiichi admitted he just completely hated fighting, which is why he joined the Pacifist Club. He claimed he was busy hacking away to glitch back to their homeworld. Kai raised an eyebrow, not fully convinced. "So, did you actually figure anything out?" Kiichi let out a massive groan and shook his head. "Zero progress. Honestly, Leonora's crazy theory is looking pretty solid right now. The only ticket back home is permanently deleting the Demon Lord." Kai totally zoned out for a minute, looking all moody before finally breaking the silence. "So basically, we both hit the exact same dead end." Kiichi didn't even answer, just threw a question right back. "Wait, did you drag yourself all the way back here just to fact-check that?" Kai just shook his head like, "Nah, got stuff to do. The capital's about to turn into a massive war zone." Cue Kiichi losing his absolute freaking mind. Ignoring the panic attack, Kai sauntered over, totally chill. "I'll spill the details so you can warn the non-combat squad. But first, spill the tea on the capital's drama." Figured since the dude was the king's personal nerd, he'd know something. Keiichi just nodded, muttering, "Makes sense," before randomly grabbing some book off his desk. Staring Kai down, Keiichi snapped, "I totally get why you're here. It's about that creepy demon cult, right?" Cut to the next day. The uptight Holy Church of Garrus was throwing a massive, boring meeting. The Pope was chilling on his high throne, looking down at the mob. Front and center was Emily, the so-called Peace Squad leader. She totally interrupted, asking if the rumors about the demon army attacking were legit. Big boss Pope Joshua sat there in awkward silence for a hot minute before finally speaking. "Not sure, but we better prep." Standing right next to him was Oscar. Oscar totally backed him up. "Just playing it safe. We'll keep the hero kids here to guard the place." Emily rolled her eyes and gave him maximum attitude. "Even if it's true, aren't you overpowered enough to handle it? Like, hello, he's literally humanity's strongest knight." But Oscar wasn't having it. "No shot. We aren't letting those demon freaks trash our holy turf, get it?" Emily just gave a fake nice nod. "Cool, cool. Hey, Pope, I've got a wild idea." Joshua glared at her like she was crazy. "What now? Spit it out." She just smirked and dropped a bomb. "Why don't we just, be besties with the Demon Kingdom?" The entire room literally gasped like they were watching a soap opera. Someone totally lost their chill and yelled, "What kind of brain-dead garbage are you spewing? Did the Peace Gang finally lose their freaking marbles?" Emily didn't even flinch, just totally owned it. "Look, we already stole our land back. Why are we still obsessed with bullying the demons?" The Pope hit her with a mega death glare. "Wiping out those freaks is literally what our creator God ordered," he snapped. "They're gross mutants rebelling against heaven, so being friends is a hard no." Emily completely ignored him, acting all innocent. "I'm just following the holy rulebook, dude. Just aiming for world peace." She slapped on this super fake angelic smile while giving her little TED talk. Like, even if they pray to some other weird god, we share the same dirt and speak the same words. Why be haters when we could spread good vibes? She literally tried to use the big guy's teachings against them. Joshua was not having it. "Yeah, the holy book says peace, but it definitely didn't mean hugging radioactive garbage." Oscar instantly played the hype man. "Your Peace Squad is totally delusional," Oscar scoffed. "First of all, like the big bad demon boss would ever agree to a freaking chat over tea." Unbothered, Emily kept pushing. "Use your words, guys. If we just talk, we'll vibe eventually. The whole blood for blood thing is giving caveman energy." Honestly, she sounded absolutely out of her mind. Joshua finally snapped. "Zip it, Emily. One more dumb word and I'm tossing your whole squad in jail for treason." Emily just clicked her tongue like a brat. "Total bummer. Pope. Guess we'll just have to agree to disagree until you guys wake up." She threw back, storming out. Joshua just watched her stomp away, dead silent, while everyone else was busy giving her lethal side eyes. Later on, Joshua and Oscar were casually strolling down the hall. Oscar was still venting. "Bro, that chick is certified psycho." Joshua just gave a dry nod. "Big time. We dragged those hero kids here because the boss upstairs said so." Emily's little hippie vibe is basically giving the middle finger to heaven. Oscar looked confused as hell. How did someone so unhinged even get a fan club? The Pope actually thought about it for a sec. "She's got the riz and a silver tongue, kid." Sure, she sounds all sweet and innocent, but honestly, her whole ideology is just pure, unadulterated crazy. Oscar scrunched up his face, basically mind blown by the stupidity of it all. "Whatever, her whole peace group is irrelevant anyway." Joshua brushed it off. "They're getting louder, but they aren't even 20% of us. As Pope, my job is to hype up the true believers, not the clowns." But seriously, her stunt today? Major red flag. Total treason vibes. Joshua wasn't playing games anymore. Oscar stared at him for a sec before awkwardly bringing up another topic. "So, speaking of absolute messes, what about that creepy demon cult?" Joshua instantly got serious. "You mean those human fanboys simping for literal monsters?" What's their deal now? Oscar got totally grim. They're wilding out lately, throwing riots all over the holy turf, so we have to split our guys just to babysit them. It's like they're trying to empty the capital out on purpose. And the craziest part? It happened right when we got the leak about the demon army attacking. Joshua just let out a massive, tired sigh. Bro, that was supposed to be top secret so the normies wouldn't freak out. Yeah, Oscar agreed. Could be the demons sending them intel. But let's be real, the demons wouldn't trust those losers, which means we've totally got a rat in the church. The Pope was on the exact same wavelength. Facts. But right now, we have zero clue who the imposter is. He then bossed Oscar around, telling him to keep snooping until he caught them. Oscar was like, say less, totally on board. But then he remembered his actual vendetta. What about that Kai dude? Joshua just looked confused. Wait, did we actually find that guy? Not a single freaking trace, Oscar admitted, shaking his head. Joshua gave him the ultimate pity sigh. Look, dude, stop beating yourself up over Leonora. Her kicking the bucket wasn't on you. But Oscar was totally stuck on it. He clamped his mouth tight before snapping. With all due respect, I swore to keep your kids safe. The absolute least I can do is personally delete Kai for ending her. Dude looked like he was ready to commit a straight-up murder right then and there. Joshua matched his dark energy. True that. Kai's just some random glitch who snuck into the hero summoning party anyway. We are hunting him down and ending his whole career. Oscar nodded like a total psycho. Bet. I'll hunt him while I'm chasing the cult geeks. Meanwhile, way down in some creepy, sketchy basement under the Capitol, a torch sparked up. 2 edgelords in cloaks slipped inside, only to find the place packed with a whole mob. Someone in the back was straight up panicking, whining, "Dude, what the heck is our game plan?" After like 10 seconds of awkward silence, this super overly sweet girl voice echoed from the shadows. The hero squad is heading back here. We'd literally get clapped trying to fight max-level heroes right now. But if we catch them while they're busy boxing the demon army, total game changer. Yep, the sneaky little snake was none other than Emily. She flashed this totally villainous smirk. We just backstab the shiny heroes while they're distracted by the demons. Boom, perfect resume to score a job with the demon boss. Cut to some dirt road outside the capital. Mido and Akira were just casually rolling up on horseback. Mido practically lost his mind, screaming, "Holy crap, guys, we actually made it! The capital!" Akira was so over it, groaning, "Bro, can we just chill for a sec before going in?" Mido gave a lazy nod. Yeah, fair. Kai's probably already chilling inside anyway. Back at Kiichi's ultra-nerdy pad, Keiichi stared blankly at Kai. It's those demon fanboys, isn't it? Kai just raised an eyebrow like, yikes, getting that stressed out means they've been bullying you hard, huh? Keiichi gave a sad little nod. Dude, the non-combat geeks keep getting jumped by those demon simps. We literally had to drop a rule. Nobody goes anywhere without a buddy. I mean, we aren't completely helpless. Those cult weirdos are total noobs, so we can kind of swat them away with our guards for now, but everyone's basically having panic attacks. Kai, I'm not about to dump our drama on the guys actually carrying the game on the front lines. Threat-wise, we were totally chilling. Figured the desk jockey squad could easily clap the Demon Lord cult. He claimed that even holding hands with the Holy Kingdom, the support team couldn't sniff them out. Before Keiichi could yap further, Kai interjected, "Or those creepy cultists are straight up camping in the kingdom's core." Keiichi just gave a deadpan nod. Bingo, already got a suspect in mind. Kai blinked, totally shook. "Bro, drop the name. Who is it?" Keiichi spilled the tea, slow and steady. "Cardinal Emily from the Daguerre's church. She's the Pope's right hand and the top dog of the moderate faction." Kai scrunched his face, super confused. The heck is a moderate faction? Keiichi scoffed in absolute disgust. A joke of a clique that actually wants to play nice with demons. They gaslight war-tired folks with cheap talk and cringe. Empty ideals. Kai nodded, finally getting it. Literally, the ultimate disguise for Demon Lord simps. Keiichi just shrugged like, whatever. My thoughts exactly. I'd bet my lunch money Emily is guilty, so she's got to be a top-tier boss. The kicker? Outsiders like him had zero street cred here. If they messed with Emily without backup, they'd instantly aggro the entire country. Keiichi pointed out that pulling a stunt like that would totally screw over the frontline fighters. So, they were stuck doing nothing until they got some rock-solid receipts. Hearing that, Kai chewed on it for a sec, before stating flatly, "I'll take her out. Gotta trash this glitch before the Capital Showdown." Keiichi stared at him like he grew 2 heads. "Bro, you say that like taking out the trash." She's literally a cardinal of Daguerre's. Her security detail is no joke. Kai just cracked a smirk. "Assassination is literally my side hustle. Plus, if I flop and get doxxed, it won't drag the hero squad down with me. I'm already cancelled globally for flatlining the Saintess anyway." Despite Kai acting all tough, Keiichi still looked super hesitant to greenlight it. Still, Emily's just a mini-boss. The final boss is probably someone else entirely. Kai squinted at him, eyebrow raised. "Judging by your smug face, you already know who's pulling the strings, huh?" Keiichi nodded, ready to spill. "The big bad running the demon cult is one of the knight captains chilling right here in the capital. That's as far as I've narrowed the hit list. The next day, Midutsuji's crew, the early birds of the capital, rolled up to meet the Pope. Joshua gave them a hardcore squint before finally speaking up. I've heard the rumors about the demon army's raid on the capital and their totally bizarre strats. Sounds like crazy talk. But then his whole vibe shifted, going full-on strict principal mode as he grilled them. But seriously, how legit is this intel? Midutsuji didn't even sweat it, just replied chill as ice. The raid is 100% happening, but I ain't got the receipts. Pope Joshua raised a brow. What? Just riding on some frontline veteran gut feeling? Can't just leave it on read, though. Oscar chimed in, pointing out that the hero's main quest was to gank the Demon Lord. Bailing to the capital's backline totally nerfed their speedrun. He interrogated Midutsuji's squad on why they even bothered trekking back to the capital. Like, sure, it was an official order, but it totally looked like they invited themselves to the party. Pope Joshua caught onto the vibe, dropping his voice. You guys are just stressing over your mutuals who got left behind, huh? Got it. No doubt, these guys truly believe a massive raid is going down. Midutsuji didn't even blink, just nodded. Yep, pretty much. Plus, we've got way more juicy details on the exact drop time than that original sketchy report had. Joshua's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Alright, so when are they making their move? Midutsuji locked eyes with the Pope and dropped the bomb. 3 days from now, midnight. The entire room collectively lost their minds, looking sick to their stomachs. A little while later, at the Holy Knight headquarters, Midutsuji got dragged over to do a meet and greet with the local knight captains. Midutsuji did the whole basic intro. Yo, I'm Midutsuji, head of the Hero Squad, also known as the 11th Night Division. Nice to meet y'all. Some hothead immediately scoffed. Oh, so this is the so-called hero? I run the 2nd Division, scrub. Don't you forget it. Another dude rocking an edgy scar over his left eye stepped up. Name's Freet, captain of the 3rd Division. Rough commute back from the front lines, eh? A silver-haired guy totally killed the tension with a super cheerful wave. I'm Gray, lead the 9th Division. My main gig is ghosting demon spies, but I got pinged for this emergency meetup. Let's totally play nice. Next up was this girl who introduced herself all soft-spoken. I'm Charlotte, 10th Division captain. We're the ultimate backline healers and support, so hopefully, we can carry you guys a bit. The final boss of the intro circle was Oscar. He threw a cheeky smirk and said, let's do a quick reboot on my intro. I'm Oscar, the head honcho. My bad for testing your vibes earlier. He went on about how he'd been tracking the hero squad's insane kill streaks on the front line and hyped everyone up to help defend the capital. Midutsuji dapped him up with a grin. Duh, that's literally why we made the trip back. The literal millisecond they bumped hands, Midutsuji realized this guy's stats were absolutely busted. The head of the Holy Knights? Bro, if this guy was carrying them on the front line, wiping out the Demon Lord would be a total walk in the park. Still, having all these VIP captains bail on their usual posts just to huddle up here felt kinda suspicious. Even though they thought the intel was kinda sketchy, they were totally locking in for a fight. Just goes to show the capital's defense was basically the ultimate priority. But then Dion ruined the vibe by whining, do we seriously need these try-hard hero wannabes? He started yapping about how their squad was overpowered enough to solo the defense, and the heroes were just useless dead weight. Oscar immediately shut that trash talk down. Chill with the salt, Dion. They've been surviving pure nightmare modes on the front line and leveled up way past their starter stats. Dion just scoffed like a total hater. The front line? Big whoop. Midutsuji heard that brain-dead take and internally facepalmed. Was this clown really a captain? Deciding the drama needed more spice, Gray tossed a match into the gasoline. If you're so mad about his stats, why not just fight him one-on-one? Picks or it didn't happen, right? Dion paused, his single brain cell working overtime, before nodding. Fair enough. Catch these hands. I'm totally down. Midutsuji, completely unbothered, chimed in too. Midutsuji had zero clue where this dude bought his massive ego. But hey, better safe than sorry. What if this bozo was actually hiding some insane secret buff? While Midutsuji was bracing for a boss fight, Daeon whipped out his blade with a cringy smirk. Come at me, kiddo. Time to teach you who's the alpha. Midutsuji frowned, going full serious mode. Alright, if you're feeling froggy boom, Dion just recklessly charged before Midutsuji could even finish. Like hell, I'm letting you get the first hit, Dion shrieked. But Midutsuji literally parried his blade with zero effort. Not even sweating it, Dion threw a cocky grin. Oh? You actually dodged my ultimate poke? Not shabby. Meanwhile, Midutsuji was just standing there, utterly flabbergasted by how wildly immature this dude was. Dion, high on his own supply, screamed like an anime protagonist. This isn't even my final form! Midutsuji just sighed, casually raised a hand, and gave Dion a massive karate chop to the back of the neck. Dude instantly blue-screened and face-planted. Midutsuji just stood there, blinking. Bro is actually a complete bot? Gray absolutely lost it, clutching his stomach and howling with laughter. Freet just let out the longest, most exhausted sigh ever. Predictable. Oscar, getting annoyed by Gray's hysterical wheezing, snapped, Bro, stop laughing. It's embarrassing. Charlotte, on the flip side, went full panic mode and dashed over to check on the knocked out bozo. She instantly started spamming healing spells on him. Midutsuji scratched his head, completely weirded out. My bad, but is this guy legit a captain? Gray nodded, still giggling. I mean, on paper, yeah. He leads the second division. Freet broke it down like a tired teacher. Honestly, the second division is basically a dumpster fire of rejects. It's just a daycare for spoiled rich kids who have literally nowhere else to go. Gray smirked. Dion's the second son of some fancy duke, so his privilege is off the charts. They basically handed him the captain badge just to stroke his ego, even though his stats are utter trash. Midutsuji was baffled. Then why was he acting like he had main character plot armor when he plays like a total noob? Oscar sighed heavily. Dude's basically living in a bubble, absolutely clueless about actual combat. Honestly, admitting that kinda hurts our pride too. We're super rusty, just like him. Free gave a little nod. Orders 1, 2, and 3 are stuck babysitting the capital. If we had to throw down right now, we'd be totally cooked. Sounds super bleak, right? But those 3 just busted out laughing. Midutsuji quietly scoped them out, pretty sure they weren't capping. They definitely went through absolute hell to get those ranks. Later that night, strolling back from the castle, Midutsuji was low-key stoked to have solid backup and totally wanted them dragging aggro on the front lines. Barely a few steps later, Midutsuji's eyes went wide. A whole squad of randoms boxed him in from the shadows. Total edgelord vibes, rocking oversized black cloaks and massive hoods to hide their faces. Midutsuji squinted at them. Who the heck are you guys? Instead of answering, one of the goons just sneered. You're Midutsuji, right? One of those wannabe hero candidates? Midutsuji death glared them, dropping his voice to sound hardcore. Don't even try it. I hate sounding like a cocky jerk, but honestly, you guys are getting totally clapped. Numbers or not. That hit right in their fragile little egos, making them absolutely rage. Seeing his buddy throwing a tantrum, one of the cultists quickly tried to chill him out. Chill, bro. He ain't wrong. He's totally leveled up compared to back in the day. Midutsuji's brain caught that slip up instantly. Wait, back in the day? He blurted out. Don't tell me you're those cringe Demon Lord fanboys. The dude gave a super villainous smirk. Bingo. Heard you just got back from the front lines, so we're canceling your subscription to life right here. Midutsuji gripped his sword, super sus. Why the heck are you targeting me? The guy was dead-ass honest about it. We're gonna gift wrap your head for the big boss to secure a job promotion. Midutsuji was totally thrown off. Bro, we literally cornered his whole army, and you're still simping for him? The dude just shrugged. A bunch of our weak-minded casuals already rage quit because of you. Obviously, the fake fans got totally unalived for dropping their faith. He flexed that only the ride-or-die loyalists were left doing the boss's dirty work, sounding way too proud of himself. You heard the tea, right? He smirked like a total clown. The massive raid kicks off in exactly 3 days, so we ain't missing this drop. Midutsuji scowled, his brain short-circuiting. Wait, did our top-secret intel actually leak? Snapping out of it, Midutsuji went full try-hard mode. If you really want the smoke, I'm going zero mercy. He literally didn't care if they were human anymore. He had his own quests to grind. The creep just cracked up laughing. Bet. Then you definitely won't ignore this little toy, right? The dude literally snapped his fingers like a budget. Thanos. Midutsuji tensed up. What kind of cheap trick is this? Seconds later, the goons dragged out a terrified schoolgirl. It was Yuko Tsukihiro from the squishy non-combat squad. Midutsuji absolutely freaked out. Tsukihiro? Midutsuji almost rushed them, but the head clown barked, Freeze! You want her breathing? Game over yourself! Yuko started totally thrashing around, but a goon kept her pinned with a shiny blade right at her throat. Midutsuji slammed the brakes, stressing super hard over her. He was running crazy mental math. Could he actually pull off a rescue buff? Seeing him frozen, the edgelord started screaming again. Hurry up, or she's catching this blade! What these bozos completely missed was Kai camping nearby in stealth mode. He already had his literal gun locked onto the guy holding Yuko. Zero hesitation, Kai just pulled the trigger. An energy beam deleted the dude's skull, insta-killing him on the spot. At the exact same millisecond, Midutsuji spammed teleport, snatched Yuko up, and pulled off the epic save. The whole cultist squad absolutely lost their minds. Midutsuji zoomed straight over to Kai's camping spot, dropped Yuko off, and panted. Tsukihiro, you good? She just shook her head softly. Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks, Midutsuji. Kai kept his chill aesthetic. Midutsuji, haul Tsukihiro back to the dorms. I'll sweep up this trash. We'll chat later. But Midutsuji straight up rejected it. Nah, bro, I'm tagging in. Anyone messing with my classmates is getting wiped off the map. Midutsuji's eyes were practically stuck in demon time mode, making those goons literally shake in their boots. Kai didn't even sweat the details and just hit him with a quick bet. Gotcha. The floor is yours. Tsukihiro, we're out. Without even waiting for her brain to load, Kai scooped her up like a sack of potatoes to bounce. But before taking off, Midutsuji chimed in. Yo, Araji, quick question. Kai raised a skeptical eyebrow. What's up? Midutsuji took a massive breath and dropped his voice to super serious mode. You didn't purposely use Tsukihiro as bait just to pull these cult creeps out of hiding, right? Kai actually cracked a smile and totally rolled his eyes. You're overthinking this, bro. Even a guy like me actually gives a crap about his classmates. Midutsuji didn't even hesitate before nodding. I'll take your word for it. And boom, he straight up vanished from the rooftop. Next frame, he spawn camped right in the dead center of the mob. The cultists were absolutely bricking it. Before they could even blink, a massive energy flex dropped. Then came the crazy flashy sword combos slicing up the air. Midutsuji basically speedran deleting the whole squad with zero effort. Meanwhile, Kai was still lugging Yuko home, but his brain was busy calculating something else entirely. The head honcho totally ghosted us. Knew the main villain wouldn't spawn that easily. After taking out the trash, Midutsuji regrouped with the squad at the dorms and spilled all the tea about the wild night. We managed to bag a few alive and completely dumped them on the knights. Heiichi scowled and mumbled, "Yeah, but I'd bet my lunch money we ain't getting any useful leaks out of those clowns. Even if they do sing, the higher-ups will totally gatekeep the details from us anyway." Midutsuji just brushed that boring politics stuff off and asked, "How's Tsukihiro holding up?" Keiichi sighed heavily. "Playing the tough girl. But this mess is clearly frying her nerves. She's just chilling in her room right now. Araji is probably lurking around in there too." Then he got all guilty looking. My bad, honestly. Tsukihiro's kidnappers were total tryhards. We really should have pinged the combat squad. Akira wasn't having any of that pity party. Bro, they're obviously sniping the non-combat squishies. I literally just tried rounding everyone up, and Ano from the support team has completely vanished. Keiichi frowned, suddenly sounding super grim. Bet you $20 another hit squad snatched her up. He pointed out that the Demon Lord's weirdo fan club was clearly stepping up their wild operations. All those past attacks were probably just messy randoms causing random chaos. Akira totally vibed with that, nodding hard. Yeah, but this kidnapping was orchestrated smoothly like a freaking heist movie. The trigger for all this mess has gotta be. Before he could even finish, Midutsuji practically growled, "Us, pulling up to the capital." Keiichi gave them both a totally defeated look, sighing. Aside from me and Tsukihiro, Ano is the only support kid left in the city. Everyone else is stuck grinding their shifts at the Alpha Temple. Midutsuji was getting so insanely heated. Bro, if we just wait around, we're totally cooked. We need to stick our combat guys on the temple crew as bodyguards, as soon as possible. Narumi is already on it, Akira quickly jumped in. She's basically running with wind speed hacks, so she'll get there first. Hearing that, Midutsuji finally stopped having a mini panic attack and exhaled. Makes sense, but honestly, priority one is saving Ano's neck. And for that, we literally have to exterminate these cult weirdos ratting around the city. Keiichi nodded along. Yeah, if we don't speedrun this rescue, who knows what they'll do to her. If they're just using her as a shiny bargaining chip like Tsukihiro, she's probably still breathing. Akira just watched the two of them plotting like crazy masterminds and couldn't help but let out a massive, tired sigh. We've got under 3 days before the big boss raid, and that's somehow not even our biggest headache. Juggling inside jobs and outside attacks is absolute trash. Regardless, we definitely gotta vote out the imposter in our squad first. Meanwhile, over at the girls' dorms, Kai was hanging out in Yuko's room. He gave her a solid nod of approval. You did good. Yuko was just huddled up on her bed, totally frozen, before finally pouting. I really thought I was finally carrying my weight for the combat team. Seeing she was still totally bummed out, Kai tried to give her some chill reassurance. Don't even sweat it, just go catch some sleep. Yuko peeked up at him, looking incredibly stressed. Hey, Araji, is Ano completely safe too? Keeping his epic poker face, Kai just nodded casually. Yeah, Aiko Ano's alive. We're just letting the bad guys think they're winning for a bit. Right at that exact second, something started buzzing in Kai's brain. Yo, Araji, do you copy? Kai immediately scrunched his face. Is that Jin? Flipping on his mental mic, he fired back. Add Tsukihiro to this voice chat right now. Jin didn't skip a single beat. Bet. Tsukihiro's frequency is... Seconds later, Jin's voice blasted into Yuko's brain. Tsukihiro, you read me? Loud and clear? Stranger, she chirped. Knowing she was stressing out, Jin dropped the intel on Ano. We pinpointed Ano's hidey hole. Yuko instantly lit up. For real? Out of nowhere, Kai chimed in. She totally brain-dialed Kanzaki right before those demon cult freaks snatched her up, yeah? Yuko gave a tiny nod, which is exactly how Kanzaki tracked her mental GPS. Kai drawled. Letting out a massive breath, Yuko relaxed. Thank God she's not dead. Spot on, Jin shot back. I can even patch her through right now. On cue, Ano's voice echoed. Yuko, you alive? Hearing her bestie, Yuko grinned like an idiot. Yeah, I'm solid. Ano casually mentioned she was chilling in a dungeon cell, but totally unharmed so far. Yuko wasn't having it. Hold tight, the cavalry is coming for you. Kai, who'd been eavesdropping the whole time, finally spoke up. So where exactly is Kanzaki Ano locked up? Jin fired back. If she's on our brain Wi-Fi, she's gotta be super close. Turns out, she was deep underground in the capital, right inside the 3rd Night Squad's base. Jin's trio had literally just rolled up there. Kai's eyebrows squiggled together. So Kiichi wasn't talking trash after all. Big plot twist. One of the royal city's top knights was secretly the demon cult's head honcho. Kai paused dramatically. Sick job, Kanzaki. Long story short, the cult boss is Freet, captain of the 3rd Squad. Kai ordered Jin to spill this massive tea to Midutsuji immediately. Jin was totally game. Playing the boss card, Kai declared, "I'm grabbing Ano first. Tell Midutsuji's crew to absolutely wreck the 3rd Squad. It's the cult's Nest Zero mercy." Meanwhile, down in that exact squad's creepy basement, Vice Captain Elvin gloomily poked his boss. "That legit, Captain?" Freet chewed on his lip like a maniac. "This sucks. The demons are still leaving us on read. Think it's cause Aqualia kicked the bucket?" Emily gave 0 craps. "Well, the demon army's raid plan got leaked out, that's for sure. I'd complain to management, but our Wi-Fi's down." Elvin chimed in again. "Oh, and rumor has it Tsukihiro got snatched back. That just made Freet rage harder. Absolute morons. You had one job, a basic kidnapping." Emily stayed totally chill. "We'll just make sure the busted cultists keep their mouths shut. We've been super loud lately, and folks are getting sus." Biting his lip again, Freet grumbled, "Duh, but we're out of options." Natasha swore that if we wipe out those hero wannabes, she'd upgrade us all to actual demons. Emily scrunched her face up, skeptical. "Does that promise even hold up now that Aqualia is dead meat? The real issue is our demon insiders aren't picking up the phone." Elvin started panicking. "Look, deal or no deal, we're ride or die for the demon lord. That's literally the whole point of our crazy cult, right?" Freet gave a slow nod. "Yeah, facts. Plus, if the demon boss's army actually rolls up, we finally get to meet them. As long as we trash those hero candidates first, they'll totally give us VIP status." Suddenly, reality hit Elvin like a truck. "Dude, those hero candidates are insanely overpowered now. Only the top-tier guys stand a chance. What's your big brain play here?" Freet smirked like a total villain. "Those losers have 0 clue who they're messing with. Plus, we've got a hostage and plenty of dirty work left." Little did this clown know, while he was running his mouth, his so-called hostage had already been busted out. Kai went full stealth mode, infiltrating the basement and grabbing Ano. The heavily armed guards? Yeah, he flatlined every single one. After cleaning up the trash, he casually pocketed his knife. He shot Ano a look, gesturing to ghost the place immediately. But mid-sentence, his spider senses tingled. He instantly threw his arm in front of her, glaring into the dark. A creepy shadow was strolling up. It was Freet. The dude totally spotted them. Smirking, he mocked, "I only came down to poke the hostage, but looks like we've got a rat problem." Kai narrowed his eyes, going ice cold. "Captain of the 3rd Squad. So you're the freak running the demon cult?" Freet didn't even try to hide it. "Bingo. And I know exactly who you are, the edgelord who zeroed the Saintus, right?" Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Wow, what a throwback nickname. Answer me this, though. Why are you losers even doing all this?" Freet flashed a weird smile. "Isn't it obvious? A world ruled by the demon lord is inevitable." Kai let out a sarcastic snort. Right. Stupid question on my part." Going into full protective mode, Kai shielded Ano, his blade ready to slice. Freet smirked again. "No clue how you hacked our location, but bumping into me is your ultimate bad luck, Saint Killer." Kai just hit him with a wicked grin. "Are you really sure I'm the guy you should be worrying about right now?" Freet blinked, genuinely confused. "What are you, bam?" An insane earthquake ripped through the floor, making the villain jump. "What the absolute hell?" the guy shrieked. A bunch of his goons rushed in carrying torches. Captain Freet glared at his useless minions. "What is going on up there?" Freaking out, they squeaked. "The surface base! The 3rd Squad is getting absolutely clobbered by those hero candidates." Freet's face went spectacularly pale. "Say what?" he hissed through gritted teeth. "Loving the meltdown," Kai chuckled. "Why so shocked, bro? Me standing right here kinda implies your little secret is out." That comment sent Freet straight into rage mode. "You little punk, you orchestrated this whole mess." Kai clicked his tongue twice, mocking him. "Instead of throwing a tantrum here, maybe you should go deal with the raid upstairs. Since they already doxed your secret basement, it's pretty much your only shot at surviving." Freet's face darkened completely. After a hot second of overthinking, the dude totally snapped and lunged forward. "Who do you think you are? Hand the girl over or get flatlined?" Kai literally just stood there, completely unbothered. Right then, reality basically ripped open next to them. Freet froze like a glitched NPC. Out of nowhere, Midutsuji had spawned in, effortlessly blocking the psycho's blade with his own sword, radiating pure murder energy. Oh, and Freet's backup goons? Already dead on the floor. Kai smirked at the new arrival. "Nice speedrun getting here," Midutsuji grinned back. "All thanks to Kanzaki dropping the basement coordinates for us." Skipping the small talk, Kai scooped Ano up like a sack of potatoes. "I'm bouncing with her. Have fun with the leftover trash." With that, he bolted from the dungeon. Freaking out, Freet screamed, "Hold up!" Too bad Midutsuji's sword had him completely pinned. Freet broke a sweat. The kid's insane strength was actually terrifying him. Flexing casually, Midutsuji just swatted the captain backward. Midutsuji eyed the guy, mentally laughing, baiting the cult using their own hostage as a trap. This entire chaotic mess was playing out exactly like Arashi plotted. While Midutsuji was zoning out, Freet snapped, "You're Midutsuji, huh?" The teen blinked but kept his mouth shut. Gearing up for a monologue, the captain scoffed, "Raiding a royal night base? You've got some serious nerve, kid." Midutsuji totally ignored the compliment. "Just give up, Freet. We already grabbed the receipts, proving this dump is your cult's HQ." Freet brushed it off like dust. "I can PR spin that in my sleep. The locals trust us way more than you isekai weirdos." Wiping the floor with these hero candidates was still his ultimate goal. Losing the hostage was a massive fail, sure, but his murder to-do list hadn't changed at all. In his delusional mind, Elvin was holding down the fort upstairs. The master plan? Slice up Midutsuji, then mop the floor with the rest of the gang. Total chaos for the Demon Lord's glory. Hyping himself up, he launched his attack. Midutsuji just stood there, barely blinking. Meanwhile, up on the surface, the so-called elite knights were getting stacked like firewood. Arashi was having an absolute field day brawling up there. His unlucky punching bag? Elvin. Arashi casually sidestepped Elvin's strike before throwing a wicked sweep kick. The guy barely scrambled backward in time. Sizing him up, Arashi scoffed. "Guess you're not entirely useless, huh, Mr. Knight Captain?" Elvin scowled, visibly offended. "It's Elvin, the vice captain of the 3rd Squad, you punk. Let me guess, you're those hero candidate brats? Why the hell are you trashing our camp?" Arashi Satsuke just lazily dug at his ear, looking bored out of his skull. He scoffed, "Beats me, man. They told me to wreck the place, so I'm wrecking it." Elvin was totally mind-blown by how carelessly he brushed it off. "Are you kidding me right now?" Right on cue, Jane's voice popped into Arashi Satsuke's head. She sounded super frantic. "Hostage is safe. Midutsuji is throwing down with their boss underground right now. If we crash their fight, we're just gonna be dead weight. Everyone focus on wiping out the 3rd Night Squad up here." Arashi Satsuke cracked his knuckles, a wicked smirk on his face. "So, if the hostage is out?" Elvin froze, totally freaked out by the insane magic pressure dropping on them. Before he could process it, Arashi Satsuke lunged forward. "That means I can blow this whole joint sky high, right?" Bam! A massive, earth-shattering boom went off the second he finished talking. The blast totally knocked Elvin off his feet. Arashi Satsuke didn't give a crap, just kept spamming explosions like a maniac. Fire rained down, making the walls crumble like cheap cookies. In like 2 seconds, Arashi Satsuke had trashed the whole area, but then his eyes went wide. Out of nowhere, this massive wall popped up, and Elvin's voice echoed from behind it. "Yeah, this is exactly why I didn't want to fight you head-on." Arashi Satsuke scowled, muttering under his breath. "Earth magic, total defense build, lame." Elvin gave a smug grin and fired back. "Gotta admit, didn't think you'd flush us out. Guess someone on your squad actually has half a brain." Arashi Satsuke didn't even sweat it. He just laughed it off. "Bro, you're toast either way. Even if you somehow beat us, your secret club is exposed and your precious base is basically dust." Elvin totally brushed it off with his cocky little smirk. "No biggie, man. We've got a backup plan for exactly this kind of mess." Hearing that just made Arashi Satsuke roll his eyes, looking annoyed as hell. Meanwhile, down in the spooky basement, Emily was ditching the scene with her bodyguards. She was literally jogging and whining the whole time. "Ugh, this is such a massive pain in the butt. I swear, even with all my VIP connections, keeping this quiet is going to be a total nightmare." But right as she said that, both her bodyguards just face-planted into the dirt, and the whole place suddenly smelled hardcore like blood. Emily freaked the heck out. Those 2 goons got sent to the afterlife before they even realized they were dead. Only one guy could pull off stealth kills that clean freaking Kai. Dude didn't say a single word, just stalked right up to her face. Next thing you know, his blade sliced straight across her throat, and it was game over. Just a couple of quick slashes, and Kai had totally wiped out her entire crew. Anna was literally shaking over there, muttering, "Wait, Lady Emily was in the demon cult too?" Kai gave a chill nod. "Yep. Pretty sure she used her fancy cardinal title to play with the intel. But with her out of the picture, everyone's gonna find out Squad 3's camp is actually a demon cult hideout." Ano nodded, finally connecting the dots. "Oh, gotcha. So, what's your take on all this?" Ano took a sec before spilling. "Once I switched to the Zero Combat crew, I was basically the brains for the capital's city planning. Tons of us non-fighters are stuck doing that nerdy stuff. Our modern tech is basically a cheat code for this world. You want to know my game plan without a sword? Honestly, just hanging out in the capital had made her kind of fall for the place. She really wanted to level up the city. Working with a solid goal actually made her feel awesome. But those snobby elites acted like the slums were literally invisible. Her whole project to fix up the poor areas got tossed in the trash immediately. But Emily was like, the only one hyped about charity. Kai caught on to the scam right away. He nodded. "Dude, That was just a twisted recruiting tactic. The desperate and clueless are stupid easy to brainwash. Ano let out this massive, defeated sigh. I really wanted to think she was one of the good guys, man. So many folks looked up to her. Kai just shrugged it off completely. Maybe she genuinely thought simping for the Demon Lord was the only way to save the poor. Cut to Midutsuji and Freet's absolute slugfest. Those two were going absolutely feral on each other, neither backing down an inch. Midutsuji was trading blows, thinking to himself, I knew he'd be tough, but this dude is actually broken. Freet just smirked like a total villain. Bro, did you seriously think I was just some scrub like Elia or Herrick? Please don't lump me in with those clueless kids. Midutsuji squinted at him, totally baffled. If you're so insanely OP, why the heck are you playing for the Demon Squad? Freet let out a dark chuckle. How do you think I got this OP in the first place, kid? Freet shoved Midutsuji back like he was nothing. He spit out, because I've survived a gazillion hardcore deathmatches. I've been grinding in this war way longer than any of you shiny hero wannabes. That just tripped Midutsuji up even more. Wait, wasn't all that fighting to keep this country safe? Bingo! Freet nodded, not even missing a beat. He lunged forward, yelling out, long before you hero rejects even spawned, this whole country was basically on its last legs. The Holy Kingdom was taking massive losses everywhere, losing turf like crazy. Our glorious Night Squad was barely operating at 50%. All of Freet's bros in arms kept dropping dead. The whole nation was literally burning down. Anyone stronger than Freet got wiped out, and boom, suddenly he was promoted to squad captain just by default. Even with those trash odds, dude said he still fought like a mad dog. They were barely clinging to their defense lines. But then, the ultimate boss music started playing. This crazy, intimidating shadow just casually strolled onto the battlefield. The big bad Demon Lord had finally crashed the party. Freet swore the guy was just sightseeing out of sheer boredom. Honestly, he didn't even look like he wanted to throw hands. But then, the Demon King just lazily swiped his hand, and bam, their top commander was instant toast. It was brutal as hell. Dude literally got chopped in half. Right then and there, Freet realized nobody was ever going to beat this guy. It was literally like a bug trying to fistfight a human. Forget swords or spells, it was just a totally different galaxy of power. While ranting, Freet just went absolutely feral, lunging forward with this psycho scream. But whatever, we've still pushed the front lines way back. Midutsuji totally wasn't having it and snapped, bro, we literally clapped 3 of their top generals. We're practically knocking on the demon capital's front door. Freet let out a cynical snort. This game was rigged from the tutorial, kid. Winning, losing, none of that crap matters. That just pissed Midutsuji off even more. He got all up in Freet's face. Sucking up to the demon boss won't magically make him spare humanity, you idiot. Freet just shook his head and clicked his tongue like a disappointed teacher. If we snitch for the Demon Squad and wipe out you hero dorks, they'll hook us up with demon powers and let us chill in their kingdom. That was my literal contract with Aqua Elia. Dude was straight up losing his marbles the more he talked, swinging his sword like a total psycho. The insane pressure forced Midutsuji to back off hard, but Midutsuji kept his cool. He just straightened up and deadpanned. Hate to break it to you, but I literally ghosted Aqua Elia myself. That's why your whole spy network went totally offline. Hearing that made Freet grind his teeth in pure rage. You wannabe heroes are such a massive pain in my rear. Midutsuji just hit him with a wicked glare and challenged. Even if your little deal was still on, you seriously believe humans can just morph into demons? Freet hit him with the most obnoxious shrug and a smug grin. Pretty sure you guys already saw the proof. That freaky monster nerd started out human before going full undercover for the demon boss. Midutsuji's eyes practically bugged out of his skull. His brain instantly flashed back to their noob days when they had that insane boss fight against Steady. Seeing Midutsuji totally shook, just hyped Freet up even more. Yeah, that crazy dude literally used himself as a lab rat. Even though his demon makeover totally flopped, the Demon Squad scooped up all his sick research after he got packed up. And guess what? They finally cooked up the perfect juice to officially hack our DNA into demons. Midutsuji felt his stomach drop, staring like he'd just seen a legit ghost. Freet was straight up foaming at the mouth now. We were literally about to get the beta samples, but you losers had to go and kill Aqua Elia. Instantly, wild flames erupted out of nowhere, completely engulfing his sword in a super flashy blaze. Freet glared daggers at Midutsuji, his voice dripping with venom. You hero wannabes aren't bad, but you're still miles behind me. Trying to solo the Demon King with those trash stats is just a fast track to the graveyard. Midutsuji locked onto Freet's every twitch, completely on edge. Meanwhile, a ridiculous wall of fire was totally engulfing the area right above the basement. Yup, that was Arashi Satsuki going totally ham. The dude was spamming non-stop explosions. With all that insane, rapid-fire blast damage, Elvin was trapped cowering behind his stupid shield wall. But honestly, the thing only took like 2 scratches. Arashi Satsuki scoffed, rolling his eyes. Cute defense, bro, but is that really your best move? Keep dragging your feet and your squad's gonna get totally wiped. He wasn't capping. The hero squad was absolutely tearing through the grunts like wet paper. Arashi Satsuki smirked. No clue what your little backup plan is. But if you take an L right now, it's game over for you guys, right? Elvin's face completely dropped, though he stubbornly shot back about hoping this brawl would last a bit longer. Honestly, no shocker there. The hero rookies were already dominating the front lines. But before the guy could even finish flexing, Arashi Satsuki blitzed him. Like boom, right in his face. Those capital-hiding cowards think they can actually beat us? Hilarious, he snapped. Arashi Satsuki immediately chucked a massive right hook at Elvin's face. Boom, another huge explosion. But when the dust settled, bro just punched a literal wall. The guy had completely vanished. Out of nowhere, a crazy sharp blade lunged at him. Lucky for Arashi Satsuki, his reflexes were god tier. He literally caught the blade barehanded and snapped it like a dry twig. Elvin was practically shaking in his boots. The shattered metal just clattered against the freezing floor. Arashi Satsuki barked, "What's the game plan now without your shiny toy, huh?" Meanwhile, down in the basement, Freet was flexing his flaming sword against Midutsuji's slick demon-slaying blade. Both dudes practically teleported toward each other, instantly locking into this wild tug-of-war. Clang! Their deadly blades smashed together in a massive shower of sparks. Out of nowhere, Freet's sword literally erupted into flames, making Midutsuji flinch in pure confusion. Before he could even process the crazy heat, that fire morphed into a massive blaze and just rushed right at him. Midutsuji wasn't about to play games, so he quickly backpedaled to dodge. Freet just scoffed, like a total jerk. "You honestly thought I'd let you dip?" Then the psycho just charged, swinging his blade like an absolute madman. Freet was completely decked out in blazing fire now. Midutsuji was low-key freaking out. Just a tiny graze from that thing caused major burns. Plus, since the guy was basically fire-bending through his sword, getting up close was a completely garbage idea. So, zoning him out became the only valid strat. Midutsuji fired off a ranged beam, but Freet just lazily tilted his body and dodged the flash. "Bro, you really think camping back there is gonna save you?" Freet sneered, his flames spiraling up the blade. He instantly unleashed a fiery slash. Midutsuji didn't dare slack off and totally slammed the panic button, throwing up a magic shield. But those flames just kept hammering away, making it super sketchy for Midutsuji to hold the line. He bit his lip hard, mentally screaming, "What even is this busted power?" Right then, the fiery sparks started detonating everywhere. Instantly, Midutsuji's shield shattered like cheap glass. He got yeeted backward, literal embers still clinging to his gear. Seeing Midutsuji getting cooked, Freet busted out the smuggest, most punchable grin ever. "Did you seriously just sacrifice your entire left arm?" And yeah, Midutsuji's left arm was absolutely roasted. Freet just kept cackling, dumping all your mana into your left arm on the fly. Bold move. But congrats, now you're stuck fighting one-handed. I'm kind of sweating over what's happening upstairs, so let's just wrap this up. The second he finished yapping, he unleashed another massive horizontal sweep. Freet literally torpedoed toward him. Midutsuji scowled. Dude had zero options left except to totally send it. Sending it he did. Midutsuji popped his illusion skill, instantly spawning a whole squad of clones that left Freet completely tripping. The fire dude squinted, suddenly super stressed. Spamming warp-style moves, huh? Realizing the trick, he slammed on the brakes, freezing in place to aggressively stare down the fake-outs in front of him. Usually, you'd try to gank someone from their blind spot in this scenario, so Freet totally whipped his sword around to slash his own back. Too bad it was just another shiny hologram. Bro's eyes practically bugged out of his skull. A second later, Freet violently coughed up a lungful of blood. A massive blade was sticking straight through his chest, and the iron smell of blood instantly filled the room. Midutsuji totally nailed the stealth play, putting Freet in the dirt right then and there. Midutsuji flashed a super smug grin. All those brutal sparring sessions with Eiga were actually paying off. Bro was officially leveling up. Meanwhile, up on the surface, the spicy beef between Arashi Satsuki and Elvin was still cooking. After completely wrecking Elvin's sword, Arashi Satsuki was practically strutting, acting like he already caught the win. But then, the absolute weirdest plot twist went down, totally throwing him off. A brand new blade randomly popped right out of Elvin's stone wall, making Arashi Satsuki jump back like he'd seen a ghost. Elvin busted out of the rubble, dual-wielding this new rocky blade. "Check it. The stone literally turned into my weapon," he smirked. Seeing this absolute nonsense, Arashi Satsuki lost his chill and snapped, "God, you're so annoying." He threw a lazy glance over his shoulder. "Whatever, we're wrapping this up. This finale is straight up garbage anyway." Why? Because Arashi Satsuki's crew had already completely smoked the entire third night squad. Cao rolled up next to Arashi Satsuki, smirking. "Plot twist, huh?" Arashi Satsuki just gave a totally irritated huff. Fighting this rockhead is just a boring endurance test, and draining his mana pool for an hour really isn't my vibe. Elvin, realizing the entire situation had gone totally off the rails, cursed under his breath. "Damn it, what the hell is the captain even doing downstairs?" Jane just strolled right up and delivered the cold hard truth. If you're banking on your underground captain to save the day, spoiler alert, it's super pointless. Elvin totally froze, giving her this massive look of suspicion. Jane didn't even blink. Our boss already clapped your boss. Hearing that, Elvin basically glitched out. No freaking way. There's zero chance our captain actually lost to a bunch of randoms like you. Right on cue, this totally awkward voice echoed from behind them. My bad for being super late. Elvin whipped his head around, only to see Miditsuji casually dragging a literal dead body into the room. Elvin's knees practically gave out, his rock sword just clattering to the ground. No way, he mumbled, completely shook. Jane stared him down and dropped another bomb. Oh, and we just got the text. Your little backup squad? Yeah, they got wiped too. Lady Emily, right? Elvin finally stopped coping and just let out this insanely depressing, self-mocking laugh. Wow. So this is what getting absolutely steamrolled feels like. Arashi Satsuki let out a harsh snort. What a total idiot. Bro could have actually been useful staying on the front lines, but no, he had to go simp for the Demon Lord. While they were trash-talking, this totally unhinged, blood-curdling scream ripped through the air. Yo, what the hell are you guys doing? That totally caught the squad off guard. They whipped around to see Gray sprinting over with his crew. Taking in the absolute disaster zone, Gray's face just morphed into pure panic mode. Nobody saw this coming. The third knight's whole base getting totally wrecked in just one night. Midutsuji and Akira were desperate to explain, but Gray's eyes were already locked onto something way worse, Freet's lifeless body chilling on the dirt. Midutsuji instantly started waving his hands, yelling, "Hold up, Gray, I can totally explain." But before he could even get the words out, Gray lost his mind and roared, "Are you freaking kidding me right now?" Then the dude just straight up lunged at him. Midutsuji completely failed the vibe check and got brutally shoved back. Gray was spitting mad, screaming, "Freed is dead, and our entire camp is trashed. Don't you dare give me some lame excuse." Seeing this guy acting totally unhinged, Arashi Satsuki had zero patience left and was ready to throw down. Injured kids to the back, he ordered super coldly, "I'll humble him right now." Akira saw the crazy in his eyes and immediately tried to block him. "Dude, wait! Arashi Satsuki, you seriously can't take him," Akira begged. Too bad Arashi Satsuki had his invisible earphones in, basically ignoring him as he launched forward. "A swift punch to the skull should fix his attitude," he yelled. Boom, another massive shockwave blasted out. Shrapnel went flying absolutely everywhere, but when the dust finally cleared, Oscar was just standing there, literally tanking hits for both of them. Arashi Satsuki was totally shook, his jaw dropping. Gray wasn't doing much better, just staring at Oscar like he was glitching. Oscar was literally dual-wielding their wrists to stop the madness. "All right, that is enough. Both of you, chill the heck out right now," he ordered, going full dad mode. Thanks to Oscar crashing the party, everyone finally stopped throwing hands in the middle of the apocalypse. After that, it was basically cleanup duty, bagging up whatever was left of the third night squad's grunts. The ones still breathing, like Elvin, got completely zip-tied and tossed to the side. Midutsuji stepped up for the rookie heroes and spilled the entire crazy story to Oscar and Gray. After digesting the lore drop, Gray finally realized he'd acted like a total hothead. Oscar shot him a look, looking super guilty. "My bad for keeping you in the dark, man. I got Midutsuji's text, but I legit didn't think you guys would actually speedrun raiding the camp." Midutsuji rubbed his neck, super awkward. "Yeah, my bad for going rogue. But they snatched our friend, so waiting wasn't an option. Plus, with a rat on the inside, we couldn't risk our intel leaking." Oscar totally nodded along with that logic. "Facts." Gray just let out this massive, exhausted sigh. "Man, to think the cult leader for the Demon Lord ended up being my old war buddy. That is incredibly messed up." Oscar clicked his tongue, mind blown. When Midutsuji dropped that report, I totally thought it was a joke. Epic fail. Man wasn't even on my radar. But boom, the proof is right there, a literal demon cult base hiding under the third night squad's turf, Oscar explained. "My crew dug deep, and yeah, Cardinal Emily is totally mixed up in this mess." Gray's jaw dropped. "Wait, ain't she the boss of the Peace Squad? Don't tell me her whole crew is backing the demon geeks." Oscar just let out a super tired sigh. "Sure looks like it." Charlotte strolled up, looking sketchy. "The Demon Fan Club has been acting super weird. I thought our intel was just glitching, but if Emily's squad and the Third Night defense team are besties, hiding stuff would be a total breeze." Gray was practically steaming, grinding his teeth like a madman. "So that's how those demon freaks really roll, huh? No wonder we couldn't ever squash those bugs." Midutsuji, eavesdropping hard, just had to butt in. "Well, whatever. We already bagged their big boss anyway." He gave a chill, whatever nod. "Spot on," Oscar shrugged. "Emily's playing dead right now, totally out of moves." He gave Midutsuji's squad props for fixing their endless headache, but then raised an eyebrow. "How'd you even sniff out those cult losers anyway?" Midutsuji stalled for a sec before smirking. "Let's just say we've got a buddy who's a total pro at snooping. Plus, those demon fanboys had a massive target on our backs, you know? The whole hero trainee thing." Gray looked super awkward. "My bad for jumping the gun earlier." Midutsuji just laughed it off. "Nah, totally fair guess, bro." Gray dropped the subject but totally zeroed in on Midutsuji's crispy hands. Dude, did Flate toast you? Midutsuji blinked, just now realizing he was actually burnt. He stared at his arm for a sec before nodding. Yeah, that guy's super annoying lightning sword trick is no joke. Gray let out a massive sigh. Figured. The dude actually has some serious skills. Honestly, Flate was probably second only to Oscar. Charlotte, who'd been totally spacing out, suddenly mumbled, "Wait, what's the missing puzzle piece here?" Gray tried to chill her out. Yo, stressing over it won't fix a thing. Oscar completely ignored the drama and just hyped Midutsuji up. Still, you're insanely busted, kid. Trashing Flate and only walking away with a couple of scorch marks? Wild. Midutsuji gave a tiny nod, flipping the switch to serious mode. Anyway, our backs are clear now. Time to set up the ultimate trap for those demon goons. Meanwhile, over in the demon realm, Floker skimmed a text, scowling hard. Bro, isn't this a bit overkill? The top prince's ultimate hype man just nodded. The big boss is playing it super safe, my guy. Alan chimed in too. Look, we're burning super rare magic rocks here. Doesn't he just want to completely stomp the haters? Floker scoffed, tossing the files onto his desk. Just cause that total noob Leonhardt got wrecked. My old man's acting like a chicken. I could solo the holy capital with my eyes closed. His two sidekicks instantly started sweating. We know you're crazy overpowered, your highness, but going solo is a literal death wish. But the second they said that, the room absolutely spiked with insane magic energy, making them low-key panic. A massive, glowing magic circle just popped up right behind Floker. He shot them a death glare, voice dropping to freezing temps. Oh, you think you understand my power? Trash mobs like you? Seeing Floker ready to snap, the two dudes bowed so fast they almost broke their necks. Our bad, huge mistake. Floker just sneered. That kind of lip totally earns you a game over. He raised his hand, literally about to squish them like bugs. But out of nowhere, somebody interrupted the show. Yo, Floker, chill. They're actually useful grunts, so back off. It was Isabel, literally walking straight out of a magic portal like a boss. Floker narrowed his eyes at her. What's your deal? Isabel wasn't having his attitude. You're the squad leader for the Holy City raid, right? So, shouldn't we, I don't know, actually plan a strategy instead of goofing off? Floker just scoffed, acting completely over it. Bro, we don't need nerd stuff like that. The goal is just to wreck their shiny city, right? Isabel looked like she wanted to scream. Maybe we need at least a basic game plan? Before she could even finish, Floker snapped. You're so annoying. I'll smash the place however I want. You guys just deal with it. Realizing talking to this edgelord was a lost cause, Isabel gave a stiff bow and dipped, looking absolutely livid. Scarlet was totally on the same wavelength. At this rate, they were just gonna wing it the whole way. The plan was so ridiculously messy, it was literally impossible to tell if it was genius or garbage. With zero other options, Isabel hopped back into her portal and bounced. A second later, she spawned at another castle, but instantly bumped into someone. She paused, frowning hard. It was none other than the fourth prince, Zoto. He dropped his voice, sounding super serious. Perfect timing, Isabel. Tag along for a sec. We need to lock in the deets for the raid happening the day after tomorrow. She followed him, still hesitating. Floker and Scarlet basically said, planning is for losers. Zoto just smirked like he totally called it. Ignore those two clowns. Let them run wild. They'll cause enough chaos anyway. He suddenly whipped out this gnarly serrated sword, oozing cockiness. I'm totally grabbing the Pope's head for my trophy case. Isabel just squinted, keeping her mouth shut. The fourth prince, Pandora's most cracked swordsman, was definitely the one pulling the strings here. After wrapping up their shady little chat, Isabel portaled back to base. Smith had been chilling there forever, instantly throwing up a hand to greet her the second she popped out. Welcome back to the crib, Isabel, Funko then piped up. Yo, got a DM from Mirage. Isabel gasped, totally shook. Wait, what did he say? Smith took his sweet time answering. Just stick to the blueprint. Looked like the other squad was already locked and loaded. Isabel frowned, going totally quiet before whispering. So, an ultimate ambush setup to completely wipe the floor with the demon main squad, huh? I literally leaked all the tea to them, but are we sure this won't crash and burn? Fanko sounded low-key stressed too. Even if you sit this out, Isabel, they're still facing 3 royals and one of the big 4 bosses. No matter what, it's gonna be an absolute bloodbath. Smith nodded, totally agreeing. Facts. Snagging even one of those big bads would be a massive W. Fanko went quiet before mumbling. Honestly, the dream ending is both sides just absolutely trashing each other. You better keep that in mind when you make your move, Isabel. She gave a chill nod to show she got the memo. Now, the countdown was literally at 1 day until the demon elite goons stormed the holy capital. With the demon clock ticking down fast, Midutsuji and the crew were speedrunning their prep. They had already yeeted all the regular folks out of the city, teaming up with the local army squads. Duh, Pope Joshua and the big shot church bosses, aka the main targets, had completely ditched the city too. Plus, Keiichi and the rest of the capital's non-fighter squad got safely shipped off to Alpha. After squashing that sneaky traitor and their crew, their setup was going totally glitch-free. Back at the church, a massive crowd was pulling up for a super serious strategy jam. Dion was the first to mouth off. Bro, we can't just let the capital get nuked into dust. Isn't there some cheat code to drag this fight somewhere else? Akira kept it totally deadpan. Our intel says these guys are literally going to teleport right into our airspace, so moving the PvP zone is practically impossible. Charlotte frowned hard. We'll just have the magic nerds spam a giant force field over the whole city. Gray let out a huge sigh. Way better than AFKing, but the Pope and the normies are still going to be in major danger. Oscar didn't even flinch. Look on the bright side. The normies are already out of the splash zone. Obviously, it'd be way more epic if we could bait these freaks outside the city walls for the boss fight. Midutsuji totally shut that down. We honestly don't have that kind of luxury. We literally have zero choices left except brawling right here and eating some collateral damage. Hearing that, Dion scoffed super hard. Collateral damage? Are you for real? Would you be running your mouth like that if it was your own hometown getting trashed? That spicy comeback triggered Mirai so bad she literally slammed the table. You jerks were the ones who hijacked our home in the first place. The heck did you just say? Midutsuji quickly tried to play peacekeeper. Yo, chill out, Mirai, it's fine. Oscar finally lost his cool and yelled, "Cut the crap!" Dion, are you seriously starting friendly fire right after we finally curb-stomped that demon cult? Tion sighed like life totally sucked. Taking his silence as a cue, Oscar dropped the bomb. That was just the warm-up, guys. Time for the real strategy meeting. Basically, we had to pick who beats up who. Akira frowned, completely zoning out. Was it finally time to boss them around like he was told? Flashback to last night. Kai huddled everyone together, looking dead serious. Isabel spilled all the enemy's weak spots to me. And honestly, I'm the only one who actually gets our squad's power. Since I have the evaluation skill, I'm calling the shots. He shot Akira a look and ordered, "Ninomiya, parrot my game plan, and get the Holy Nation's army moving." Akira gave a sketchy nod, arguing, "I'll try, but isn't that super insane?" Kai literally brushed it off, demanding, "You got this, just do it." Sighing hard, Akira muttered, "Talk about being pushy." Completely ignoring him, Kai laid out the master plan. First up, Fokker. He's their top dog who messes with gravity magic. Kai tagged Arashi to handle this guy. Arashi smirked like he won the lottery, bragging, "Ha, took you long enough to admit I'm the ultimate boss of this class, not Midutsuji." Kai just facepalmed and sighed. "Bro, it's about putting the right guy on the job. Win first, then we'll talk." He then tossed assignments to Akira and Kao, who immediately nodded. Next on our hit list is Scarlet, the second princess, and a totally creepy blood witch. Kai figured the Holy Knight Commander Oscar was the perfect guy to absolutely wreck her. "I'll sweet-talk our side into playing along," Akira agreed. Moving on, Kai brought up Roto, the fourth prince and the Demon Nation's most hardcore swordsman. Isabel swore he was actually the real mastermind. He practically handed Midutsuji the VIP kill. Kai then dropped a heavy warning. "If those freaks figure out we hid the target, they'll bolt instantly. Do not let them breathe." Midutsuji nodded. "Cool, got it." Last up was the Fire King, Flameris. Rumor had it he was literally born from fire magic and basically the craziest king ever. Kai pitched Gray and Slot to stomp him out. Zumi would back them up with water spells. Oh, and there were 7 or 8 high-ranking demon scrubs. The rest of the gang gets to sweep them up. Finally, Kai shot Jin a look. "Kanzaki, you're the boss." Jin freaked out. "Wait, you're dumping this on me?" Kai nodded, dropping some harsh truth. "Don't count on the Night Squad too much. Only their captains are actually worth a damn in a fight." He claimed he had a playbook for every brawl but told them not to be total robots about it. Improvise when things get messy. Right after that, Midutsuji hit him with a suspicious, "And what exactly are you doing?" Kai deadpanned, "I'll sneak around the back and chop their heads off." Duh. When the battlefield goes crazy, the Shadow Ninja routine is stupidly overpowered. Snapping back to the present, Akira finished regurgitating Kai's master plan. He turned to Oscar. "So, how's my wild proposal sound?" Before Oscar could even blink, Tion threw major shade. "Aren't you getting a little too big for your britches? Plus, you completely benched me." Gray, on the flip side, just smirked. "Honestly, the setup makes total sense. We're dealing with straight-up elites here. Tossing weaklings at them is basically suicide." Tion got instantly triggered. "Are you calling me a scrub?" Gray just gave him a smug, silent smile. Slot chimed in. "No offense, bro, but you're way better off barking orders from the back." Tired of the bickering, Oscar cut in. "All right, enough. I'm greenlighting Akira's plan. Now let's iron out the details so we don't screw this up." By the time the Snooze Fest meeting ended, it was pitch black outside. Midutsuji was chilling on the wall, moon-gazing, when Oscar randomly spawned behind him. "My bad for the marathon session," he apologized. Midutsuji totally brushed it off with a laugh. "Nah, it's chill. We're literally trying to stop the whole country from getting wiped out, so it totally makes sense." Oscar gave Midutsuji a super intense squint before finally blurting out, "Can I ask you a crazy question?" Midutsuji raised an eyebrow. "Shoot." Dropping his voice, Oscar asked, "Got any clue where that guy Kai is hiding?" Midutsuji internally panicked but kept his cool, shaking his head. Nope, literally no idea. The dude's a massive pain for all of us, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now. Oscar let out this gut-wrenching sigh. I used to be Saint Leonora's fiancé. Once we totally crushed them today, I'm getting payback for her. Midutsuji just stood there, completely brain-frozen. All he could do was awkwardly dodge Oscar's intense stare, physically unable to spill the tea about Leonora's death. Oscar clammed up right after dropping that heavy lore, looking stressed out of his mind. But the awkward silence died real fast when a massive, glitchy portal ripped open the sky. Midutsuji and Oscar practically jumped out of their skins. That magic energy is insane, Oscar yelled. Don't tell me they crashed the party early. Midutsuji's face went dead serious as he glared at the gaping sky hole. 2 seconds later, the Demon Lord's goon squad literally dropped in. Just like the spoiler alerts predicted, Fokker, Scarlet, Roto, that fire dude Flameris, and a bunch of high-tier demon extras. Popping that massive spell left Isabel sweating buckets, looking ready to pass out. Biting her lip, she mumbled, "Coordinates locked. Plus I anchored the gravity under our boots." Flameris peeked down, flashing a cocky grin. Yo, we crashed the party already? Scarlet was tripping out a bit, massaging her temples while whining. Ugh, this feels absolutely gross. Roto didn't even blink. Magic motion sickness. Genius. We just burned a ridiculous amount of mana to fast travel. Meanwhile, Fokker was creeping on the Imperial capital from above. Finally, he gave a snobby little smirk. So this is where the humans hang out? Not completely trash for bottom feeders. Thanks to the Demon Lord squad rolling up, the city's sky was choking on insane levels of magic power. Arashi, who was just trying to chill, felt the flex and instantly stomped outside. Spotting the squad, he practically vibrated with hype. Heck yes, they're here! Akira quickly shut him down. Chill, Arashi. If we don't bait them further in, they might just rage quit and run. Arashi loudly clicked his tongue. Dude, those psychos don't care that we're throwing a welcome party. Mirai chimed in with her own reality check. It's gonna be a total disaster if they figure out the Pope already ditched the server. If that happens, they literally have zero reason to stick around and fight. Tired of the nagging, Arashi snapped. Yeah, I get it, just zip it, which naturally made Mirai go absolutely ballistic. Excuse me? I'm literally trying to save your skin, she shrieked. Meanwhile, outside, Midutsuji was having a minor freakout. Oscar patted his back, saying, Breathe, Midutsuji. They jumped the gun, but we still got the home court advantage. Midutsuji finally got a grip, his nervous shaking dying down. Flashing a proud dad smile, Oscar barked out, Get to your battle stations. Don't let me down. Got it. Midutsuji gave a solid nod, eyes blazing like he was ready to wreck stuff, and booked it inside. Somewhere else, Kai was creeping from the shadows, hitting a villainous smirk. Showtime. Mayor nervously hovered next to him. So what's our move? Kai just shrugged. We grab popcorn and watch. We'll only jump in if they start failing miserably up there in the sky. Glaring down from the clouds, Roto caught a bad vibe and muttered, It's way too dead down there. Not a single flesh bag on the main streets. Scarlet totally brushed it off. It's literally the middle of the night, bro. Didn't you know humans are practically blind in the dark? Isabel, though, secretly knew this was 100% a trap. The ghost town vibe definitely meant the humans had already bailed. She'd been stressing out since Fokker rushed their teleportation, but it looked like the ambush squad was locked and loaded for chaos. And bam, here they were, invading the capital. Flameris piped up like an eager kid. Think the enemy's final boss is camping in that giant-ass castle over there? Roto slowly shook his head. Nah, Flameris. He pointed a finger at another massive chunk of stone. That's the Grand Cathedral, sitting right next to the Pope's crazy holy headquarters. Our VIP target is currently cowering inside. Flameris scratched his head, totally lost. Wait. Isn't the king supposed to be the final boss? Human politics is so freaking extra, Roto sighed hard. Bro, I literally explained this like 50 times already. Too bad, Flameris was completely clueless. Fokker finally caught on, acting all nonchalant. Looks like they popped a massive shield. Scarlet nodded, adding, Yeah, covers the whole damn city. You would think their backline defenses were top tier. Fokker just scoffed like a total hater. Solid? Please, that garbage isn't protecting anything. Flameris caught the vibe, smirking. I got this, he flexed. Boom, magic circle drops, spitting insane fire. Zero warning, it just yeeted itself straight at the capital's sky dome. The whole ground shook like crazy, totally freaking the guards out. In literally 2 seconds, the shield got roasted, ripping open a massive hole. The Holy Kingdom crew lost their absolute minds, crying, No way! Our barrier got one-shotted! Kai and his 2 buddies were spectating from afar. Mayor was totally geeking out. Epic magic. Dude mastered the whole burning vibe perfectly. Cena shivered. That is low-key terrifying. Kai recognized the move, whispering, That is the Fire King, Flameris flexing. Up in the sky, Fokker spotted the gap and smirked. Time to crash this human party. Roto, the Pope's head is all yours, man. Without waiting, he just stepped out of the rift and free fell like a complete psycho. Scarlet stared at Fokker diving, then yeeted herself down too, hoping to loot some cute accessories. Flameris was hyped, laughing. All right, let us see what kind of scrubs I get to body. Roto facepalmed at their chaos. Guess we are starting this op right now. You two do whatever. Then he dipped with the main squad. Isabel and her two teammates just stood there. Her job was gate duty, but if the humans started winning, she had to lock it down and jump in. That would totally trap Fokker and the gang with zero exit. Isabel's backstabbing would be exposed, but she didn't care as long as she could wreck them. Meanwhile, Fokker stuck his superhero landing. The place was creepily ghosted, just him chilling in dead silence. He casually swiped his hand, blasting a wave of magic down the street. Boom! Nearby buildings turned to straight rubble, but no one screamed or anything, just total wasteland vibes. Fokker scowled, called it, zero vibes, totally abandoned. Did our group chat get leaked, or do these nerds have some kind of radar? While he was overthinking, he tripped a wire and froze. Fokker glanced around before the ground literally erupted, smoking out the sky. Arashi was the troll behind it, camping on a nearby roof. The kid laughed his head off. You ate that right in the face, dumbass. But when the dust cleared, Fokker was just standing there, not even a scratch on him. He smirked. Cute trick. Now I'm gonna make you spill everything. Arashi's face dropped instantly. He gritted his teeth. You took 0 damage, you freaking hacker. Elsewhere, Scarlet landed right into the same mess. Getting ganked didn't faze her at all. She just mocked them. Oh, quick reflexes, tryhards. Oscar was the one blocking her. Pointing his sword, he went full edgelord, Demon Princess Scarlet. Drop your head right here. Meanwhile, Flameris hit the ground and just wandered off. He was super confused, muttering, Great, I lost Roto in the squad. Flameris just aimlessly strolled the streets until some guys blocked his path. He raised an eyebrow. Are you losers seriously my opponents? Gray and Sklot stood there, acting tough. Long time no see, Flameris. Meanwhile, Roto and his elite demon posse crashed the church castle. Barely 2 steps in, some super serious voice echoed, You aren't passing through here. That actually made Roto hit the brakes. Squinting, he saw Midutsuji and a whole squad acting like bouncers right in his face.